I sold my parents 10 properties and spent all the money on in-game purchases. In just 3 days, I spent billions on in-game currency. I even sold my girlfriend's used stockings to buy more in-game items. She called me a fool and I broke up with her because I didn't want anyone to interfere with my gaming. In 3 days, the game will become a reality and all the equipment and abilities I obtained in the game will be retained. While the recharge channel is still open, I quickly reached VIP 15 and obtained the only orange sword blueprint in the game. My crazy spending in the game caught the attention of many people. My girlfriend, Xiao Ro, called me to question me, but I just laughed coldly. In my previous life, I did everything I could to protect Xiao Ro for 3 years, but she betrayed me for my resources and joined forces with others. In this life, I won't let the tragedy of my previous life happen again. I smiled inwardly as I saw Xiao Ro's angry face. We had been together for over a year, and I had given her more than $1 billion in cash. Now I needed money urgently, so I decided to take back what she had taken from me. I smiled gently and comforted Xiao Ro, saying that we didn't need that small company. I had a good project to invest in, and if it succeeded, I could earn back 100 times the amount I invested. Xiao Ro thought for a moment after hearing this and said that she also had some money, so we could invest together. After all, we would get married sooner or later. She sent the money to me, and I immediately opened the game and spent it all on in-game purchases. With a large amount of recharge, I quickly reached VIP 10 and gained unlimited space in the game. With the sound of the system, a virtual panel appeared before me. It was the game's storage space, an unlimited backpack. The end of the world was still 3 days away, but my in-game storage space was already available. Perhaps due to my rebirth, I discovered a bug in the game. Although there was only a food section, I could freely take out and store food. This surprised me greatly because it meant that I could stockpile food in my character's backpack before the end of the world arrived, without worrying about contamination. This was a huge bug because food was extremely scarce in the game. Non-paying players spent 60% of their time in a state of hunger. I opened the game's trading market and frantically bought all the food available, spending 80 million. After discovering this bug, I had a bold idea. I not only wanted to stockpile food, but also monopolize the entire post-apocalyptic food market. Roughly estimating, the 80 million coins I spent probably only bought 50% of the food in the game. With just this, it would be difficult to monopolize the entire food market. So in reality, I spent 200 million to stockpile food. 10 large trucks lined up to deliver the food to the villa's courtyard. There were all kinds of finished food products, purified water, drinks, and cigarettes. Among them, alcohol and cigarettes were the most profitable, especially cigarettes, which were not available in the game. Looking at the 2 truckloads of cigarettes in front of me, I was shocked. In terms of business, just these cigarettes alone could monopolize the entire market. These things were like hard currency, and they were not easy to obtain in large quantities. If I didn't have some connections, it would be difficult to get even 1 truckload. The manager immediately instructed the workers to unload the goods, but I didn't pay attention to them. I would put the goods into the storage basket after they were all unloaded, and this was only 1/5 of what I had ordered. There would be a large amount of supplies coming in the next 3 days. I returned to the villa and opened the game. The game world was already in chaos. On the game's world channel, countless people were discussing my crazy purchases. The nickname "suited gangster" became a hot topic and attracted the attention of many experts, especially the second-ranked player on the recharge leaderboard, who was a VIP 8 player named Tumblr. The recharge amount has also reached 50 million. He is very interested in the suited hooligan who appeared out of nowhere. Then I received a private message from the WeChat account named Tumblr. When I opened it, I found a phone number with a few words in the remarks. "Shall we have a chat?" But I didn't pay attention to the other party. If I remember correctly, this guy is also from the Dragon Kingdom. After the end of the world, he became the most powerful and influential figure on Blue Star, relying on the resources in his hands. In the previous life, I didn't have much interaction with such a high-ranking figure. I just heard that this guy was generous. I don't believe such nonsense. The means behind these kinds of people are often extremely dirty. I have several friends who play Dawn of the Apocalypse with me. They also know my game ID. When they saw this scene, they were also shocked. A few people just saw the news about me selling the company, and now they see me crazily spending money in the game. Finally, they have realized that I sold the company to play games. Then, in the game, I received greetings from these friends. I gave a cold smile. Having experienced the previous life, I can clearly see whether these people are human or ghost. I replied one by one. "Brother, there is no fun in playing games for business. Can I borrow some money to buy a powerful equipment?" As soon as the message was sent, there was silence on the other side. Without any surprise, they all refused. Only one person called. It was my good friend, Gongzi. "Brother, what's the situation? Let's talk properly." I'll bring the money to you tomorrow. Gangzi and I met at an orphanage. We supported each other during the apocalypse in the previous life. It's just that he died early because he tried to save me from Xiaoro's harm. Just after hanging up the phone, Xiaoro called. Chen Han, have you gone crazy? Are you out of your mind to spend so much money on a broken game? Why didn't you discuss it with me? The explosive sound of Xiaoro's voice on the phone echoed. Xiaoro's head was about to explode. All the money she had worked hard to save was spent on the game by me. Chen Han, you haven't spent all the money, have you? I won't participate in this project anymore. Give me back my 100 million. Xiaoro on the other end of the phone was completely furious. Before she finished speaking, I hung up the phone. Listening to Xiaoro's angry voice, I felt great. It was June 29th, 2035, less than 2 days before the dawn of doomsday. I was woken up early in the morning by a phone call. I thought it was that crazy woman Xiaoro, but it turned out to be Gangzi. Chen Han, I'm at your doorstep, and I've brought the goods for you. Gangzi knows the electronic password to my housegate, but this kid is very well behaved. Although our relationship is like brothers, Gangzi has always respected me since we were young. After entering society, Gangzi suffered a lot because he was too honest. Later, after I became rich, I directly opened a 5-star hotel for him. Stepping out of the villa, a slightly chubby young man with a strong build smiled and approached. Chen Han, everything is ready. 1,000 tons of beef, 1,000 tons of pork, and various fresh meats and seafood. I patted Gangzi on the shoulder and said, you've worked hard. Chen Han, can you tell me what happened? We can't finish eating so much food in a lifetime. Gangzi knows me well, and I would never do anything stupid. But whether it's selling the company's in-game currency or hoarding food, this series of actions has left Gangzi confused. I pretended to be profound and answered, it's hard to explain for a while. You'll know tomorrow night. Stay here and play games with me for these 2 days. My actions also caught the attention of the neighbors. Although I live in an independent mansion, there are still many wealthy people nearby. Sure enough, 4 luxury cars came together. Shanghai City Real Estate Tycoon, Li Chuanqi. Shanghai City New Media Mobile, He Dongfa. Shanghai City Fashion Mobile, LV Buffon. When I saw the 3 of them, a trace of gloom flashed across my face. The connection between us is deep because these people were the culprits who killed me in the previous life. After the arrival of the doomsday in the previous life, we formed a group to resist the disaster because we knew each other and were neighbors. However, that bitch Xiaoro joined forces with them to kill me in order to monopolize resources and took away all my resources. Chen Han, long time no see. The last car door opened, and a girl in a short skirt jumped out. Ling Shui helped a man in his 50s get out of the car. Then she innocently greeted me with a smile on her face. I smiled and looked at the slight tremor in the girl's heart. In the previous life, Ling Shui was tortured to death by Xiaoro while trying to protect me. In the end, she lay in my arms and said the words that had been hidden in her heart. Unfortunately, it was all too late. I watched her die in front of my eyes. Thinking of those memories, I couldn't help but clench my fist. Coming back to life, I am determined to seek revenge. When I came to my senses, I looked at the man next to Ling Shui, Ling Feng, the richest man in Shanghai City. I didn't expect him to be here too. The 4 men in front of me could cause an earthquake in Shanghai City with a single kick. The reason I was able to sell the company in a short period of time was also because of these people. Li Chuanqi, the Mediterranean, looked at the goods on the football field with interest and asked, what are you doing, bro? LV Buffon couldn't help but mock. Hoarding supplies? What's the matter? Is it the end of the world? He Dongfa's mouth also raised a smile. What supplies are you hoarding? Are you planning to stay at home and play games for the rest of your life? As soon as the words fell, all 3 of them laughed. They were all players of the dawn of the apocalypse and naturally knew what I was doing. They believed that I was addicted to playing games. Ling Feng, who had been silent all along, also frowned inside. Chen Han, you really disappoint me. Originally, he had high hopes for me, the rising star, and even had the idea of marrying his daughter to me. Even if I sold the company, he would strongly support me. Ling Feng believed that I must have my own ideas, but what he got was such a disappointing result. Ling Feng sighed deeply and turned to call Ling Shui to get in the car. Shuier, let's go. Seeing this scene, I felt a little uncomfortable in my heart. This is the person I respect the most. I owe him a lot today, but it doesn't matter. Everything will be clear when the end comes. Ling Shui pouted and said, Dad, I want to play with Chen Han for a while. You can go back first. Ling Shui held my hand and bounced over. Her beautiful face showed a look of understanding. Sell the company, raise cash, hoard supplies. Is the end of the world coming? In the game, spending a lot of money is related to the end of the world and the dawn of the apocalypse. As soon as these words came out, I widened my eyes and exclaimed, how do you know? Ling Shui showed a wise smile. Oh, I guessed it right. do you believe it? Ling Shui blinked and looked at me seriously. I don't believe in this nonsense end of the world, but I believe in you. I affectionately rubbed Ling Shui's head and asked, how much money do you have in your little treasury? Ling Shui sweetly smiled and raised a finger. 10 million? I was a little surprised. You, a college student, have so much savings? Ling Shui shook her head maturely and said, no, 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 you underestimate me. It's 1 billion, truly worthy of being the daughter of the richest man in Jianhai City. I suggested, let's spend it all in the game. You will be the second richest person in the world. Without hesitation, Ling Shui took out her phone and opened the game. Respected VIP 6 player, Lolita Sweetheart, you have recharged 1 billion for Suited Thug. The intimacy between Lolita Sweetheart and Suited Thug has reached the level of life and death dependence. Life and death dependence, when players fight together, attack power increases by 10%, speed increases by 10%, and psychic energy increases by 10%. The voice of the game system sounded. Seeing this scene, Gangzi, who was standing by, was completely dumbfounded. Gangzi shook his head helplessly. Forget it, do whatever you want. He still has a 5-star hotel in his hands, enough to live a worry-free life. When the three of them were about to enter the villa, a fierce voice sounded from behind. Chen Han, stop right there. Are you crazy? Why did you buy so many things? Xiao Rou stood not far away with an imposing manner, accompanied by a golden-haired man. I smirked. I was wondering why Xiao Rou came so late. It turns out she went to find reinforcements. I looked at Xiao Rou coldly and said, do you expect this useless little brother to teach me a lesson? Seeing my reaction, Xiao Rou's face turned pale, and her body couldn't help but tremble. Xiao Rou felt that the man in front of her was extremely unfamiliar and even a little fearful. Then she noticed the girl beside me. With her tall figure and perfect face, she was youthful, beautiful, pure, and desirable. Xiao Rou instantly became angry and said, Chen Han, what do you take me for? You found another woman? I held Ling Shui's shoulder and said indifferently, so what? To be honest, you really can't compare to her in any way. Xiao Rou panicked and took 2 steps back. Then she regained her composure and angrily shouted, I can break up with you, but you have to return my 1 billion, and you have to compensate me for the loss of my youth of 1 billion. Without hesitation, I directly agreed. Sure, come and get it on July 1st. Xiao Rou was also a little surprised, her expression changing constantly, and then she changed her mind and said, no, 100 million is too little. I want to be compensated with 200 million. I haven't even spoken yet, but Ling Shui beside me readily agrees. I'll give you 300 million, and you will forever stay out of Chen Han's sight. Xiao Rou shows a satisfied expression and looks deeply at Ling Shui, saying, I know you, the daughter of the richest man in Jianhai City. Such an important person should not go back on their word. I'll come to collect the money on the 1st. After saying that, I leave with my useless younger brother. After returning to the villa, Ling Shui and I open the game. We leave the gold coins and all the resources in the account. No need to waste them on leveling up. Although Ling Shui doesn't understand, she obediently listens to me. Whatever I say goes. After Ling Shui recharges 200 million for me, the gold coins in my account reach an astonishing 800 million. I really want to buy all the items in the trading market at once, but reason stops me. Although I have a lot of money, I can't waste it. Many things in the exchange are useless, and there are too many places to spend money in the later stages of the apocalypse. I need to save. Then, I empty all the top-grade steel in the exchange. In the apocalypse, having a home is important. It determines whether I can sleep well. Buying steel is, of course, to build my villa into an indestructible fortress. As for why I need to use steel from the game, it's because the materials in the real world can only withstand ordinary zombies. If I encounter mutant creatures and semi-infected individuals, they won't be of any use. Moreover, there will be various powerful professionals and all sorts of abilities in the future. Only the specialized materials in the game can withstand them. After emptying the steel market, the next issue is the character's combat power. I recharge another 100 million into the game. Congratulations to player Suited Thug for leveling up to VIP 11 and receiving 100 spirit crystals as a reward. Want to level up quickly? Spiritual energy crystals can help you. Just 648 and you can get 10 spiritual energy crystals. Without any hesitation, I bought them directly at the dawn of the apocalypse. Spiritual energy crystals are important resources for players to level up. Only by continuously absorbing the energy of spiritual energy crystals can players increase their level. Opening the game trading scene, players don't sell many spiritual energy crystals, only a little over 10,000. After all, this is a necessity that no one wants to sell. I directly swept through and bought all the 10,000 spiritual energy crystals. I don't plan to level up now because when the game comes to the real world, all characters will return to the starting line. Therefore, The current strength of the characters is not important. Resources are the most important. Besides, I am not satisfied with the A-level abilities. As far as I know, recharging to the highest level VIP 15 will activate the hidden profession. SSS level Sword Immortal. There are countless character professions in the dawn of the apocalypse, ranging from SSS to D level, and there is only one highest level SSS. After reaching level 10, the profession can be awakened, provided that you purchase the profession card with real money. Of course, this game also has a friendly side. There is a certain chance of dropping profession cards when killing monsters in the wild. Just as I was about to continue recharging, a message flashed on the screen. Friend Little Gentle is online. My eyes lit up. This is Xiao Ro's account. I control Suited Thug and rush to the coordinates of Little Gentle. I want to seize all the resources in Xiao Ro's account and let her face the arrival of the apocalypse empty-handed. Is this the secret realm monster? It looks so fierce. Brother Pan Liang. Yeah, how come there's still blood at the corner of its mouth? It wouldn't have just eaten someone, right? Next to Pan Liang, a few girls wearing cool clothes saw the Wind Flame Wolf and said with a scared face, saying that, they also intentionally let Pan Liang's side come together. These few women were also rich second generation, but there was a gap between rich second generation and rich second generation. Obviously Pan Liang's level was in existence that they needed to lick. What's in this? Pan Liang smiled smugly. You guys forgot that a bronze high-grade mecha can easily deal with secret realm monsters below level 7. Brother Pan Liang, why don't you show us your hand? A girl wearing black silk looked at Pan Liang with anticipation in her eyes. Pan Liang waved his big hand. The mecha space unfolded. Boom! The yellow mecha from before slammed to the ground, built with precious materials and stunningly stunning. This scene attracted quite a few mecha masters who were originally trying out elsewhere. Pan Liang quickly finished putting the rack on. Wait, this is still an elemental mech? Among the onlookers, there were knowledgeable ones who instantly recognized this rack of Pan Liang. It was actually still a very precious attribute mech on the market. This should be an earth attribute mech. Yeah, being able to use the power of some of the elements. Holy shit, it's really too cool. A bronze mecha, actually willing to use elemental materials to build it. This is too luxurious, right? It could only be said that people were more than people. Elemental mecha was an extremely special existence among all mecha. It needed to be built with elemental materials collected from various large secret realms. It was generally used to build high-ranked mechs. After all, low-ranked armor, such as bronze mechs, were built by many just to overdo it. As long as they weren't crippled, most people could cultivate to the silver stage and harness silver mechs, or even gold mechs. Because of the nature of the mech that could not be upgraded, it also represented bronze mechs, which would definitely be discarded later on. That's why most people wouldn't use too good materials to build it. Some tycoons would use better materials, but many wouldn't be so extravagant as to use elemental materials to build it. Pan Liang maneuvered the mech towards the Wind Flame Wolf. The surface of the mech was suddenly covered with a layer of earth-colored rock, because it was built with elemental materials. This was the mech's own ability. The Wind Flame Wolf itself was very vigilant and had a very strong territorial position. Seeing someone invading, they immediately made an offensive stance. A dozen or so Wind Flame Wolves then swarmed and rushed over. Wind Flame Wolf's bite force is very amazing. It can easily tear apart human flesh and blood. Low-level mechs will also be at risk of being torn apart, just rushing over. Or a dozen Wind Flame Wolves. The onlookers were not calm. Although Pan Liang's mecha was very powerful, this was too impulsive. However, a scene that made people dumbfounded happened. A dozen Wind Flame Wolves rushed over and began to frantically tear into Pan Liang's mecha. However, after biting for half a day, they didn't even break through the rocky armor on the surface. Boom! Pan Liang maneuvered his mech and blasted out with a single punch. Instantly, it made the two Wind Flame Wolves become minced meat and flew out. Then, a one-sided slaughter began. The dozen or so Wind Flame Wolves didn't survive more than half a minute in Pan Liang's hands before they were killed cleanly. An uncomfortable gore lingered in the air. Wow! Brother Pan Liang is too powerful. What a strong mecha. My people are stupid. If it was me, even if I promised so many Wind Flame Wolves, I'm afraid my mech would have to be scrapped for the most part. This retreated rock armor. Actually a little bit of is not there? The crowd once again realized the gap between themselves and the tycoon. It wasn't a little bit, but a billion points. There's still a bunch of level 4 to level 7 monsters over there. Go brush them together? After brushing the Wind Flame Wolves, Pan Liang was overkilled. Some couldn't stop. Gao Hui and Zhang Shuai, the other rich second generation, were also starting to get itchy hands. They nodded their heads one after another. The crowd headed towards one side and soon encountered a group of level 7 monsters. Twisted Tree Spirit, LV. 7. The attack power of a level 7 monster is way too much stronger than level 4. Even a bronze high-level mech will easily be bitten through if it's not good enough. Yeah, not to mention, if I hadn't followed them to see the show, I really wouldn't dare to go near this place. Twisted Tree Spirit? This monster sounds a bit familiar. I've read the information before. Yes, monsters above level 5. Part of them will have their own skills. The Twisted Tree Goblin skill seems to be entanglement. I remember the book said that if the bronze middle level mecha is hit by this skill, the body will be crushed directly. Hiss. Such a horrible destructive power? How else can we say, don't come to the secret realm without some skills, or else it's a dead end? The crowd sweated, a pang of palpitations. If they didn't follow Pan Liang and their group of tycoons around, I'm afraid that they would all be scared to pee their pants. However, something that made people dumbfounded happened once again. Pan Liang controlled the mech, aided by a few of his tycoon friends, and charged straight into the pile of monsters. Boom! After a few punches, Pan Liang directly blasted a few Twisted Tree Goblins to death. Gao Hui used his mech to fire a crimson laser. ZZZ. The temperature of thousands of degrees instantly scorched several Twisted Tree Goblins. Zhang Shuai's mech was a defensive mech, but its destructive power was also first-rate. It directly rampaged through the pile of monsters. In one round, about 10 monsters fell. Crap! Inside the mech, Pan Liang revealed an excited expression. Killing madness. The first time I participated in the secret realm, I didn't expect to be able to kill so much. 1,000 copper coins. C-class mech gauntlet. Physique pill bottle. Mecha energy charging device fragment *5. It's worth mentioning, the secret realm is in existence somewhat similar to a game copy. Monsters that are killed have a chance of dropping various treasures, including but not limited to copper coins, elixirs, mecha materials, various cultivation resources, etc. However, it was limited to secret monsters above level 5. If the level was too low, you could almost only gain experience from killing them without dropping treasures. With this sweet spot, Pan Liang and the others were even more interested. They began to frantically slaughter within the secret realm. This feat directly drew the attention of more people within the secret territory. Brother Pan Liang, the small secret realm is really no difficulty for you. Yeah, it's also too easy. A few sisters and a group of onlookers couldn't help but lick their lips when they saw this. Pan Liang secretly smiled. It was very much enjoying this feeling of being licked on his knees. To him, it was good that no level 10 monsters had appeared so far, because he had checked the information before. There weren't many powerful monsters in the small secret realm. The level 10 ones were the ceiling level and belonged to the boss category. Thick in blood and strong in attack. There had even been cases of silver rank mechs flipping over. Therefore, even if his was a bronze top quality mech, he didn't dare to try it out. At least it was very weak. As he spoke, roar! A beast roar suddenly attracted everyone's attention as a calf-sized monster with a tiger-like appearance suddenly appeared not far away. Earthen Sand Dragon LV. 10. At this moment, everyone revealed a look of shock and unease. A 10th level monster? This even included the likes of Pan Liang, who was only praying that no level 10 secret realm monsters would appear. As a result, only He-chan smiled faintly when he saw this, and there was even some small excitement within him. Level 10 monsters are also considered bosses in small secret realms. If we can take them down, the benefits must be very lucrative. He-chan muttered under his breath. In fact, there were two main reasons why He-chan hadn't made a move before. One was that most of the monsters that appeared were low-level monsters. 4 or 5 levels, 5 or 6 levels. He-chan couldn't even look at them. The few level 7 and 8 monsters that appeared, He-chan had originally planned to make a move. However, Pan Liang had too many of them, and they were killing for fun. He hadn't been able to find a suitable opportunity to strike. But this time, He-chan realized that he had to take down the level 10, Earth Sand Dragon, in front of him. Level 10 monsters were considered a watershed in the strength of monsters in small secret realms. It wasn't that there weren't any above level 10. They were just few and far between. The secret realm had appeared for 100 years. But the record of reports about monsters above level 10 appearing in the small secret realm, there were also only a handful of them. Therefore the greatest harvest that could be obtained in the small secret realm was that obtained from killing a level 10 monster. As long as I kill it, the resources that explode should be enough for me to exchange for a large sum of money. And maybe I'll even get a chance to obtain other good mech materials and treasures. He-chan murmured under his breath. And then an excited look appeared on his face. This money will be used to subsidize the household first. Pan Liang, should we go? Gao Hui was a bit confused in the face of the level 10 monsters that appeared. As a matter of fact, level 10 monsters were very rare in small secret realms. So how did it happen that they encountered them? Pan Liang swallowed his saliva. Go? What a waste of words. Before entering the secret realm, his mentor had urged him 1,000 times, when he encountered a level 10 monster, he must not mess with it, and avoid it as far away as he could. However, looking at the surrounding onlookers and a few pretty girls, looking at him with an expectant face, to just run away like that, he was a bit embarrassed. A 10th level monster? At this time, Zhang Shuai revealed an excited look and licked his lips. Let me try. After saying that, he controlled the mech, and with a huge 2-meter long lightsaber floating in his hand, he charged towards the Earth Sand Dragon. Crap! This big sword. It's really too handsome. The melon eaters were once again shocked. The price of this lightsaber was equally uncomplicated, and it was made of the same precious materials. It had an unstoppable aura. It seemed that in the next second, it was going to decimate this head of the Earth Sand Dragon that had appeared for the first time. However, before Zhang Shuai maneuvered his mech to reach the Earth Sand Dragon, he had no time to chop it down. The Earth Sand Dragon suddenly disappeared, leaving a cave in its place. Evasion? Zhang Shuai was dumbfounded, and immediately afterward, he felt a violent shaking. Holy shit, when did it run under Zhang Shuai's feet? The few sisters who had gathered around were dumbfounded. This speed, it was too fast, wasn't it? Boom! A huge force came, and Zhang Shuai, along with the mech, was knocked out headfirst by the Earth Sand Dragon. The body of the mech slammed hard into a tree trunk. Luckily, he was an Earth mech, and the materials used to build it were all of the highest quality. If it was an ordinary mecha, it would have been in pieces by now. This destructive power, a bit invincible. Pan Liang sweated, cold sweat oozing from his forehead. Even Gao Hui, who was on the side, revealed a shocked expression. A 10th level monster is actually this strong? Pan Liang nodded. In the small mysterious realm, level 1 to level 9 monsters can all be dealt with in some way, but the only level 10 monsters are very special existences. At this time, the mechs on the side also discussed. It said that 10th level monsters, they also have intelligence and partial spiritual wisdom. I just feel strange. That guy actually didn't choose to go head-on with Zhang Shuai's mecha and chose to drill into the ground to catch it by surprise. Not to mention having intelligence. I'd believe it if I said it knew the art of war. Zhang Shuai shook his head unconvincingly. Getting up, he shielded his giant sword in front of his body. The blade flashed with a cold aura, and energy gathered at the blade, and in a moment, it swung out. The invisible energy was like a sword slashing out. The Earth Sand Dragon was incredibly fast. A dodge easily dodged the attack, and then rose forward. In less than 2 seconds, it appeared in front of Zhang Shuai and bit down with its bloody mouth. Clang! Zhang Shuai slashed down. The blade of the giant sword was clearly bitten out by the bite of the Earth Sand Dragon. Clang clang clang. In the next moment, the body of the giant sword blade actually cracked inch by inch under the terrifying bite force of the Earth Sand Dragon. And finally, the entire giant sword directly crumbled apart. Boom! Countless people were shocked and their jaws dropped. Crap! A giant sword made of a special alloy was actually lost in just one bite? Zhang Shuai's face was horrified. He had long since lost the idea of fighting, and at this moment, he only wanted to turn around and run. However, it was too late. The Earth Sand Dragon rushed over again, its huge claws grabbing at Zhang Shuai's mecha. Put! The energy reactor in front of the mech's chest was directly clawed out. The mech was like a kite with broken strings, instantly losing all its energy and collapsing helplessly on the ground. Subsequently, the mech began to disintegrate. Zhang Shuai himself was just exposed in front of the Earth Sand Dragon. No! No! Zhang Shuai let out a terrified roar as death was like a large hand that had a death grip on his throat. Zhang Shuai! Save him! Gao Hui subconsciously maneuvered his mecha and wanted to rush over to save Zhang Shuai, but it was too late. Plop! In the blink of an eye, Zhang Shuai collapsed in a pool of blood, his eyes wide open in death. This bloody scene made everyone's scalp numb, and some timid ones couldn't even help but dry heave when they looked at this Zhang Shuai's corpse. Dead people are dead people, someone shouted in fear. Although in the secret realm, dead people are the norm and not surprising, but many of the mechs present were running with the idea that this secret realm was a small secret realm, and came to the trial for the first time. They had never seen this kind of scene at all. Everyone, get out of here. Lin Yanran spoke. If I remember correctly, the Earth Sand Dragon is very sensitive to the scent of blood, and will be stimulated by the smell of blood and become very violent. Sure enough, the words just fell. That Earth Sand Dragon, after devouring Zhang Shuai's corpse, turned its target to the others. Pan Lang couldn't care less and turned around in his mech to run. Face? Can face be as important as life? The other mechs, naturally, not to mention the others, summoned their mechs from mech space in order to escape and prepared to flee. Let's go He Chen. Lin Yanran patted He Chen's shoulder and was about to turn around and leave when she suddenly realized that He Chen's reaction was not right. He Chen? Lin Yanyan frowned, only to see that not only was He Chen not afraid, that gaze, instead, was a little hot. He Chen, what's wrong with you? Lin Yanyan thought He Chen was frightened, but suddenly, He-chan pressed the summoning caller, and in the next moment, an azure-colored alien space was opened. Inside, a big guy loomed, filled with unspeakable majesty. This was He-chan's mecha? Lin Yanran froze, and Pan Liang and the others, who were fleeing, were also attracted by this scene. A few seconds later, Mechagodzilla appeared completely from the mecha space, close to 4 meters tall, just like a huge beast, towering down and giving people an impression as majestic as a mountain. Everyone's mouths were wide open, their faces stunned. You tell me, this is a Bronze Order mech? Everyone was confused, because those present, such as Pan Lang, Gao Hui and other rich second generation, and Lin Yanyan all knew that He-chan was only a bronze low-level mech. He-chan was merely a bronze low-ranked mecha master, but the quality and style of this mecha, you're telling me that it's bronze rank? The crowd was so baffled that they forgot to flee. Standing in place, they looked back. Entering the cockpit of the mech, He-chan briefly adapted. After all, this was the first time in this life, in the true sense, that he was driving a mech in battle. The feel was good, because it was bound to the physical body. The fit between the mech and He-chan was infinitely close to 100%. At the same time, that Earth Sand Dragon noticed He-chan. The smell of blood made him become very violent and murderous. He-chan, it's better to leave quickly. You didn't see what just happened. What happened just now when Zhang Shuai was killed in seconds was still fresh in Yanran Lin's mind now. Zhang Shuai's earthy mecha that was heavily built didn't even last a single round. Moreover, it was still bronze high grade. Although He-chan's mech looked extraordinary, she knew that He-chan was only at the early bronze stage. So in Yanran Lin's opinion, He-chan's mech might just look like a bluff, but was actually a paper tiger? How could it be a match for a 10th level secret realm monster? This guy doesn't want to live? Pan Liang had a puzzled and mocking look on his face. The others also had the same gaze. After all, Zhang Shuai wasn't even an opponent, and He-chan doing this was almost indistinguishable from committing suicide. The next moment, He-chan moved, taking the lead towards the Earth Sand Dragon. The Earth Sand Dragon quickly burrowed into the earth, and when it reappeared, it was already at He-chan's feet. So fast? He-chan was taken aback. But it was also limited to this. Mechagodzilla stomped down, and boom! The force weighing several tons made the effect of this kick like a small earthquake, and the ground trembled slightly. The Earth Sand Dragon was kicked by this kick, directly kicking off half of its life and flying out a dozen meters away. How about trying a big move? He-chan's eyes lit up, very satisfied with Mechagodzilla's performance. From Mechagodzilla's mouth, a blazing white light shot out. Terrifying energy erupted. Boom! That Earth Sand Dragon. The moment its body touched Godzilla's light, its body was instantly melted and crumbled into dust. So simple? He-chan was a bit surprised. Was this guy too weak? Or was he too strong? If anyone else heard this, they would definitely vomit blood on the spot. After all, the Earth Sand Dragon had just killed Zhang Shuai, a bronze high-ranked mecha master, in seconds. As a result, in your place, you actually said that he was too weak? Do people say that? You have killed the level 10 secret realm monster Earth and Sand Dragon. Congratulations on obtaining 5,000 copper coins, Grade B Mecha Wrist Guard, Grade C Mech Drive Unit, Elixir, Cultivation Pills, 1 Special Grade Secret Realm Entrance Ticket, Experience Value X 1300. Nice guy. A level 10 secret realm monster actually dropped so many things? He-chan was in a wonderful mood at the moment, and hurriedly went forward and picked up everything. As for the things obtained, the same could be stored in the mecha space. Very convenient. After picking up, He-chan once again took an inventory. Only then did he realize that the harvest this time was much more bountiful than he had imagined. It could be called a bumper harvest. Coupled with the experience value gained from the kills, it could likewise fuel cultivation. He-chan estimated that if this continued, it wouldn't take long. He himself would be able to break through the silver middle stage. It's just a pity that level 10 monsters aren't very common in the secret realm, or else I'd kill a few more and just take off. That, in turn, was a bit of a pity. However, level 10 wasn't easy to encounter, but level 8 or 9 monsters were easy to meet. With this thought in mind, He-chan decided to continue killing level 8 or 9 monsters within the secret territory. As for any lower level ones, He-chan couldn't look at them. Let's go over there together. He-chan came in front of Yanran Lin and invited. The other party had taken the initiative to drive himself before, and since he was an old classmate, He-chan didn't mind bringing Lin Yanyan to brush together. Okay. Witnessing what had just happened with her own eyes, Lin Yanyan's view of He-chan was impressed and became very appreciative. Impossible. That He-chan kid. How could he be so powerful? Not far away, Pan Liang's eyes reddened with disbelief. That mecha, is it really He-chan's? Gao Hui spoke. I heard someone say that he directly refined the mech after receiving it from the academy before. Could this mech be that he found a powerful mech artist to recast it? Impossible. Next to Pan Liang, a second-generation rich girl, spoke up, I was classmates with He-Ching Xue. It's not like I don't know her family's conditions. How could she afford a powerful mech casting master? Pan Liang frowned and subconsciously said, could it be that his family is an invisible rich second generation and we just don't know about it? The more he said, the more outrageous it became. Even the news that He Chen was an invisible rich second generation had gotten out. What next? Gao Hui was resigned. After all, they all thought that He Chen must be dead when he entered the secret realm. As a result, not only did the other party not die, but he easily killed a level 10 monster? Let's go. Follow them up and take a look. Pan Liang. Right. Zhang Shuai. Gao Hui looked towards the place where Zhang Shuai died. Leave him alone. He made his own death. It has nothing to do with us. Pan Liang smiled coldly. Finished speaking, he led the crowd to follow He Chen. He had too many doubts about He Chen's body. He Chen. This way. Just now, He Chen was surprised to learn a piece of good news. Yanran Lin's mecha actually had the fluctuation of automatically scanning the vital signs of monsters within the surrounding environment. In other words, she could help herself quickly find more monsters within the secret territory. Go. The two immediately traveled. Rock Python, LV. 9. A moment later, what appeared in front of the two was a cave. And within the cave, a group of snake-like monsters with spots were coiled. Very good. He Chen laughed, and immediately maneuvered Mechagodzilla to charge over. With a fling, he directly took out 3 or 4 rock pythons. The rest were punched one by one. In less than a minute, the rock pythons in the cave were exterminated cleanly. There was no way around it. A silver rank Mechagodzilla's defensive properties were far from being broken by small monsters of this level. He Chen stood still and let them bite. Even if they lost all their teeth, they wouldn't be able to break Mechagodzilla's defense. So fierce, single-handedly killing a bunch of level 9 monsters? Having seen how powerful He Chen was, many people chose to follow He Chen, thinking to see if they could pick up the slack. As a result, they overthought it. He Chen single-handedly and directly killed a group of level 9 secret realm monsters single-handedly. The crowd was once again left dumbstruck. This naturally included Pan Liang. However, he didn't think that his mech was weaker than He Chen's, and he was at least capable of fighting. He Chen, is there any interest in participating in the downtown tournament to be held next week? Pan Liang slowly came from the back. In this world, it was officially forbidden for all mechs to engage in private fights, but if it was in a tournament, then it was different. Downtown tournament? Sniffing, He Chen twisted his head with interest. He had heard of this competition himself, but didn't pay much attention to it. A competition officially organized by the city. Get a good ranking, have a chance to get a generous reward, but there are many people participating. Mixed with fish and dragons. Want to get a ranking is not that easy. Lin Yanyan explained thoughtfully from the side. He Chen nodded, pondering. Lin Yanyan continued. Don't mind him. He's probably doing this because he wants to stimulate you to participate and deliberately target you when the time comes. Although he had seen how powerful He Chen was, but in Yanran Lin's opinion, there was still a gap between the mechs between He Chen and that group of rich kids. First of all, the performance of the mech was much worse. Then there was the materials used to build it, plus the energy, the hard gap in terms of values. If He Chen was targeted at that time, not to mention getting the ranking, I'm afraid that he himself would be in danger. In fact, what Pan Liang was thinking was exactly the same. He was deeply interested in He Chen's mecha. He knew that He Chen's mecha must have some special features. It would be a good time to take advantage of the downtown tournament to figure it out. Forget it, let's talk about it later. He Chen decided to put this moment aside first. The top priority was to close this small secret realm before it closed. Brush as many secret realm monsters as possible. This way, after saying her thoughts, Lin Yanyan continued to use the scanning function of the mech, finding the direction with the most secret realm monsters. Not long after, the group passed through a patch of trees, and the sky in front of them came out black. It was unknown what it was. It was only after getting closer that the opponent's stats were revealed. Black Horned Bat LV. 9. Another group of level 9 monsters? He Chen only had one thought at the moment. Getting rich. Let's play fair. Whoever kills it counts. Lin Yanyan twisted her head and smiled. Can do. He Chen responded. After the two looked at each other, they directly piloted their mechs and rushed over. Lin Yanyan's mech was an aqua blue mech. Boom boom boom. Several energy balls were launched from the mech and exploded in the air, and in the next second, the corpses of several black-horned bats fell down. He Chen, on the other hand, directly used Godzilla's light. A pillar of archetypal light carried through the sky. It swept wildly through the air, leaving the black-horned bats without even a place to hide. Shit! Yanran Lin was dumbfounded. He-Chen's laser actually directly annihilated all the black-horned bats before stopping. This was too lousy, right? Ha ha ha. He-Chen smiled faintly. It was agreed that whoever kills it will be counted as whoever kills it, so I'll be polite. After saying that, his gaze fell to the fallen objects all over the ground. Black-horned bats belong to a swarm of monsters. Once they appear, it's a large group. Your harvest this time isn't small. Lin Yanran couldn't help but be envious. You picked up copper coins successfully. You picked up C-grade mecha knee guard material successfully. You picked up a bottle of mecha fine lubricant. You picked up experience value X960. The various drops dazzled the eyes. The eaters who were around trying to pick up the drops. People went numb. This is too violent, isn't it? Such a large group of black-horned bats, all at once in seconds? What they originally thought was to look for those monsters that were beaten half to death, and then rushed up to fill in the gap. It turns out, in He-Chen's place, there is no such thing as a breath of fresh air. It was all direct seconds, the kind where no dregs were left. Continue. He-Chen and Lin Yanyan glanced at each other, and the two of them had a very tacit understanding. Lin Yanyan continued to open the scanning system. Suddenly, Lin Yanyan froze. What's wrong? He-Chen was curious. I detected that there's a large group of very powerful life fluctuations in the southwest direction, and many of the monsters there are, even more powerful than the Earth Sand Dragons from before. Really? 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 Lin Yanran was a little unsure. Small secret realm. How could there be an existence stronger than a level 10 monster? Was the system malfunctioning? Perhaps. Is there an unknown special area in the secret realm? Special area refers to the various large-small secret realm. There is a very small probability of randomly appearing in the special area. The strength of the monsters in this area far exceeded the grade level of the secret realm. It's a very over-modeled existence, generally entering the secret realm trial matches. Even if they know that there is a special area exists, they will not set foot in it. This was because the risk was high and the mortality rate was terrifyingly high. Go take a look. He-Chen sniffed and immediately decided to. No, it's too dangerous. Let's just forget about it. This time, Lin Yanran even beat a retreat. Unless the team goes. When something happens, everyone will come out together. Lin Yanyan finished twisting her head to look at the back. However, most people looked at each other in dismay, then turned away one after another. Lin Yanyan sighed. She knew it would be like this. What about you? The gaze then landed on Pan Liang. Pan Liang was a bit timid. The level 10 Earth Sand Dragon from before had killed Zhang Shuai in seconds. There might be monsters more powerful than the Earth Sand Dragon present ahead. Going would be tantamount to sending death. Forget it, let's stop here. Pan Liang had no choice but to harden his heart. Face could never be more important than life. You guys go back first. I'll go check it out myself. Seeing this, He-Chen put down a sentence and then headed in the direction that Lin Yanran had mentioned. He-Chen, Lin Yanyan shouted anxiously. This kid, does he really want to die? Gao Hui, Pan Liang muttered in his heart. Why don't we go and take a look? Then the two of them clicked together, along with a few rich second-generation friends, and followed them. If it really didn't work out, when the time came, they would just run away. And anyway, with He-Chen at the front, they had the time to escape. On the other hand, it was also because they were curious about the unknown area that appeared in the secret realm. It was just the right time to get a long view. Soon, He-Chen stopped at the entrance of a cave shrouded in black mist. Within this cave, is it the secret realm's special area? He-Chen asked curiously. Generally, within the secret realm, the appearance of special areas was small and rare, and it was very rare to encounter them. Killing the monsters inside would have a high probability of obtaining treasure chest rewards. Although it was a small secret area, one could at least get a bronze treasure chest, which could open out quite a few good things. There was even a chance of getting high-level mech accessories. When the time comes, take it back and refine it. Then upgrade Mechagodzilla. The combat power could be raised by another large margin. Yes. Lin Yanran spoke apprehensively. You really plan to go in? He-Chen nodded and entered directly without looking back. There was a blackness before his eyes. Opening his eyes again, He-Chen found himself deep in the dark cave congregation. There was a fluorescent light emanating from a fungus-like plant in the surroundings that could illuminate the surroundings. It was dark, damp and depressing. This was He-Chen's first impression upon entering this place. Be careful. Suddenly, Lin Yanyan, who had entered the cave one step later, realized that above the cave, a basketball-sized spider suddenly pounced on He-Chen with its fangs outstretched. Black Poison Spider LV. 12th level Black Poison Spider. Lin Yanyan, along with Pan Liang and the others who came in from behind to watch the fun, all of their faces changed. It's actually a level 12 monster? One bite down and I'm afraid the mech would have to crack on the spot, right? However, Lin Yanyan's words had just fallen. He-Chen maneuvered the mech with a twist of his head and held the black poison spider in his hands. Immediately, he exerted a slight force. Poof! The black poison spider directly exploded into blood mist. Another spike. The expressions of Pan Liang and the others were as if they had seen a ghost at this moment. In a breeze, he actually killed another level 12 monster in seconds. He-Chun. Lin Yanran was all too shocked to speak this time. Oh, although this thing is aggressive and has a special toxin that infects the mecha system, it's fragile itself. So you got it in a second? Pan Liang and the others looked at each other. If it was a low-level monster, then it was understandable. They could do it. But this was level 12. Hello. Yen, if I remember correctly, there are Lord-level monsters in the special area where the secret realm appears? Throwing away the corpse of the black poison spider in his hand, He-Chen turned his gaze towards Yen Ranlin. If he remembered correctly, it was highly possible for lords to appear within unknown regions. A lord-class boss within a small secret area was usually level 15. He-Chen was thinking that if he was lucky enough to encounter a lord today, then it would be really hairy. Your scanning system, can it scan the general location of where the lord is? Can't. Lin Yanran shook her head. My monster life detector can only detect low-level monsters. Those above level 10 won't be able to do so for now, but I'll be upgrading my mech with accessories soon, so it shouldn't be a problem then. He-Chen sighed. Since this was the case, it seemed that one could only slowly search for them on their own. Generally speaking, Lord-level monsters exist in the depths of special areas. He-Chun, you wouldn't be thinking. Just after this idea was born, Lin Yanran immediately dismissed it, because this idea was too crazy. The Lord monsters of the small secret realm were at least level 15 existences. Could it be that He-Chen was planning to take on the lords? Well, I want to try and see if I can kill the secret realm lord. He-Chen nodded expressionlessly. At those words, the corners of Lin Yanyan's and the rest of the crowd's mouths twitched, thinking that He-Chen must be crazy. Let's go. Since the lords are usually in the depths of the abyss, head inside and try your luck. The special region, too, had an individual name, the name Secret Abyss, and lord-level monsters could only be encountered with a greater chance in the depths of the abyss. The cave was dark and narrow. It was quiet, and the walls of the cave were permeated with fluorescent light, exuding an aura of danger everywhere. It didn't take long. The crowd came to a spacious cave with another huge pool of black water in the center, and if they wanted to pass through, they had to cross over the pool of water. A 13th level killing crocodile? He-Chen frowned, subconsciously looking towards the center of the water pool where no, it should be a group of crocodiles to be precise. Killer crocodile LV. 13. Pan Liang Gao Hui and the 4 or 5 rich second generation who came together to watch the fun, subconsciously took a step back, followed by sweating straight. Killer crocodiles. Archival record. This is a monster that has an extremely strong bite, and even silver rank mechs can't necessarily carry a bite. Those at the silver rank or below can bite you into scrap metal. Generally, only medium-sized secret realms had a chance of appearing. As a result, it was actually good that they ran into it in the small secret realm. In the special area of the secret realm, anything can really appear. Gao Hui subconsciously swallowed his saliva. The matter had come to this. There was no other way out. Facing a group of rank 13 killing crocodiles, today's advance could only end here. They didn't believe that He-Chen would still be able to break through with a head iron. This thought had just risen in the hearts of the crowd. He-Chen took a step and maneuvered his mech over. As a reborn person, He-Chen naturally knew how powerful this kind of killing crocodile was, but they also had a drawback. That was the very slow mobility. Mechagodzilla's efficiency of movement was enough to deal with them. After approaching a killer crocodile, He-Chen slammed his fist down, and tons of force instantly resolved it. The other killer crocodiles were startled and surrounded them. He-Chen, Lin Yanyan began to get anxious. Being surrounded by a group of level 13 killer crocodiles was tantamount to a death sentence. Pan Liang somewhat admired He-Chen's courage. It was just a pity that he didn't think He-Chen would be able to make it this time. He just couldn't believe it. He-Chen wouldn't even die from this? However, they didn't know that this was exactly what He-Chen wanted to see. After all the killer crocodiles approached, He-Chen threw his tail. Poof! Boom boom boom! Water splashed in the water pool as 4 or 5 killer crocodiles were flung out by Mechagodzilla's tail. Reaching out, the metal sharp claws grabbed the heads of the 2 killer crocodiles. With one force. Boom! The heads of the 2 murderous crocodiles were directly pinched and exploded into a spray of blood. A large amount of blood dyed the entire water pool red for this reason. The remaining killer crocodiles were blocked from sight by the scarlet red. He-Chen directly began a unilateral slaughter, punching a killer crocodile, sweeping its tail to send a piece flying. The scene was very violent and shocking. In less than 3 minutes, all the killer crocodiles in the water hole were solved by He-Chen alone. 6. 588 copper coins, Killer Croc's tooth necklace, souvenir, good leather, valuable material, Mecha Booster Fragment X3, experience value X6573. He-chan didn't expect that so many good things had actually dropped this time. A necklace of teeth and leather made from the skin of a killer crocodile? This can definitely fetch a good price when taken out for auction. Things like this belong to the more precious materials. These alone were enough for He-chan to use to improve the current conditions of his home. In addition, the large amount of experience value made He-chan notice. It was only one step away from raising himself to the silver middle stage. Within the secret abyss, there really were a lot of good things. He-chan realized that he hadn't come to the wrong place. And on the shore, 7 or 8 people watched all of this with dull eyes. The mood at this moment was hard to describe in words. Let's go. We can continue. He-chan turned his head and gave Lin Yanran a faint smile, then continued to set off. Oh. Lin Yanran reacted, nodding dully before hurriedly following in shock. The deeper they went into the abyssal cave, the more powerful the monsters they encountered became. Giant Bear, LV. 14. There was even a level 14 among them, second only to the existence of a Lord Boss. However, they were still casually killed by He-chan as if he was chopping up vegetables. Godzilla's light wasn't even used much. Don't ask. The question was this unique flesh and blood mech in the world. The quality of Mechagodzilla was simply too high. Although it was a silver beginner's rank, after some testing, He-chan found that Mechagodzilla definitely had a silver middle rank combat power. It even had the power to fight with a silver high rank. With such a terrifying combat power, Mechagodzilla naturally decided to cut down these level 10 monsters as if they were vegetables. This time, a lot of equipment, materials and experience value were dropped as well. Still a little bit short of the silver middle rank, He-chan was directly excited. Suddenly, a gust of wind and huge waves struck, and the cave shook violently. He-chan, that's... Lin Yanran pointed at the distance in surprise. He-chan followed the direction of her finger and only saw Lord of the Abyss, LV. 15. Abyssal Lord, only to see a behemoth suddenly appear in the lair within the black mist. The visual size was at least 4 or 5 meters tall, with a devastatingly powerful aura emanating from its body. The pair of eyes in the black fog that flashed with a cold green aura sent shivers down one's spine. Although he couldn't see this guy's full face, just from this shadow, it brought a powerful sense of oppression. Rumble, that guy, coming over. Pan Liang's face was ashen when he saw this, and his heart was half cold. He originally just wanted to come over to join in the fun, but he didn't expect that it would actually allow him to encounter the legendary Abyssal Lord. That pouncing aura was enough to make one's legs go weak. This is the Lord of this secret realm? He-chan's gaze curiously sized up the other party. As a reborn person, He-chan's knowledge of the secret realm was far superior to others. Knowing that killing this guy would give him a chance to obtain legendary mecha materials and even crystal cores. Run, He-chan. This guy is not easy to deal with. This time it's serious. It was different from those monsters before. Lord-level monsters with special bonus buff. It was also the deepest level of the secret realm's lord, with a terrifying batch of strength. It was 10 top geniuses like Lin Yanyan who teamed up, but they wouldn't necessarily be able to brush them down. Not to mention, Pan Liang and the others were already scared to the point where their legs were weak because it was the first time they had seen an Abyssal Lord. Run! In Pan Liang and the others' minds at this moment, there was only one thought, and that was to run away as much as possible. Suddenly, in the black mist, the gigantic shadow was completely revealed. It was a monster with a bloated body, a greenish-black surface with a layer of brown bone armor attached, its body emitting a putrid stench like it was sewn together from countless corpses. In his hand this giant bone axe. Next second, the other party charged directly towards He-chan and the others. Don't look at the bloated and clumsy body, but when it moved, its speed was not slow at all. The speed per second even reached tens of meters. In an instant, arrived in front of He-chan. Great, that guy is stalling time for us. It's fine if he dies. We should be able to escape. The corner of Pan Liang's mouth revealed a smile. It didn't matter if He-chan died. It was fine if he survived. Anyway, from the beginning, he had wanted He-chan to go to his death. It's a pity. I was quite curious about that guy's mech and was thinking of finding a chance to study it, but it seems like there's no chance. Gao Hui sighed. Speaking of this, Pan Liang all felt pity. However, there was nothing that could be done about it. That guy isn't leaving either. This is his intention to prove a hard-on. This axe goes down. I'm afraid there's no crumbs left, right? TSK, I don't dare to look down anymore. A few rich daughters shook their heads. The two sisters didn't dare to continue watching once they thought of the bloody images that would follow. However, just when everyone thought that He-chan would surely die this time, He-chan manipulated Mechagodzilla. It quickly pulled away. In terms of speed, Mechagodzilla was, indeed, inferior to this abyssal lord. Thus it only pulled away by less than 2 meters. However, was enough. He-chan smiled faintly, and inside the rack, maneuvered Mechagodzilla. Boom! This time, the power was directly pulled full. A terrifyingly extreme column of energy erupted out of Mechagodzilla's mouth. The aftermath of the energy even caused the entire cave to tremble. Rumble! The abyssal lord also raised his bone axe and directly chopped down at this time. The huge bone axe touched the Godzilla's light of power pulling full. Buzz! It instantly disintegrated and became fragments, followed by the fragments being melted by the high temperature. The core temperature of Godzilla's light, reaching thousands of degrees, can easily melt even steel. Against this kind of small secret realm, even a monster that is several times the size of a lord, it was also dimensional crushing. Yup, this was why He-chan dared to travel to the depths of the abyss alone, searching for the lords. It was because from the very beginning, He-chan knew that he was assured of victory. Roar! Godzilla's light melted the bone axe and struck the abyssal lord's chest. The abyssal lord let out a miserable howl of pain. The howl was like an evil spirit from the 18 layers of hell, making one's scalp numb. Then, in the midst of the howls, the skin and flesh of the abyssal lord's chest tore and melted, until it was directly penetrated by Godzilla's light. A large hole was made. Rumble! The corpse fell like a small mountain. A puff of smoke was raised. Phew! Inside the mech, He-chan took a deep breath. It seemed that it was just as he expected. Even a lord-level monster couldn't withstand the full-power Godzilla light. Ding! Congratulations to the host for raising his cultivation to the silver middle stage. Suddenly, an electronic synthesized voice sounded in He-chan's head. Silver middle rank? It's actually elevated to the silver middle rank? Just now, he was so excited about encountering the abyssal lord that He-chan had forgotten that he was only a little bit short of experience value. It would be enough to ascend a stage. A moment later, He-chan's heart burst with joy. Thinking back, a few days ago, he was still a bronze low-ranked mecha master who was looked down upon by everyone. It was only a few short days ago that he had promoted himself to the silver middle stage. This rate of promotion could only be described as a sudden advance. You have to know that a middle-ranked mecha master, in this age group against anyone else, it is an absolute crushing existence. The first genius of Zhongchang, Morong Yunyao, was only at the beginning of the silver stage. In other words, today's He-chan only needs to reveal his realm. It would trigger a nationwide newsquake in minutes. Without the need to continue schooling, there would be a large number of companies and even officials vying to grab him. A random annual salary of $1 million, or even 10 million was not impossible. This was the benefit of a high-level mecha master, the strength that came with it. At this time, a treasure chest that emitted a dark copper-colored luster appeared in front of He-chan. A treasure chest has dropped? He-chan's eyes lit up. This was the bronze treasure chest that he had been thinking about before. After opening it, one could obtain quite a few goodies. After He-chan picked it up, he directly chose to open it. You opened the bronze treasure chest. Congratulations on obtaining gold coins X65, 795 pieces. Grade A Mecha Operation Silo Fragment X61. Grade C Mecha Stormwind Greatsword. 1 Mech Core Crystal Core. Experience value X13589. Gold coin? This is a secret realm coin that can be exchanged for Dragon Kingdom coins. The exchange rate is 110. He-chan took a closer look, and there were a total of 65,000 gold coins. That meant that if it was exchanged, it could be exchanged for a full 600,000 Dragon Kingdom coins. For He-chan, this was a considerable amount. Although he had obtained quite a few good things that he could sell to pay back the money, but all of them would take some time to get. He-chan decided that after he went out, he would directly exchange these over 60,000 gold coins. Directly. Only after doing this did He-chan turn his head. What met his eyes was a face that was in incomparable shock and confusion. Alright, let's go. It's time to go back. Ignoring the shocked expressions of the crowd, with the secret abyss all resolved, there was no need to continue staying in the secret realm next. Some of the remaining small monsters, He-chan couldn't look at them. On the other hand, it was also because piloting a mech for a long time would put a certain load on the mind and body. He-chan wanted to go back earlier to take a rest. After saying that, He-chan directly turned around and left. After a full dozen seconds, Yen Ranlin slowed down and hurriedly followed. Although in her head, it was still the scene where He-chan killed the abyssal lord in seconds. This was definitely the most shocking thing she had seen in this year. No, precisely in this life. There wasn't one. A bronze low-level mech master killed a small secret realm. A lord monster in the secret abyss in seconds? Hey, tell me honestly, your true cultivation level. There's no way it's bronze low rank, right? Lin Yanyan managed to keep up with He-chan and hurriedly asked curiously. He-chan twisted his head to reveal a smile. You guess. Yen Ron Lin messed up for a moment, subconsciously ranting. You say it, how can I guess this? Pan Liang stood in place. Full of brains was also what had just happened. Lord Monster. It was actually a one-hit second kill as well. Of course what shocked him the most was that the explosion rate of the Lord Monster was actually so high. So many mecha accessories and precious cultivation materials. It was fine if they were available on the market. He could utilize the ability of money. But the point was that many of the good things obtained in the secret realm were rare to find on the market. Crap! A rich second generation exclaimed. He Chen has developed I'm afraid that today's harvest alone is more than the total of everyone who entered the secret realm combined. Damn! What realm is he in? Gao Hui cursed angrily. He had already realized that He Chen couldn't possibly be at the low bronze stage. Could it be that he had been faking it all along before? A discussion went on for a while. The faces of the crowd were simply uglier than eating a fly. Especially Pan Liang. He had thought that He Chen would send him to his death in the secret realm, crying and kneeling down to beg him for help. As a result, this clown was actually myself? Outside the secret realm. In the canyon of the Black Scale Mountain Range. Let me send you back. He Chen. Lin Yanran stretched out her tender white little hand and shook the car keys in her hand. Alright, thanks then. He Chen was naturally not polite. This time, Lin Yanyan had actually reaped some benefits by following herself in the secret realm. It was only at this time that Pan Liang and the others came out of the secret realm. Watching He Chen get into Lin Yanyan's car, Pan Liang wanted to say something, but in the end, not a single word could be said. On the way back, his eyes almost never left He Chen's body. Thinking back on everything that had happened before, he almost fell into a frenzy. It was not long after He Chen and the others left. Inside the valley, two young girls suddenly appeared, with beautiful appearances that if they walked down the street, they didn't know how many people would be mesmerized by them. With slender figures, they were not very old, but with a pair of long legs, they were indeed very striking. At this time, the two young girls were fully armed, wearing various protective gears, and were ready to summon their mechs. Hey, Qing Xue, you say we won't be late, right? The young girl walking on the left side with a ponytail spoke. It shouldn't be. He Qing Xue sighed. If I had known, I would have gone later to register for the downtown tournament. Yeah, for the sake of signing up. I almost mistaken the opening time of the secret realm. Su Qianer. Forget it, I have to participate in the downtown tournament anyway, and I'll be sure to get the rewards at that time. He Qing Xue clenched her fists with a confident look. Yup, this young girl was none other than He Chen's younger sister. He Qing Xue. Originally, she had planned to participate in this secret realm as well, but she had come late in order to sign up for the downtown tournament. As for why she wanted to sign up for the downtown tournament, it was naturally for the reward that was worth a lot of money. As long as we get the reward, we'll be able to improve our family's life a little bit and make things better for our family. He Qing Xue thought in her heart. Alright, let's go. We have to move fast. Su Qianer urged a sentence. The two of them quickened their pace and were about to enter the secret realm when suddenly Su Qianer received a tweet on her cell phone. Qing Xue, look. Su Qianer handed over her cell phone, and He Qing Xue curiously took a look. Surprised, she said, this secret realm, a special abyssal region has actually appeared? Wherever a secret realm appeared, it would definitely trigger widespread attention. Such a big thing had happened within the secret realm. Naturally, there would be no shortage of all sorts of reports spreading all over the place. The two naturally knew what an abyssal region represented. It represented the existence of monsters inside that were higher than the limited level of this secret realm. Both of them were excited. If they could kill those high-level monsters in the secret realm's abyss, wouldn't they be able to obtain many rewards? The two looked at each other and very tacitly understood each other's thoughts. Subsequently entering the secret realm, the two began to search for the entrance to the abyssal region. However, the secret realm was huge, and it wasn't easy to accurately find the entrance. The two searched for more than half an hour. Great, let's go. The two were full of confidence because in the academy, both of them were top geniuses, and the two had been in the same academy since elementary school, often training together. The tacit understanding was ridiculously high, although both of them were at the bronze high rank, but when they worked together, it wasn't as simple as 1 + 1, and their combat power was at least several times that of a bronze high rank. He Qing Xue was confident that she could kill a few high-level monsters within the secret abyss. Entering the entrance, coming inside a cave. However, just after entering, the two were dumbfounded. This is a level 12 monster. A black poison spider? Killed by who? He Qing Xue was immediately shocked when she took a look. Didn't a lot of people come before? It should have been killed by a group. Su Qianer guessed. When He Qing Xue thought about it, she decided to continue to take a look. However, something that shocked the two happened. The further the two went in, What they imagined to be encountering high-level monsters and then jointly decimating them did not happen, because along the way, they only saw monster corpses all over the ground. And, the way these monsters die, they all seem to be similar. Could it be from the same person? He Qingxue guessed. After saying that, the two of them directly fell into deep shock. The small secret realm, Mecha Masters after the age of 18, were unable to enter, which meant that the one who caused all of this would only be someone in the same age group as them. What kind of person could kill so many monsters above level 10 alone? A terrifying thought was born in the hearts of He Qingxue and Su Qian'er. Could it be that Zhang Cheng had produced some kind of top-tier demonic genius? Wow, there's actually someone like this. Su Qian'er couldn't help but put her hands in front of her chest, suddenly with a face of admiration. I don't know who exactly, male or female, handsome or not? He Qingxue, nymphomaniac. He Qingxue was speechless to this BFF of hers. Unsurprisingly, in this girl's heart, she was now brainstorming a drama. Alright, continue walking inside to take a look. The interest can still be a bit rewarding. He Qingxue finished speaking and took the lead towards the interior. At the same time, she couldn't help but sigh and wonder in her heart. One doesn't know what kind of person that genius is. Exactly? On the one hand, naturally, he also thought of that indisputable brother at home, also about the same age. Someone could be a genius to such an extent, killing indiscriminately within the secret abyss, but that brother of his own, he was still stuck at the bronze beginner cultivation level, being looked down upon by everyone. How good would it be if that old brother of his could be this powerful at some point? Thinking this way, He Qingxue's heart was more or less filled with a bit of hatred. A hint of sadness surfaced on her delicate face. Next, the two went one deeper, but a scene that made the two dumbfounded appeared. The secret deep courtyard was full of monster corpses. One could see them after walking a few steps. However, there just wasn't a single living one to be seen, and even in the end, the two saw the Abyssal Lord's corpse that had already collapsed and decayed. This time, the two were completely shocked. However, no matter how they thought about it, they couldn't believe that someone at this stage of mechs could single-handedly kill an Abyssal Lord. So subconsciously thought, this Lord monster, someone must have formed a group to finally kill it. Right, that must be it. But that was it, and it was enough to shock the hearts of the two. The fact that the other party had cooperated to kill the Abyssal Lord meant that the strength of this group of people, too, was very strong. Damn it. Walking out from the shock, Su Qian'er's small feet stomped. It seemed that this time it was a wasted trip. Regrettably, the two could only hit the road back home. Leaving from the Black Scale mountain range, Lin Yanran drove the sports car and gradually drove into the city, suddenly stopping the car in front of a material store. What's wrong? He Chen twisted his head curiously. You got such mecha materials in the secret realm. Aren't you going to sell them? Lin Yanran asked curiously, gesturing to the mecha material store next to her. Mecha materials were good things, but there were too many of them for an individual to use up, and most people would choose to sell, not for sale. It's still useful to keep. Lin Yanyan thoughtfully asked herself, thinking of this point, but He Chen still refused. These materials, he was still planning to turn around and refine and recast them for upgrading Mechagodzilla. By the way, do you plan to participate in the downtown tournament to be held next week? On the way back, Lin Yanran thought of another important thing. It was, previously, she had advised He Chen not to attend, or else he would definitely be targeted by Pan Liang's group. But now, she had changed her mind. He Chen had actually single-handedly killed an Abyssal Lord. With such strength, there was no need to worry about being targeted at all, and she even thought that He Chen would definitely get a good ranking whenever he participated. Let's talk about it later. He Chen hadn't thought about it for the moment, so he didn't give a definite answer. Alright then, if you want to participate, you can contact me and I can help you contact the organizer. Lin Yanyan said boldly. Okay, thanks. He Chen knew that with Lin Yanyan's family's background strength, contacting the organizer was really nothing to her. Even letting her family smash some money, the rules could be made by then. This is the benefit of being rich and powerful. Where is your home? I'll send you back. Lin Yanran had nothing to do idly. No, just find a place to park. I'll just take a taxi back myself. He Chen politely refused. People had sent themselves back. It's a bit embarrassing to be sent home again. Be polite with me. Lin Yanran reveals a nice smile. We're also considered old classmates. Why are you still being outgoing with me? Seeing that she was so enthusiastic, He Chen couldn't continue to push back. He could only say his home address. In fact, Lin Yanyan did this, undeniably, partly because she wanted to make good relations with He Chen. After all, she had seen He Chen's terrifying strength with her own eyes. Knowing that this was going to continue in the future, He Chen's achievements were unimaginable. he would definitely become a hot favorite, an existence that countless people would vie with each other to draw in. And this world, after all, was a world dominated by mecha masters. Therefore, Lin Yanran did this. In fact, he was trying to leave a good impression on He-Chen in advance, in order to facilitate the drawing together in the future. This morning, He-Chen was also tired enough. After returning home, see mom and dad are not at home, directly back to the room to sleep and rest. It wasn't until noon that he was called up for lunch. It was worth mentioning, He-Chen didn't inform anyone about going to the secret realm. That is, mom and dad and his younger sister, He-Ching Xue, didn't know that he had gone to the secret realm in the morning. It was mainly because He-Chen considered it. If he told them, they would definitely worry that he had just promoted to the bronze high rank, and that his strength was unstable for fear of danger, and prevented himself from going on the grounds that he had just promoted to the bronze high rank. Ching Xue, how was it? In the secret realm, nothing unexpected happened, right? At the dining table, Dad, he asked with concern. Don't mention it. Speaking of this, He-Ching Xue had a belly full of fire. We heard that in this small secret realm, an abyssal area was born, and we were thinking of going with my friends to brush a few high-level monsters, but who knows that we went in only to find that all the monsters inside had been let out. He-Ching Xue put the things in the secret realm. A stream of brain said it out. It was also to vent out the emotions in her heart. Jiang Chang actually produced this kind of genius? After he dad and he mom heard this, the two of them fell into shock. Yeah, I'm also curious as to who it could be. He-Ching Xue frowned, not having the slightest intention of eating. Only He-Chen silently lowered his head and ate seriously. A trace of an imperceptible smile passed out from the corner of his mouth. He-Ching Xue left the house early in the morning and went elsewhere. He-Chen originally thought that she wasn't going to participate. But it's my fault. I went to apply for a spot in the downtown tournament before going late. He-Ching Xue gave a helpless sigh. You're planning to participate in the downtown tournament? He dad looked over. Aha! He-Ching Xue nodded. If I can get a place, as long as I'm in the top 10, the prize money will be at least $100,000. He-Chen was surprised and looked at his sister. Only then did he realize that He-Ching Xue had gone late in order to register for the downtown tournament. It was also because of this that the two happened to miss the time to go to the secret realm together. It seems that this younger sister of her own was really planning to carry this family alone. After all, in her mind, she, who was her brother, was just a waste. But what He-Ching Xue didn't know was, He-Chen nowadays had long been a silver mid-stage mecha master. After finishing the meal, after He-Chen returned to his room, he habitually unlocked the door to his room. This was because he still had one more important thing to do. I've obtained quite a few materials from the secret realm this time, so it's time to upgrade the mech. A murmur escaped his mouth. He-Chen immediately entered the mecha space. In fact, the owner of the mecha space was allowed to enter the mecha space. Otherwise, the late-stage mechs that didn't move were as big as a dozen meters. Dozens of meters. Under normal circumstances, it was simply difficult to summon it. The Mech Godzilla that had been upgraded to the silver middle stage was even larger, reaching about 5 meters in size, weighing more than 30 tons. If it was summoned out in a room, the ceiling would be toppled through. Inside the rack space, He-Chen surveyed Mechagodzilla with an excited expression. It looks even more domineering than before, larger in size. The energy reactor in front of its chest was more energetic, and the surface of the mech emitted a luster that became deeper. The pair of claws looked like they were made up of a sharp steel blade. It was as if it could easily tear apart anything in front of it. A large mouth was strewn with chilling fangs, sending shivers down one's spine. He-Chen estimated, although it was only a silver middle stage, but Mechagodzilla's strength was at least at the level of the silver high rank. This was because mechas of different qualities corresponded to different combat strengths. Suddenly, He-Chen saw a future preview button on Mechagodzilla's head. What is this? He-Chen remembered that normal mechs didn't have this function. Could it be added by the system? Thinking of this, He-Chen immediately clicked to view it. Subsequently, something unbelievable happened. Behind Mechagodzilla, a shadow quickly emerged. In the blink of an eye, a behemoth that was hundreds of meters tall and resembled a building appeared in front of He-Chen. Epic Mechagodzilla. Height, 150 meters. Weight, 700,000 tons. Configuration, rocket propulsion device. Titanium alloy skeleton. Body frame is a T1 nanoscale metal skeleton shell. Metal dorsal fin for loading drones. Loaded circular saws with jaws that can rotate 360 degrees. Plasma fists. Jaw grinder. Violent meat grinder. Drill tails. Sharp bits that can rotate at high speeds to penetrate everything. Missile launch system. Godzilla mecha equipped with 2 sets of 16 units of missile launchers on its shoulders. There are also 3 hidden sets of 4-cell missile launchers on the chest. Must kill, proton scream, explodes with the might of the king of monsters, shocking all beasts and destroying everything. Future premonition? Epic Godzilla? He-Chen wasn't stupid, and recognized at a glance that this was Mechagodzilla evolving to its final and ultimate form. That is, becoming an epic mecha. He-Chen didn't expect that the system would actually give such a function. Was this to motivate himself to upgrade as soon as possible? It was quite interesting. He-Chen began to carefully check out the parameters of the epic Mechagodzilla. First was the appearance. 150 meters tall, with a weight of 700,000 tons. Almost everywhere it went, it was destroyed. There was nothing that could resist such a behemoth. Secondly, the various devices that made Mechagodzilla's performance also reached a terrifying point. Parameters. The system didn't show it, but He-Chen had a hunch. Godzilla in this form was completely enough to destroy the sky and the earth. Even those insect clans that destroyed human civilization at the end in the memories of his previous life could only be rubbed on the ground by the epic Mechagodzilla. Soon. System. These devices. How do I obtain them? He-Chen asked curiously. Back to the host. It needs to be refined by the host with mecha materials, and the system will automatically recast them based on the materials you refined. He-Chen nodded. So that was it. It just so happened that he had obtained quite a few mecha materials from the secret realm this time. If he refined them all, I wonder if he could recast one of Mechagodzilla's accessories. Afterwards, He-Chen immediately refined all the materials he obtained from the secret realm. Refining completed. All materials detected. Enough for the host to build a rocket propulsion device. Is it built immediately? The system's voice quickly sounded. Rocket propulsion device? This device could greatly enhance Mechagodzilla's agility. Thus He-Chen immediately chose to build it. Building in progress. Please wait patiently for the host. He-Chen had been waiting patiently for half an hour. Ding! The rocket propulsion device has been built. Is it to be installed immediately? Installation object, Mechagodzilla. Yes. He-Chen came to be energized. A moment later, only a rocket booster appeared out of nowhere at Godzilla's rear spine. On Mechagodzilla's attribute bar, 2 more attributes appeared out of thin air. Flight, capable of short flight. Speed, 98 meters per second. Able to fly and at a speed of 100 meters per second? Unintelligible. One could only say unintelligible. Originally, Godzilla's parameters had crushed all mechs of the same level. Now with the addition of the propulsion device, it made He-Chen think of one word. Like a tiger adding wings. Right. How do I unlock this big move? He-Chen returned his attention back to the parameter bar where the big move was. Since it was a big move, it definitely wouldn't be bad. So He-Chen wanted to unlock it as soon as possible. Back to the host. The required material is Earth Core Energy Crystal Core. Geocentric Energy Crystal Core. It was the most powerful energy source in this world, bar none. He-Chen didn't expect that trying to unlock it would actually require this level of material. It's no wonder that the Godzilla mech, as the top black tech mech in this world, the unique flesh and blood mech, requires a source of energy that naturally can't be provided by the kind of waste materials like crystal iron, geocentric crystal cores and crystal iron. It was like gasoline and aerospace fuel, not on the same level. He-Chen sighed. If that was the case, things would be a bit tricky. This was because the difficulty of trying to get a geocentric energy crystal core was very high. It was in his previous life. He himself had to fight his way to the late stage before he had the chance to obtain it. This kind of thing was a very rare existence even in the black market, so the idea of trying to get it by money, it was also unlikely to be realized. In addition, He-Chen suddenly thought of an important thing. That was, generally when a mech reaches the later stages, after the mech officially steps into the epic level, the energy needed could only be obtained from the core of the earth. But that was still just ordinary mechs, judging by the quality of Mechagodzilla. Not to mention entering the epic level. I'm afraid that when it reaches the gold level mecha, there would be a lack of energy, or even a situation where the energy is completely supplied to the mech. In other words, Mechagodzilla, when it was unable to be driven at that time, it would be undoubtedly the same as scrap metal. For a while, He-Chen's mood was a bit complicated. Like 10,000 alpacas crashing through his heart. It can't be helped. There seems to be a downside to having a mech that is too high in quality. That being said, it was more or less Versailles, but it was undeniably true. Ding dong! The cell phone placed in his pocket suddenly emitted a vibration, and He-Chen picked it up to see that it was a message from Yen Ranlin. Since the two were old classmates, their contact information was definitely there, and seeing what Lin Yan sent herself, He-Chen immediately brightened up. The first place reward in the downtown tournament is actually an Earth Core Crystal Core? After reading it, He-Chen was directly ecstatic. It was. The message sent by Lin Yan was precisely the rules and rewards of this downtown tournament. because Lin Yanyan knew that He Chen's family wasn't very good, and if he won a place in this downtown race, he would be able to get a generous reward. In Lin Yanran's opinion, with He Chen's strength to get the rankings, it is simply easy. In fact, it was also indirectly helping He Chen. Thanks, I'm going to participate. Please enroll me, He Chen immediately replied. If it was a monetary reward, or anything else, it wouldn't be so attractive to He Chen. But if the first place could get the Earth Core energy crystals, then He Chen had to participate. In this way, the core problem after Mechagodzilla would be the same as solving most of it for the time being. But of course, the prerequisite is to get the first place, because only the first place was rewarded with a Geode Crystal Energy Crystal Core. Shouldn't be a problem. He Chen was still confident in his own strength. Besides, the purpose of this downtown tournament, it was mainly to select teenage geniuses from all over the world, mecha masters with potential. So not just anyone could participate, only those under the age of 18 could. At this stage, most people were at the middle bronze stage, and a few geniuses could reach the high stage. A genius among geniuses like Morong Yunyao, it was only at the early silver stage. Moreover, Mechagodzilla's strength nowadays was able to kill Lord-level monsters in seconds. Without any surprises, the downtown tournament would be nothing more than a one-sided massacre of one's own. Next, it's not too early. After washing up, He Chen laid down on the bed and fell asleep in a short while. It had been a long time since he had slept so peacefully. The next day, he woke up. After eating breakfast, He Chen brought his younger sister, He Qingxue, and headed straight to the academy. It was because classes were going to be held today. I tried my mech last night. It's too fierce. A big stone that's over a meter big. Smashed it in 2 punches. Crap, you're actually so willing to give it up. I can't even bear to use my mech for a test that's too violent. What are you afraid of? The mech itself is for fighting. Looks like yours is an attack-type mecha. My attack isn't too good, but my defense is good. So am I a defensive mech? Yes, although there is no clear classification of mechs in this regard, many mechs do have innate differences in this regard. Inside the academy, everyone was excitedly discussing their mechs. After all, yesterday was the first day of receiving a mech. Many people were in a very excited mood. He Chen came all the way to the classroom and found his seat to sit down. Why did you just come? He Chen's deskmate was a fat guy. The same guy who was there before when the teachers were all planning to scratch off He Chen's spot in the college entrance exam. The one who stood out to speak on his behalf. The two had a good relationship. One of He Chen's few diehards in school. Oh, got up late. He Chen smiled while putting his book bag into his desk. Let me tell you. Gao Shuo came over with a gossipy face and said, that Zhang Yang from our class, didn't he receive a high-level mech yesterday? You don't know how powerful that mech is. After a simple parameter test, it's several times more powerful than my bronze middle-order mech. I don't know. It was said that after school yesterday, someone who didn't like it and wanted to look for Zhang Yang, was directly disabled by Zhang Jia's mech. Oh, He Chen smiled. There's still this? Yes, I finally understand why so many people say that the difference in realms is dimensional crushing. Gao Shuo had an envious face. I also wonder when I can experience this bronze high-level mecha. Out of the blue. Sooner or later. He Chen twisted his head. Not surprised. In the case where the quality was the same and not too far off, a battle across levels was something that simply couldn't be fought. There was no doubt that a low-realm mech would be completely crushed. Those people who had the courage to challenge Zhang Yang were somewhat courageous. By the way, Guo Tiangui's mech is also very powerful, although it's a middle rank like us. But don't you know that when the attack performance was tested, the value was more than double that of a mech of the same rank? This quality is simply unbeatable. Gao Shuo continued to tisk and tsk. However, speaking here, he realized something at once. Subsequently, casting a sympathetic gaze over to He Chen, you said that although you only received a bronze low-rank mech yesterday, but at least there, you refined it on impulse. If you can't find a mech foundry master to recast it for you subsequently. The latter words weren't finished, but the meaning was already obvious. It also meant that He Chen would not be able to summon a mecha in the Mecha Academy. It would be an invalid. It wasn't just Gao Shuo who felt this way. In fact, many people in the school felt this way. In response, He Chen just smiled. He didn't say anything because there was no need to explain. It didn't take long. The mentor walked into the classroom, and the chaotic atmosphere instantly quieted down to start class. Because of his rebirth, the academy is currently learning these things. For He Chen, he had already known it like the back of his hand. So it doesn't matter if he listens or not, because he is bored and spends most of his time in a daze, thinking about how to quickly improve himself and upgrade his mech. The day passed quickly. In the evening after school, Gao Shuo suddenly pulled He Chen. Don't go yet. I'll take you to see a good show in a while. What good show? He-Chen glanced at him suspiciously. You'll know in a moment. Come with me first. Gao Shuo was mysterious. Not long after, He-Chen was brought to the playground. At this moment, the playground was surrounded by hundreds of people. It was spectacular. What is it? He-Chen patted Gao Shuo's shoulder, not knowing what kind of drugs this kid was selling. That Zhang Yang from our class. He's got another date to compete today. Are you sure you don't want to take a look? Gao Shuo laughed. He-Chen. In fact, He-Chen really wasn't interested, but he had come, so it was good to take a look, only to see the middle of the playground. A boy with slanting bangs and not so fabulous clothes was standing there. This person was none other than Zhang Yang, who was also the only owner of a high-grade bronze mech within He-Chen's class at the moment. On the other side were a few punks from the academy. All of them were mid-bronze ranked mechs. Good guy. This is planning to fight one with three. Gao Shua's eyes lit up. In his opinion, there was still a chance for three to fight one. After all, there was an absolute advantage in numbers. Most people thought the same way. But only He-Chen knew that this one should be won by Zhang Yang without any surprises. Soon, both sides summoned their mechs. The moment Zhang Yang's mecha came out, it immediately triggered a large number of girls to scream in shock. Herself became his little fangirls. So handsome. Is this a high-level mech? The next step is silver. Zhang Yang should be one of the top mechs in our school now, right? Both sides took a moment to prepare and the battle officially began. The three of them charged straight ahead, intending to attack together to catch Zhang Yang off guard. However, they had clearly underestimated the extent of the crushing between mecha ranks. The moment the three rushed up, He-Chen also knew that there was no need to watch on. Sure enough, boom! With a loud bang, Zhang Yang fired an energy round that instantly blasted the trio away. He-Chen shook his head. He knew that the three bronze intermediate ranked mechs would just go head-on against a high-ranked mech. The result would only be a defeat. As it turned out, that was indeed the case. Of course, in He-Chan's opinion, if the three of them wanted to beat Zhang Yang, they actually did not have no chance at all. It just required a high level of cooperation and sufficient understanding of their own mechs, bringing the fighting power of the mechs to its fullest extent. Holy shit, it's over? I didn't even react. And you're telling me it's over? What's the situation? The gap is too big, isn't it? It didn't even take a single hit, and it was resolved just like that? Is this the power of a bronze high-grade mecha? It's too perverted. If this is this powerful, then how powerful must a silver-ranked mecha be? Needless to say, Zhongchang has a population of 10 million, and I'm afraid that within 100 years of arriving at the silver rank before the age of 18, we can count them all. To He-Chan, this scene was expected, but it brought a complete shock to the others. One would have thought that there would be a battle. 3 against 1. At least how? It shouldn't be killed in seconds, right? As a result, Zhang Yang, is it convenient to add a contact? Do you have a girlfriend? Do you mind having one more? Little brother Zhang Yang, let's have dinner together sometime. Many girls were not calm anymore, and they all went forward to ask for contact information, all wanting to leave an impression on Zhang Yang. After all, with Zhang Yang's current strength, his future achievements would definitely not be low. It was also considered as an early thigh hug. This scene caused a lot of boys around them to feel envious and jealous, but there was nothing they could do about it. In a world like this, strength meant everything. Well, want to do it again? Zhang Yang stepped forward in his mech and looked at the several people who had fallen to the ground. Their mechs nearly scrapped. No. The trio hurriedly shook their heads. Their arrogance just now disappeared and they became honest. Didn't you say just now that you would finish me off in the downtown tournament? Ha ha ha. Zhang Yang laughed out loud. The crowd realized that the reason that made them fight was because of the downtown tournament. So it was caused by the downtown tournament. I was planning to participate in it, but I never thought that Zhang Yang was going to participate in it as well. So I guess I'd better forget about it. Then I'll forget it too. I mustn't get fucked up when I meet him. It's a pity about those three's mechs. There was a lot of talk around. It seemed the influence of the downtown tournament was much greater than He-Chen expected. Even so many people in the academy were thinking about it. It had to be said, Zhang Yang's mecha was indeed very strong. However, He-Chan's mecha Godzilla was no match for him. There is no need to worry about that. After continuing to watch for a while, He-Chen left first. If you have the time to watch the show, why don't you go home and practice for a while longer, and strive to advance to the high silver level as soon as possible, and then formally step into the gold level. Become a gold stage mecha master. Of all the stages, gold mecha master, it could be said to be a watershed in a mecha master's strength. The increase in strength was not just one level. At the school entrance, He-Chen was preparing to take a taxi home. Normally, He-Chen definitely wouldn't be so extravagant and would have to save. But last night, He-Chen exchanged all the copper coins and gold coins he got from the secret realm into Dragon Kingdom coins. Adding it all up, there was a small million. 18 years old with a small treasury of 1 million. The current He-Chen was definitely a super rich man among his peers. Next, He-Chen's plan was to find a suitable time to find a reasonable reason to give this money to his parents, so as to alleviate the pressure on the family. As he was standing on the side of the road waiting, suddenly, in the alley next to him, something moved to catch He-Chen's attention. Don't come over, all of you. Do you know who my father is? He-Chen subconsciously came over, only to see a girl wearing a short JK skirt, white knee-high socks, dressed very exquisitely, being forced into a corner by several punks. He-Chen recognized the watch and necklace on the young girl's hands. They were all brand names. Any one of them was up to several $100,000. Still a rich girl? He-Chen was a bit surprised. So what if I know? Can your father still fly over to save you now? Ha 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 ha. A few punks forced the girl into a corner with complete pride. This made the young girl lose her color. Wait, don't do it here first. There are too many people. Take it to other places and play nicely. One of them was just about to make a move, but was suddenly stopped by the person next to him. The other person thought about it, and immediately prepared to knock the young girl out and take her away first. A sound of footsteps came from behind them. The two of them turned their heads and saw an unfamiliar youth, standing in the distance looking at them with a cold expression. None of your business. If you're sensible, get lost. One of them, the man with a scar on his forehead, said angrily. He thought it was a vigilante on patrol. It turned out to be a rash youth. So naturally, he couldn't scare him. However, He-Chen didn't move a muscle, and in the next moment, took the initiative to walk towards the alley. You want to die? Scarface was furious and opened his mecha space. Boom! A lime green mech was summoned out. The quality was average, but he was a gold-ranked mecha master. He-Chen's age was at most bronze stage in his opinion. How could he fight him? Another person also summoned a mecha. Again, it was also of the low gold rank. Mecha Godzilla. He-Chen called out under his breath as he walked. Mecha Godzilla's figure emerged from the void. Although Scarface and the others were gold-ranked mecha masters, their mechs were only about 4 meters. On the other hand, He-Chen's Mecha Godzilla, although it was a silver middle rank, was a full 5 meters. The huge size just surfaced, making the two Scarface men dumbfounded. This is a bronze rank mech? It's too exaggerated, right? There was a kind of vestigial feeling of facing a 1 meter 8 kindergarten. It's just a good-looking one, but they thought that perhaps He-Chen's mecha was intentionally built to be so ostentatious, just to scare people. Boom boom boom. The two maneuvered their mechs and rushed forward. The gold-ranked mecha, its weight had reached nearly 100 tons. The ground shook like a mountain when they walked, just in time to try out the latest rocket propulsion. He-Chen smiled. After the upgrade was completed last night, He-Chen had been wanting to try it out. But nay, he didn't have the chance. Unexpectedly, today, the opportunity was delivered right in front of him. Buzz! The rocket propeller behind Mechagodzilla instantly activated, pushing Mechagodzilla dozens of meters into the air. The next moment, it opened its huge mouth. A white column of energy light pierced through the sky and fell from the sky. From a distance, this scene was spectacular. It attracted people from several nearby streets to stop and watch. The destructive Godzilla light fell towards the ground, where Scarface and the others were. The two of them looked startled, feeling the terrifying power. Their bodies sweat straight. This was the energy that a bronze mech could release? The two were wide-eyed and dumbfounded. Both of them were dumbfounded, subconsciously forgetting to even operate the mech. They were hit head-on by Godzilla's light. Rumble! A deep crater was blasted out of the ground, and the two men's mechs directly flew backwards tens of meters away. After landing on the ground, the mech automatically disintegrated, allowing the two Scarface men to roll out from inside the mech. Cough cough cough. The two men looked wretched and filled with fear. Then they shouted, their expressions more terrified than seeing a ghost, and fled in a hasty manner in the other direction. Seconds? He-Chen closed the rocket booster to fall to the ground. He didn't expect that by borrowing the rocket booster, the other party didn't even touch himself before he was given seconds. It's a bit unbearable. Are you alright? Retrieving his mecha back into mecha space, He-Chen took 2 steps and came in front of the girl. It's fine. Thank you. The young girl's pupils shrunk slightly as she looked at He-Chen with a shocked expression. He-Chen had actually, by himself, fought off those 2 men? The other party was a gold-ranked mecha master, and He-Chen should be bronze rank anyways, right? In the middle of the young girl's unbelievable thoughts, He-Chen had already turned around and was ready to leave. Because there were already quite a few onlookers gathered outside the alleyway entrance, He-Chen didn't want to cause any trouble. Wait. Seeing this, the young girl immediately got up and followed. Thank you for saving me. My name is Chen Yi. Chen-yi? He-Chen frowned. Chen's group. That group's $1,000 Miss Chen-yi? Yes. Chen-yi nodded and straightened her messy hair. Just now. If it really wasn't you, I really don't know what to do. It's okay. He-Chun didn't expect that the other party was actually the Chen-jin of the Chun group. No wonder she was covered in designer labels. Chen's group was a company that specialized in mecha materials. In Zhangchang, it was one of the top companies. Even in the whole country, this company ranked high. Do you know Yen Ran Lin? He-Chen asked curiously. Lin Yanyan's family's company and Chen's group had cooperation, and they were also both in the same school, so they might know each other. Know each other? We're still on good terms. Chen-yi nodded, confirming He-Chan's guess. In that case, do those people just now know your identity? No and still dare? He-Chen only felt a little strange. As a matter of fact, for a young lady like Chen-yi, ordinary people would definitely not dare to make a move after knowing her name. Otherwise, they must not be able to get away with it afterward. Chen-yi's father could use all his energy to lift up the other party's entire family? The fact that the other party dared to be so arrogant made He-Chen realize that there was only one possibility. That was the other party's background. I'm afraid it's not simple either. By the way, I suspect that they did it on purpose. Speaking of this, Chen-yi was also a bit aggrieved. Her family had always protected her too well, letting Chen-yi fight from a young age. She had always been a flower growing in a greenhouse. But Chen-yi was more self-reliant and didn't want to receive too much special treatment this way. So to the housekeeper who originally came to pick her up proposed that today they go back. After begging for half a day, her father agreed. But she didn't expect that it would be today that she would run into that kind of thing. That's right. You saved me. And they remembered your appearance. They will definitely look for you to take revenge afterward. You must be careful. Thinking of this, Chen-yi urged with a face of fear. He-Chen had saved her. It would be bad if she in turn dragged He-Chen down because of this. Don't worry. Nothing will happen. The other party dared to come. He-Chen would be able to make the other party limp back. The two chatted while walking, quickly getting acquainted, because He-Chen realized that this girl was actually a chatterbox. Logically speaking, shouldn't this kind of rich girl from a rich family be very high-strung? Right. What's your name? Chen-yi suddenly asked curiously. He-Chen. Thank you again for saving me. Then I have a card here. You take it first. The password is 6 9s. I'll have someone call $1 million into the card later, as a thank you gift for saving me. Chen-yi said while handing over a black bank card. Okay. He-Chen answered and didn't excuse himself, directly taking the card in his hand and accepting it quite frankly. He himself was lacking money right now. What's more, this money he should indeed receive. Otherwise, Chen-yi might have been taken away by them by now, and then the children were not suitable. Chen-yi was very good looking, with delicate features, fair skin, and so tender that she could pinch out water. The most important thing was the confident temperament that was cultivated from below. Take a picture at random. It is a poster-like existence. It is better looking than many female stars. It was hard to imagine what kind of devastation she would go through without herself. And the way this girl was dressed today, JK with white knee-high socks, it gave off a very lustful feeling. Does it look good? Noticing He-Chen's gaze sizing herself up, Chen-yi was actually a little shy for a moment. Cough cough. He-Chen coughed. Ha 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 ha. Chen-yi laughed. I thought you would pretend to push back a bit. I didn't expect you to take it directly. Straightforward enough. I like it. The majority of people encountered this situation. All of them pretended to excuse themselves. In the end, they reluctantly accepted. He-Chen was good, accepting it directly without saying anything. Simply a stream of purity. I deserve it, don't I? He-Chen turned his head and smiled faintly at Chen-yi. That's right. Chen-yi nodded in agreement. I feel like you're so interesting and mysterious. By the way, what order of Mecha Master are you? How come you just... Chen-yi recalled the scene of He-Chen killing 2 golden mechs in seconds just now. It all felt shocking now. Moreover, He-Chen's mecha actually had the ability to fly? By all rights, a bronze mech shouldn't have this ability but if He-Chen is a high-level mecha master, at his age, even if he was a top genius, like Morong Yunyao, at most, he'd be at the beginning of the silver rank, right? How was it possible to kill 2 gold rank mecha masters in seconds? You guess? In response, He-Chen smiled mysteriously. Not intending to say much, Chen-yi pestered He-Chen and kept asking, but He-Chen didn't say anything either. Fine. Considering that He-Chen might have something difficult to say, Chen-yi stopped asking. Undeniably, Chen-yi had already developed a strong interest in He-Chen. Say, is there anything else you want? Chen-yi glanced at He-Chen. No need. That $1 million is your payment to me. As for anything else, I won't take it. He-Chen. Put. Looking at He-Chen's serious look, Chen-yi was amused. Continuing jokingly, she said, Then I'll give you another $1,000,000 and ask you to be my bodyguard. What do you think? It can be considered. Hee-chun thought about it. This is acceptable. Ha ha ha. Chenny laughed happily. That's fine. Let's say so for now. Add a contact first. It's convenient to contact in the future. You sweet me. Hee-chen took out his cell phone from his pocket. The two quickly exchanged contact information. At this time, a car also stopped in front of Chenny. Ms. Chen, are you alright? An old man in a tuxedo came down from the car with a look of urgency and concern. Looking at him, he should have been in a hurry. Immediately after that came down together. It was a few well-trained bodyguards in suits, each a meter or so tall. After being saved by Hee-chen just now, Chenny used her cell phone to send a message to her housekeeper at home. It's fine already, Chenny calmly said. It was him who saved me. The old man's gaze fell on Hee-chen all of a sudden, and at this moment, it was as if he had seen his savior. The old man held Hee-chen's hand. Thank you, really thank you so much. The expression couldn't hide his excitement. The old housekeeper actually couldn't help but burst into old tears as he said, the old man has been dressing the Chen family for so many years, and has never made any mistakes. If anything happens to you this time, miss, if something really happened to Chen Yi today, he would really thank him with his death. Regardless of your matter Yi Lao, this matter I told my father. He also agreed. Just did not expect. Chen Yi was not the kind of person who was indiscriminate on the matter of the matter. This had little to do with Yi Lao. Then Hee-chen. Bye-bye. Contact again later. Chenny got in the car and waved at Hee-chen. Young man, this is my business card. In the future, if you encounter anything, you can give me a call. You saved the lady this time, and helped me a great deal. In the future, if there is anything you can give me a call. I will definitely never excuse myself if I can help. Before leaving, Yi Lao personally from the car window, handed Hee-chen a business card. Thanks. Hee-chen took it in his hand and glanced at it before casually slipping it into his pocket. Compared to the monetary reward. In fact, Hee-chen valued Elder Yi more for this favor, because if he remembered correctly, as the Chen family's butler, the Chen family relied on him to personally take care of many things up and down the line. The network resources and energy at hand were unimaginable. Being able to let such a person owe himself a favor, Hee-chen would not have to be so low-key and restrained in his future actions. After parting ways, Hee-chen did not delay. Directly take a taxi home. Today's $1,000,000 could be considered a windfall. As for how to use it, Hee-chen has also thought about it. Before he reached home, his cell phone suddenly received a message. Inside your card with the tail number 4594. New balance, 1,000,000,000. Current balance, 1,875,648,25. Hee-chen didn't expect that the $1,000,000 that Chen Yi had promised herself to arrive so quickly. This was something Hee-chen wasn't actually worried about. With Chen Yi's family, $1,000,000 is really just a drop in the bucket for her. To lose credibility for this 1,000,000, that's a brain problem. Room. Hee-chen opened the system's own mall. Because he hadn't been able to afford it before and was shy, Hee-chen had only opened it once. After looking at it, he closed it. But now, Hee-chen had around $2,000,000. Part of it stayed to subsidize his family, and part of it was used to buy elixirs to help him upgrade quickly. There were all sorts of things in the system mall. The stuff was even richer than in the black market. Hee-chen directly opened the spirit medicine column, and all the items here were all kinds of elixirs. Although my current cultivation speed is fast, it would be even faster if I had the assistance of spirit pills, Hee-chen murmured. The quality of the things purchased within the system mall was even better than the market. The effects they served were also higher. After some shopping, Hee-chen sold quite a few good things that could aid in cultivation, but taking a look at the balance, it had only been so long, and more than $1,000,000 was already gone. It's better to say it's cultivation than to say it's burning money. Hee-chen smiled to himself. This was why most people couldn't borrow elixirs to cultivate. It was too expensive. An average family simply couldn't afford it. It was also this reason that led to many rich second-generation people, who could quickly widen the gap from relying on this and ordinary people. If I remember correctly, that Zhang Yang was a rich second generation, though not as good as Chen Yi's level, but it wasn't comparable to ordinary people either. He was closing the system mall, intending to utilize the purchased elixir to aid in his cultivation, but Hee-chen suddenly noticed the mech column. Hee-chen clicked on it, and it was full of materials for various mechs, and there were even complete mechs, but trying to purchase a complete mecha was too expensive. After a casual glance, the prices were all over $5,000,000. TSK. Hee-chen couldn't afford it for the time being. Otherwise, he would have bought one and then refined it. The materials refined should be enough for himself to level up Mechagodzilla once more. It was a bit of a pity, but it was harmless. He-Chen wouldn't let this affect his mindset. Mom, I'm going back to my room to cultivate. Just after closing the system mall, He-Ching-Xue's voice suddenly came out from the living room. Cultivating as soon as you come back. Do you want to rest for a while? Zhang Fingjiao was a little worried. In the past 2 days, He-Ching-Xue had been preparing for the downtown tournament. Every day was spent in high-intensity training. The time to rest was almost non-existent. She was worried that He-Ching-Xue would be under too much pressure because of this, and wanted her to relax a bit as well. Don't worry, Mom. I'll be fine. He-Ching-Xue forced back her tiredness and turned around to flash a smile at her mom. She understood. If she wanted to achieve results and get a place in the downtown tournament in a week's time, she had to train desperately. Before the competition, raise your strength as much as possible. If you can improve a little, the chances of winning will be 1 more point. Afterward, He-Ching-Xue returned to her room without looking back and began to cultivate as well. Seeing He-Ching-Xue working so hard, Zhang Fingjiao also felt some self-consciousness in her heart. If she was a bit more capable, it wouldn't be as bad as making her daughter work so hard. Ching-Xue, what do you want to eat tonight? Mom will make it for you. Zhang Fingjiao shouted at He-Ching-Xue's house, preparing to make a big meal tonight as a treat. Mom, I'll do whatever. Just watch. He-Ching-Xue's voice came out from the room. Zhang Fingjiao sighed. After packing up a bit, she went out to buy groceries. Hey, room. Thinking about what happened at school today, He-Chun couldn't help but sigh inwardly as well. Although his own sister was a genius, but for this downtown tournament, the number of participants was very high. The fish and dragons were mixed. Among them, there was no lack of top experts from other colleges. Geniuses. He-Ching-Xue stood out among ordinary people, but in the circle of geniuses, perhaps not so eye-catching. He-Ching-Xue wanted to achieve a ranking, but it was harder in He-Chen's opinion. Take Zhang Yang for example. In the academy, Zhang Yang's strength could only be described as one of the top-tier ones, but not the top-tier one. The level of his sister, He-Ching-Xue, was also roughly at this level. If one wanted to enter the top 10, it would only be possible unless one was very lucky. Thinking about this, it reinforced He-Chen's determination to definitely participate in the downtown tournament. On the one hand, it was for the first place Earth Core energy crystals. On the other hand, it was also to protect He-Ching-Xue. After all, although the downtown tournament was a competition organized in the name of the officials, but it was hard to prevent some people from using underhanded means in order to win. Next, He-Chun then started cultivating in his room. Last time in the secret realm, he had gained a large amount of experience, plus the boost from the elixir he purchased from the system today. If there were no surprises, He-Chen thought that he would be able to advance to the silver high rank after practicing for today. 1 day at most. The next step would also be Gold Mecha Master, the watershed of strength amongst all Mecha Masters. In order to cultivate, He-Chen didn't eat dinner. Zhang Fingjiao and Father He were a bit worried. However, He-Chen repeatedly emphasized that he just didn't have an appetite tonight, and only then did the two relax. When parents, although they desire to see their children grow up, they don't want them to be under too much pressure, but also do not want their children to be under too much pressure, or else they will feel guilty in their hearts. In the early hours of that night, He-Chun abruptly opened his eyes. The system purchased elixir. The effect is just much better than the ones on the market. The assisting effect is actually so obvious? He-Chen was somewhat surprised. Originally, it was expected that it would take 2 days to break through to the silver high stage, but just a moment ago, He-Chen realized that continuing to cultivate at this rate, it wouldn't take 2 days. Perhaps he could break through that night. This made He-Chen's heart rejoice. So he continued to start cultivating. It continued until 10 minutes into the early morning. Breakthrough. He-Chen violently opened his eyes filled with joy and shock. Opening the attribute layout. Host, He-Chen. Mecha, Godzilla. Cultivation, silver high rank. Strength, 200 tons. Speed, 40 meters per second. Device, rocket propeller. Move, Godzilla rays, Godzilla light. Under the approximate data, He-Chen's current general information floated before his eyes. This was the data of a silver high rank? 200 tons of strength, a speed of over 40 meters per second. Hiss. He-Chen could only describe it as terrifying as hell. One punch with this kind of power, a heavy truck would have to be scrapped on the spot. A moving speed of 40 meters per second. It also gave the mech a huge boost in terms of speed. Judging by the layout data alone, it can completely crush the mechs of that bunch of so-called geniuses in the school. Not only can it be crushed, it was still dimensionally crushing. He-Chen smiled faintly. The upgrading of a mecha wasn't as simple as familiar surface data. There were many other potential aspects. For example, Mechagodzilla's current big move, the power released by Godzilla's light, would be several times that of the previous one, and the boost was also very astonishing. With data like this, the downtown tournament is already stable. If anything, He-Chen had some concerns before. After all, for the downtown tournament, there were simply too many participants. There were also many changes. And now, He-Chen was completely 100% confident that he could secure a win. Looking at the time, going to school at 8, it was only 6 now, so he could take a nap for 2 hours. So He-Chen laid down on his bed and went to sleep. It was worth mentioning, as his cultivation continued to rise, his physical body would also become stronger. The need for rest would also be greatly reduced. For example, an average person would normally need to sleep for 8 hours in order to stay refreshed, but He-Chen only needed 4 hours. As his cultivation level rose again, he would only need to sleep for an hour a day after that. There was even no need to rest at all, reaching the point where one could stay awake. So 2 hours of rest was actually enough for He-Chen. 8:30 in the morning. He-Chen came to school. There are no classes today, and the school is holding a summer party. The summer party is actually the graduation party. Because the college entrance exam is coming up in a month, everyone will go their separate ways at that time. At the same time, it's also to let everyone relax, so that they can make final preparations for the college entrance exam. On the playground, bonfires and barbecue grills were raised, preparing a barbecue feast. Some people brought drinks, preparing to have a good drink tonight without getting drunk. Gao Liang, don't stand around. Go over there and help. Then Gao Shua and He-Chen, you two come with me. Together we'll move things. He-Chen was sitting on a break when a domineering female voice came from behind him, commanding He-Chen and his tablemates to move things. He-Chen turned his head to look at her, and what caught his eye was a familiar face. Class President Yu Tingting. From memory, Yu Tingting was very overbearing and belonged to that female type. But of course, her bullying was only limited to those with low cultivation strength. For the strong, powerful mecha masters with top grades, she couldn't wait to kneel up and flatter them. He-Chen knew that Yu Tingting was now one of Zhang Yang's licking dogs. At the same time, this guy often bullied others due to the power he had in his hands. Don't be a school with poor grades either. Being bullied by her is a common occurrence. Hey, let's go. Gao Shua sighed, knowing that this class president he cannot afford to mess with so he could only dare to be angry. He obediently got up and prepared to move things. He-Chen didn't say anything either. It was just moving things. It's just a graduation party for everyone, so it's not a big deal to help out. The two of them followed behind Yu Tingting, toward the school warehouse. It's not far, just a few minutes away, but on the way, Yu Tingting suddenly noticed something. Isn't this Pan Xiao? Why are you here? Yu Tingting's eyes lit up as she walked towards a luxuriously dressed rich second generation with a dog-licking attitude. He-Chen fixed his eyes on it. The Pan Shui in Yu Tingting's mouth was no one else but Pan Liang. He-Chen didn't expect to meet him here as well. You are? Pan Liang looked at Yu Tingting suspiciously. Oh, my name is Yu Tingting. We drank together before. Yu Tingting was embarrassed. Her smile stiffened on her face. Who didn't know Pan Liang's family background and strength? That was an existence that many people in the school had to look up to. Yu Tingting still wanted to climb the relationship and make others envious. As it turned out, it was a good thing that people didn't remember him at all. But, originally, Pan Liang was drinking wine. Suddenly, he sprayed out a mouthful, looking at He-Chen behind Yu Tingting, with a surprised expression. It's you? Pan Liang swallowed his saliva. Seeing He-Chen, he couldn't help but recall that day in the secret realm. The scene where He-Chen had single-handedly killed an Abyssal Lord in seconds and even single-handedly killed an Abyssal Lord. Subconsciously, his scalp tingled with some alarm. Young Pan, what is wrong with you? Yu Tingting saw this and the person was dumbfounded. Turning back his gain to look at He-Chen behind him, and saw Pan Liang's frightened little eyes, even more confused. Pan Liang, this is frightened by He-Chen? What is the situation? What is Pan Liang's status? What is He-Chen's status? How could Pan Liang be scared by He-Chen? Yu Tingting subconsciously thought, there must be some kind of misunderstanding in the middle. Yes, that must be it. Yu Tingting was not the only one who felt strange. Even the other people around them, including the ones who were drinking with Pan Liang, all revealed puzzled looks. Who was Pan Liang? The man of the hour in school. His family was rich and powerful, and he was related to the school managers. Haven't seen him intimidated by anyone yet. Soon, the crowd didn't think much about it in their hearts. And like Yu Tingting, they all thought there must be a misunderstanding somewhere. Young Pan, be careful, don't get choked. Yeah. A junior who had an eye for the situation immediately stepped forward to relieve Pan Liang. Cough. Pan Liang coughed. There is a step down. The face is only a little better. What are you guys? Pan Liang looked at Yu Tingting doubtfully. Oh, we're getting ready to move things and prepare for the graduation party. Yu Tingting replied with great honor. Pan Liang waved his hand impatiently. Got it. Go go go. Yu Tingting looked embarrassed, then waved at Yi-chan and Gao Shua and continued toward the warehouse. The things in this box are all going to be used in a while. One for each of you is fine, right? Inside the warehouse, Yu Tingting pointed at 2 large cardboard boxes. So big, this has to weigh a lot. Gao Shua couldn't help but spit it out. But when he looked up at Yu Tingting's eyes, he immediately wimped out. He could only honestly move one of the boxes. Yi-chan directly moved the other one. These 2 boxes, at least, weighed a few dozen pounds. However, for Yi-chan, his cultivation at the high silver stage made his physical body long ago not comparable to that of an ordinary person. Yi-chan realized that he actually carried it effortlessly. The atmosphere didn't even take a breath. It was only Gao Shua, who was still stuck at the bronze middle rank, who was tired and couldn't catch his breath. I'm exhausted to death. Gao Shua looked at Yu Tingting's back in front of him and couldn't help but spit. This dead old bitch. Sooner or later I'll get you. Ha ha. Yi-chan couldn't help but laugh. What did you say? As if she heard something, Yu Tingting turned around, frightening Gao Shua, who hastily shook his head. No, I didn't say anything. This guy was quite interesting. Yi-chan? At this time, a pleasant female voice came from behind Yi-chan, and Yi-chan turned around. He found that Lin Yanran actually appeared behind him. It's really you. Lin Yanyan saw that it was really Yi-chan, and said in surprise, I look like you're back from afar, so I walked over to take a look, and I never thought that it was really you. By the way, you. Lin Yanyan then realized that Yi-chan was actually moving things. Oh, the class president asked me to move something. Yi-chan explained with a smile, shaking the box in his hand. That. Lin Yanran blushed, a little embarrassed. Actually, I want you to walk with me. I have something I want to talk to you about. It wasn't hard for Yi-chan to think. Perhaps it was about the downtown tournament. Since he was preparing to participate, he still had to pay attention to it. Class president, please call the others. I have something to do. Yi-chan put his things down. Only then did he realize that Yu Tingting was looking at Lin Yanran with a shocked expression. What's going on? Yanran Lin? She actually knew Yi-chan, and the two seemed to be on good terms. The main thing was, Lin Yanyan actually took the initiative to open her mouth to invite Yi-chan to accompany her for a walk? For a moment, Yu Tingting only felt that her brain was on the fritz, and her mind was a bit underutilized. Who was Yanran Lin? She was one of the most beautiful girls in the school. Her temperament was unrivaled, and she was at the level of the school flower. Coupled with being a rich second generation, her family's conditions were very favorable. This makes her, although there are many admirers in the school, but want to pursue are discouraged, because of self-awareness, know that they are not worthy. And Yi-chan? Apart from being handsome, he was a bronze low stage, and a wastrel who had refined his mech on impulse. No matter how she thought about it, Yu Tingting felt that Yi-chan's identity was too different from Lin Yanyan's, and that the two of them just weren't from the same world. Yi-chan. No, you help me get my things. First, Yu Tingting reacted and was about to ask Yi-chan to help her move her things into place before saying anything. But before she could finish her sentence, Yi-chan turned around and followed Yanran Lin, leaving Yu Tingting alone in place. She was so angry that she stomped her feet. Damn Yi-chan, actually not listening to me, Yu Tingting said angrily. And it wasn't just Yu Tingting who was dumbfounded at this moment. There was also Gao Shua on the side. Crap, when did Yi-chan hook up with Yanran Lin? Lin Yanyan even took the initiative to invite Yi-chan for a walk? This, Gao Shua directly froze in place. It only felt like he had eaten the biggest melon ever in his life. You said there's something you want to talk to me about. Say it. After leaving, Yi-chan and Yanran Lin walked along the campus, aimlessly. I believe you should have guessed about the downtown tournament, right? Lin Yanyan carried her hands behind her back and walked close to Yi-chan. Looking from behind, the two were close to sticking together, the vestigial feeling of a couple in hot love. Many boys saw this scene and their faces turned red with anger. Yi-chan was actually with Yanran Lin? This matter was not long in coming, and as word spread, many people knew about it. And at this time, Yi-chan didn't know. The gossip between himself and Lin Yanyan had already spread in the school. Yes, you enrolled me, right? Yi-chan asked. Don't worry, definitely enrolled. You told me last time. I enrolled you the first time. Yi-chan nodded. Lin Yanran was still very reliable in her work. I mainly want to advise you. Although your strength is very strong, you must be careful and never take it lightly, Lin Yanyan said in a serious manner. By the way, you know that Zhang Yang, from your class. I know. What's wrong with him? Lin Yanyan continued. He is said to use the exclusive mech that his family built for him when he competes at that time. The performance is very strong. Far more powerful than the ones that are given out for free for everyone in the school. You must be careful at that time. He could be your biggest rival. This way ah. Hee-chan smiled. Thanks for the reminder. Lin Yanran reveals a nice smile. Alright, it's alright. In fact, I'm looking for you, but I mainly want you to take a walk with me. Hee-chan said jokingly, knowing that I'm handsome, you don't want to fall in love with me. Screw you. Lin Yanran beamed and pouted. Who said I like you? So narcissistic. Ha ha ha. Hee-chan didn't say anything else, but just noticed that Lin Yanran's cheeks were slightly red. The graduation party ended smoothly. Hee-chan returned home early because he wanted to go home to cultivate. After just arriving home and washing up slightly, Hee-chan went straight to his bedroom just like before. He closed the door and continued to cultivate. Another night of cultivation. The progress of his cultivation was obvious. If this continues, not to mention the peak silver stage, I'm afraid it's only a matter of time before he steps into the gold stage. It's only a matter of time. In addition, after these few days of cultivation, Hee-chan had also found that feeling of cultivating in his previous life. With the added benefit of experience, it made Hee-chan cultivate with greater ease. The only beautiful thing is that the spirit medicine won't last long. Hee-chan sighed. The previous purchase of over $1 million. In the blink of an eye, it was going to run out. By then, Hee-chan would still have to worry about the cultivation materials. This made Hee-chan realize that if he had the chance, he still had to find more ways to get some money. As for the exact amount, Hee-chan didn't have a budget. After all, the more money, the better. The next morning, Hee-chan woke up and received a message from Lin Yanran on his cell phone. Said there are still things about him to meet at the school gate. Hee-chan directly agreed. After eating breakfast, Hee-chan went straight to the academy and saw Lin Yanran, who had long been waiting here. At the school entrance, Hee-chan, I forgot to give you this yesterday. When Lin Yanran saw Hee-chan, she directly handed over a golden badge. The logo on the badge was precisely the logo for the downtown tournament in a week's time. This is your pass to participate in the downtown tournament at that time. With this, it means that the registration is successful. I forgot last night when I was in a hurry. Lin Yanran explained. Okay, thanks. Hee-chan politely said thank you. What are you thanking me for? It's foreign. Lin Yanran smiled and suddenly took the initiative to put her arm around one of Hee-chan's hands. Alright, let's go. Let's go into the school together. It's not early. Class time, 2, is almost here. Being held by Lin Yanran, Hee-chan was somewhat caught off guard. However, he quickly calmed down. This kind of thing, anyway, he is not at a disadvantage. Hee-chan and Lin Yanran were very close, and the flavor of expensive perfume mixed with body odor came over. It was very tantalizing. Along the way, I don't know how many shocked and unbelievable gazes were harvested. After all, just last night, everyone could be rumoring whether Hee-chan and Lin Yanran had some kind of relationship, but many people expressed their disbelief. Yet seeing it with their own eyes today directly made countless people dumbfounded. You're also not afraid of the two of us spreading gossip? Hee-chan glanced at Lin Yanran. Afraid of what? Lin Yanran was unimpressed. Just pass it on. I'll do whatever I like. Lin Yanran herself belonged to the kind of character that was very brash. Naturally, she didn't care what others thought. Hee-chan only wanted to say, I like this character. Subsequently, Hee-chan pinned the badge that Lin Yanran gave him to his chest. He walked into the academy with Lin Yanran. The morning passed quickly, because the things that were learned in high school were utterly useless to Hee-chan, so the morning was almost spent in boredom and fretting. Crap, isn't that Chenny? How come she's in our class? It's really her. Look at her. She seems to be looking for someone? Who is it? Who in our class is related to Chun-Yi? Why would she come here personally? Holy shit, the goddess isn't coming for me. Is she? Hee-chan was just about to lie down on his desk and rest for a while. He was suddenly attracted by the crowd that filled the doorway. At the same time a large amount of chatter reached Hee-chan's ears. Chen-Yi? This name was very familiar to Hee-chan. When he looked up, he only saw a girl with a school uniform, youthful and pure temperament on her entire body, standing at the entrance. The moment Hee-chan looked up, the two of them locked eyes. The girl revealed a smile and waved her hand in this direction. Exquisite appearance, young age, but very well-developed body, allowed the girl to stand in the crowd, an existence that just stood out from the rest. Hee-chan? What the hell? It's actually looking for her? Holy shit, how did my goddess get involved with Hee-chan? Countless people were confused and dumbfounded. Their faces shocked. Who was Chen-Yi? Almost everyone knew that Chen-Yi was a top white rich beauty in the entire Jun city. The suitors could really be lined up in the hair country. And what about Hee-chan? A bronze low rank, who had previously refined his mech on impulse. A waste who didn't even have a mecha now. Thus they simply couldn't connect the two together. At this moment, Chen-Yi picked up her cell phone with one hand and pointed to the phone in her hand with the other. The meaning was for Hee-chan to look at the phone. Only then did Hee-chan realize that he basically hadn't looked at his phone much all morning. Could it be that Chen Yi sent herself a message and she didn't see it? He picked it up and took a look. It's true. There were 5 or 6 unread messages from Chen Yi, and they were sent at different times. Ask me to meet at the bar? Just seeing the message from Chen Yi, He-Chen was a bit puzzled. This girl, looking for herself for something? The other party even went up to the classroom to look for herself, considering that it should be something urgent. He-Chen directly agreed. And the classroom door. Seeing that the purpose had finally been achieved, and seeing that it was time for class to begin again, Chen Yi was content to leave. Countless people around looked at Chen Yi's back. Their eyes were going straight. Until the other party disappeared from sight, they still couldn't help but dream of being a loser. Wait, it seems like you're not here to find He-Chen, right? Misunderstanding? I told you. How could Chen Yi have a relationship with He-Chen? Besides, isn't it recently rumored that He-Chen and Lin Yanyan originally a Lin Yanran? It was enough to sour the hearts of many dog-licking losers. If they added another Chen Yi, they would have cried themselves to death. Unacceptable. Completely unacceptable. Because Chen Yi didn't name her this time. Therefore, they all thought that the person Chen Yi was looking for wasn't He-Chen. So maybe she just came to the wrong classroom. In their hearts, the lickspittles comforted themselves like this. In the evening, it was drizzling in Jiangcheng. He-Chen took a taxi to the agreed place. He-Chen, you're here. Upon seeing He-Chen, Chen Yi immediately got up to greet him. At this moment, she was wearing a small short skirt, and her long, slender and white legs were just exposed under the air. On her feet were small white boots with white socks. A very fresh outfit. Does it look good? Chen Yi realized that He-Chen was looking at herself, so she turned around in front of He-Chen, letting He-Chen admire her delicate figure for a bit. The two chatted for a while. Chen Yi opened the door and said, He-Chen, I'm looking for you because I want to beg you for one thing. That is, I want you to pretend to be my boyfriend tomorrow, and I'll give you $1 million after it's done. How's that? He-Chen frowned in confusion. There's such a good thing? It's okay. He-Chen immediately agreed, then said doubtfully, but you have to tell me the purpose of doing this. Chen Yi excitedly took He-Chen's arm, not expecting He-Chen to be so forthcoming. With a cheeky smile, she said, that, you also know, tomorrow night there is a talent party. I'm afraid that tomorrow night there will be someone who will take advantage of the opportunity to harass me, so I want you to help me block the person you should also recognize. Who? He-Chen. From your class, called Zhang Yang, Chen Yi said. Nice guy. When Chen Yi said Zhang Yang, He-Chen directly froze for a few seconds. I can't imagine it's him again. Speaking of which, He-Chen also remembered that Zhang Yang had been pursuing Chen Yi in his previous life. Although Chen Yi had countless suitors, but because Zhang Yang had a big family, a top-rich second generation and a genius, so the pursuit of Chen Yi was the most fierce and bold. It was just that Chen Yi had always had no feelings for Zhang Yang. Even if the other party was stalking her, Chen Yi had never let him succeed. He's after you? He-Chen asked curiously. How do you know? Chen Yi was a bit surprised, her willow eyebrows slightly crazed as she moved towards He-Chen. You guessed? He-Chen nodded, revealing a mysterious smile. Chen Yi spread her hands, somewhat helpless. Let me get this straight. I learned from my best friend that that guy wanted to use tomorrow night's talent party to confess to me, and also organized grand preparations. So, the latter words didn't need to be said. He-Chen probably understood. He-Chen kind of wanted to laugh, because that Zhang Yang guy, he was usually arrogant and bossy. After all, a bunch of dog-licking minions, doing everything smoothly. He just didn't know that Chen Yi wasn't as easy to handle as the average girl. It is estimated that the other party is now preparing, and is still touched by his deep romance. He didn't know that Chen Yi was trying to avoid him. She even came up with the idea of finding someone to pretend to be her boyfriend. This made He-Chen think of one word. Clown. Don't worry. $1 million will arrive on time after the deed is done. Just help me again. Chen Yi was worried that He-Chen wouldn't agree. Solely using the pampering method, holding on to He-Chen's arm, she said in a whiny voice. This was accompanied by the expression of a beeping mouth asking for help. It could easily melt any man's heart. Okay, I'll take care of it. This kind of good thing. He-Chen really couldn't find a reason to refuse. After all, pretending to be Chen Yi's boyfriend, a big man himself won't suffer. There's also $1 million after the deed is done. For the sake of the cultivation matter, he was lacking money. Yay, great. Chen Yi was so excited that she immediately held onto He-Chen, because she was leaning too tightly and Chen Yi was well developed. A soft touch came from her. Waiting to notice something, Chen Yi hurriedly separated. Her face had already reddened from her face to the base of her neck. Time quickly came to the next night. The weather in Jiangcheng was a bit unpredictable lately, but fortunately, the weather was good on the night of the gala, with a gentle breeze and a comfortable temperature. Before coming to the party, Before coming to the party, Gao Shua from the same table specially sent a text message to He Chen, asking the two of them to come together. The party was held in a temporary rented venue near the school. Stage lights, all prepared in advance. The scene of the party. When He Chen and Gao Shua arrived, there were already a lot of people at the scene, and it was very lively. Many of them were familiar faces, so they started to greet each other. After greeting them, He Chen asked for a glass of wine and silently found a seat to sit down and start drinking. This was because there was still some time before the party officially started. Have you heard? Zhang Yang is ready to confess his love. And the object of his confession is still Chen Yi. Before you know it, we heard about it last night. Zhang Yang has been preparing for several days to prepare for his confession tonight. Yeah, it's rumored that he bought hundreds of thousands of dollars in gifts alone. On the side, the conversation of a few people attracted the attention of a large number of people. The crowd was astonished. Really? Really? Zhang Yang has been secretly in love with Chen Yi for so long. You wouldn't be unaware of that, would you? Ha ha ha. We'll have a good show tonight. Although it was not known exactly what would happen, but it was clear that there would be a big show tonight. He Chen listened to all of this with interest and just smiled, saying nothing. Outside the arena, a silhouette walked in surrounded by the crowd. Young Zhang, finally here. Yeah, waited for you for half a day. After some people saw Zhang Yang, they immediately played the role of dog lickers and greeted him. Even those who usually had nothing to do with Zhang Yang had to greet him with a smile. Who made him strong, gifted and most of all, the son of a powerful family? If they could tie up with him, the benefits would naturally not be less afterward. Along with Zhang Yang, there was also Yu Tingting. He Chen? At this time, Yu Tingting's eyes immediately landed on He Chen in the corner. Because basically everyone who saw Zhang Yang coming had something to say. He Chen was the only one who was silently drinking there, not moving a muscle. From Yu Tingting's point of view, this was a lack of appreciation. In addition, the fact that He Chen had slipped away yesterday after moving his stuff halfway had made her hold a grudge. Thus the moment she opened her mouth, it carried the flavor of gunpowder. Speaking of which, why are you here as well? You don't even have a mech. You're just a wastrel now. You don't seize the time to find a job, and you still have the face to come to the party? It's not that I'm targeting you. I just want to remind you, aren't you afraid that you won't be able to find a job in the future and won't be able to eat? Yu Tingting knew He Chen's background. He Chen wouldn't have a background. Ordinary family, ordinary experience, inferior cultivation, and Yu Tingting herself was someone with very serious Mu Chang, so she could, without fear, say what was in her heart, because she knew that even if she said it, He Chen couldn't do anything to him. On the contrary, if He Chen's sense showed any dissatisfaction, she could even use her connections. Let He Chen have a good beating. No, class president, this is too much for you, isn't it? What do you mean by invalid? Before He Chen could say anything, Gao Shua beside him could no longer look on. The gunpowder flavor of these words was too much and too targeted, making him unable to endure it. What's wrong? Yu Tingting sneered. I'm telling the truth. He Chen doesn't even have a mech right now. To put it bluntly, he's no longer considered a mech artist, and he doesn't even know what's the point of staying in school. In Yu Tingting's opinion, He Chen is in this situation now. It would be better to continue attending school than to go out and do odd jobs so that he doesn't starve to death in the future. Alright. A hand suddenly stopped in front of Yu Tingting, and the crowd turned around to see that it was Zhang Yang. The visitor is a guest. The party is open to anyone. Let's not hurt the peace. Young Zhang is right. Yes. This little quarrel is not conducive to everyone's feelings. If not to say that young Zhang is so successful, look at this measure and pattern. The minions saw that the opportunity to lick had come, so they immediately seized the opportunity to lick furiously. Zhang Yang's sense of superiority was overwhelming and his eyes glanced at He Chen with contempt. He Chen, we are all classmates. After that, if you have any difficulties, you can say something. I can help you if I can. Ha ha ha. Yes, He Chen. Still not quick to thank Zhang Xiao? Don't be ungrateful. People Zhang Xiao some good intentions it. He Chen, quickly say no. This emotional intelligence absolute. I am anxious for you. Hey. In the eyes of the crowd, He Chen and Zhang Yang were completely two worlds. Therefore they didn't even need to think about it to know how to take sides. He Chen, don't take it personally. Gao Shua also calmed down at this time, knowing that the other party was outnumbered, plus the fact that Zhang Yang did have strength. He had to hold back. He was worried that He Chen would be impulsive and had the intention to stop him. Only Gao Shua didn't know that his worries were all redundant. Not only was He Chen not angry, he was instead looking at Zhang Yang's group of lickspittles with amusement. I can only say that some people are just cheap, not a good person. Instead, they want to go and be a dog for people. What ingredient is self-evident? Hey, He Chen realized that Gao Shua suddenly sighed. That brat Zhang Yang, actually planning to confess to my goddess. Damn it. Your goddess? He Chen realized that Gao Shua also liked Chen Yi. Yeah, there's no need to ask. Out of the 10 boys in our school, at least 8 of them take Chen Yi as their goddess if you just ask. Gao Shua had a pity face. It's just a pity that after tonight, Chen Yi would probably be Zhang Yang's girlfriend. After all, it was undeniable. In everyone's eyes, it was only Zhang Yang's status that was more compatible with Chen Yi. Although the others liked it, they still had self-awareness, knowing what it meant to be a good match. Thinking of this, a self-deprecating smile appeared on Gao Shua's face. Damn it, if I could hold hands with Goddess Chen, I would be willing to not wash my hands for the rest of my life. Out of breath, He Chen patted his shoulder and comforted. Don't worry, even if Zhang Yang confesses, Chen Yi won't agree. Chen Yi can't see him. Gao Shua did shake his head. How do you know? I don't think so. In his opinion, Zhang Yang was top-notch in every aspect. The person looks also belongs to the small handsome type. The chances of Chen Yi rejecting him are actually quite small. Besides, if she couldn't even look at Zhang Yang, she couldn't even look at ordinary people. How do you know? Chen Yi said so herself. He Chen didn't know what to say and could only pat Gao Shua's shoulder to comfort him. Not long after, a group of girls who had finished applying makeup walked out from the backstage. What the hell, Goddess Chen? Those with sharp eyes immediately recognized Chen Yi in the crowd. At this moment, Chen Yi was wearing a gown and exquisite makeup, making her already beautiful, very stunning at this moment. The ones around her were actually all beautiful women, but because Chen Yi was there, they all had a feeling of being eclipsed at this moment. Worthy of being Goddess Chen. Too good looking. This temperament is simply invincible. Worthy of being a rich family's daughter. This temperament is absolute. Smashed out with money. By the way, I remember that within tonight's performance list, there is Goddess Chen who will perform a dance for us. When He Chen saw Chen Yi, he was also slightly stunned. At this time, Chen Yi took the initiative to extend her hand and waved it to He Chen's side. He Chen nodded and responded politely. There were a lot of people at the scene, and in the eyes of others, Chen Yi was waving her hand at the crowd. A group of licking dogs immediately went crazy. Crap, it's really too good looking. Gao Shua was all excited as Chen Yi waved to everyone. Rounding up was also equal to Chen Yi taking the initiative to greet him. Zhang Yang subconsciously gulped up saliva as he looked at the moving Chen Yi. He even fantasized and confessed to Chen Yi successfully. The days after the two of them, time passed. The preparations for the party continued. About half an hour later, almost most of the people arrived. The school's director of instruction, a middle-aged man with a Mediterranean face, stood on the stage to announce the official start of the party. And the first program was the dance performed by Chen Yi and the others. Looking forward. To actually be able to see Goddess Chen dance. This is a good deal to come. It's a good thing I didn't take a vacation. Otherwise this would be a big loss. Soon, in the soft, moody music, Chen Yi slowly took the stage, dancing to the rhythm of the music. Her posture was as light as a water lily. Her steps were graceful and smooth, as if she was dancing in the air at night. Because Chen Yi had practiced dancing since she was a child, she had a very good foundation, the softness of her body bones plus a very high level of talent. She could easily master all kinds of difficult dances. Other people's movements were a bit stiff and out of tune, but Chen Yi danced perfectly. Her arms gently danced like a colorful butterfly, and when she raised her hands and threw her feet, her dynamic temperament was displayed to the fullest. A dance down. A large number of old colorful batch only said that they were not yet finished. He Chen also didn't expect that Chen Yi's dancing skills could actually be this good, because Chen Yi's dance performance was too successful. The other programs that followed were less able to arouse everyone's interest. All of them were not quite able to arouse everyone's interest anymore, and it always felt almost interesting. Soon, a familiar name was read out. The next program is a piano piece performed by Zhang Yang. Hearing his name, Zhang Yang slightly straightened his instrument and stepped onto the stage confidently. Cough cough. Coughing, Zhang Yang opened his mouth. We have all been classmates together for so long, experienced a lot together, and now, we are about to part for some reasons. Blah 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 said a lot. If it were anyone else, they would have been kicked out, but because of the other party's special status, therefore no one dared to do so. Until the end, Zhang Yang finally got to the point. That's why the piece I'm performing for you today is a piano piece I wrote myself, for my favorite person. After saying that, Zhang Yang's gaze fell to Chen Yi next to him all of a sudden. Countless people immediately understood what this meant. After saying so much, wasn't it still to lay the groundwork for the confession? Good lord, the city knows how to play. The crowd was not calm anymore. Wow. Ah, so romantic, so romantic. Some people immediately followed suit as the girl screamed. For a while, countless pairs of gazes landed on Chen Yi. Feeling the gazes of the crowd, Chun-Yi lowered her head with an embarrassed face and didn't know what to say. The truth was, she was really not a fan of Zhang Yang at all. It was all just Zhang Yang stalking her. Otherwise, she wouldn't have purposely suggested that He Chen pretend to be her boyfriend tonight so that she could be a shield. However, Chen Yi's action was a sign of shyness in Zhang Yang's eyes. Shaking his head, this damn charm, if he was a woman, he would fall in love with himself in minutes, right? Then, feeling good about himself, Zhang Yang started to play a piano song on the stage. The beautiful melody sounded. Zhang Yang was mesmerized and quickly indulged in his performance. It's so romantic. Zhang Yang actually knows how to play the piano. The young master of a rich family. He grew up with piano, chess, calligraphy and painting, right? If this were me, and young Master Zhang confessed his love to me, I would have said yes right away. It's so romantic and talented, and it's also his own arrangement of the tune. This scene triggered countless envy. Just when everyone thought that Zhang Yang and Chen Yi were born for each other, He Chen realized it was also time for him to make his own move, so he immediately got up, went on stage, and took a few steps to Chen Yi. He elegantly did a gentleman's etiquette, and then extended his hand to Chen Yi. In a gentle tone, he invited, Ms. Chen Yi, can I invite you to dance with me? At this moment, the entire audience was quiet. After He Chen finished speaking, under the stage, countless pairs of shocked gazes looked over. Everyone looked at each other with a bewildered expression. It was thought that they had misread and misheard. He Chen actually invited Chen Yi to dance? And that too at a crucial moment when Zhang Yang was playing the piano and showing his love for Chen Yi. Is this reckless? You know what? Zhang Yang might have asked Chen Yi to confess his love after playing this song. Is this kid crazy? What's the situation? Didn't wake up? Did He Chen take the wrong medicine today? I'm already starting to feel embarrassed for He Chen. Who is Chen Yi? How could she possibly agree to him? Yeah, even if Chen Yi doesn't accept Zhang Yang today, there's no way she'll agree to He Chen. There's too much difference in their status. Isn't this guy an invalid? He doesn't even have a mech. I don't know what he's still doing in school. My toes have already snapped out of the 3 rooms. Dense murmurs rang out from the stage, looking at He Chen like a clown, already anticipating the drama that would happen next. It was worthy of being a graduation recital, to actually see such a wonderful performance. Many people began to pull out their cell phones, ready to record what happened next, to send it back to the internet. The title they had all thought of, Poor Loser with Mental Disorder. Delusional attempt to pick up rich white beauty, tragically hit in the face by the scene. Needless to say, with this plot paired with the eye-catching title, it would be hard not to catch fire. He Chen, are you crazy? Gao Shua's face turned red with embarrassment, because he was at the same table as He Chen. Many people knew about it, so at this moment, he was also suffering from strange gazes. Fatty, is your tablemate cosplaying as a clown? Ha ha ha, laughing me to death. I'm curious where he got the courage. Tell us about it. A few of them, sitting in the back row, snickered at Gao Shua. Get lost. Gao Shua impatiently replied back, his eyes returning to the stage. And because the arena performance stage was huge, there would be curtains separating the different program performances, so that the contestants who were performing could perform normally without being affected. Therefore, Zhang Yang, on his side, did not know what was happening. He was still playing to his heart's content. Gao Shua was briefly relieved. If Zhang Yang knew about this, while he was playing the piano to show his love, someone had gotten there first and went to ask Chen Yi to dance, he would definitely be so angry that he would rush over and tear He Chen apart. However, very soon, Gao Shua realized that He Chen had no intention of coming down at all and stood in front of Chen Yi, seemingly really waiting for Chen Yi's reply. Crazy crazy crazy. This kid must be crazy. This time, Gao Shua could only cover his face and laugh bitterly, thinking to himself that he couldn't save He Chen either. The mocking voices under the stage grew, and countless people were inwardly incomparably looking forward to what happened next. However, in the countless pairs of eyes waiting to see the joke, Chen Yi first froze slightly. Immediately afterward, a charming smile appeared on her face as she extended her hand to He Chen. I'm willing, Chen Yi said, taking 2 steps forward, her hand shaking He Chen's. Worthy of being a great lady, the tenderness of this hand's skin was really not comparable to that of an ordinary person. It was very soft and comfortable to hold. He Chen held Chen Yi and came to the center of the stage step by step. The two of them stood face to face, and under the illumination of the warm-colored lights, an ambiguous atmosphere permeated. At the same time, Zhang Yang was on the other side, playing a piano song in a mesmerized manner. This happened to accompany He Chen and Chen Yi. The song, again, happened to be the main theme of love, with Chen Yi's affectionate eyes. It made He Chen look like a couple in love. He Chen was not good at dancing, but he had practiced for a while in his previous life. Relying on his memories, he was still able to simply match Chen Yi. Chen Yi also saw He Chen's ineptitude, so she was very accommodating to He Chen during the dance. Some of the difficult moves were then automatically skipped. Chen Yi was then surprised to find out He Chen was simply a genius and learned quickly. From not being good at the beginning, it only took a few minutes for him to become skillful. In particular, He Chen's various body movements were done perfectly. Among some of the friends Chen Yi knew who were learning to dance, many of the professionals were not as good as He Chen. You're very talented at practicing dance. Do you want to learn? He Chen held Chen Yi with one hand, and the other wrapped around Chen Yi's waist in a bending motion. Chen Yi suddenly opened her mouth in a small voice and asked, "No, I'm not very interested in dancing." Not really. The top priority was to cultivate and improve his strength as soon as possible. He Chen didn't have the heart for anything else, so he could only politely decline. The two of them worked together better and better. Bending, turning, hooking hands, wrapping arms around the waist. One action after another was very professional. And under the backdrop of the Zhongyang piano music, the two of them were like a natural pair that made people envious. And at this moment, everyone under the stage saw this, and had doubts about the authenticity of this world, only feeling that the scene in front of them was unreal. Some even wondered if they were dreaming. He Chen and Chen Yi? This pair of people that they originally wouldn't associate together no matter how they thought about it. Now they were actually dancing together at He Chen's invitation? And the background music was actually provided by Zhang Yang, Chen Yi's suitor? What a great guy. Countless people were calling out good guy in their hearts. Zhang Yang, the man who everyone originally thought was the main character tonight, now he was directly reduced to the background. The most ridiculous thing was that he had been reduced to a backdrop in such a way. In the face of NTR belongs to is. Gao Shua on the spot truth. Don't ask. Ask is people hemp. Crap. When did He Chen get so close to Chen Yi? Chen Yi will actually agree? He just couldn't think of a reason why Chen Yi would say yes. Could it be that the two of them privately really have a friendship that everyone doesn't know about? Or even underground romance? Gao Shua thought of a terrible thing. He Chen and Chen Yi, they wouldn't be in a private relationship, right? On stage, He Chen and Chen Yi had also reached the final stage of their dance, and a wonderful dance was about to fall. Dancing naturally involves physical contact. If it were anyone else, they would definitely eat their tofu. However, Chen Yi realized that He Chen was very gentlemanly and didn't intentionally take advantage of her in any way. This made her feel better. At this time, Zhang Yang's side was almost done playing, but because of some things, even though Zhang Yang was playing well, no one had the heart to listen to his playing anymore. Zhang Yang was mesmerized and satisfied with his play this time. He had gone through countless rehearsals for tonight. He had played this piece alone for I don't know how many times before he could reach such a skillful point now. Chen Yi, she should be able to feel it right. Zhang Yang could not help but think in his mind. Having reached this point himself, he thought Chen Yi would definitely be touched. Getting up, Zhang Yang got up from his seat to give thanks. Only at this time, he suddenly realized that everyone had a strange expression. But Zhang Yang didn't think much about it, thinking that maybe everyone was expecting the next confession session. After all, it was no secret that he was preparing to confess his love. Many people knew about it. Thank you everyone for liking me. Zhang Yang bowed to all the audience on stage and just walked off the stage. Off stage, a few friends and lickspittles who were close to Zhang Yang immediately walked over. Brother Yang, I have something to tell you. A fat man with a face full of horizontal meat spoke anxiously. What is it? Zhang Yang revealed his doubts. It's, the fat man stammered. Speak quickly, don't be abrasive. Zhang Yang was a bit impatient. He had been feeling strange because the audience on stage was weird. The way some people looked at him also revealed something else. He actually guessed if something had happened. Fatty had to say stiffly, just now, when you were performing the piano on stage, that kid He Chen invited Chen Yi to dance. What? Zhang Yang's eyes widened as he grabbed the fat man's collar. What did you say? Brother Yang, this is not my business. The fatty was crying and innocent. Zhang Yang realized that he was impulsive and put him down. After that, from Fatty and the others, he learned what happened. He Chen. Zhang Yang roared angrily as his fierce gaze fell on He Chen. You are too bad to use such a way. On the stage, Chen Yi said, suddenly revealing a bad smile. But I like it. Who let Zhang Yang pester her for so long? If she wanted to get rid of it, she could only use this ruthless enough way. She just couldn't believe it. Zhang Yang had lost all his face this time. Will he still have the nerve to chase her in the future? He Chen laughed a little. Satisfied is good. Hit my account for the urgent money. Chen Yi revealed a blank stare. Good guy. I don't know how many boys want to grab and pretend to be her boyfriend. As a result, in He Chen's eyes, it's really about the money? Well, that's good. Anyway, Chen Yi noticed He Chen's specialness from the beginning. It's also because he has principles. Don't worry, You won't get less. Chenny stuck to Yi Chen's ear and said with a smile, then I'll go down first. Yi Chen finished speaking and just wanted to leave from the stage. Chenny pulled Yi Chen's arm, a move that directly made Zhang Yang's face turn green. His expression was as ugly as eating a fly. Chenny got close to Yi Chen's ear and whispered, be careful. Zhang Yang he. Chen Yi knew Zhang Yang's character. This matter would definitely not be left alone and she was worried that something would happen to Yi Chen. Don't worry. It's okay. Yi Chen revealed a relaxed smile. Chen Yi was then relieved because she knew Yi Chen's strength. Last time, he had taken out 2 gold-ranked mecha masters on his own. Yi Chen stepped down from the stage and saw an angry Zhang Yang. Countless people stretched their necks and watched the scene nervously. It only felt like the air was filled with the smell of gunpowder. It was too exciting. They could already imagine how hard Yi Chen's life would have to be afterward. Who was Zhang Yang? Rich and powerful, with strength and background, the man of the hour in school. And Yi Chen? How can he fight with someone who has nothing? If Zhang Yang wanted to touch Yi Chen, he only needed to hand over his men to take care of him, and he could make the rest of his life miserable. But what they were looking forward to more. Zhang Yang would be furious right now and give Yi Chen a good lesson in front of everyone. In short, a group of people who were watching the fun. Zhang Yang is really humiliated this time. Yeah. Directly becoming a backdrop for Yi Chen and Chen Yi. In your face NTR belongs to is. Some people couldn't help but talk about it again. Zhang Yang's face turned green as he listened. All step horse shut up. Zhang Yang's little brother took a look at the opportunity to show off. He immediately shouted angrily at the gossiping crowd. He then gave a wink to the 2 people next to him. 4 or 5 people immediately rushed towards Yi Chen in a rage, intending to teach Yi Chen a lesson right here. First, Zhang Yang was also in the middle of his anger, but soon, he reached out to stop Fatty and the few of them, because he realized, the more angry he acted at this time, the more it showed that he cared about this matter. With so many people watching, isn't it humiliating enough? Enough. After forcing his composure and calming down, Zhang Yang said to Fatty, don't mess around. Only then did the Fatty know better and backed off. At this time, Zhang Yang noticed the badge in front of Yi Chen. He instantly recognized that it was the logo of the downtown tournament. Oh, you are going to participate in the downtown tournament as well? Just now, Zhang Yang was still thinking about how to make Yi Chen pay. As a result, he was suddenly a bit surprised when he saw the badge of the downtown race. Who didn't know that the downtown tournament had recently triggered a great response? There were a large number of participants, and among them, there were a lot of top-tier talents from all the major academies, and it was obvious to everyone what cultivation level Yi Chen was. A bronze low rank. Was he going to send himself to death? The eating crowds that were watching the show also just realized that Yi Chen was really carrying the badge for the downtown tournament. The crowd exploded once again. What the hell is going on with Yi Chen? What's going on with Yi Chen? Just him? He's still participating in the downtown tournament? He's a bronze low-level mecha master. Don't lose our academy's face when the time comes. Yeah. Besides, does he still have a mecha? Just sign up for it. Unsurprisingly, there was another round of cynicism. It was as if the crowd had seen a big joke in the sky. A mecha master who just stepped into the middle rank. Know that I'm not qualified to participate in this kind of godly competition. How come this kid is so good at making a fool of himself? Yeah, going there really brings shame to our school. Strongly request that Yi Chen be removed from our academy before the competition. So what if it is? Yi Chen naturally paid no attention to the questioning voices around him. It was just a bunch of jumping clowns. There was no need. Instead, he looked at Zhang Yang with a calm gaze. Chen Yi doesn't like you. The meaning is obvious. If you are sensible, you should stay away from her in the future. That's all. After saying that, Yi Chen returned to the audience by himself. Yi Chen's careless look made Zhang Yang even more furious. Alright, in that case, let's meet at the downtown tournament then. Zhang Yang said coldly, by the way, don't blame me for not reminding you that the downtown tournament is not a normal tournament. You have to sign a waiver agreement before the tournament, and I believe that this represents something. You know yourself. Disclaimer agreement. That is to say, any accidents that occur during the course of the race will be borne by the participants themselves. This was a hard and fast rule. Those who did not sign the agreement could not qualify for the competition. Zhang Yang's meaning was obvious. Yi Chen was a wimp if he didn't participate, and he felt better as he had saved the situation for the time being. But if Yi Chen enters the competition with a hard-on, he would make Yi Chen a complete and utter wreck. Don't worry, I'll definitely participate when the time comes. Yi Chen looked at Zhang Yang, whose face had turned into a pig's liver color in anger, and continued to say slowly. There was no sign of fear at all. The crowd didn't expect Yi Chen to dare to be so rampant. It was as if they had already seen the scene of Yi Chen spending the rest of his life in a wheelchair, unable to take care of himself. This guy is really capable of death. Yeah, crazy? Yes. must have been unable to take the blow and gone completely crazy. The few people sitting in the seats next to He-Chen saw this and moved to the side, wanting to clear the air with He-Chen. This kind of situation, no one wanted to be mistaken for having half a relationship with He-Chen, and stayed as far away as they could, all the way to the end of the party. The smell of gunpowder in the air hadn't dissipated. Everyone was looking forward to what exciting scenes would happen, but Zhang Yang was not stupid. He knew that if he made a move now, the responsibility would all be his when the time came. Therefore, he could only wait until the downtown tournament to take this revenge. He-Chen and Chen-Yi had arranged to go home together, but Chen-Yi had put on makeup because she had a performance project. She had to remove her makeup first. Outside the dressing room, He-Chen sat on a chair and waited for Chen-Yi to come out. During this time, many people passed by. They couldn't help but talk about He-Chen. Isn't this Chen-Yi's boyfriend? Yeah, I can't believe Chen-Yi actually has a boyfriend. Or him. I don't know what Chen-Yi sees in him. Tonight's events made many people completely remember He-Chen. What happened between him and Chen-Yi? It made many people subconsciously think that He-Chen and Chen-Yi were already a couple. Soon Chen-Yi came out of the dressing room. At this time, she had already shed her exquisite makeup. However, in her veiled state, her face value was still very capable. It was the point where many girls looked away. With a first love face, one didn't know how many people could be charmed to death. Sorry to keep you waiting, Chen-Yi said with embarrassment. It's fine. He-Chen smiled faintly and stretched out his right hand. Chen-Yi instantly understood, and immediately stepped forward to take He-Chen's arm. Doing a play should be done in full. The two of them smiled at each other and then left. No matter what, I really thank you for today. Chen-Yi twisted her head towards He-Chen and thanked him. She had thought of many ways He-Chen might help her out, but she didn't expect it to be like this. She had to know that He-Chen was slapping Zhang Yang's face in public when he did that. An ordinary person wouldn't dare to do that. No need to thank you. Just taking money to do a job. Only then can he not harass you in the future. Right? He-Chen was just taking money to do a job. Since it was a deal, there was nothing to thank him for. But Chen-Yi couldn't help but laugh a bit and also gossiped a bit. Are you very short of money? If so, you tell me. I can lend it to you. Chen-Yi knew that if she said to give it, He-Chen definitely wouldn't want it. Therefore, she said borrow. No need. He-Chen politely refused, not wanting to owe someone a favor. While saying that, he walked. The midnight street was very quiet. The atmosphere was peaceful, and they were talking to each other. This caused the relationship between the two to heat up rapidly, so much so that there was really an illusion that the two were in love. Be careful. Within a few minutes, He-Chen frowned, subconsciously sensing something, so he reached out and wrapped Chen-Yi in his arms. What's wrong? Chen-Yi was at a loss. Before she could react to what had happened, a black commercial car suddenly stopped in front of the two. The doors opened and three silhouettes rushed down from the car. It's you guys? Chen-Yi instantly recognized the identity of two of the other party. It wasn't anyone else. It was the same two people who had almost violated her a few days ago. Liang Hao looked Chen-Yi up and down with lewd eyes and said with a bad smile, last time I let you get lucky, but this time you won't be so lucky. After saying that, he glared viciously at He-Chen. And you, I'll make you pay this time. At this time, a middle-aged man who looked to be in his early 30s next to Liang Hao, with a disdainful expression, he looked at He-Chen. That's him? Yes, boss. It's this guy who spoiled our good deed last time. The person who was called boss by Liang Hao was named Wang Wu. Having suffered a loss last time, they had learned their lesson this time and directly called their boss over. Wang Wu was a famous local character. Of course the general public didn't know his name. Only the people on the road know it very well. Moreover, Wang Wu's strength was only one step away from being a golden middle-ranked mecha master. His own strength is very strong. In the early years when the law and order was not so good, Wang Wu was even a ruthless character. Many of the big names in Jiangcheng who can be named on the surface nowadays. At first he had contact. As for now, although Wang Wu was not as brilliant as back then, but the energy on hand is still not ordinary people can compare. Most of all, Wang Wu. This person can mix out. When the main fight is a fear of death. This led to a lot of people in high society are very jealous of him. A lot of people do not want to provoke the existence of old geezer Ah. As a reborn person, He-Chen naturally knew Wang Wu's name. However, he had only heard of it. He-Chen knew him, mainly because in his previous life, this guy had offended a big shot in a trouble, and was found dead in the wild mountains. He saw it on the news. Not that the guy had done anything big behind him. You know you're scared? Liang Hao had a cold smile on his face. Let's put it this way. If you're scared, kneel down now and kowtow to us a few times. I can consider letting you die a quick death for a while. What do you think? As for that woman. Saying that, Liang Hao looked at Chen-Yi again with a lewd face. In his heart, He had been thinking about this little beauty for a long time. He had to have a good time tonight. Oh, He-chan smiled. What if I don't? Then wait for me to make your life worse than death. Liang Hao's eyes revealed killing intent. What to do? Chen Yi started to panic. This time there were 3 people on the other side. There was also a Wang Wu touting. No matter how powerful He-chan was, he couldn't possibly be a match for the 3 of them, right? I'll call Elder Yi now. In fact, there was someone picking up Chen Yi this evening, but Chen Yi wanted to walk alone with He-chan for a while after the party, so she asked Yi Lao and the others to wait for her a few intersections away. It wasn't that long from here, and they would be there in a few minutes. Don't be afraid. It's not like I'm here. He-chan patted Chen Yi's back and comforted. Somehow, hearing He-chan's voice, Chen Yi's heart really inexplicably felt a few points of peace of mind. Chen Yi didn't know where this trust came from. In short, she trusted the man in front of her from the bottom of her heart. Boss, we have to be faster or someone is coming. Liang Hao knew that Chen Yi wanted to call someone and immediately said to Wang Wu beside him. Wang Wu's expression was icy cold, and immediately, a fuchsia mech landed beside him. Wang Wu's mecha belonged to the power-type mecha. It was 4.6 meters tall, with a purplish-red body and a silver-white head. The shape belonged to the beast type, and the material couldn't be said to be very good, but it was also built from top-quality materials. Under regular state, its strength reached an astonishing 170 tons. Under the state of full outburst, the power of a punch could even reach more than 200 tons. However, because it was a power-type mecha, it was slightly inferior in terms of speed, but with a speed of 35 meters per second, it could still crush most mechs. As for the convenience of accessories, the mech's hands were equipped with 2C heavy energy cannons. On the shoulders a D-grade thermal energy cutter. On the legs was a C-grade high-speed thruster, which could reach a speed of over 80 meters per second when fully charged. Such strength would definitely be beyond the reach of most mechs. Boss, finish him off in seconds. Don't ink with him. Liang Hao had an excited face. He couldn't wait to second He-chan and take Chen Yi away for a good time. You stay away. Seeing Chen Yi's face of fear, He-chan protected him behind him and spoke in a gentle tone. He-chan, his mech isn't simple. You have to be careful. Chen Yi spoke in an apprehensive tone. Let me help you too. Chen Yi's cultivation wasn't high, but she wanted to do her part. It couldn't be that she could hide to the side and let He-chan fight the other party alone. Don't worry, there are no accidents with me. He-chan smiled faintly. As he spoke, he reached out to appease Chen Yi and stroked her head. But, no more buts. You go over there first and stay there. Wait for Yi Lao and the others to come over. Chen Yi still wanted to say something, but before she could finish her words, He-chan interrupted her. He-chan was so insistent, Chen Yi could only do as she was told. In fact, with Chen Yi's strength, she really couldn't help He-chan right now, but would instead hinder him. The fact that she didn't make a move was actually already the greatest help. It wasn't that He-chan looked down on Chen Yi. On the contrary, amongst her peers, Chen Yi's talent was at least upper middle class. Not bad. It was just that Wang Wu and the rest of them were far from being comparable to the students in the school. Golden Order. Let alone Wang Wu. It was Liang Hao and the 2 of them. Against a student of Chen Yi's age. It was also an existence like dimensional crushing. Of course, He-chan was an exception. The next moment, He-chan opened his mecha space, and a void emerged in front of him. It was like a door from an otherworldly world. In it, Mechagodzilla's cold metal body suddenly appeared. This, Chen Yi was startled. It was because she clearly perceived that He-chan's mecha was obviously stronger than the last time she saw it. It wasn't even a little bit stronger. But if she thought about it, the last time she saw He-chan's mecha was just the day before yesterday. Only 2 days had passed, and He-chan had actually improved so quickly? It wasn't just Chen Yi. Liang Hao and the 2 of them were also startled by Mechagodzilla. This made the 2 of them even more puzzled. Logically speaking, He-chan should indeed only be a bronze-ranked mecha master. But what the hell is going on? Bronze rank? Wang Wu was also startled by Mechagodzilla. With a huge body of more than 5 meters, the feeling of oppression was straight to his heart. Boss, that guy is a high school student. It's reasonable to say that. It's the Bronze Order. Liang Hao was a bit dumbfounded and explained. Forget it. Wang Wu waved his hand, generating the same thought as Liang Hao and the others before when they first saw Mechagodzilla. Mostly, it was just a good-looking mech that looked like a bluff. Inside the mecha cabin, Wang Wu pulled the lever, and the mecha instantly rushed towards He-chan. He-chan immediately entered the cockpit. Start! Mechagodzilla's eyes suddenly lit up, and the domineering aura of the King of Monsters suddenly appeared. Roar! A metallic-sounding beast roar rang out, shocking Liang Hao and the others to cover their ears. Something's not right. It was too wrong. The 2 men looked at He-chan's mecha, and an ominous premonition arose in their hearts for some reason. Head on, looking at the raging Wang Wu, The corner of He-Chen's mouth rose slightly. Although the other party's mech belonged to the power-type mech, when facing this type of mech, most people wouldn't choose to go head-to-head with the opponent, because it would be very disadvantageous. However, it was a pity that he was facing Mechagodzilla. If He-Chen remembered correctly, the strength attribute on the attribute page of a silver middle-ranked Mechagodzilla reached 200 tons, and that was just the normal strength. In an explosive state, it was at least 280 tons, close to 300 tons. So, He-Chen maneuvered Godzilla, and as Wang Wu rushed over, he threw a pair of punches. Wanna die? Wang Wu's expression was fierce. Going head-to-head with his power mech? It was as if he could see the scene of He-Chan's mech being broken into pieces and disintegrating on the spot as the punch went down. The next second, two pairs of iron fists ruthlessly collided together. Boom! Explosive sounds rang out. Yet the scene Wang Wu imagined did not happen, because at the moment when the two sides struck together, a terrifying huge force came, and Wang Wu only felt that the punch was like hitting a mountain. The subsequent terrifying counter-repulsive force caused Wang Wu's mech to instantly fly backwards and fall heavily to the ground. Boom! The ground was split into pieces and a large pit was smashed out. Boss! Liang Hao's duo saw the situation and the man went numb. Their expressions were as shocked as if they had seen a ghost. Boss's power mech actually lost. Under a head-on confrontation? What the hell? Chen Yi was also stunned. She knew that He-Chen was powerful, but Wang Wu wasn't a vegetarian either. She had originally thought that the best outcome would be for He-Chen to be evenly matched with his opponent, stalling for time until Yi Lao and the others rushed over. However, He-Chen directly secured the other party? This refreshed Chen Yi's perception of He-Chen's strength. Shit! Inside the mecha cabin, Wang Wu was dumbfounded and angrily got up from the ground. Without saying a word, he directly activated the D-grade thermal cutter on his shoulder. Although it was a D-class mech accessory, this cutter could easily cut through any metal. When a mecha under the same stage was hit, the body would be directly shredded. Buzz! He-Chen maneuvered his mech to hastily dodge, and the ray left a long trail in its place. Everything along the way was scorched. Like to play like this? He-Chen landed in a distant clearing, his hands roaming swiftly over the console. A Godzilla ray was released from Godzilla's mouth. Boom! The light directly hit Wang Wu's mecha, piercing through the energy reaction device on his chest. It cut through the cockpit again, causing one of Wang Wu's arms to explode into a bloody mist. Ah! A miserable howl cut through the night sky. Because the energy device was destroyed, Wang Wu's mech disintegrated, causing him to fall out of the mech bay. So unbeatable? He-Chen was a bit disappointed. He thought that this guy had a bit of strength and could let himself give Mechagodzilla's power a good try. Boss! Liang Hao and his duo instantly turned pale. In their original imagination, Wang Wu's strike would definitely be able to kill He-Chen in seconds. Even if he couldn't, He-Chen could last 3 rounds at most. But now they realized that they were wrong. Not only could He-Chen survive 3 rounds, he had even in turn secured Wang Wu. The two just wanted to rush over to check Wang Wu's injuries, but when they thought that He-Chen was still there, so they stiffly retreated and immediately summoned their mechs. Liang Hao and the two entered the mech bin. They didn't have time to react yet. Behind Mechagodzilla, the rocket propulsion device suddenly erupted with strange force. In the blink of an eye, Mechagodzilla rushed to the front of the two men's mechs. He-Chen blasted out with one fist and one respectively. A force that weighed over 200 tons exploded in an instant. Bang bang! The duo's mechs were blasted out a dozen meters away like scrap metal. This power. It's too good. Feeling Mechagodzilla's dominating power, He-Chen was very satisfied. One punch a gold rank. Simply don't be too unreasonable. This also made He-Chen realize the special nature of Mechagodzilla. Like other mechas, they were generally categorized exclusively. Power mechs, speed mechs, functional mechs, auxiliary mechs, etc. But Mechagodzilla belongs to the all-round type. That is to say, it is a hexagonal warrior that combines power, speed, function, and assistance into one. This made Mechagodzilla's ability to fight in both long-range and close combat very terrifying. Liang Hao and the two of them got back on their feet and tidied up their wretched posture. Unwillingly, they charged again. Mechagodzilla made a sweeping strike. Boom! Once again, it threw the two of them off, giving He-Chen a vestigial feeling of beating up a small child. The difference was too great. Liang Hao had a horrified look on his face, because just now, the guard on his chest ruptured open. One must know that he had previously tried to improve his mech's defense performance, but he had spent a lot of money to install a B-grade protective armor. Focus. B-grade. A mecha accessory of this level was already considered to be of fairly good quality, because further up, there are top-quality mecha accessories and legend-level accessories like A, S, SS, and SSS levels, yet it actually didn't resist He-Chen's two moves? What kind of monster? The two of them looked horrified and hurriedly stood up to try to escape. Want to leave? He-chan sneered. And in the next second, Godzilla's mouth released Godzilla's light. A white pillar of light blasted towards Liang Hao's duo. A loud bang passed. Boom! The two people's mechs directly scrapped and disintegrated, falling out of the mech cockpit. The power was so great that the streets were blown to pieces. The aftershock snapped a green tree a few meters away, off at the waist. Gudu, Chan Aaron, who was hiding in the shadows, was dumbfounded, unbelievably looking at all this. Crushing. She had just thought about everything, all sorts of possibilities, but all the thoughts ran towards He-chan stalling them. Elder Yi and the others rushed over to support them. Totally didn't he expect He-chan to actually kill Liang Hao, Wang Wu and the three of them alone. In seconds. The entire process He-chan easy to write. There is still no pressure at all. He-chan, what realm is he? In the end? A huge doubt bubbled up in Chen Yi's heart. It could already be concluded that He-chan was by no means a bronze rank, because no more powerful bronze rank mecha master could possibly do such a thing as the one in front of her. Don't kill me. I beg you not to kill me. I'll promise you whatever you want me to do. At this time, He-chan shed his mech and came in front of the severely injured Wang Wu and Liang Hao. As for Liang Hao's other companion, he was lying motionless on the ground and didn't know if he was dead. Give me a reason. He-chan carelessly squatted down and calmly looked at the two men. I can give you money. Yes, I can give you a lot of money. Wang Wu had a face of fearing pain. Covering his right hand at the broken arm, he said fearfully, there is a card in the black bag in my car. The password is 254,967. There is $10 million in the card. As long as you let me go, all the money inside is yours. $10 million is not a small amount. I don't know how many people can't save $10 million in their whole life. But in order to save his life, Wang Wu gave up. There was a saying that he was not afraid of not having firewood to burn. What he lost this time, he will definitely make He-chan pay back 1,000 times later. In Wang Wu's opinion, although He-chan's strength was perverted, but the mind is still a high school student, has not experienced the social refinement, do not understand the complexity of society. He himself had taken out such great sincerity, and would inevitably let him go. He-chan frowned slightly, confused. Killing you. Isn't this money also mine? You. Wang Wu was so infuriated that his breath almost didn't slow down. Still wanting to say something to make a final struggle, He-chan directly reached out and snapped his neck. Click. He then turned his attention to Liang Hao and skillfully understood him together. After doing all this, He-chan came to Wang Wu's car and opened the door. Finding the briefcase inside, he indeed saw the bank card. At this time, Chen Yi also came over from the shadows. Only her face was a bit pale as she looked at Wang Wu and Liang Hao's corpses. He-chan, you killed them. Yes. He-chan nodded. If I don't kill them, they will endlessly come after you and me afterward. Actually, Chen Yi was surprised that He-chan could actually manage to kill so openly. He was still so calm after killing. So calm that it was terrifying. What she didn't know was as a reborn person. In his previous life, He-chan had fought in order to carry out missions. I don't know how much blood has been on his hands. This was naturally nothing to him. The next step was to wait for Yi Lao and the others to arrive. And the two stayed in place for a short while. The eager-faced Yi Lao arrived at the scene with his men. Only after realizing that Chen Yi was fine did he breathe a sigh of relief. Learning that it was He-chan who saved Chen Yi again, Yi Lao rightfully owed He-chan another favor. The other party enthusiastically wanted to invite He-chan as a guest. However, He-chan politely declined in order to go home and practice. Then He-chan, thanks a lot this time. See you later. Okay, bye. After parting ways, He-chan returned home. The first thing he did was to open the system mall. Then from the mall, he purchased a large number of mecha materials, estimating that it was almost enough to upgrade Mecha Godzilla's set of accessories. Only then did he temporarily stop shopping. Refine. He-chan refined all the purchased materials, allowing the system to detect the upgrade. Detected the current materials. Enough for the host to upgrade the missile device. Please ask whether to start upgrading immediately. The system's feedback quickly came back. Upgrade. The missile device, when upgraded, could greatly enhance Mechagodzilla's long-range combat capability. Thus He-chan didn't have any hesitation. Half an hour later. Ding! Missile system upgrade completed. He-chan immediately entered the mecha space and saw Mechagodzilla's model at this moment. Only 2 more missile launchers were seen at the shoulder position. He-chan immediately took a closer look. The missile launcher's data then surfaced before his eyes. 16-unit missile launcher. Charge, 16/16. Charge time per unit, 5 minutes. Upgrades can shorten the charge time. Rate of fire, 16 rounds/second. Mode, auto fire. This was the data of the left shoulder missile launcher, and He-chan looked at the data of the right shoulder. It was found that the 2 sets of data were exactly the same. In other words, The two sets of launchers combined could fire a total of 32 missiles. Each one of them could inflict a wide range of damage. Just imagine. 32 missiles fired in total. He-Chen estimated that leveling an area completely would not be a problem. In addition, the missiles don't need to be resupplied as they are automatically recharged. In the case of running out or missing less than 16 reserves, it will automatically be filled. This was very convenient and humane. Otherwise, when it ran out, He-Chen really didn't know where to get missiles to replenish them. Originally, he thought that this was all that had changed. But soon, He-Chen found 3 sets of hidden missile launchers on Godzilla's chest. Concealed 4-unit missile launcher. Charge, 4/4. Charge time per unit, 3 hours. Upgrades can shorten the charge time. Rate of fire, 10 seconds per round. Mode, controlled launch. Note, this missile is extremely powerful. Please use it with caution. Nice guy. If it wasn't for He-Chen looking carefully, he almost missed this point. No wonder it's a concealed type. He couldn't even spot it himself, let alone others. He-Chen noticed that this missile only had 4 shots. The recharge time for each shot was also longer. The final tip also stated that this missile was more powerful. It's good to use it for sneak attacks to catch the enemy off guard, or as a base card. He-Chen murmured. This was something that could perfectly be used as one's base card. For example, if he was bloodied and the enemy was careless when he suddenly gave him a shot, it was believed that the other party would definitely be confused on the spot. In order to test the missile's power, He-Chen rushed from his home to a mountain on the outskirts overnight. Since Mechagodzilla was fitted with a rocket propulsion device, so He-Chen flew over directly in his pilot, which was very convenient. He-Chen aimed at a boulder a few dozen meters away and fired a 16-cell missile. Boom! After the missile hit, the scene was ablaze with dazzling flames, waiting until the smoke cleared, only to see that the boulder, which was feared to weigh several tons, was blown to smithereens. The broken pieces fell all over the place, full of burn marks. So powerful? He-Chen was shocked, because the power was much stronger than he expected. If these 32 rounds were fired together, He-Chen wouldn't even dare to think about the scene. A building would have to be demolished on the spot for you. Then, He-Chen found a bigger rock and prepared to test the power of the 4-unit missile. Boom! There was another loud bang, and this time, the place of the explosion directly ignited a fireball. Searing heat poured out. Hiss! He-Chen sucked in a breath of cool air. Only a deep pit with a diameter of 10 meters was left in place. Everything within it was charred and turned into coke. A mech of this power. Gold rank a bit can't even resist a single shot. He-Chen couldn't help but shake his head. Godzilla quality was already invincible. An absolute crushing existence at the same rank. Now with the addition of these accessories, it will once again undergo a qualitative change. There were still the last few days before the downtown tournament. In the next few hours, all He-Chen had to do was cultivate desperately. However, it couldn't be too much. He-Chen had to set his cultivation level, temporarily, at the peak silver stage. Otherwise, once one advances to the gold stage, if he couldn't get the Earth core energy crystals himself, Mechagodzilla would lose its energy and be reduced to scrap metal. This could be said to be the only thing that caused He-Chen to agonize. For the first time, he realized, cultivating too quickly didn't seem to be a good thing. If this was known to the others, they would definitely fall into a frenzy. They had worked hard for a year and a half without seeing a stage of improvement. He-Chen was doing well. A few days down the line, his cultivation speed rocketed. He also complained that his cultivation speed was too fast. What is this if not Versailles? Relying on Wang was $10 million. He-Chen purchased a lot of elixirs to help him cultivate. It is worth mentioning, Wang Wu died official will definitely investigate. That 10 million is not easy to get. But well, is Chunny used the family's energy to smooth out all this. Also let He-Chen in the night smoothly get 10 million. A few days of cultivation down. In the end, He-Chen quickly reached the peak stage of the silver rank. Mechagodzilla's strength was once again raised a notch. The base strength reached over 300 tons, and 400 tons in the explosive state. Close to 500 tons. Speed was close to 300 meters per second. Great moves are enhanced to different degrees and so on. What a concept! He-Chen was now driving Mechagodzilla with one punch. It was a building that had to shake 3 times. Dozens of tons of heavy trucks in the hands. Is just like toys to casually fiddle with. The main thing is the size. It officially came to 8 meters, 2 or 3 stories tall. It had already initially taken on the true demeanor of the king of monsters. After all, the full-bodied Godzilla was 1 to 200 meters tall. Before, it was too small and didn't have that flavor at all. Now there was a sense of vestigial feeling of the first appearance. The last 2 days, He-Chen didn't choose to cultivate. Instead, he thought about taking good care of He-Qingxue. That's right, He-Qingxue had also worked very hard in the last few days for the downtown tournament. In addition to eating and sleeping, she was basically cultivating. Her father and mother were unable to take care of her for the sake of their work. Hee-chun, as an older brother, had to take some initiative. Hee-chun knows that his sister is not bad, just a knife mouth and tofu heart. Otherwise, the future of the previous life would not have said those words to himself. Brother, the day after tomorrow I'll be participating in the downtown competition. On the dining table, Hee-ching-shue proudly said, that's a competition that only experts can participate in. People don't even want you if you go like this. Hee-chan laughed dryly, knowing that Hee-ching-shue's character was very strong. Otherwise she wouldn't have worked so hard these past few days. Don't be too tired. In that case, just directly abstain when you meet an opponent that's too strong. Don't mess around. Hee-chen said while eating, you should know about the waiver agreement. Aha, of course I know. Hee-ching-shue turned her words around and revealed a blank stare. Don't worry, there's no way I'm going to abstain. Saying this, she sighed in her heart. She wondered, how could she say that it was also for the sake of this family that she thought of taking the bonus so that the family could feel better? How is it that this useless brother of his still curses himself in turn? Really, Hee-ching-shue at heart resolve, must be that good ranking, at least the top 5, so that Hee-chun will obediently shut up at that time. 2 days later, Jiangcheng Center Square was exceptionally lively today, with a sea of people. Many reporters had already brought their professional equipment to wait. This was because today was the official start of the downtown tournament. Jiangcheng Center Stadium, as the largest sports center in the city, it was naturally chosen as the venue for the downtown race. At this moment, outside the stadium, many participants were relying on their badges in hand, lining up to enter the stadium. This was because tomorrow was the time when the final match would officially begin. The stadium was open today. It was mainly to give all the participants the opportunity to visit in advance to make preparations. So big? Too luxurious. Worthy of being the place where the downtown tournament is held. These specifications are really scary. Many players entered the sports center. Immediately, they were shocked. The arena could accommodate 50,000 people to watch the match at the same time. In the center, there was a huge temporary ring. It was the one that would be used by the contestants when the time came for them to compete. And on a high platform in the north of the arena, the medals and trophies after the victory of this competition were quietly placed in a display case. Everyone's eyes were hot. They all looked towards the championship trophy, fantasizing about the scene where they stood at the end and held it aloft in their hands. Excitement. Boiling. Why is he here? Strange. How dare he come to see the venue? Wrong place, right? Someone who doesn't even have a mech comes to a place like this to die? In the crowd, a line of people suddenly noticed something. They then sneered. This person was no other than Hee-chen. They did not expect Hee-chen to really dare to come. Zhang Yang was from the rich second-generation circle and something like that night was big news in the circle. It spread very fast. It was now all over the place and they all knew that Hee-chen had disgraced Zhang Yang. There was also some sort of in-your-face NTR stunt rumored. As a result, Zhang Yang was almost furious in the past 2 days. And more than once, he let out a bold statement that he would waste Hee-chen in the downtown tournament. Even if he doesn't die, he'll be paralyzed for the rest of his life. Under such circumstances, a normal person would have to hide as far away as possible, right? Hee-chen was good, and actually came to participate. This kind of death-defying behavior was simply brain-dead in their eyes. Hee-chen passed through the crowd with a cold expression, turning a deaf ear to the surrounding taunts. After all, he was already used to it. He himself didn't come here this time to quarrel, but mainly to look at the venue, then to receive the room number plate for tomorrow's rest. As for these queries, Hee-chen knew that would disappear completely after the match. Wandering around the venue, came to the place to collect the number plate. At the front desk was a pretty girl in a black silk uniform. When the girl saw Hee-chen, she immediately lit up. After all, Hee-chen had a high face value, and with his cold eyes, he had a plucky temperament. It just so happened that many girls just ate this up. Hee-chen handed the badge to the other party, who entered the number into the computer system and handed Hee-chen a bracelet in a short while. Hee-chen put it on his hand, looking down at the room. Number 52? It's over here. Just go ahead and then turn left. The front desk girl guided thoughtfully. Thanks. After saying that, Hee-chen walked straight ahead. Arriving at room 52, Hee-chen used his bracelet to close the door lock. The door to the room opened instantly, and Hee-chen walked in. The private room was luxurious, with all sorts of daily necessities. The hygiene was neat and clean spotlessly. There were also intelligent robots, ready to be used at any time. It seemed like the organizers of this tournament had invested a lot of money. Of course, on second thought, if they hadn't invested so much, the winner's reward wouldn't have been something at the level of a geocentric energy crystal core. Hee-chen laid down on the bed, then gave his mom a call, saying that his family wasn't going back tonight. Contestants were allowed to spend the night here. This was for the convenience of some contestants who lived farther away or could only stay temporarily due to other inconvenient reasons. Quite humane. On the other end of the phone, Zhang Fengjiu urged He-Chen not to mess around outside anymore, to be honest and not to get into trouble, and so on, because so far, none of his family knew that he had signed up for the competition. He-Chen didn't plan to say anything for now. He wanted to tell them after the competition. Otherwise, He-Chen could already think of the image of his parents stopping him from competing. It couldn't be helped. Who let himself keep giving them the impression that he was a scrappy bronze low-ranked mecha master, even if they knew that he had now reached the bronze high rank. But because the promotion was not long ago, they would still be worried that their strength would not be enough in the downtown tournament where the group was gathered. In the end, they were also concerned about themselves. He-Chen nodded his head vigorously and said yes for a few minutes before hanging up the phone. Afterwards, he took advantage of his free time to lie down on his bed and quietly sleep, intending to rest for a while first. Before the competition, He-Chen didn't even plan to cultivate anymore. The main focus was to recuperate and prepare for the competition. At the same time, above the arena, a middle-aged man with sunglasses who looked to be in his 40s walked into a box under the protection of several bodyguards. On one side of the box was a fully transparent glass door. Standing inside the glass door, one could have a full view of the entire stadium. It was also the best place to watch the match. Mr. Jiang, this location is not bad, right? A man wearing a white shirt and in his 30s stood in front of Jiang Zhengnan with a nod and a bow. Not bad, very satisfactory. Jiang Zhengnan nodded slightly, then picked up a cigar. For tomorrow's match, it's all pretty much prepared, right? Almost there. This is the list of all the contestants. You can take a look through it. Jiang Zhengnan took the list in his hands. He looked at it carefully, then casually threw it to the side. Knock knock knock. A knock sounded on the door. Come in, Jiang Zhengnan answered. The door to the room was pushed open, and a youth walked in with two enchanting sisters. After the two girls came in, they walked straight behind Jiang Zhengnan and began to massage him. The youth was holding several photos and report cards in his hands. Boss, 3 of our men were killed last night. Take a look. Our people were killed? Jiang Zhengnan was astonished. What kind of person would be so bold as to make a move on their people? Jiang Zhengnan looked at the photo. His face surfaced with anger. And on the photo, 3 corpses were lying on the ground horizontally. It was no one else. It was Liang Hao, Wang Wu and the 3 of them. Although these 3 people were dead, there was nothing to lose for Jiang Zhengnan. It was just a few small minions, but after all, it was their people who had humiliated his face. Jiang Zhengnan's expression was grim. What kind of person did this? This his information. A senior student has been investigated. The youth handed over another document in his hand. A senior student? Sniffing, Jiang Zhengnan was dumbfounded, and thought he had heard wrong, because a senior student was only 18 years old at most. This age was still only the age of a bronze rank mecha master. Even the top geniuses were only at the high bronze rank and the early silver rank. On the other hand, Liang Hao, Wang Wu and the others were all gold-ranked mecha masters. A bronze-ranked mech killed 3 gold-ranked mechs? How could this matter be thought of? It was unlikely. Are you mistaken? Jiang Zhengnan said with a displeased face. He has a senior. Even if he's a demonic genius, a top demon like Moron Yunyao, he's only a silver beginner mecha master. He can kill Wang Wu and their 3 gold rank? Sensing the anger on Jiang Zhengnan's face, the youth was scared and shivered. Boss, the news I have personally investigated. It's accurate, there can't be a mistake. And on that night, I found out that kid was with Chen Yi, Chen Yunlong's daughter of Chen clan. Hearing this, only then did Jiang Zhengnan realize something. Things were a bit odd. He then said, how could an ordinary senior student do such a thing? But even so, thinking about it carefully, Jiang Zhengnan would still find it unbelievable. Even if one had more of a background and was supported by more resources, it was also possible to be powerful to such a degree. This meant that the other party was at least a genius-level mecha master. Jiang Zhengnan, who was originally in a state of anger, suddenly calmed down in his heart. It was still the same sentence. Wang Wu, Liang Hao and the others died. He actually didn't care at all. Originally, he only felt angry because he couldn't live up to his face. But now, it made him unintentionally discover a genius mecha master. If he can pull together future role, wouldn't it top Wang Wu, Liang Hao and the others hundreds of times? Boss, should I get someone to do him? The youth made a neck-wiping motion. No need. Jiang Zhengnan waved his hand and just wanted to say something, but the words reached his throat and made him swallow. This was because he realized that when he looked at the list of players just now, he seemed to have seen a familiar name. He-Chen? Jiang Zhengnan compared it and realized that it was really the same. I don't know if it was a rename, or if it was really him. Jiang Zhengnan suddenly developed a strong interest. It was very tempting to meet this golden mecha master who had killed 3 of their golden mecha masters at the downtown tournament. Let's put this aside for now. Kim Yoongnam threw the photos and information back. If so, such a top genius had to be fought over, pulling in his own forces. Early the next morning, large and small media in Zhengcheng, reporters from all the major newspapers came, because the attention of this match was amazing. In the next few days, it was likely to be an existence that dominated the hot search list. 8 o'clock in the morning, the audience entered one after another. The scene was bustling with excitement, and the arena of 50,000 people was filled to capacity. The preparation time for the downtown tournament was long. Before it started, it went through a great deal of publicity. Plus, this was a world dominated by mechs. So many people were very much looking forward to this match, especially some who for some reason, people who couldn't become mecha masters, or didn't have a mecha. From the mecha competition, they could find the joy of mecha combat and the feeling of having their blood rekindled. All the contestants had already finished preparing in their boxes in advance. Each contestant had a separate box. In order to prevent the contestants from contacting each other privately, they could not meet each other during the competition. This was a hard condition. Inside box 087, Zhang Yang stood in front of the window looking at the enthusiastic spectators outside, and the center ring could not help but smile coldly. The figure of He-chun could not help but appear in his mind. The coldness in his eyes could not help but turn into killing intent. In the past 2 days, he had been directly reduced to the laughingstock of the ring. Since he was a child, where had Zhang Yang ever suffered this kind of aggravation? If he didn't waste He-chen on the spot, he swore that he would not be a human being. You have to know that for this competition, there was a waiver agreement signed. That means anything happens during the competition, he doesn't need to be responsible for anything afterward. Inside box 058, He Qingxue was similarly looking at the ring with a somewhat fervent gaze. As long as you get the rankings, top 5, she would be able to get a large sum of money to subsidize her family and make things better for her family. If she was lucky enough to get a better reward, it would be even better if there was a mech accessory, replacing it on her own mech. It could make He Qingxue's strength, once again, rise a notch. At that time, this little genius of hers would be among the top group just in the circle of geniuses. I'll definitely be able to. He Qingxue silently cheered for herself in her heart. Then her gaze looked to the other side. I don't know how Qianer is doing. Su Qianer, the same BFF who went to the secret realm with He Qingxue before, the same participated in this competition. In the 80-odd contestants box, everyone was preparing seriously, and those who were able to come and participate were each and every one of them top powerhouses, people at the apex of the same stage, the geniuses of all the major academies, the heavenly pride. There were also quite a few folk sweeper-like characters, so it could be said that there were crouching tigers and hidden dragons. In the spectator area, inside the luxury box, Big Brothers, the match is about to start. Is this not going to place a bet to play a couple of games? The tournament area manager walked into the box and said to the crowd, the people who could sit in this top luxury VIP box were all Zhangcheng's top big shots. Each of them had 8-digit assets. Either they had money or power. These bigwigs would all participate more or less in the top tournaments like this one. The little pleasures of the rich. The race schedule is out. I'll show it to everyone now, the tournament manager said while posting the schedule in front of everyone. I think why don't we all start by guessing who the champion of this edition will be? Suddenly, an old man with gray hair spoke up. This sentence immediately aroused everyone's interest. An old man with a big belly and billions of talents was the first to speak. In my opinion, surely that Li Zhaoyang from the 6th form. Right now, he is at the peak of the bronze stage, and with the mechs that he built with high-grade materials, his strength is even more powerful than the average silver-ranked mecha masters, even more powerful. The moment these words came out, they were immediately denied. It's not necessarily possible. I've seen the information of all the contestants before. Although this Li Zhaoyang you're talking about is very powerful, but I'm better looking at Zheng Kong from the first middle school. His mecha is very special, and it will definitely be an eye-opener for you guys when the time comes. The old man on the other side sighed and said, you're all wrong. The one who will have the last laugh this time is mostly Zhang Yang from Zhangcheng Academy. You guys are afraid that you don't know it. Zhang Yang has specially built a new mecha for this competition, and its performance is extremely terrifying. The crowd said one thing to each other. Although they each had their own words, the overall atmosphere was not bad. With the intention of talking and laughing, the henchmen on the side stood quietly. A few rabbit girls were pouring wine on the side. At this time, inside the arena, a sudden cry of surprise came out, followed by the crowd applauding, only to see an old man in his 50s with thinning hair and Mediterranean hair walk up to the center of the ring. The reason that made the crowd malfunction was because this person was no ordinary person. Instead, he was the mayor of Jiangcheng City. I can't imagine that Elder Liao would appear at the scene. It's too unexpected. Yeah, it's said that his old man is a King's Realm Mecha Master. King Realm Mecha Master? Hiss. This is what makes a strong person. That is, if you look at the whole country, that is a very terrifying existence. I don't know if I can break through to the King Realm in my lifetime. Don't say King, you break through Platinum first. Don't know how many geniuses are planted on the threshold of Platinum? The crowd completely exploded. I didn't expect that I would be able to witness the true face of a King Realm Mecha Master big shot today. The crowd's gazes were wild. The mood was uplifted. Becoming a powerful Mecha Master was almost everyone's dream. Therefore, almost everyone held an extreme amount of awe for such top-tier powerhouses. In Hee-chan's opinion, this was a good trend. It was better than the entire population mindlessly chasing after those assembly line-created stars. Hello everyone, I'm Liao Caixue. I believe everyone knows me. This time, first of all, thank you for supporting the downtown tournament and coming to watch the tournament. Some official opening remarks. Not long after, to the point. This time, mainly for everyone to introduce the rules of the competition. First of all, the finalists. All players need to face a battle. The winner can directly enter the finalist. After entering the finalist, is the promotion match, and then the strong choice, and finally decide the winner. Attention! This tournament in order to allow everyone to play their strength to the fullest, so do not do too many restrictions, but I hope you do not use underhanded means, or else be found out, will face different levels of punishment. Severe cases will be directly eliminated. And then the rewards. The top 15 will be able to obtain a reward of $200,000. The top 10 is $350,000, plus a random piece of D-rank mecha material. The reward for the top 5 is $500,000 in cash, a piece of C-grade mecha material and a badge of honor. The third place reward is $700,000 for a set of C-grade mech accessories. Note that it's a set, not a piece. The reward for second place is $1 million, a random set of B-grade mech materials and advancement pills. Speaking of which, everyone held their breath, because the focus came. The first place reward. That was the existence that countless people were looking forward to. All the contestants fought to the death. And in the end, it was precisely to fight for the first place. The reward for first place is $3 million in cash, an S-ranked mecha material of your choice and one Earth Core Energy Crystal Core. Wow! Crap, it's actually an Earth Core Energy Crystal Core? Nima? Really? Did I hear it wrong? The first place can actually obtain that kind of reward? Everyone was dumbfounded. In fact, the reward for first place was not publicized before. Only a few people knew about it. The only reason Hee-chan knew was all because of the inside information he had gotten from Yen Ran Lin. The Earth Core Energy Crystal Core. That was the strongest drive energy in the world. Bar none. Those who could normally use this kind of energy. It was at least a King Realm high-level mecha. A lot of people have been trying to get their heads around a core of geocentric energy. On the black market, the price of an Earth Core Energy Crystal was once speculated to a sky-high price. It was hard to buy it even if you had money. As a result, now, as long as you get the first place in the downtown tournament, you can actually obtain a geocentric energy crystal core? Many people were envious. One's own but a little younger, 18 years old, was bound to go to the competition. Inside the box, all the contestants, too, became fervent in their gazes at this moment. Part of them were running for the monetary rewards. A part of them were running for the mecha materials. A part of them were running for honor. But now, after the Earth Core Energy Crystal Core was announced as the first place reward, everyone's gaze, coincidentally, turned to this. Great! The first place is actually a geocentric energy crystal core? The corners of Zhang Yang's mouth lifted slightly, revealing an imperative smile. In his opinion, this Earth Core Energy Crystal Core was his for the taking. He-Ching Xue was also brightened up. It was unexpected that the reward for the first place would be so powerful. What a pity. It should be hard to take first place. Right. It was just that He-Ching Xue knew. The people who came to participate this time were extraordinary, and it was almost impossible to get first place. AI. Thinking of this, He-Ching Xue sighed. There was no telling who would be so strong in the end to take this Earth Core Energy Crystal Core. She could only express envy. After that, after a few more words, Liao Caixue announced, "Alright, now I'm announcing that we're entering the drawing of lots, and the match will officially begin after that." Wow! Looking forward. I hope our 5th middle school will definitely take first place this time. Tens of thousands of people's enthusiasm was instantly ignited. The wild cheers continued. The draw began, and the staff walked into each player's box with the draw, letting them draw lots one by one. 1 hour later, the lottery session passed and the matches officially began. The first match was between a boy from the 3rd middle school and a girl from the 5th middle school. Both of them were at the high bronze stage. Peak stage. Top geniuses who were one step away from the silver stage. Is it this kind of heavyweights right off the bat? The spectators instantly became excited. Inside the luxury spectator area box, a group of bigwigs, too, began to place their bets. I'll buy that girl. I'll buy that boy. He's from our academy. This is placing bets. You think you're a cheerleader, with personal feelings. Ha ha ha, play with you guys. The bidding was very generous. The chips were thrown out like no money. Some of the juniors who watched, their eyes went straight. A random person's bet was money they couldn't earn in several lifetimes. In the ring, the battle began. The boy from the third middle school had a huge mech that looked like a shield mountain. It was a strength and defense mech. The girl's mech, on the other hand, was less eye-catching, belonging to the agility and assistance type mech. Power mechs, too scary. One punch can kill 10 of me. Yeah, so it seems that the girl from the fifth form has almost no chance of winning. It's a pity. She's quite good looking. You kid, look at the game or look at the beauty. As the battle continued, the girl really fell into a disadvantage, because the other party's mecha was too dominant, with both strength and defense. Therefore she could only keep looking for opportunities, unable to confront it head-on. However, just when everyone thought that the girl from the fifth form was bound to lose, suddenly, she moved behind her opponent with an acceleration, and two lightsabers appeared in her hands at some point. The air was scorched by the hot breath. A sword stabbed down. Clang! The lightsabers instantly pierced through the opponent's mech, and the terrifying temperature caused the mech's epidermis to melt. Holy shit, what is this? A big move? This. Under everyone's unbelievable gazes, the fifth form boy's mech disintegrated and collapsed with a loud bang. The sudden defeat took everyone by surprise. It was clear that they had been in the upper hand all along, but it suddenly fell. Everyone was caught off guard. Inside the box in the luxury viewing area, a group of bigwigs were dumbstruck. After calming down, the crowd looked at the girl with appreciative gazes. Not bad. This girl is a potential stock at first glance. The ability to grasp opportunities is truly impressive. At this age, but it always feels like there's a lot of combat experience. Cultivate her, and I'm afraid that her future will be immeasurable. The gazes of all the bigwigs were hot. In fact, this time, they came to watch the match. On the one hand, it was for fun, and on the other hand, it was also because they wanted to win a little money. In addition, the most important thing was to look for various geniuses. To know, nowadays, the situation around the world was not too stable. Therefore many bigwigs secretly are silently cultivating their forces, seeking strong mecha masters, conveniently, if a chaotic world did arise in the future, so that they could stand firm. But many of the strong and experienced mecha masters are less said to be old. Many are old foxes. It's not easy to pull them together, unless one puts down enough blood money. And all the geniuses who participated in the downtown tournament this time were all youngsters who were just starting out, unaware of the dangers of society. Their eyes revealed clear stupidity. It would be much easier to draw them in, give them some favors and cultivation, and they would be grateful. In the future, they would use them for themselves, and they wouldn't have to worry about betrayal, killing two birds with one stone. In short, all had their own little minds. Holy shit, too strong. This counter-killing is wonderful. Goddess, it's so cool. I believe the opponent was directly confused. Ha ha ha, is this the downtown tournament? Crouching tigers and hidden dragons. None of them are simple. Awesome awesome. In the audience, everyone was abuzz, cheering. I didn't expect the first match to be so exciting, to see such a wonderful counter-kill. There was also more anticipation for the next tournament. So strong? He Qingxue and Su Qian'er basically watched the entire program, and suddenly felt some apprehension in their hearts, because they had seen it. The contestants in this tournament really weren't simple. To put it bluntly, their self-confidence was thwarted. Thinking differently, if it was her on the stage just now, He Qingxue and Su Qian'er both thought that they might not really be able to resist the other party's attack, then quickly defeated in the first round. That would be too humiliating. However, the two also quickly adjusted their mentality. After all, they had come to give it their all, not even started to fight on the timid. After the game, there is no need to continue. Soon the second match began. The third game, the fourth game, the fifth game, the sixth game. The next matches were also very exciting. Everyone's emotions, the fervor in their hearts was completely ignited. The attention of the tournament also skyrocketed, directly on the headlines of Jiangcheng's major media newspapers. Especially the first game of the reverse kill was made into a video and transmitted online, quickly getting hundreds of thousands of plays. He Chen was concerned at first, but after watching, he suddenly felt bored. It was because although these mechs were powerful in the eyes of others, heavenly pride, but with He Chen's Mechagodzilla, the difference was still too great. It made He-chan watch a few matches. He had the feeling of watching kindergartners beat each other up. He-chan simply lay down in his room. He-chan simply lay down in his room and rested. Might as well recuperate. But soon, a voice came out from the radio, catching He-chan's attention. Next match. Su Qianer vs. Long Haoran. Su Qianer? He-chan opened his eyes and came to the floor-to-ceiling window to continue watching the match. If he didn't remember wrongly, this Su Qianer is that very close BFF of his sister? Since Su Qianer had come, unsurprisingly then younger sister He-chan must have come as well. Hey, it wasn't good news for He-chan. Because of the fear that He-chan would have an accident, Su Qianer came to the ring with an apprehensive face and began to take deep breaths. Long Haoran. He was also from the Jiangcheng Mecha Academy and was still in the same school as He-chan. And Zhang Yang also knew each other. He did not expect his opponent to be a yellow-haired girl. Sorry about that. It's not too late to surrender if you don't want to get beaten. Long Haoran looked at Su Qianer with contempt. It wasn't that he looked down on Su Qianer, but in his opinion, the difference in strength between the two was too great. With the previous experience of watching the match, he wouldn't reveal his flaws and then make a scene of being counter-killed, that kind of shameful thing. You. Su Qianer's face turned red. Let's look down on people. Stop talking nonsense. Saying that, summoned the mech and made a posture to prepare for battle. Long Haoran's complexion was cold. Since he gave the opportunity, the next step was to fight quickly. Don't blame me for not reminding you. I've given you a chance. The words just fell. Buzz. Behind Long Haoran's mech, a jet was emitted, and the mech instantly rushed towards Su Qianer. Su Qianer fired 2 energy projectiles towards the other party, but both were easily dodged by the other party. Bang bang bang. The shells landed on the ring and exploded violently. With dazzling flames as the backdrop, Long Haoran arrived in front of Su Qianer. The mecha's huge metal iron fist landed with a bang. Boom! Huge force came. Su Qianer actually found herself powerless to fight, and just withdrew to more than 10 meters, almost falling down the ring. According to the rules, falling into the ring was considered a loss. Damn it! Inside the cockpit, Su Qianer had a hard look on her face, not expecting the other party's mecha to be so fast. The outburst was still so terrifying. He-chan sweated for Su Qianer and looked worried, but all that could be done was to cheer for her in her heart. Boom! Long Haoran's mecha once again erupted with extreme speed. Su Qianer's pupils shrunk. Because this speed, it was even faster than last time. And being able to do this kind of thing, she suddenly understood something. It means that the other party has at least one speed aspect, a great acceleration machine plus accessories. In Su Qianer's shocked gaze, one arm of Long Haoran's mech suddenly drilled out a huge drill. Because it was too late to dodge, Su Qianer clenched her teeth and could only choose a frontal hard steel. Boom! But the moment the two made contact, Su Qianer realized that she had no resistance. It just flew straight out. Clang clang clang. The sound of metal shattering rang out as the drill on the mech piloted by Long Haoran directly shattered the parts of Su Qianer's mech's hand. It turned into pieces of iron and fell to the ground. This won't work? Long Haoran gave a smooth push and managed to push Su Qianer out of the ring. Su Qianer's mecha, too, disintegrated as it fell into the ring. The physical body fell heavily on the ground. It was a good thing that a mech's physical body was too much stronger than the average person. Otherwise, Su Qianer suspected that this time, she would have to lie in the hospital for at least half a month. Wipe down the corner of the mouth residual blood. Su Qianer, face unwilling, indignation looked at the stage of Long Haoran, but she understood that it was useless. For her the journey of the downtown tournament was already over. This is a loss? A bit meaningless, but that guy is really strong. So fast. Open hanging, right? It's not hanging, it's that he has at least one A-rank speed class mech accessory. A-class accessories for a bronze-ranked mech? That's too extravagant, isn't it? Yeah, silver rank mustn't use S-rank? I don't understand the world of Big Brothers. Everyone in the audience was talking. This was the first time out of all the contestants that they had seen someone equipped with an A-ranked mecha accessory. Of course, it was also possible that it was there before, but people just didn't see it. Is the difference that big? He-chan knew. Su Qianer and her younger sister He-chan strength was relatively similar. Su Qianer actually lost so badly. It also meant that He-chan wouldn't end up any better when she took the field then. And even if they were lucky and won the preliminary round, that was only eliminating half of the contestants. And there were still more than 40 winners to contend with. And to be rewarded, one would need to be in the top 15 at least. The difficulty was high for He-chan. The next match, He-chan had been standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling window quietly watching. It was mainly because he knew that He-chan was also here. He-chan had no more sleep. Exclamations of surprise continued to emanate from the audience. As the match entered the end, the audience's emotions were ignited. because the ones that usually didn't start their matches until the end were the grand finale existences. There was plenty to watch. This was also deliberately arranged by the organizers. Saving some of the strongest contestants to go on at the end helped the ratings. Next, He Qingxue vs Zhang Yang. As another match came to a close, over the radio, a voice that made everyone excited suddenly came out. Zhang Yang? That Zhang Yang from the Jiancheng Mecha Academy? Holy shit, it's actually him? It's finally him. It's said that guy is one of the strongest players in this downtown tournament and the favorite to win the championship. Is that the one that made people NTR to his face? Ha ha ha. Laughing to death. I can't believe this matter. Everyone knows about it? A murmur erupted from the audience. It caused Zhang Yang's face to turn a shade of white and purple, and his bones clicked as he clenched his fists. He-chan. Zhang Yang clenched his teeth, inwardly vowing that he would make He-chan look good in the match afterward. Qingxue, be careful. That guy is very strong. As he passed by the entrance of Su Qian'er's box, Su Qian'er stood outside and reminded He Qingxue. She didn't expect that in the first match, He Qingxue would encounter such a strong one. Don't worry. I'll definitely make it to the finals and then take revenge for you. He Qingxue was nervous inside, but didn't show it. She couldn't let herself be shaken before she even started the competition. Otherwise, she wouldn't need to compete and just abstain. He-chan shook his head. He did not expect that his sister's first opponent would actually be Zhang Yang. What was this? Narrowing the gap between enemies? If that was the case, he should have been Zhang Yang's opponent. He could only say that He-chan was powerless to spit on this matching system. He-chan's expression gradually changed from carelessness to seriousness. Led by the staff, He Qingxue and Zhang Yang went up to the ring one after another. Countless cheers rang out from the scene. All of them were looking forward to Zhang Yang's performance. The bigwigs in the luxury box were even rushing to place their bets. The person who placed the bets was naturally Zhang Yang. After all, they all knew that Zhang Yang was the favorite to win the championship. Seeing He Qingxue, Zhang Yang froze for a moment, and was really a bit intolerant of laying his hands on such a good-looking girl. I advise you to abstain. Zhang Yang clasped his hands on his chest, his expression carrying a little scorn. Although he didn't come up with the same mockery as the others, but all could see that in Zhang Yang's eyes, he was looking down on He Qingxue. Cut the crap. He Qingxue revealed a blank stare. You think you are my opponent? Zhang Yang spread his hands indifferently. Forget it, whatever. In his heart, he was also thinking that it would be good to teach his opponent a lesson. You have a good talent. If you want to continue to progress after losing this time, you can contact me, maybe I can help you. Zhang Yang suddenly smiled slightly. It was just that the purpose of this statement was too obvious. Everyone could see Zhang Yang's little mind. Holy shit, how shameless. You can tell someone's talent even before the match? Isn't it obvious that he wants the contact information of a beautiful woman? Want to be their master? And then slowly strategy? Good guy. This mind is insidious enough. The battle began. The mecha space suddenly unfolded, only to see countless pieces of mecha flying out from the void. It then quickly wrapped Zhang Yang in it. In the blink of an eye, a crimson mech appeared in front of everyone. The design was full of technological flavor. The body of the mech refracted a luxurious color under the sunlight. Zhang Yang smiled coldly. This rack of his was specially built for this competition. Cast from strong alloy materials, it was able to withstand impacts from all types of weapons and attacks. It also had the most advanced energy shield technology. In terms of defensive performance, it was beyond the reach of many silver rank mechs. The question is the ability to pay money. Additionally, on the arms are two powerful ray cannons and a missile launcher. At the shoulder position was a high-energy laser cannon that could cause devastating damage. He Qingxue didn't even expect Zhang Yang's mech to be so luxurious. In comparison, after He Qingxue summoned her own mech, it was slightly shabby. However, because the trial scores were very good in the first place, so the mech that He Qingxue received was actually not that bad. The body of the mech was made of a watery blue special alloy, which had the effect of resisting shock and absorbing energy. On the back was an energy lightsaber that was more than 3 meters long with a slender blade, somewhat similar to an enlarged version of a tang sword. In addition, He Qingxue got results in an exam and received a B-grade pulse cannon. It allowed He Qingxue's mech to perform well in both defense and attack. Are both people's mechs this perverse? Yeah, they're both so strong in terms of parameters. I just don't know how they'll do in battle. I wonder who will win. Nonsense. It must be Zhang Yang. You didn't see his mech. It's completely piled up with money. Although that girl can be strong in her own right, her mech is a whole lot worse. Inside the box, a group of bigwigs also started to place their bets. Some of them favored He Qingxue, not believing in evil and hoping for a miracle. Most of them voted for Zhang Yang, majoring on a solid. He Qingxue looked grave, knowing that she did not have many chances and had to do her best to bring Zhang Yang down. She removed the lightsaber behind her. With the assistance of the propulsion device, she rushed forward with an arrow step. Boom boom. However, just a few steps closer to Zhang Yang, 4 or 5 energy rounds blasted over. He Qingxue had no choice but to snatch it towards the left side. Explosions rang out and smoke came out from the ring, obscuring He Qingxue's vision. Damn it! He Qingxue looked around nervously when suddenly, a sense of crisis struck. A few bright lights were seen suddenly zooming through the smoke. By the time He Qingxue reacted, it was already too late. Several energy bullets landed right on the mech's chest. Ding ding ding! The mech sounded an alarm, and He Qingxue suddenly realized that the right arm of the mech had lost its kinetic energy. For a moment, He Qingxue's face turned pale. She did not expect that she was at such a big disadvantage right at the beginning. Zhang Yang capitalized on his victory. Once again, he fired a few heat energy rounds. This time, He Qingxue reacted and the pulse shells on her shoulder were fired as well. The shells clashed in the air. A violent explosion occurred. The dazzling flames caused the ring to turn crimson. The sizzling temperature emanating from it made the entire arena dry. Shit, what a terrifying power. Is this a battle between big brothers? It seems like it's exciting to watch these two mechs physically fight. For sure. He Qingxue took the lightsaber in her hand and rushed towards Zhang Yang once again. The light blossomed and the blade was sharp. It slashed down towards Zhang Yang's neck. However, Zhang Yang raised his hand and actually pinched the blade of the lightsaber in his hand. Boom! The huge force made the ground under Zhang Yang's feet split in pieces, but it did not have any effect on him itself. The defense performance is simply pulled full circle. Yeah, it's just hard to lose. I knew this guy could. After all, he's the favorite to win the title. The bigwigs in the luxurious VIP room spoke eloquently. Zhang Yang's group of juniors, rich friends, also showed their excitement. After all, they had all placed their bets. If Zhang Yang won, they could win a large sum of money. He Qingxue had wasted 9 cows and 2 tigers to finally get out of Zhang Yang's hands. This time, Zhang Yang took the initiative to attack. The two of them directly opened up close combat. To be honest, in terms of close combat, He Qingxue had always been the best at it. But as the two of them fought, the sound of thunderous punches and kicks echoed in the air. The thunderous sounds of punches and kicks echoed in the air, and the explosions were endless. Between the metal clashes, fire splashed everywhere. The blood of all the spectators watching was boiling, and they were calling out that it was too much. He Qingxue soon realized that she had fallen into a disadvantageous position as the performance of the mecha was too much inferior. With every punch landed by Zhang Yang, He Qingxue needed to defend herself with all her might. Otherwise the mech would risk being broken by a punch. On the contrary, Zhang Yang showed lightheartedness towards her offense and cared very little about it. With this amount of strength, wouldn't it be better to abstain earlier? Zhang Yang shook his head as his huge metal fist blasted out with a single punch. Boom! He Qingxue was knocked back dozens of meters, dragging a long trail under her feet, only a meter away from falling down the ring. Then, there was no chance for He Qingxue to catch her breath. Heat cannons, laser cannons, and missiles totaling dozens of them fell towards where He Qingxue was standing. Because it was about to fall off the ring, He Qingxue could only jump up if she wanted to avoid it, so she jumped high into the air. Various missiles fell onto the ring. A loud noise occurred and the entire ring shook. That was close. If she was hit, He Qingxue knew that she would only end up losing. However, in the firelight below, a black shadow suddenly rushed out. The next moment, Zhang Yang maneuvered the mech to crash into He Qingxue, who was in the air, her pupils shrinking slightly. In the next second, it was knocked away by a huge force. Rumble! The mech landed directly to the bottom of the ring, and the battle actually ended just like that. The entire time He Qingxue was being suppressed. It could almost be said that it did not put any pressure on Zhang Yang. Holy shit, it ended suddenly again. This Zhang Yang from Zhangcheng Academy is really too terrifying in strength. Pervert, with such a strong mecha, no wonder he is the favorite to win the championship. There was a clamor. Zhang Yang's group of juniors were dancing and very excited. It was because they had won a large sum of money. Most of the bigwigs who were watching the match in the private room had smiling faces. Only a few had sad faces. That's right. They were the ones who didn't believe in evil and voted that He Qingxue would win. But no matter. To them, this point was just a sprinkle. The sadness was also because of that little bit of winning, not this small amount of money. Although she lost, this little girl has a lot of potential. In the case of other people's mech disparity is really big. She should be killed in seconds. Yes, can let him enter our group to cultivate it properly. Ahem. I see that our group is obviously more suitable for her. This is the start of a robbery? Although He Qingxue had lost, but it was undeniable that He Qingxue had a lot of potential. Many bigwigs, therefore, were very optimistic about her. They had even started snatching people. There was such a huge difference between the mechs. and they were all able to fight like this. If it was replaced with a mech of the same quality, He Qingxue might not necessarily lose to Zhang Yang. Hey, go back and practice more. This is not the place for it. Not the place for you. On the ring, Zhang Yang looked at He Qingxue on the stage and couldn't help but let out a taunt. With that, he turned around and left. He Qingxue under the stage clenched her teeth, her eyes looking at Zhang Yang with all her unwillingness. Originally, she thought, as long as she got the ranking, she would be able to get the prize money to make her family feel better. With luck, she could also get the machine plus accessories to enhance her strength. But in the end, actually didn't even pass the preliminary round. This made her very frustrated inside, and she even had deep doubts about herself. Phew, He Chen's complexion was icy cold as he took a deep breath. Although it was normal for matches to have winners and losers, but exporting taunts, that would be wrong of him. He Chen can endure others to say so about themselves, but never allow others to talk about his sister like this and remain indifferent. Next match, Zhang Yang vs Luo Tianhang. At this time, the sound of the next matchup came out from the radio. He Chen frowned. Such a coincidence? He Qingxue now is himself? And inside the arena, upon hearing He Chen's voice, an uproar resounded in many places. He Chen? He really came? Doesn't that guy even have a mech? How can he compete? Could it be his own flesh and blood fighting someone else's mecha? Ha ha ha. I guess he'll be beaten to a pulp in less than a second. It seemed to them that He Chen's behavior like this was a complete death sentence. They couldn't help but wonder if they were brain dead. As for He Qingxue, who was originally preparing to go back to her room to rest, she suddenly froze in place. With a surprised expression, she looked at the big screen and saw the information about the next matchup. Brother? Why is he here as well? He Qingxue was dumbfounded. The city tournament was full of monsters, and she couldn't even pass the preliminary round. How could her own punk of a brother be a match? Don't look at her. She usually looked down on He Chen, but in her heart, she still cares about He Chen. He Chen's participation in the tournament is bound to end badly, and he might even be seriously injured. Of course the main thing was that He Qingxue knew that Zhang Yang would definitely target He Chen in the match. Are you sure it's this box? Boss? Yes, I secretly inquired from the staff. Zhang Yang was led by a group of juniors to the entrance of He Chen's box. Not for any other reason. He just wanted to see He Chen's scared and trembling appearance. Knowing that it was He Chen's compartment, Zhang Yang reached out his hand to pull the door, impatient to taunt him. Before his hand touched the door handle, click, the door was unscrewed from the inside, only to see He Chen's silhouette poking out from behind the door. The two of them just looked at each other. It's really you? The corner of Zhang Yang's mouth lifted slightly, revealing a faint smile. I thought it was someone with the same name. Ha ha ha. Something wrong? He Chen looked at Zhang Yang impatiently. I just came to tell you. Do you know who your opponent is this time? Zhang Yang. Didn't the radio report it just now? You have bad ears? You. Zhang Yang laughed coldly. Still talking tough now. Really? I'll tell you the truth. Luo Tianhang is my man. Luo Tianhang. One of the strongest juniors under Zhang Yang. Bar none. Itself fostered by Zhang Yang's resources here. He reached the high bronze rank a year ago. And now he is also a talented mecha master who is just one step away from reaching the silver rank. Moreover, Luo Tianhang's mech was not ordinary, although it was not as good as Zhang Yang's, but it was also a customized model, specially built to fit Luo Tianhang's mecha the most according to his own talent. Fit. It refers to the degree of fit between the mech artist and the mech. The higher the fit, the stronger the power of the mech could be utilized. For example, if the same mech is used by a person with a high degree of fit, it will be able to utilize 90% of its combat power. A person with a low fit will only be able to utilize 50% of the power of the mech, or even less. It was self-evident how important the fit was to a mecha master. I didn't expect to be able to meet you so early. I was thinking that I would do it myself, but now it seems that I don't need to. In his opinion, his own little brother would be completely enough to deal with He Chen. He would make He Chen regret everything he did before. You rich people, do you all like bullshit so much? He Chen absently pulled out his ears with an impatient expression. It also sighed in his heart. How could rich people cultivate this kind of trash? If I don't say it now, I'm afraid you won't be able to hear it afterward. Zhang Yang smiled shamelessly and thought of what he had learned on his way here just now. By the way, He Qingxue is your sister, right? I will let your sister watch you with her own eyes. How you became crippled at the competition site. While speaking, Zhang Yang's eyes showed an unstoppable killing intent. It was only just now that he had learned about this matter. I'll take revenge for this, and I won't know until after the match as to who exactly pays the price. I think. What Zhang Yang didn't know was that his mech was an ant-like existence in He Chen's eyes. After all, Mechagodzilla's cultivation nowadays had already reached the high silver level. All the other geniuses were one step away from the silver order. And He Chen was a step away from the gold rank, and due to the extremely high quality, Mechagodzilla's strength was an existence that crossed over the ranks. It can even crush gold middle rank mechs. In other words, as long as He Chen is willing, a single shot of Godzilla's light would be able to make Zhang Yang not even find his mech turned into ashes in his body. Zhang Yang smiled and laughed once again with disdain. It was as if he had heard the funniest joke in the whole world. Do you know what you are talking about? The eyes of the junior next to Zhang Yang seemed to be looking at a madman. How about this? When the time comes, whoever loses, whoever kneels down and apologizes, what do you think? Zhang Yang thought about it and added, right, it must also be a public kneeling, in front of everyone kind of thing. He figured it out. If you want to take revenge, you don't necessarily have to kill him directly. You can make the other party's life worse than death in a different way. Afterwards, it wasn't too late to kill again when you got tired of playing with him. This would not only maximize revenge, but also make He Chen's family never be able to raise their heads. He wanted everyone to know the price of offending him. He Chen begged for it. In response, he directly nodded and said, yes, no problem. Let him be arrogant for a bit first. What He Chen was sure of was that soon, Zhang Yang would not be able to laugh anymore. Mr. He Chen, this way please. Suddenly, a uniformed staff came from the back and extended an invitation to He Chen. The match was about to start. He Chen nodded, then left without looking back. I'll see how you die. Zhang Yang looked at He Chen's back and said viciously. In his opinion, He Chen didn't even know how to fight him. He wouldn't even be able to pass the preliminary round and would soon come down from the ring lying down. Inside the arena, the audience was in an uproar again when He Chen appeared in everyone's view, especially the students who knew He Chen and were from Jiangcheng Academy. They knew very well that He Chen didn't have a mecha. Coming to compete today? Sure, it wasn't a joke? Under the attention of countless people, He Chen walked onto the ring. Luo Tianhang had been waiting for a long time. He knew about the matter between He Chen and Zhang Yang. He also vowed silently in his heart. He must make He Chen lose cleanly and disgracefully enough. Only in this way could he win favor with Zhang Yang. Anyway, how to lick it had already been thought of. The VIP viewing area. A big man lit a cigar and couldn't help but say, this match, there should be no suspense, right? As far as he knew, He Chen was a notorious loser in Jiangcheng Academy. His cultivation was once fixed at the early bronze stage, lagging behind his peers by a large margin. As for Luo Tianhong's strength, among all the contestants, he was considered to be in the middle to upper group. Yeah, I'll vote for the one surnamed Luo. Me too. I'll vote for him, I'll play with some too. Batch after batch of chips were pushed out. Almost all of them voted for Luo Tianhang. However, at this time, a different voice rang out. Vote He Chen for me, put in $20 million. Old Jiang, are you crazy? You might as well not vote. Just let us all split this chip directly. Yeah, for charity? The one who spoke was no one else but Jiang Zhangnan. These other bigwigs from Jiang City were either mega rich or powerful. They all looked at him in surprise. What do you guys know? Jiang Zhangnan smiled faintly, revealing a smile that everything was under control. Others didn't know, but he did. That He Chen. But not too long ago, one person killed the existence of 3 of his gold rank mechs. Bronze low rank. Scum? Are you kidding me? All he could think of was that He Chen had been hiding his strength. If it wasn't for the fact that he was just having fun today, he had only exchanged 20 million chips before. He really wanted to smash a few hundred million into it, because this was a surefire deal. TSK TSK TSK. An old man dressed luxuriously with his hair combed out shook his head and laughed. Old Jiang, we've known each other for so many years, but you still like to be a maverick so much. I'll buy him with you for 5 million. Jiang Zhangnan smiled at this without saying anything, thinking that they will know after the game. By then, it will definitely stun everyone's jaws. After a series of preparations, the referee gave the order for the fight to begin. It then quickly retreated to the side. Compared to before, the audience clearly had little enthusiasm this time. This was because many people knew that He Chen was a loser who didn't even have a mech. Coming to the competition was purely to cause trouble. Is it possible that he really wants to fight a mecha with a human body? Back up a million steps. Even if He Chen has a mech, it must be a low-priced garbage mech foundry to build a garbage mech. The kind that can't go on stage. Combat power can be imagined. If he could hold out for 3 rounds, he would be considered a great fighter. This kind of match was destined to be won or lost right from the start. So naturally, people couldn't be interested. Luo Tianhang was the first to summon his own mech. The cold metal body borrowed the appearance of a beast shape. There were 2 huge thrusters on the back that allowed the mech to fly briefly. The right arm was equipped with a heavy artillery. It could fire hundreds of mecha armor-piercing rounds per second, easily blasting away even tanks. The left arm, on the other hand, was a heavy shield. It could release an energy shield at critical moments to withstand a fatal blow. Although the shield skill was a necessary ability for many mecha bases, however, Luo Tianhong's energy shield was very special. The full name is called Gravity Repulsion Energy Shield. As the name suggests, it can rebound a portion of the energy received to the caster. For especially close combat mechs, it had the advantage of Tianka. At this time, Luo Tianhong maneuvered his mech and a scanner surfaced in front of him. Looking at He Chen's pathetically weak data, Luo Tianhong couldn't help but laugh out loud. You said that it's not good for you to offend anyone but my boss. This time I'll let you die without even knowing how. You're Zhang Yang's #1 lapdog? He Chen naturally wasn't used to the other party and immediately disliked him. Upon hearing this, Luo Tianhong's face turned green. After all, he couldn't refute being called a dog in public. Boss said he wanted to personally solve you. Originally he only wanted to give you a small lesson. Now he changed his mind. This match, let He Chen be half paralyzed, and the car spend the rest of his life in a wheelchair. In a flash, infinite killing intent erupted. The mecha values were directly activated to the peak by him. Just as quickly, Luo Tianhong frowned. What? Still not summoning the mech? It can't be true that you don't have a mech as everyone said, right? Thinking of this, he lost interest instead. Without a mecha, He Chen was a weak chicken with no hands. Winning the match was painful, but there was little sense of accomplishment. I've heard long ago that you're a waste. You're still bronze low level even after the college entrance exam. A waste that can't pass the college entrance exam. How do you have the qualifications to participate in the competition? Luo Tianhong said while maneuvering his mech towards He Chen. At this moment, the crowd in the spectator stand was in a daze. The bigwigs in the VIP viewing area were also wide-eyed. What's the situation? He doesn't really have a mech, does he? He didn't have a mech to participate in the mech competition? I'm afraid this isn't the funniest joke of the year. Zhang Zhengnan's face was slightly off. It's not right. Could it be that he was mistaken? Was this guy sure that he was the high school student who had killed 3 of his gold-ranked mecha masters? Old Jian it seems that you looked away. This high school student's information I just read is very ordinary. Nothing special, and his opponent this time is too much different. A man on the side wearing a black suit and crossing his legs patted Zhang Zhengnan's shoulder. Zhang Zhengnan grimaced. After thinking about it, he said nothing and continued to watch the match. Boring. Luo Tianhong yawned, thinking of a quick battle. Maneuvering the mech, he kept closing in on He Chen. Soon, however, his footsteps lurched as he felt a strong sense of crisis and subconsciously stopped, only to see He Chen's surroundings. A void suddenly emerged. Immediately afterward, a huge figure appeared from within. Mechagodzilla appeared, and He Chen directly entered the cockpit. Boom! The huge figure was half a body taller than Luo Tianhong's mecha. For a moment, the horrifying sense of oppression was suffocating. Mechagodzilla. The black and gold metal scales refracted a cold luster in the sunlight, eyes full of killing intent. The strong body, with muscle lines made up of metal strips crafted from special alloys, manifested terrifying strength. The pair of huge sharp claws that seemed to be able to tear everything apart, even more so, made Luo Tianhong feel an inexplicable palpitation. It was as if in one stroke, it could tear his mech into pieces. Voodoo. Luo Tianhong was dumbfounded. At the same time anyone who saw this scene, all of them were dumbfounded. This is He Chen's mecha? Saying that He Chen doesn't have a mech, and even if he does, it's a garbage mech for a garbage mech artist to build? Are you telling me that this is a trash mech? The entire audience was not calm. Zhang Zhengnan's eyes lit up, his heart slightly relieved. I knew that He Chen must not be simple. Otherwise, if you lose money and have to be laughed at, you won't be able to hang your face. Luo Tianhong surveyed Mechagodzilla, his heart in a daze. Somehow, regardless of cultivation or mecha, he shouldn't be afraid of He Chen. But at this moment, he indeed didn't dare to act rashly. The one who was most surprised was still He Qingxue. Originally, she was still worried for He Chen, but the moment Mechagodzilla appeared she couldn't help but open her mouth wide. When did he have such a domineering-looking mecha? Old brother? Full of doubts and puzzlement. Can't figure it out. Couldn't figure it out at all. Could it be that this brother of his, who has always been very strong, was just hiding it before? I just don't believe it. Trying to scare me, right? Luo Tianhong swallowed his saliva, gritted his teeth, and maneuvered his mech to rush towards He Chen. Zhang Yang was watching from below. He had to be tough and finish off He Chen. Otherwise, he wouldn't have any good fruit to eat when he turned back. Raising his mech's right arm, Luo Tianhong pressed the launch button. Da-did-day-day-day. Hundreds of bullets poured out and shot at He Chen, the dense firepower forming a straight line. The muzzle of the cannon lit up with blue flames. The Gatling with blue flames. It's over. Such firepower could instantly disintegrate a building. He-Chen's mecha couldn't possibly withstand it. Moreover, with such intensive firepower suppression, behind He-Chen was the edge of the ring. It was impossible for him to dodge it. Is it really just a pretense? Zhang Yang sighed in relief. To be honest, he was a bit nervous when Mechagodzilla appeared. He was worried that Luo Tianhang would lose to He-Chen. Now it seems that he was over-worried. However, just after thinking that in his heart, something that made Zhang Yang dumbfounded happened. Bang bang bang! Only countless bullets landed on Mechagodzilla in the ring, but the expected image of He-Chen being pierced through did not happen. The bullets did not penetrate Mechagodzilla. Not even the outer skin. No, to be precise, it didn't even leave a trace. For a moment, the crowd's faces were horrified. No way, am I blind? He-Chen actually didn't do anything at all? If you're blind, am I blind too? I saw that He-Chen was fine. How can that be? That transmitter is a B-class mecha accessory. A piece of steel can beat you into a sieve in minutes. Ah, this. Bang bang bang. Bullets continued to fall on Mechagodzilla, sending sparks flying across the ring, but it just couldn't do any substantial damage. This was expected by He-Chen, and it was because until the other party's attacks, they couldn't pose a threat to him. That's why He-Chen didn't plan to dodge in the first place. Yes, He-Chen had no intention of dodging Luo Tianhan's attack from the start. It could be considered extremely insulting. Gulp. Zhang Yang gulped his saliva and realized that he had underestimated He-Chen. Only he still didn't think that He-Chen could win against Luo Tianhang. So strong. Qingxue's expression gradually changed from worry to shock now. Even she didn't dare to fight this kind of attack head-on because of the high risk. Yet He-Chen chose to do so and still came out unscathed. This was nothing short of a miracle. Jiang Zhangnan, who had originally crossed his legs and felt unconcerned about everything, also suddenly sat upright. It only felt like things seemed to have gotten interesting. At this time, Luo Tianhang stopped shooting. He looked at the bullets all over the ground. The expression on his face was worse than eating a fly. How is it possible? No, it couldn't be. With this kind of firepower, it was impossible for the other party to be unharmed. Luo Tianhang directly doubted life. He-Chen moved. With the rocket propulsion device, He-Chen was now moving at a speed of hundreds of meters per second. What's the concept? It was almost instantaneous, and the naked eye could hardly capture such speed. Luo Tianhang only saw He-Chen, who was 100 meters away from him 1 second, suddenly appear in front of him the next moment suddenly appeared in front of him. His expression was immediately like seeing a ghost, wanting to dodge back, but it was already too late. Under the helplessness, he maneuvered his mech and blasted his 2 pairs of iron fists straight at He-Chen. Boom boom! The power was terrifying, blasting out a sonic boom. However, he was surprised to find He-Chen not moving at all. Mechagodzilla, which was fully twice as big as him, seemed like an unshakable mountain. Instead, there was a huge counter-repulsive force. It caused Luo Tianhang's mecha to shake. It shook Luo Tianhang to the point that he was dizzy inside the cabin. The person was dumbfounded. No, this is impossible. In surprise, Luo Tianhang raised the anti-repulsion shield on his left arm in a panic. At the same time, He-Chen activated his plasma fist. This was a mini version upgraded with the remaining materials after upgrading Mechagodzilla earlier. Although it was a mini version, its power couldn't be underestimated, especially when Mechagodzilla's various values were crushing the opponent. Boom! The fist attached with ghostly blue plasma ruthlessly landed on Luo Tianhan's body. Clang! In the shocked gazes of countless people, the sound of metal shattering suddenly rang out. The shield just shattered away in less than 0 seconds of contact, immediately followed by the mech's entire left arm. It disintegrated and disintegrated under this punch. Too fierce? What kind of power is this? Is this punch a nuclear explosion? Luo Tianhan's mech is so unbearable. The shield broke? That's not right. Doesn't his shield have an anti-repulsion effect? Could it be that it's because the power of this punch was too great? The value of the energy hit exceeded the shield to withstand itself. So, numb. Everyone's scalp went numb. The sonic boom of this punch was like thunder. The shield shattered. The entire mecha arm disintegrated. And then Luo Tianhang flew out like a kite with broken strings. One punch killed in seconds. He-Chen surveyed his fist and was a bit surprised himself, not realizing that the power could be so empowering. This is still the neutered version of the plasma full. If it's the full version, He-Chen didn't even dare to think how terrifying the might would be. In addition, this was the first time He-Chen had used Mechagodzilla to fight someone else. Strictly speaking, the result made He-Chen very satisfied, especially the effect of the rocket propulsion device, which could simply be described as instantaneous, catching others off guard. Often, it could work wonders. Next, glancing at Luo Tianhang, who was lying under the ring, He-Chen left the ring without looking back. There was nothing for himself to do next. This, one punch, Killed in seconds? Luo Tianhang was actually killed in seconds? Is this really He Chen? And at this moment, the audience was different from He Chen's breezy attitude. Everyone had exploded. Things had gotten so big before, causing many people who just didn't know about He Chen. All of them also indirectly knew that there was a huge difference in strength between the two. Those who knew it were even more so. In their eyes, He Chen was a waste. However, at this moment, what did they see? He Chen actually killed Luo Tianhang in seconds with a single punch. The other party didn't even have the power to fight back. It was simply not too easy. The crowd felt unreal, as if they were dreaming. Was this still the trash He Chen they remembered? Rubbish, rubbish. In the box, Zhang Yang was about to explode with anger at the sight of this place, his fist smashing against the tempered glass. Boss, Luo Tianhang he, a fat man on the side, just wanted to open his mouth to say something, but he was glared at viciously by Zhang Yang and obediently shut up. Luo Tianhang, this waste thing. Zhang Yang gritted his teeth. He couldn't wait to rush up and punch him hard. Originally, he had planned to let He Chen be eliminated in the preliminary rounds to properly disgrace himself. But now, not only was He Chen not eliminated, he easily won the match instead. And who doesn't know? Luo Tianhang was following him? It could be said that this made him indirectly become a backdrop again. This was the reason why Zhang Yang was so angry. Of course, what puzzled him the most was He Chen's strange mech. What was going on? I haven't heard that He Chen has such a powerful mech. Regardless, Zhang Yang was furious. Go get that punk and tell him to come see me. Under the ring, Luo Tianhang had just gotten up from the ground when he learned that Zhang Yang was furious. He wiped the remnants of blood from the corner of his mouth in a sorry state and his heart went half cold. Ha 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 ha. Inside the box, Zhang Zhangnan laughed out loud and then swept his gaze to the side in triumph. Without exception, all the bigwigs of Jiang City were dumbfounded at this moment. Dumbfounded? Old Jiang, do you have insider information and know something in advance? Yes, tell me quickly. I can't imagine that kid is really this powerful. This kind of outburst and speed. It's simply a monster that practiced both. Jiang Zhangnan smiled faintly and didn't say much. How he knew? He couldn't say even more. He only knew that he had struck lucky this time and met such a demonic genius, without any surprises. He already knew who the winner of this year's downtown tournament would be. Brother. At this time, the most shocked person was still He Qingxue, who gulped down a mouthful of saliva before rubbing her eyes incredulously. Was that person really his own brother? He Chen? He Qingxue was directly skeptical, with a shocked face, and fell into deep contemplation. Ever since she was a child, she could be said to be the person who understood He Chen the most, without one. This was because He Chen had a rather withdrawn personality, mostly keeping to himself. Those few best friends, too, weren't often together. So He Qingxue, who lived under the same roof, became the person who knew He Chen best. Speaking of He Chen, He Qingxue can be said to love and hate him, because He Chen is actually a very good person. From childhood is also very concerned about her. Remember when I was a child? There is a candy in the pocket will be the first to let her. But there is one thing that makes He Qingxue unbearable. He Chen was really too useless when it came to cultivation. This led to the fact that when she was a child, she often clung to He Chen and cried to follow him. Began to intentionally alienate herself from this older brother when she grew up. Later on, because of some extreme emotions, she even began to look down on He Chen. In today's world where everyone is proud of mechs and looks up to the strong, He Chen was thought to be in this life. Perhaps he could only silently be a waste, and would never have a chance to turn his life around. However, what he saw at this moment completely refreshed He Qingxue's cognition. He Chen is not a waste, but has been hiding his strength? But why? Even she, his younger sister, was hiding it? Can't figure it out. Can't figure it out at all. In the audience, tens of thousands of spectators were dumbstruck, their expressions more shocked than one another. It only felt like their brains were no longer enough. What exactly is He Chen's cultivation level? Luo Tianhang was at the peak bronze stage, and He Chen killed him in seconds. So, He Chen is at least a silver rank mecha master? Holy shit, silver rank mecha master? Saying goodbye to a scum? You're telling me this is a loser? I also feel his silver order mech division. To know that you know those were reported out are the surface. Secretly genius may be more to go. After all, the world is so big, so many people. For a time, everyone was frantically discussing what exactly He Chen's cultivation level was. After all, he had killed Luo Tianhang, a peak bronze high stage mecha master, in seconds. Those who could achieve such a level. It was only the silver rank. Like He Qingxue, countless people were having their worldviews refreshed at this moment. Boss, it seems like it's indeed this guy. Zhang Zhangnan was beside him. The youth who had previously handed over the information suddenly spoke up. Originally, he was also skeptical. How could He Chen, a senior student, Kill Wang Wu and a few of them? Now it seems, He-chan really is not ordinary. Especially after realizing that He-chan's impression on many people was that he was a loser. He-chan's body may have some unknown secrets. Zhang Zhangnan happened to be thinking the same thing. He stretched out his hand and hooked a little brother to the side. After the other party came over, Zhang Zhangnan opened his mouth. Go, think of a way to invite him over. Remember to be polite. Can't be rude. Got it? Zhang Zhangnan deliberately urged that he must be polite, and not to be rude. This made even that junior a bit surprised, because like Zhang Zhangnan, this level of big brother, He Chang can already be said to be a big man who can cover the sky with one hand. The power of connections on hand is not something that ordinary people can imagine. To be able to get in touch with him, that is the blessing of ordinary people. However, now facing a fledgling, but is a high school youth, but seems so polite. It was enough to see the importance of He-chen in his mind. Therefore, that little brother didn't dare to be slow. After leaving from the private room, he immediately inquired like a staff member about the room number He-chen was in. He-chen returned to the room where he was resting. After taking a deep breath, he went to the bathroom and washed his face. Then he came back to the refrigerator, opened the door, and picked up a bottle of ice-cold cola and drank it all in one go. This fight, it can be said that the fight was beautiful, and the strength of Mechagodzilla was beyond He-chen's expectations. If we step into the gold rank, Mechagodzilla's strength will once again qualitatively change. Thinking of this, He-chen brightened up, thinking that it wouldn't be too long, but only if the first place winner of this downtown tournament is himself. At this time, knock knock knock, the door to the room was suddenly knocked on. He-chen opened the door, only to see the staff standing outside. It was a cute girl with a double ponytail and a round face. The other party was looking at He-chen with a face of adoration. Unsurprisingly, it was sucked in by the fight between He-chen and Luo Tianhang just now. Hello Mr. He, the drawing ceremony for the next match is going to be held over here. The girl's voice was a bit naturally dull. Got it. We'll be right over. He-chen responded, then closed the door and changed into a set of clothes. A few minutes later, He-chen re-entered the ring. A middle-aged man with a mustache was saying something with a microphone. This person He-chen also recognized. Although it wasn't comparable to a big shot like Liao Xishui, it was still a public official in a not-so-small position. It was also said to be the organizer of this downtown tournament. Everyone, I believe that you've all watched today's match with great satisfaction. Blah 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 said a whole lot. After talking hot for a while, the topic came to the point. Next, the next match will be smoking one. Please wait and see. Finished speaking, the whole room boiled. Wow, it's over. Didn't have a good time watching it. Yeah, but this preliminary match eliminated a group of people. The ones left behind are all strong. The next match should be better. Looking forward. Under the preparation of the staff, the drawing of lots officially began. There weren't many people, and there were only about 40 people left behind. The drawing of lots was quickly completed. All of them then handed over the drawn lots to the staff for verification. After a few more minutes, on the big screen, information about the matchups for the next game appeared. He-chen swept his eyes quickly and quickly found himself on the screen. Zhang Yan? Upon seeing it clearly, He-chen froze. On the big screen was clearly He-chen versus Zhang Yang. What a guy. He-chen didn't expect that his opponent would actually be him. Another and another and another. On the other end, Zhang Yang was also humanly dumbfounded when he saw He-chen's name. Boss, what kind of luck is this? You'll get your revenge in the next match. Yeah, that kid is too unlucky. That's how he met the boss. Looks like his tournament career is going to be over. Zhang Yang's group of minions were patting their asses on the side. And because of He-chen's wonderful performance in the preliminary round, it led to many people noticing him. Thus when the matchup information was announced, tens of thousands of people in the audience were nonplussed. He-chen versus Zhang Yang? Ha ha ha. So explosive? One is the favorite to win the championship, and the other is the dark horse who killed Luo Tianhang in seconds. Good lord. I'm already looking forward to it. I bet $1 million that Zhang Yang wins. Me too. I'll call. Even though He-chen is the dark horse, it looks like he's going to be cut down to size this time. Yeah, Zhang Yang's mech is too sick. It had to be mentioned that although they had seen He-chen's power, but most people didn't think that He-chen would win tomorrow's match. After all, the gap between Luo Tianhang and Zhang Yang was still huge. Even if He-chen killed Luo Tianhang in seconds, the gap between him and Zhang Yang was still unbridgeable. It could only be said that He-chen's failure to be eliminated in the first round and his ability to make it to the next round had an element of luck in addition to strength. Qing Xue, what's wrong with you? Under the stage, in an inconspicuous corner, Su Qianer patted Qing Xue's shoulder and consoled. Don't worry, even though we lost the match, but didn't your brother advance to the next round? Although the opponent was Zhang Yang, But Su Qian'er had a different attitude from everyone else. He thought that He Chen might not be unable to win against Zhang Yang. "Oh, I'm fine." Ever since He Chen's match, He Qingxue had been in shock. It was only after hearing Su Qian'er say this that she gradually reacted. "Say, your brother is really powerful. I know that Luo Tianhang. If I were to go on, I think I would probably end up just as eliminated. But it turns out that your brother actually punched him in seconds." Su Qian'er directly transformed into a little fangirl. With a face of adoration, she said. Originally, her mood was the same as He Qingxue's. Knowing that He Chen was He Qingxue's brother, it had been worrying about him all along. It turned out that their worries were all redundant. Su Qian'er was too curious. "Qingxue, tell me honestly, has your brother been hiding his strength? You actually know that your brother is very powerful." Su Qian'er pouted her mouth, suddenly a little sad. "Good, even you hide it from me. Your best friend. Where is the trust between people? Can we still play happily?" Su Qian'er expressed her inner hurt. "I really don't know He Qingxue said innocently. If she knew, she wouldn't have been so shocked. He Qingxue suddenly remembered the words she had said to Su Qian'er earlier. She couldn't help but feel a bit embarrassed, because in her mouth, He Chen had always been a scum, with no cultivation and no talent. Despite his efforts, he still couldn't keep up with normal people. Even in anger, he had said words that his brother was finished for life. As a result, now, she was ruthlessly slapped in the face by He Chen. "Qingxue, why aren't you happy?" Seeing that He Qingxue's expression was not right again, Su Qian'er hurriedly asked. No. He Qingxue hurriedly shook her head, although shocked and incredulous, but it was undeniable that she was happy inside at this moment. Because He Chen, after all, as her brother, deep down, she had always recognized He Chen. Why did she hate He Chen in the beginning? It was because He Chen was too useless. She hated her iron and hated why her brother was so useless. And now that the misunderstanding was lifted, she could be said to be the happiest person, bar none. Just thinking about this, He Qingxue suddenly felt a bit aggrieved. The corners of her eyes were glistening with tears. If He Chen was so powerful, why had he been hiding his strength? One must know that over the years, He Chen didn't know how many curses he had carried, and how many people were secretly pointing fingers at him. At one point, it made her, as a younger sister, unable to raise her head. Forget it, Qingxue, let's talk about it later. Su Qian'er could see that He Qingxue was in turmoil inside and patted her back as a sign of comfort. He Qingxue nodded. Aha, well, I'm a bit tired. Do you want to go take a rest together? Su Qian'er was also a bit tired, especially since the battle had also injured her. So she nodded and answered. Inside the private room where the contestants were resting, He Chen had just returned and realized that there were already people waiting at the door for a long time. You guys are? He Chen asked curiously. Hello, Mr. He. The man in the lead made a self-introduction, then said, our boss has an invitation to ask you to come over to meet him. I wonder if Mr. He is free? Your boss is? It's Mr. Zhang Zhangnan. Don't worry, our boss is just very appreciative of you and would like to invite you over to have a seat. Nothing else. The other party was worried that He Chen had concerns in his heart. After all, they had come to the door out of the blue. It's fine. Upon hearing this, He Chen immediately agreed, because this name was not unfamiliar to him. Zhang Zhangnan. Legend had it that in the shadows, he was one of the big-shot figures that pushed the development of Jiang City's mecha industry. With connections in both black and white, his dozen or so enterprises had even made it to foreign countries. In terms of personal assets alone, his assets can definitely be ranked in the top 3 of Jiangqing's rich and powerful list. And this is still the assets on the surface. There is a saying that what you can see is what others want you to see. So Zhang Zhangnan's personal assets and strength, the sea is far more than just those that burst out. The main thing is, Zhang Zhangnan also had his own specialized arm team. Yes, clearly all-powerful mecha division composition, although not compared to the official, but the power is also very scary. If an accident occurs now and a chaotic world is born, then He Chen knew that Zhang Zhangnan must be one of the big men who could stand firmly in Jiangcheng. Of course, these things are not generally known. He Chen knows because he is a traveler. There were other encounters with Zhang Zhangnan in his previous life, but not many. Under the leadership of a few people, He Chen quickly arrived in a private room, which was lavishly decorated and filled with an air of luxury. Although the rooms that the contestants stayed in were already pretty good, but it was still a stark contrast to this private room. In the room sat a man in his 40s or 50s with gold-rimmed glasses. The moment he saw He Chen enter, he immediately rose to greet him. Here you are. Please have a seat, please have a seat. The seats had also been arranged long ago. He Chen nodded and sat down at the invitation before looking at Zhang Zhangnan with a calm gaze. Boss Jiang, if there's anything, just say it directly. He-Chen had always disliked beating around the bush. Ha ha ha. Jiang Zhengnan applauded with a smile on his face. I like your straightforward character. In that case, I'll just say it straight. Speaking here, Jiang Zhengnan paused and continued. I watched the match just now. It was wonderful. You're very strong. The other thing I want to ask is this matter. It should be you who did it as well, right? Saying that, Jiang Zhengnan handed the information about Wang Wu and a few of them being killed to He-Chen. He-Chen glanced at it and just nodded. Yes. Jiang Zhengnan frowned, not expecting He-Chen to dare to admit it. Do you know that they are all my people? Since they are your people, it's all the more reason for you to discipline them well, isn't it? He-Chen calmly said. Since you couldn't discipline them well, I helped you discipline them a bit. Is that what you're looking for me for? Jiang Zhengnan froze and exchanged a glance with one of his men, his heart extremely shocked. It was because of the maturity and candor that He-Chen displayed. There was also the depth in those eyes, completely unlike what should be present at this age. Jiang Zhengnan's face resumed its previous smile. There was a saying that heroes came out of youth. Or maybe this youth in front of him really wasn't simple. Otherwise it wouldn't have been a match that directly sensationalized everyone. Don't worry, it's not for this matter. Jiang Zhengnan originally just wanted to test He-Chen as well, so he simply said, I'll be blunt. It doesn't matter if a few of them die. They're dispensable to me. Is there anything else? He-Chen, I want to. Jiang Zhengnan thought for a while, but still said it. Actually, the main thing is that I want to get to know you. Or make friends. Can. He-Chen directly agreed. He-Chen knew that Jiang Zhengnan was, in private, trying to do everything he could to form his own forces. Then his purpose for calling himself here was obvious. It was to draw in, to He-Chen. This was no loss, because he was alone now. If he had Jiang Zhengnan to help him out, it would make things much easier for him in the future. Plus, he might be able to get some benefits from him. The courage, of course. If the other party had any excessive conditions, or any restrictions on himself, that would be another story. Very well. Jiang Zhengnan nodded. In order to show his sincerity, he also said, I didn't prepare anything this time I came. How about this? I'll have someone send a batch of machine plus accessories over to you later on. It's a sort of a meet and greet gift. In addition, if you need cultivation materials, you can also talk to me about it. And monetary support is naturally possible as well. By the way, the kind that doesn't need to be returned. He was worried that He-Chen had some concerns about this. Therefore, he directly put it to the end, allowing He-Chen to accept it without worry. As for why, naturally, it was to pull people in. The current He-Chen might not be able to do much for him yet, and there wasn't much he could do. But with He-Chen's potential, there was much more he could do in the future. This was to lay the foundation for future cooperation. These payments, which became inevitable, were considered a small investment. Thanks then. He-Chen knew what Jiang Zhengnan was thinking, so he wasn't polite. Both sides had their own purposes, so it was a waste not to want it. He-Chen's frankness and straightforwardness surprised Jiang Zhengnan. From the beginning of the meeting to the present, from the beginning of the meeting to the present, from the calm. The crisis is not chaotic. Just this boldness is not ordinary people can have. This further made Jiang Zhengnan feel that this investment was worthwhile. Well worth it. Afterward, He-Chen and Jiang Zhengnan chatted a few words. After both sides exchanged pleasantries, He-Chen claimed that he was a bit tired and wanted to take an early rest, so he left from the private room early. Jiang Zhengnan sent him all the way to the door before he went back. Boss, after giving him so many favors, aren't we going to ask for anything at all? A junior brother was at the side and asked suspiciously. This is an investment. Jiang Zhengnan shook his head. Little Li, you've also been with me for a while. Haven't you learned anything at all? Sniffing. The henchman named Little Li lowered his head in shame and scratched the back of his head in embarrassment. I see. Jiang Zhengnan sighed and turned to leave. 5:40 p.m. He-Chen left the arena and after casually finding a restaurant to fill his stomach, he stopped a car on the side of the road to go home. After arriving home, he realized that his parents hadn't come back yet, nor had He-Ching Xue. He was about to go back to his room to cultivate. He-Chen suddenly received a text message. Inside your card number with the tail number 9587 5000 has been remitted. Please pay attention to receiving it. For more inquiries, please reply to $5 million? He-Chen was stunned, and quickly thought of the card number he left with Jiang Zhengnan before he left. He never thought that the other party would be so generous as to directly give himself $5 million. Well, for a top tycoon like them, 5 million was really nothing. This 5 million can be used to purchase spiritual medicine. He-Chen thought so. In addition, what He-Chen was most looking forward to was actually the batch of mecha materials that Jiang Zhengnan had promised to give him. When the time came to refine it, he might be able to upgrade another accessory for Mechagodzilla. I just don't know when the other party will send it. Forget about it. He-Chen shook his head, then went into his room and started shopping for medicines and props to aid in cultivation. A number of purchases were made. He spent $3 to $4 million. Afterwards, he took it directly, and in order not to waste the medicinal effect, He-Chen immediately began to cultivate. Chen, then I'll go home first. Be careful on your own way. The entrance to the neighborhood. Qingxue got down from a car and waved to Su Qian'er inside the car. Got it. Right. Don't forget what you promised me. Su Qian'er waved her hand and admonished. Don't worry. Won't forget. Qingxue revealed a blank stare. It's really true that she's such a bosom friend. Actually asking herself to help ask for her old brother's signature. Just give Qingxue a kind of. I treat you as my best friend, but you want to be my sister-in-law. Back home. Qingxue tiptoed to He-Chen's room. Brother, are you there? She wanted to ask about why He-Chen had suddenly become so strong. Only after waiting quietly for a while, she didn't get any response. Should be in repairs, right? Qingxue guessed. Usually those who entered deep cultivation would enter a realm of oblivion while shielding themselves from outside disturbances. Qingxue knew that He-Chen had a competition tomorrow. After thinking about it, she ended up silently leaving through the doorway of the room. Although she was curious about this matter, she couldn't hinder He-Chen's cultivation. In her opinion, He-Chen must also be working desperately to get a ranking. Every second to become stronger had to be seized. However, what Qingxue didn't know was that she was overthinking things. He-Chen in the downtown tournament is just messy killing. The reason why he cultivates is mainly to take advantage of the drug effect. He-Chen was not seen coming out even during the evening meal. Qingxue was preoccupied. Instead, at the dinner table, He-Dad and He-Mom asked a lot of things about the competition. Learning that Qingxue regretfully lost, the two of them looked at each other and Zhang Fengjiao consoled. Qingxue, don't take it too personally. I've also heard about this competition. The opponents were all too strong. Winning and losing is a common thing. Don't be affected. Qingxue, in Mom and Dad's heart you will always be number one. Dad, he said. Aha, just rest assured Mom and Dad, I'll be fine. Qingxue's heart warmed, not wanting Mom and Dad to worry, so she pretended to be frank and said, just in her heart, she was still worried about what would happen tomorrow. Even though He-Chen was powerful, she knew that Zhang Yang was not an easy target either, and considering the grudge between the two, Qingxue was afraid that if He-Chen was undefeated, the other party would kill him. She was tempted to persuade He-Chen to give up the match, but her mind suddenly thought of the past, and didn't know how to speak. The night passed quickly. When the next day dawned, He-Chen only took a nap. After getting up at 8, he directly took a taxi to the competition site. On the way there, He-Chen received a message from the tournament organizer. It turned out to be the tournament arrangements, which had already been finalized over there, and the time for He-Chen's match today was 9 o'clock. It's actually the first match? In the cab, looking at the message sent by the other party, He-Chen was a bit surprised. 9 o'clock was the official start time of the first match. Originally, he was still thinking of preparing well before the match, striving to win this battle beautifully. Now it seems that he can only forget about it. Mechagodzilla vs. Zhang Yang was a dimensional crush anyway. Not to mention the battle. The other party would have problems holding on for even 2 rounds. Soon to the arena. After He-Chen showed his badge, the staff led him to the arena. Because of yesterday's success, the reputation of the downtown tournament has also been thoroughly played out. Although the time was still early, a large number of spectators had already arrived in advance, and the audience stage was packed. All sorts of comments rose and fell. They were all discussing today's match. There was still some time left before the first match, so He-Chen first came to the private room to rest. Everyone, welcome to the match site of the downtown tournament to watch today's match. It wasn't long before the host's voice rang out from outside. After a bit of introduction, the enthusiasm of the audience to watch the match was pushed straight to the peak. Thunderous cheers emanated from the scene. On the other side, Zhang Zhangnan and a bunch of other bigwigs had also arrived at the VIP deluxe viewing area one after another. All here? Today's first match is the main event, so we can't come early. Yes, the favorite to win the championship versus He-Chen's dark horse. Who's going to win? Of course it's Zhang Yang. Don't you guys know that his mech is very special? In the midst of the laughter, an old man looked at Jiang Zhangnan and subconsciously asked, Old Jiang, you can't still vote for that guy this time, can you? Jiang Zhangnan twisted his head, glanced at him, and just nodded slightly. Yes, ha ha ha. The other party laughed a little. What's the relationship between that kid and you? So optimistic about him. A man with sunglasses next to him sighed. Yeah, he is just as good as he is. He can't be Zhang Yang's opponent. What do you guys think? I've read the details of both of them last night. There's too much difference in terms of qualification talent and acquired resources. Not from the same world. He Chen was able to win yesterday. I doubt he was high. I think Luo Tianhang must have been careless. Otherwise he wouldn't necessarily have gotten seconds. Old Jiang don't have an iron head. It's better to follow along and buy Zhang Yang today. Most of the people in such top circles knew each other. Some also had cooperative relationships. A few who were on good terms with Jiang Zhangnan, the other group bosses, persuaded them. Jiang Zhangnan just continued to keep smiling and simply stopped talking. By Zhang Yang? What kind of joke is that? He knew that He Chen's win over Luo Tianhang was definitely not luck, but true strength crushing. Zhang Yang was even more powerful. Can he kill 3 yellow class mechs at the same time? No surprise there. Jiang Zhangnan until today's match. It must be He Chen will win and win cleanly. Not. It should be said that He Chen will not only win today, but will also sweep all the way through the next matches until he gets the championship. Don't ask. To ask is to be absolutely confident in He Chen's strength. Stop talking. The match is about to start. At this time, a rich-looking fat man standing by the window opened his mouth. Everyone was immediately attracted to the ring and looked towards it. Next up is the contestant, Zhang Yang. The introductory remarks were finally introduced, and under the host's introduction, a young man dressed in an unflattering outfit with a haughty face stepped out from the backstage. The moment he saw Zhang Yang, everyone cheered. Because of the knowledge of Zhang Yang's greatness, coupled with his brilliant play in yesterday's match, he had attracted countless fans. Nowadays, he has gained some fame in Zhangchang, and even the whole country. Next, He Chen. Upon hearing his name, He Chen also quickly walked out from the backstage. Compared to when Zhang Yang came out, the hue and cry was much smaller this time. This was because many people, in their hearts, did not actually look at He Chen favorably, especially those from Jiangcheng Academy who knew He Chen well. Many of them felt that yesterday's win over Luo Tianhang was nothing more than luck. How could a loser be a match for Zhang Yang? In the audience, many people revealed looks of disgust and disdain. Just in the inconspicuous corner, 2 young girls with worried faces contrasted with the cold eyes around them. Don't worry Qing Xue, your brother is quite powerful. Even if he is not Zhang Yang's opponent, he will be fine. Su Qian'er knew He Qing Xue's inner worries and comforted her. Aha! He Qing Xue didn't say anything but just nodded her head. She had wanted to persuade He Chen to give up competing, but with things having come to this, she knew it was too late to say anything. All she could do was pray. Really dare to come? Ha! Zhang Yang had a sneer on his face. Remember the bet we made earlier? The loser has to kneel down in public for the winner. Of course I remember. He Chen said indifferently. Very well. Zhang Yang nodded, thinking that He Chen would play dumb, but it turned out that the other party was actually unapologetic, which was just what he wanted. It was as if he had already seen the scene after the match when He Chen knelt down to himself in public. This feeling of having his revenge avenged suddenly put Zhang Yang in a wonderful mood. The match begins. With the host's order the battle officially started. Zhang Yang and He Chen's mecha space unfolded at the same time. The crimson, that is, Zhang Yang's mech attracted everyone's attention as soon as it appeared. It was because this kind of top-notch tycoon mech, it was a rare sight for many people. It was only because the downtown tournament was organized that they were blessed to have a glimpse of it. Otherwise, many people would just have a hard time seeing it for the rest of their lives. Some people couldn't wait to take out their cell phones to frantically take pictures, and then send them online and send them to their circle of friends to show off. Soon, around He Chen, a void door suddenly opened, followed by a behemoth appearing from within. Mechagodzilla. Everyone's pupils shrank, even if they had seen it once before, but seeing it again, they were still shocked by Mechagodzilla. I don't know if it is an illusion. Many people subconsciously feel that Mechagodzilla seems to be stronger than when they saw it yesterday, but it was obviously only a day ago. Therefore, they all thought it was an illusion. Visually, Mechagodzilla was a circle larger and more intimidating than Zhang Yang's mech, especially that piece of steel armor fangs, exuded a chilling cold light, as if a bite would tear apart even a person with the mech in one bite. Then, let's have a quick battle. Zhang Yang's complexion was icy cold as he revealed a vicious smile and pushed with both hands. The crimson mecha raised its arms and a dozen of thermal bombs were instantly fired from the barrels on both sides. Playing so big right from the start? Good man. It seems like the boss is serious, trying to open up a bit to finish off the other side. If these dozen or so thermal bombs go down, they'll blow up the other party to the point where there's not even any dregs left? It's over. The boss won't kill anyone, right? So what if I kill? Anyway, there's a liability waiver agreement. Any accidents that happen during the competition will be the responsibility of the participants themselves. That's right, he can only be blamed for his own death. Zhang Yang's group of juniors, and the people from Jiangcheng Academy saw the scene. All of them revealed an excited look. It was a bit of a bummer that the match ended as soon as it started. but it was highly likely that they would see the first famous scene of this year's City Downtown tournament. A player had been killed at the tournament site. If it really happened, this was sensational news that would make popular headlines, and they were all witnesses. He Qingxue started to panic. In her opinion, He Chen had almost no possibility of resisting, because she had seen it in the tree before. This kind of thermal bomb was very amazingly powerful. It was the possibility of a gold-ranked mecha master accidentally being hit and having his body disintegrate on the spot. And the He Chen in her impression was only bronze high rank. Yes, the difference was too much. And the difference wasn't even a little bit. Brother, when she thought that He Chen might die under these shells, He Qingxue's eyes couldn't help but redden, and she was actually glistening with tears. Su Qian'er was also anxious, because it was only now that she realized that He Qingxue had only verbalized that her brother was a waste. But inside, she cared about him so much. Rumble! The ring was ablaze with fire, and smoke rose up, obscuring the entire ring, making it impossible to see what was going on inside. The impact from the explosion made many spectators feel a slight vibration coming from the audience. A wave of heat came over the entire arena, and the temperature inside the entire arena heated up rapidly. What kind of weapon is this? It's too perverse, isn't it? I doubt the ring is going to be blown up. Is this the power of the earthly mecha? This weapon system is simply awe. Tens of thousands of people had shocked faces. It was hard to imagine how high the temperature would be at the center of this explosion. Boring. Zhang Yang inside the cabin yawned, not expecting the battle to end so soon. In fact, the attack he just made was merciful again. Not enough to kill He Chen but enough to seriously injure him and make him a complete cripple for the rest of his life. There is also the matter of kneeling. He did not want to let He Chen die just like that. Is to die, before dying, but also to have enough humiliation. Otherwise it would be hard to resolve his heart's hatred. Ha ha ha. Inside the box in the luxury spectator area, a middle-aged man with a rich face looked at Jiang Zhengnan with a smile. I told you he couldn't do it. You watched as the match only started and he was seconded. This person is not as good as Zhang Yang, but he is still a genius. It's quite a pity to die or be crippled just like that. Yeah, or else I was thinking of signing with him and letting him enter our group. The hand is too hard. A group of bigwigs felt sorry. He Chen was a genius no matter what, and he ended up falling just like that. Only Jiang Zhengnan silently looked at the ring without saying a word. Just at this moment, his pupils shrank and his body slightly moved forward as he noticed that on the ring as the smoke and dust dispersed, a figure seemed to be looming. This is He Chen? For a moment, Jiang Zhengnan shook inwardly. At the same time, everyone also sensed something and rubbed their eyes in disbelief of what they saw in front of them. Only the smoke was visible. A figure stood upright and was crossing his arms in front of him, his feet sinking deep into the ground. The ground around him was in ruins and devastated. It was as if none of it had anything to do with him. He Chen? He didn't die? Wait, that level of explosion. He's still in the center of the explosion. How is that possible? Is this a ghost? Everyone looked at each other in disbelief, all dumbfounded. At this time, smoke and dust also completely dispersed, only to see the ground under He Chen's feet. 1/3 of the ring's surface was blown to a charred black, split into pieces, and He Chen, Mechagodzilla's surface was unharmed, not even a trace. It was just emitting a faint hot vapor. How is that possible? Zhang Yang stared at He Chen with wide eyes in disbelief. Brother! He Qingxue's expression froze on her face as her mind suddenly went blank. Just as everyone was dumbfounded, He Chen manipulated Mechagodzilla and slowly stood up straight from his defensive stance with his arms crossed. The power is indeed good, He Chen murmured. If it was a normal mecha of the same class, under the bombardment of these few rounds of thermal bombs from Zhang Yang, he was afraid that it would directly go up in smoke, and he would not even be able to find the body. But well, he had underestimated Mechagodzilla's defensive capabilities. This attack was really nothing to Mechagodzilla. After all, the quality of the crush, the realm of the crush, the two men's mechs were not even on the same level. In everyone's incredulous, shocked gazes, He Chen moved his body. Mechagodzilla made a wrist-twisting motion. When Zhang Yang saw this, he started to get furious. No way! How could He Chen have hit him head-on with a dozen or so thermal bullets and still be unharmed? The next moment, Zhang Yang controlled the mech and charged directly towards He Chen. As an all-round mech, Zhang Yang was still best at mech melee combat, because his mech's attributes were too hard. He was able to utilize his greatest advantage in a frontal hard steel situation. Seeing this, He Chen also met him head-on. The two quickly fought together. Bang bang bang! Metal collided, sparks intertwined, and the entire ring rumbled like thunder. He Chen's mecha actually held up? The image they imagined of He Chen being killed by a punch in seconds actually didn't happen? Boom! Suddenly, Zhang Yang's mecha was hit in the chest by He Chen's punch, and the huge body of the mecha instantly experienced a backward tilt and smashed heavily on the ground. The ground was in pieces. Zhang Yang clenched his teeth as he had felt immense pressure during the fight with He-chan. As a result, he was actually knocked down by a punch now. Being reached along with it, there was also his pride. Zhang Yang was completely enraged and rushed straight towards He-chan after getting up from the ground. Seeing this, He-chan didn't want to continue playing. Originally, he just wanted to use him to try Godzilla's frontal combat power. The result made He-chan satisfied, beating Zhang Yang in every aspect. Inside the cabin, He-chan pressed the launch button. The missile launcher on Godzilla's shoulder suddenly activated. Swoosh swoosh. A dozen of missiles flew into the air at once and then shot towards Zhang Yang as if they were on navigation. Zhang Yang had just rushed not more than a few steps when he froze in place upon seeing the missiles, cold sweat pouring from his forehead. For some reason, he had an ominous feeling. Shit, He-chan's crappy mech actually has a missile system? Installing a missile system would cost a fortune. Where did He-chan's family get that much money? Did he win the lottery? Maybe it's just a rudimentary version installed to save face. In the audience, countless people were talking. All knew He-chan's situation. How could he possibly afford to install a missile launch system? However, the scene that made them dumbfounded quickly happened. Boom! Zhang Yang was in a state of dismay, even forgetting to dodge as the missile just landed beside him. A violent shockwave wrapped in a destructive aura came. A sharp pain that left people in tatters, causing Zhang Yang to show an agonized expression. The fuselage began to shake violently. Buzz buzz buzz. The red light in the cabin flashed, symbolizing the malfunctioning of the mech system. Zhang Yang panicked, utterly and completely. Immediately after that, more missiles landed beside the Crimson. Boom boom boom. The explosions were deafening, and this time, not the entire ring, but the entire arena shook violently. The chandelier on the ceiling shook, and the debris from the explosion flew in all directions. The shockwave caused many people to be unable to even open their eyes. The explosions of a dozen missiles set the scene ablaze with thick flames. The entire arena was set off in crimson. When the explosions subsided, the crowd was surprised to find the dozen or so missiles fired by He-chan directly turned the other end of the ring into a ruin. Half of the ring directly shattered. This destructive power. Anyone who saw the scene had their scalp numb. It was too terrifying. And in the ruins, pieces of parts of the Crimson Number were scattered in bits and pieces. The Crimson Number, which is known to be invincible at the same level, beating all mechs of the same level, was actually blown up by He-chan's inspired missile. Zhang Yang was lying on the ground in a sorry state, his clothes tattered and covered in bloodstains. He didn't even have the strength to open his mouth to speak, and only had one breath left to hang on. Gulp! Everyone gulped their saliva, their pupils vibrating. Thinking back to yesterday when He-chan killed Luo Tianhang in seconds, many people thought it was luck. However, this time, facing Zhang Yang, who was favored by everyone and the favorite to win the championship, another second kill? Eliminated in the second match? Some people couldn't help but remember that before the match, many people thought it was bad luck to meet Zhang Yang in the second match. As a result, it now seems this is a complete reversal of the treadmill. Hello? Am I dreaming? Zhang Yang was actually killed in seconds. Killed in seconds? How is that possible? He-chan's broken mech. How can he be seen as Zhang Yang's opponent? Zhang Yang's mecha performance. I remember last night someone did a simple analysis. Want to kill that level of mecha in seconds? Must be at least gold high level. Qing Xue, your brother he. Su Qian'er opened her mouth with a trembling tone, her gaze carefully falling onto He Qing Xue. This was because she realized that He Qing Xue was trembling all over at the moment. The emotions were very agitated. Qing Xue? Su Qian'er reached out and patted He Qing Xue's back. Are you alright? No, it's fine. He Qing Xue reacted and shook her head, then said, Qian'er, I know what you want to ask, but I really don't know what my brother asked about suddenly being so strong. The battle between He-chan and Zhang Yang numbed He Qing Xue's person watching. Suddenly, she felt that her previous worries were all redundant. He himself was still trying to persuade He-chan to forfeit the match. Now that I think about it, I only feel ridiculous. Zhang Yang hadn't even withstood a single blow in front of He-chan. Inside the box in the luxury spectator area. Ha ha ha. Zhang Zhangnan suddenly let out a loud laugh that was very pleased and painful. He-chan. Sure enough, he didn't let him down. Zhang Zhangnan then looked at the crowd, who looked stunned and couldn't help but say, how about it? I told you he could do it, right? The rest of the crowd was speechless. Don't ask. To ask is to be in shock and have yet to come out of it. Zhang Yang was actually seconded? One should know that just a few minutes ago, they were still talking eloquently in the box. It was expected that He-chan couldn't possibly be Zhang Yang's opponent. Several of them were discussing that He-chan, the dark horse of the bunch, would be cut down in a few rounds now. As it turned out, you tell me, not only did He-chan win, But Zhang Yang didn't even last a single round? If that had come out of anyone's mouth before, they would have thought the other party was crazy. But now, things did happen, and Zhang Yang's mecha was directly beaten into scrap metal, without even a chance to disintegrate and retrieve the mecha space. Next he would either have to build other mechs or give up being a mech artist. With Zhang Yang's family's wealth, rebuilding a mech was not a problem. However, if he wanted to build another mech with the same quality as the Crimson, it would not be that easy. Not only would he have to pay a fortune to hire a top-notch mech caster again, he would also have to buy top-notch materials to build it again. All in all, Zhang Yang had suffered extremely heavy losses this time. Zhang Zhengnan looked at the expressions of the others and couldn't help but laugh out loud once again as he watched. He said in relief, "This kind of genius, I'm afraid that his future achievements will be immeasurable." He felt more and more that his idea of wanting to befriend He Chen was the right one. Inside an inconspicuous lounge directly above the arena, Liao Caixue looked at the ring below with a look of astonishment. He hurriedly went through a drawer and rummaged through the information of the contestants this time, then found He Chen's list inside. Just after reading it, Liao Caixue directly frowned. Ordinary family, ordinary background, ordinary qualifications, inferior talent or a recognized loser. He angrily threw the information aside. If this is still ordinary, then there are no powerful ones in the world. With He Chen's qualifications, Liao Caixue thought that the future achievements would definitely be very terrifying. Maybe, Liao Caixue thought that in the future, his achievements would be terrifying. The legendary Mecha Master is in existence at the peak of this world's strength. Over the past few hundred years, only a handful of Mecha Masters have reached this realm. Every one of them is a big name that shakes the heavens. It's unbelievable that Jiang City has actually produced such a demonic genius. The more Liao Caixue thought about it, the more alarmed he became. As the S-chief of Jiangchang, he realized that it was necessary for him to do something. The host looked at what was in front of him with a dumbfounded expression. The battle ended, but he was slow to react because of the shock. "Hey, the match should be over, right?" Seeing this, He Chen reminded. The host reacted and hurriedly nodded. "I announced that the winner of this match is He Chen." At the same time, the medics climbed onto the ring carrying a monopod and then started to check Zhang Yang's injuries. At this moment, Zhang Yang had a lifeless look on his face and his eyes were lightless. This was because this was the first time he had lost since he was a child. And he had lost so completely that he did not even have the strength to fight back. Not long after Zhang Yang was carried down, throughout the entire arena, tens of thousands of people couldn't help but completely explode with emotion. Countless people were talking in a cacophony. The expressions were more shocked than one another. More shocked than one another. It was as if they had already seen the hot headlines of Jiangqing for the next few days. 5 minutes later, the staff of the arena began to repair the ribs. He Chen had directly made half of the ring a ruin. If it wasn't repaired, there would be no need for the match to follow. It was a good thing that the ring for the match was constructed with specialized materials. It had a self-repairing function in itself. Under the staff's repair, the reconstruction of the ring was completed in half an hour. Only then was the match able to officially begin. Only compared to before, the audience was clearly not as excited as before. They were still immersed in the shock of He Chen killing Zhang Yang in seconds. The preparation area. All the 20 to 30 contestants were looking at He Chen with scornful faces. The image of killing Zhang Yang in seconds constantly echoed in their minds. "I don't know who matches that demon in the next match. Yeah, I hope it won't be me. If I get matched, I'll just surrender." No words. Me too. Good point. It's better than losing the match after being abused. Everyone was praying that they must not let themselves meet He Chen. In their opinion, He Chen was no longer a genius, but a demonic genius. Surrendering was humiliating though. But it was better than being bloodily abused, and being abused was still secondary. The main concern was that the mech would be blown away by He Chen in the competition. Zhang Yang was a good example of a mech that was built with so much money, only to be scrapped outright. Everyone could think of the image of Zhang Yang crying his eyes out in private. He Chen went back to the contestants' box to rest for a while. Then from the staff, he got the quota card for the promotion tournament. Next, He Chen saw that there was nothing to do, so he left from the competition site. Considering that he had classes in the afternoon, he directly took a taxi to the school. But while on the way, a call came in. He Chen connected before realizing that it was Yin Ran Lin. "He Chen, congratulations on advancing to the competition." Lin Yanyan's voice came from the other end of the phone, and it was gentle and melodious. However, speaking of which, Lin Yanyan herself belonged to that more imperial type. "Thanks, He Chen. How about having dinner together tonight?" Lin Yanyan suddenly issued an invitation. This made He Chen a bit curious and asked with a smile, "Why do you suddenly want to invite me for dinner? Consider it a celebration dinner for you. How about it? Do you have time in the evening?" We'll see, I have to go to school now. It wasn't that Hee-chan didn't want to, but he hadn't thought of an arrangement for the evening for the time being, so he could only say so. Alright, let's talk about it at night then. On the other end of the phone, Lin Yenran's tone was a bit disappointed, and after finishing, she didn't forget to give the screen a blank look. She was such a big beauty. Usually it was others who asked her out, and she didn't necessarily agree. As a result, now that she took the initiative to ask someone out once in a while, she was actually rejected. A few minutes later, Hee-chan got off at the school entrance. Just as he got off, his cell phone vibrated, and when he picked it up, it was a message from Chen-yi. Another dinner date? Seeing the message, Hee-chan couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. Lin Yenran's side had only invited himself for dinner at night. He himself hadn't agreed yet. And here comes another one. Shaking his head, Hee-chan decided to reply later and go into school first. Yo, who would ask you to dinner? Hee-chan had just entered the school gates when a woman behind him wearing a wraparound skirt and gold glasses suddenly said with a teasing face. Hee-chan turned his head to look and said unexpectedly, "Teacher, why are you here?" This woman was named Bai Wei. In her 30s, but she was very young looking, and with good maintenance. She looked just as watery as a young girl in her 20s. The school was known as a beautiful teacher. It is said that now is still single. As to why? Because it is said that she is a non-marriageist, or that she can't even look at ordinary men. In Bai Wei's words, the man who can make her look at her must be strong enough to do so. Otherwise, on what basis could he conquer her? After all, this was a world where strength was honored. A world where everyone aspired to be strong. Obviously so far, she hadn't met such a person. Therefore, many people knew that although Bai Wei was in her 30s, the probability was that she was still innocent. It was truly rare in today's society. Forget about me for now. Who asked you to dinner? Bai Wei didn't answer Hee-chan, but looked at him with a gossipy face. Nowadays, everyone likes strong people. You're so weak. Who would like you? Lin Yenran and Chen-yi. Hee-chan said bluntly. Although Bai Wei had a poisonous mouth, Hee-chan knew that she was actually a very nice person, belonging to the kind of person with a knife's mouth and a tofu heart. But, after hearing this, Bai Wei directly couldn't help but laugh. Subconsciously, she thought that Hee-chan was joking. After all, those two were the famous rich white beauties in the school. The existence of how many people pursuing them. No matter how she thought about it, she couldn't think of any connection the two could have with Hee-chan. Say, why are you so idle here? Bai Wei's words changed and suddenly said, the college entrance exam is coming up in a month. Hee-chan, you're not really planning to give up, are you? In fact, Bai Wei really couldn't bear to see Hee-chan give up on himself just like that. After all, he was her own student. In her opinion, as long as he is willing to work hard, he will have a lot of success in the future. Hee-chan, Bai Wei carried her hands behind her back and said as she walked, actually, I still think highly of you, so you should work hard, and I hope you can give me a surprise in a month's time. Okay, teacher. Hee-chan had already heard this question too many times, so he directly perfunctorily passed it. Of course, the heart was still grateful. Alright, let's go. Back to the classroom first. Bai Wei smiled, but just at this time, Bai Wei suddenly had a footstep and looked ahead with unhappy eyes, only to see a gangly smiling man walking this way. Bai Wei? Seeing Bai Wei, the man revealed a bad smile. There's nothing to say. Bai Wei was expressionless and subconsciously wanted to go around the man and pass by the side. The man opened his hands and stopped Bai Wei. Don't be in a hurry to leave. I'm looking for you for something. The man continued. This man Hee-chan also recognized, named Guai-hee, is a social mixer, some strength in the southern Name area of Jiangchang, the existence of the ground like a snake. He likes Bai Wei for a long time. I want to have some relationship with her. Just for Bai Wei. She was born poor, rely on their own efforts step by step to the present. Cleanliness. What she despises most is this kind of rogue landlubber who likes to bully people. Therefore, she has always refused. Naiha, the other party, was shameless and kept pestering Bai Wei, even trying to come over hard. Say something quickly. I have to go to class in a while. Bai Wei looked at Guai-hee impatiently. If it wasn't for the concern of being in school, she really wanted to slap him hard on his shameless face a few times. I already said it before. You're thinking about it. Guai-hee revealed a cheap smile and said that he wanted to go forward to hold Bai Wei's delicate hand. You. Bai Wei hurriedly dodged away. If you don't leave again, I'll be rude. She was genuinely angry and not in a good position to snap. On the one hand, she was afraid of losing her job. On the other hand, she was worried that if something happened, she couldn't afford it without her identity and background. This was also the reason why the other party had been pestering her for so long and Bai Wei had been unable to do anything about it. And see, Bai Wei refused again and again. Guai-hee only feel lost face. Plus the heart is not happy also for a long time. Then angrily scolded, do not trample on the face. I said, as long as you follow me, the future to eat and drink, and even the work do not have to I support you. You must be so uninterested, is not it? He said that he wanted to pull Bai Wei's hand forcibly. The soft one didn't work, so he could only come to the hard one. He usually wanted a woman, which did not get. Who dared to make a face to him? Bai Wei is still the first. Originally, he was thinking of a slow strategy. After all, he couldn't eat hot tofu in a hurry, but now that he saw Bai Wei's attitude, it made him lose his patience. Suddenly, the mecha space around Bai Wei suddenly unfolded. Immediately after that, a 7-meter tall mecha that looked like a rose in full bloom appeared out of the void. It was a pinkish-white mecha, the Bai Wei rosebud. Bai Wei was about to enter the cockpit of the mech, wanting to get to know Guai. Guai was not tight and just smiled slightly. I'll say it up front, tearing your face off with me won't do you any good. This job you have now, it should be something you've gone through a lot of effort to get. Don't you want it anymore? Bai Wei was filled with anger, and when she heard this, she had to calm down. Indeed, in order to get this job and get the position she had today, she didn't know how much she had gone through along the way, how much effort had gone into it. If she lost her job because of this, she would also lose her financial resources, and in a place like Zhangchang, I'm afraid that even living would be a problem. For a while, Bai Wei was in a tangle. Right, as far as I know, you also have a blood brother who just graduated from college and is looking for a job, right? Aren't you afraid that something will happen to him? Seeing Bai Wei falter, Guai then continued. Bai Wei clenched her pink fists, her entire body shaking from anger. You investigated me, Bai Wei? Guai nodded. Yes, so what? His connections were all over Jiangchang, not to say how powerful, but it was still very simple to make an ordinary person with no power or influence have some kind of accident. When faced with tracing afterward, just push someone out to take the blame. Speaking here, Guai thought of something? Right, if I remember correctly, you still have a pair of elderly parents, who are now living in the old city, right? What the hell do you want? Bai Wei yelled through clenched teeth, the corners of her eyes already glistening with tears. Guai spread his hands and smiled playfully. I just want to tell you that there is no benefit for you to go against me, but if you are good and obedient, I will make sure that you are clothed and fed for the rest of your life. What do you think? I can also guarantee that your brother will find a job without any problems, and your parents. I will also find someone to take care of them for you, so you don't even have to worry about them in the future. What do you think? This time, Bai Wei directly fell into silence. The mech summoned from the side was also taken back into her system space. That's right, finally getting his way. Guai smiled faintly and pulled something out of his pocket. Take this, and come to this place tonight to find me, said. In case Bai Wei does not come, Guai continued. This is your last chance. If I can't see you tonight, what will happen at your home tomorrow? Then I can't guarantee it. Oh. Bai Wei looked at the room card in Guai's hand. If it was before, she would have pushed it away without hesitation and cursed a madman. But now, she realized that she couldn't do that, or her family would be in danger. Despair and helplessness filled her heart, giving Bai Wei a sense of desperation. Boss, it's been arranged. A few juniors quickly came to Guai's side and whispered a few words below his ear. Guai nodded and looked at Bai Wei once again. What? Haven't thought it through yet? My time is limited. You better make a decision quickly. Naked threat. Guai liked this kind of forcing Liang to be a prostitute. That kind of half push and half acceptance. When he thought about what would happen tonight, he couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement and feel slightly restless. A hand suddenly reached out and took the room card in Guai's hand. Chen took it in his hand and sized it up. Such a nice hotel. Ha, but I think Mr. Bai's meaning is already obvious. Saying this, Chen threw the room card into the nearby sewer, and this sudden scene made Guai's face turn green. The reason why he hadn't taken care of Chen was because in Guai's opinion, Chen was just a student. If he was given 10 guts, he wouldn't dare to do anything. As a result, you want to die? Seeing this, a junior brother beside Guai summoned his mecha and charged directly over. Although he was only a junior brother, his cultivation level was also at the high silver level, and these people were not weak. Chen also directly summoned Mecha Godzilla, then entered the cockpit. Teacher Bai, be careful, Chen reminded a sentence, and Mecha Godzilla waved its sharp metal claws, then grabbed towards the several minions. Boom! As if a sharp blade had cut through the newspaper, Mecha Godzilla's claw directly caused the other party's mecha to split down the middle. Chen then threw a punch. Boom! The opponent leaned back and flew out backwards, and after falling to the ground, the mech directly disintegrated, and that junior fainted as a result. Looking at the scene in front of her, Bai Wei was directly shocked. She needed to tilt her head back in order to see the entirety of the 2-story tall mech in front of her. Bai Wei was stunned. Chen, is this your mecha? As far as she could remember, After He-chan refined his own mech last time, shouldn't he have no more mechs by all rights? Did the follow-up hire someone to rebuild it? But how much would it cost to build the mech to this extent? It was more dazzling than any bronze mech he had ever seen. It was even more oppressive than a gold-ranked mech. Even impossible. After thinking for half a day, Bai Wei couldn't figure out how He-chan could possibly possess this kind of mech. You want to die. Boy, he didn't expect He-chan to actually dare to make a move. He looked at his fainted little brother and his whole body directly became furious. Bai Wei hurriedly said, He-chan, quickly leave. It's none of your business. She didn't want to drag He-chan down because of this matter. Not to mention, he was a mecha master who was just a foot short of the threshold and was about to reach the peak golden stage. His strength was very strong. It was impossible for He-chan to be his opponent. As for this, He-chan naturally knew this. He wasn't an ordinary person. Besides being very strong himself, he also had a whole lot of combat experience because of his many years of mingling. And he also had an A-rank attack type mech accessory. In terms of hard data, He-chan was really a lot worse. But so what? He-chan was confident in Mechagodzilla. Considering that he hadn't met any decent opponents so far, it wasn't bad to practice with Guai-He. Guai-He's mecha, a silver and black, defensive mecha, looked rather bulky in appearance, but it was oppressive. After all, he was a mecha master who was one step away from the gold high rank. The strength itself was not weak. On the contrary, those who could reach this realm, it had already surpassed most people. Knowing that the next step for gold-ranked mecha masters could be the platinum rank, reaching this realm, destroying a mountain range was a matter of waving one's hand. The strength is very terrifying. One could even obtain the qualification to enter the extraordinary abyss for training. It was just very difficult to reach the platinum rank mech division. Talent and effort were indispensable. There was a saying in this world that only by stepping into a platinum rank mecha master could one become a strong person in the true sense of the word. I didn't want to take care of you, but you're the one who's being insensitive. He cursed angrily and was about to make a move. A white light flashed by the side, only to see Bai Wei summoning her rosebud once again. Guai-He, this matter has nothing to do with him, Bai Wei said forcefully. He-chan was standing up for her. No matter what, she couldn't let anything happen to He-chan. Yo, still speaking for him, right? He had a bad smile on his face and could already think of tonight after Bai Wei went to her appointment. How to punish her properly. Let you speak for him. Let you speak for him. The picture is very strong. Thinking about He inexplicably another burst of mania. Cannot wait, just want to let time pass quickly. He-chan does not want to bullshit. In the face of this kind of scoundrel, the best way to let him shut his mouth forever. Just about to strike. Suddenly, a phone call came. It was Jiang Zhengnan, calling at this hour. He-chan frowned, considering that there might be something important, so he directly connected. Little brother He, where are you now? Jiang Zhengnan's enthusiastic voice came from the phone, calling He-chan little brother in a self-congratulatory manner. At this, He-chan didn't feel anything. After all, Jiang Zhengnan was in his 50s or 60s, and he himself was less than 20. Calling so was also to appear to value himself. Is there something wrong? He-chan. Jiang Zhengnan returned. Oh, it's like this. I'm looking for you for something. I don't know if it's convenient for you right now. Not convenient. What's wrong? Have you encountered trouble? Jiang Zhengnan vaguely sensed that something was wrong. Yes, there is a little. He-chan. Jiang Zhengnan took a deep breath, realizing that this was a good opportunity to flatter He-chan. I wonder what is it about. Can you tell me about it? Don't worry, I'll help if I can. I'll never push back. Hearing this, He-chan glanced at Guai-He. After thinking about it, he said, Do you know Guai-He? Guai-He? Jiang Zhengnan recalled and asked tentatively. Is it that Guai-He from the southern name district? Yes, that's him. Actually, He-chan was only holding the mentality of trying. Although Jiang Zhengnan was powerful, Jiangchang is so big that it's impossible to know everyone who has connections there. In Jiangchang, there are still big brothers who can break hands with Jiang Zhengnan. Well, in a population of tens of millions, excluding the official bigwigs, there are no more than 5 in total. But now it seems that he's somewhat underestimated Jiang Zhengnan. He seems to know. After all, Jiang Zhengnan had slowly developed and grown up in his early years, and the environment back then was not like now. More or less all of those characters who were mixed had dealt with each other. It's really him. Jiang Zhengnan smiled. Got it. I'll have my men go over right away. Just wait a moment. He was also curious as to who was so death-defying that they dared to mess with a demonic genius like He-chan. One must know that with He-chan's qualification and cultivation, he didn't know how many bigwigs were snatching at him to flatter his existence. People casually join a party, and then behind the big brother shot, let you how to die do not know. Still dare to mess with? A small character like Guai-He didn't even need Jiang Zhengnan to personally make a move. Okay, He-chan said, and left the phone. I can't imagine that Zhang Zhangnan in terms of, can still come in handy. On second thought, dealing with rogue characters like Gui He, it really should be done, because if I remember correctly, this kind of person is generally extremely bullying, soft and afraid of hardness. In his previous life, He-chan had seen a lot. This is moving for help? In the distance, Gui He laughed out loud. What kind of connections could a student have? Or an existence that usually had little presence and the academy dragged its feet like it did? This made Gui He's stomach hurt from laughing, and he even felt that this call from Yi-chun was deliberately arranged by him. The purpose was to put on a swollen face to pretend to be a fat man. Alright, I'll wait for you here. I just don't believe it. Who can you move over? Gui He actually didn't want to make a move, because once he made a move against He-chan, Bai Wei definitely wouldn't sit back and watch. By the time the two sides fought, this was again on campus, and it was likely to cause a whole lot of trouble. After that, the relationship with Bai Wei would also be in a complete stalemate. He didn't want to see such a thing happen, so he just stayed put. At that time, if He-chan can't call someone, he won't be the one who loses face, but he will also be able to completely break Bai Wei's self-esteem and self-confidence. Even if you call Gui He is not afraid, his power in the district is still not small. As the saying goes, a strong dragon can't suppress a snake. If the other party was more powerful and wanted to make a move against him in Jiangqing's South-famous district, they would still have to weigh it up. He-chan, stop it. You leave first, I'm fine. Bai Wei turned her head to look at He-chan. Don't worry, teacher. It'll be fine. Just leave it to me. He-chan knew that Bai Wei was trying to be brave. If she doesn't step in, she might have to go into the tiger's mouth tonight. Afterwards, she might not be able to commit suicide or something, and that would be troublesome. Besides, He-chan didn't want a flower to be stuck in cow dung. Bai Wei sighed heavily. In her heart, she was worried that because of her own matter, He-chan would get into a bunch of trouble. I'm really fine. You go to class quickly. Don't get into this mess. I'll solve the teacher's matter myself. I won't let him get away with it, don't worry. Bai Wei was still uneasy, because it was all inside the mecha cabin. She also couldn't see He-chan's expression and thought that He-chan was just trying to be brave to protect her. Maybe he himself was scared right now. Of course, Bai Wei was purely overthinking. He-chan knew that Bai Wei was worried about herself, and it was useless to say anything now, so he decided to wait until the people sent by Zhang Zhangnan arrived. At the same time, the school entrance, a Maybach parked on the side of the road. Then from the car down a man with sunglasses. A few people were in a hurry and entered the school directly. Once the doorman saw the identity of the visitor, he was so scared that he didn't even dare to stop them, and he was also sensible enough to let them through immediately. Strange, how did that person come back to our school? I don't know. There should be something going on. Forget it, don't ask around. It's better not to know some things. Inside the security room, several security guards were talking. In the end, they tacitly agreed to ignore it. Anyway, if something happened, since this level of characters were present, it didn't have much to do with these small security guards of theirs. Why isn't he coming yet? Are you playing with me? As time passed, but without seeing a single silhouette, Gui He became a bit impatient. This made him even more certain that He-chan's idea of beating his face against the wall. What's the hurry? He-chan looked at the time and pondered that the other party should be arriving soon as well. Bai Wei said anxiously, He-chan, you go? I'm serious. If you don't go, be careful that I'm not polite to you afterward. The teacher's things I deal with myself, but also not to look for you to intervene. She was really starting to get anxious, because Bai Wei was very clear that if she continued to let He-chan meddle in this matter, He-chan would definitely be dragged down afterward. By then even she would not be able to help He-chan. After all, Gui He's behavior is very clear to Bai Wei. Not a good bird. What kind of underhanded and insidious means he used? Ha ha ha. Gui He looked at He-chan with a bad smile on his face. I'll give you one last chance. Hurry up and get lost if you're sensible. For the sake of your teacher Bai, I won't pursue what you just did. Doing so could appear generous and gain favor with Bai Wei. Don't look at Gui He has already started to bully. But he still didn't want to make a bad impression on Bai Wei. He wants to let Bai Wei know that he is still very reasonable. After that, it would also be good to make her follow him to her heart's content. What if I don't? He-chan's face was expressionless. The other party dared to act rashly and was ready to fight at any time. No? Gui He sneered. Whatever. Anyway, I gave you your last chance. After missing. Suddenly, Gui He words have not finished. Attention at once by the distance several silhouettes index. The leader of the people holding a briefcase in his hands, with a pair of sunglasses, looked cold, traveling in a hurry. When he saw the other party's face clearly, Gui He instantly widened his eyes and his expression became unusually frightened. Noticing Gui He's change, Bai Wei suddenly looked puzzled. At this time, A thick voice came from behind. I'm sorry, mister. We're late and have kept you waiting. Bai Wei followed the voice and froze directly in place. Xia Yuanzhang, one of the famous big shots in Zhangchang, with connections in both black and white. He has more than 10 companies under his banner, all with a market capitalization of more than $1 billion. It was said that he had his own mecha core by the ground, with 3 King Realm mecha masters in attendance. In other words, as long as he wanted to, he could step on most places known to people. As for Xia Yuanzhang himself, he was also a powerful mecha master. It was said that half a year ago, his strength officially stepped into the early stage of the King's Realm. As for now, there were rumors that he was still stuck at the King's Realm beginning stage, while others said that he had already made a breakthrough and reached the King's Realm middle stage. There were even those who had already reached the high stage of the King Realm. There are many different opinions, but no matter what, even if Xia Yuanzhang reaches the King Realm and then never breaks through the strength of the early stage of the King's Realm, it was also already enough to make him proud of the crowd. But how could a big shot like Xia Yuanzhang appear in Zhangchang Academy? For a moment, Bai Wei was confused, dumbfounded. She looked at the visitor before thinking, wait a minute, Xia Yuanzhang was talking to Yichen just now? And Xia Yuanzhang even politely shouted, Mr. What in the world is this situation? Nothing. When Yichen saw the visitor, he was also slightly shocked in his heart. Of course it was different from Bai Wei's shock. Yichen was just surprised that for this little matter, Jiang Zhengnan had actually called Xia Yuanzhang directly. Against Guaihe, this kind of hooligan ruffian, there is always a kind of killing a chicken, not with a cattle knife feeling. However, the side also saw Jiang Zhengnan's degree of importance to himself. Mr. The person you said caused you trouble is him? Xia Yuanzhang suddenly looked at Guaihe. Seeing this, Guaihe immediately rolled out of the mecha space, and then retracted his mecha back into the mecha space. He was dumbfounded. Xia Yuanzhang actually came for Yichen? This high school student in front of him actually had a relationship with Xia Yuanzhang? There was a feeling that the person you originally looked down on suddenly learned that the other party was the same as the richest man. Guaihe's brain was messy, and then he also realized something. Hurriedly an arrow stepped forward to come in front of Xia Yuanzhang, said in a trembling tone, sorry, really sorry, I don't know him. Enough, shut up. Guaihe originally wanted to say that he didn't know that Yichen actually had a relationship with Xia Yuanzhang. He himself was just unintentional and had no intention of offending. Just before he could even finish his words, he let Xia Yuanzhang interrupt him. Puff. Seeing this, Guaihe directly knelt down, then looked at Yichen with a pleading face. I'm sorry, I'm really sorry. I didn't do it on purpose. Stuttering, out of fear, Guaihe couldn't even say a complete sentence, because he was well aware of messing with a big brother like Xia Yuanzhang. As long as the other party was willing, he would disappear from this world forever. And quietly, his disappearance would not trigger any storm. Oh, Yichen looked at Guaihe with an amused face. This guy too is a bit interesting. Now he knows to be afraid. Didn't you just say, it's me who has no eyes. It's me who has no eyes. I deserve to die. I deserve to die. Guaihe saw the situation, raised his hands and began to whip his face fiercely. Slap after slap. Soon the whole face was red and swollen. But because of fear, Guaihe didn't dare to stop until he slapped until the corners of his mouth bled. Then he looked at Yichen with pleading eyes. Listen up. In the future, stay away from Teacher Bai. The farther away the better. Understand? Yichen spoke coldly and sternly. If you let me until in the future, you find trouble with Teacher Bai again, I will definitely spare you. After saying that, Yichen thought of something. Right. There are also those messy men of yours. They are not allowed to come back to cause trouble. Otherwise if others come back to mess with MS Bai, I will spare you just the same. Understand? Although Bai Wei was venomous, she was not a bad person at all. On the contrary, over the years, she had helped Yichen a lot and cared about him. It was a favor that should still be done. I can't be spared even if someone else messes with me? Guaihe was a bit speechless for a while. If it is his men he is good to manage, but if it is someone he does not know, this where he goes to redress his grievances But Xia Justice stared at the side. He did not dare to say more than a word of no, hastily nodded and said, okay, no. I must roll far away in the future. Absolutely no longer come. I swear to God. How arrogant he was before. How wretched he was now. MS Bai, is there anything you want to say? Yichen looked at Bai Wei. Bai Wei was in shock and was having trouble turning her brain around. How could Yichen know a character of Xia Yuanzhang's level? And a phone call could also let Xia Justice personally arrive to solve the problem? She knew that normal friendship, people will not help to this point. Could it be that Yichen had unintentionally saved Xia Yuanzhang's life? After thinking about it, Bai Wei thought that this was the only possibility. Teacher Bai? Oh, Bai Wei reacted, and after exchanging a glance with He Chen, she hurriedly said, right, also stay away from my family and my brother. You can't make a move on them either. Got it, got it. I'll definitely stay far away from them. Why, he hurriedly nodded his head, then looked at He Chen with supplicating eyes. This heart of his was hanging by a thread. Whether he could leave or not, whether he could see tomorrow's sun or not, could depend on He Chen's words. Mr. He, is this guy going to? Xia Yuanzhang opened his mouth, saying with a wink, meaning to kill it. These big brothers have always been so simple and direct in their business, especially when dealing with this kind of scoundrel. Only by wiping them out at once could they prevent trouble afterward. Teacher Bai, what do you think? This matter had started because of Bai Wei after all, so He Chen decided to leave the decision to Bai Wei. You go, just remember what I just said, Bai Wei said coldly. After saying that, she threw a thankful look over to He Chen. He Chen nodded slightly, and the thanks was accepted. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Why, he must have, excitedly gave Bai Wei and He Chen a few rings of head in place before he climbed up and ran away. With Gua He far away, He Chen opened his mouth and said, alright miss, bye, you go to class. You can contact me if there's anything else in the future. He Chen, thank you, really thank you. Bai Wei thanked again. This time, if it wasn't for He Chen, she really could only go into the tiger's mouth tonight and be insulted by the other party. After all, she wouldn't dare risk her own family. He Chen then returned his gaze to Xie Yuanzhang. Thanks, you're welcome. It was Mr. Zhang who asked me to come, Xie Yuanzhang said. He was actually just following orders. By the way, Mr. Zhang has an invitation to ask you to come over. I wonder if you have the time now. Mr. Xie Yuanzhang asked again. Coming to help He Chen settle things was one aspect. On the other hand, it was also to invite He Chen. There is time. He Chen. That's good. Then now outside first go over there? Okay. Xia Yuanzhang immediately made an invitation gesture, followed by his invitation. He Chen, Xia Yuanzhang, and the others, left together. Bai Wei stood in place for a full minute or so, as she couldn't imagine what exactly was the relationship between He Chen and Xia Yuanzhang. Listening to the conversation between the two, it seemed like there was a bigger big brother behind them inviting He Chen. Bai Wei clearly remembered. Hadn't He Chen always been from an ordinary family, ordinary born? How could he possibly befriend a bigwig of this level? Teacher Bai? In the midst of the mess, it was still a colleague, Mr. Zhao, who passed by from the side and spoke out to wake Bai Wei up. Oh, I'm fine. Let's go to class. Bai Wei smiled and walked towards the teaching building. Car. I wonder what Mr. Zhang is looking for me for? He Chen was sitting in the driver's seat, and next to him, Xia Jingxing was driving the car. Oh, I don't know for now, Xia Yuanzhang explained. I received the news out of the blue and then rushed straight here to pick you up. Understood. He Chen nodded. He then began to close his eyes and prepare to rest for a while. After all, he had been in a standoff with Gua He for quite a while just now. It was worth mentioning. In this world, everyone's mechs weren't infinitely usable. It needed a recharge, which meant that the mechs needed to enter a short recharge time after they ran out of energy. During this period, the mech could not be used, and forcing it to be used would result in serious consequences, including the destruction of the mech. Therefore, using a mech during its recharge period was a major taboo for all mechs. Originally, He Chen thought that Mechagodzilla should be the same, but just now, He Chen suddenly realized, Mechagodzilla, as a unique flesh and blood mecha in the world, being directly connected to his own flesh, it wouldn't need to be recharged. In this way, as long as one's physical state was maintained, then the mech should also be able to be used indefinitely. If that was the case, then it was amazingly good news, a great discovery, because it would allow He Chen to fundamentally, once again, open up a huge gap with other mechs. It represented that Mechagodzilla's usage time was almost equal to infinite, and how sick is a set of infinitely usable mechas, can be understood as such. Everyone else had a cooldown, but only He Chen didn't, especially in a protracted battle. It could give a huge advantage. Imagine fighting someone else. The enemy is running out of energy and is about to enter a dormant recharging state, but He Chen is still alive and well, and can continue to fight all the time. How desperate would the opponent be? Not long after, He Chen abruptly opened his eyes flashing with excitement, because as he rested for a while, Mechagodzilla's state, indeed, returned directly to its peak state. Feasible. That means Mechagodzilla really doesn't have to worry about energy consumption. He Chen's eyes lit up. Even as a reborn person, he couldn't help but be ecstatic at this moment, simply because this news was just too explosive and exciting. Not having to worry about energy consumption, Not only will we be able to save a large amount of money afterward, but we'll also be able to utilize miraculous effects in certain aspects again. Hee-chun couldn't help but murmur under his breath. This amazing little discovery was directly a huge surprise to Hee-chun. 10 minutes later, the car stopped at the center of the city, at the entrance of the imperial capital Imperial Hotel. This hotel, however, was the only 7-star level luxury hotel in Jiangcheng. People who could come here were either rich or noble. A casual consumption was 5 or 6 figures, which could eat up several months of other people's salary. In the parking lot, luxury cars are everywhere. What with Lamborghini, Rolls-Royce and other expensive models, they could all be seen here. This way please, Mr. He, President Jiang is waiting for you up there. Xia Yuanzheng got out of the car and made a pleased gesture to Hee-chun. The two parties then took the elevator upstairs. As the elevator slowly rose, it was able to see half of the city of Jiangcheng's night view through the transparent glass windows. Hee-chun realized what it meant to be intoxicated. Not long after, he came to a private room. There were several people sitting in the box, and among them, the one sitting on the main seat was Zhang Zhangnan. Little brother He, you're finally here. Zhang Zhangnan saw Hee-chun's arrival and hurriedly got up to greet him with a smile. Hee-chun nodded and directly opened the door. I wonder what Boss Jiang is looking for me for. Come, there's no rush. Sit down first, let's talk slowly. Zhang Zhangnan invited Hee-chun to sit down. He then took out a bottle of tens of thousands of dollars, a bottle of good wine. By the way, do you drink? No. Hee-chun politely refused. Fine. Zhang Zhangnan didn't force himself. After all, seeing as Hee-chun was so young, he was still at an age where he didn't drink a drop of alcohol. Tell the waiter that the food can be served. Zhang Zhangnan shouted outwardly, then smiled. Let's talk while we eat. Hee-chun nodded. Restaurants of this level were all made in advance according to the menu. With a word from Zhang Zhangnan, the waiters immediately started serving the food. Not long after, the entire table couldn't fit. All of the dishes were expensive, and a cheap bowl of soup was 4 figures. The degree of luxury was unimaginable to ordinary people. Alright, I won't ink anymore. Zhang Zhangnan saw that the time was ripe, so he opened his mouth and said, the thing is like this, I'm looking for you this time, mainly because I want to tell you that the day after tomorrow a special secret realm will be opened on the outskirts of the countryside, and when that time comes, all of the major forces in the city, all of the major clans, will choose to participate. So you're looking for me because you want me to participate in this secret realm for you? Speaking of this, Hee-chun could probably guess something already. Yes. Zhang Zhangnan smiled. You really can't hide anything from me. So smart. He had gotten the news a long time ago. The secret realm that opened this time was very special, and there were quite a few good things inside. Many of them were secret treasures that were out of print on the market and couldn't even be bought on the black market. That's why he had thought about it a long time ago and must enter to fight for it. It was only because of some reasons that this favor had to be done by Hee-chun to help him. Boss Jiang, with all due respect, Hee-chun considered the problem. Someone stronger than me? With your connections, you should be able to find them casually. Not to mention finding one, or even finding a bunch of them would be easy. So why let me go? To be honest, although Hee-chun's mecha was powerful, it was limited to comparing it to mecha masters of the same age. If he were in society, with his current cultivation, it wouldn't be quite enough. After all, he himself was currently only at the silver high rank, and besides the school gates, there were all stages in society. What gold stage, platinum stage, diamond stage, king stage. In short, one's own silver high rank strength was absolutely nothing in society. In this way, Zhang Zhangnan looking for himself would seem strange. With his connections, he should be able to find a stronger mecha master casually. You are unaware of something. Zhang Zhangnan sighed and said, this time, the secret realm is very special. There is a very special mechanism inside. That is, mechs don't look at his strength cultivation inside. Rather, it depends on the quality of the mech. The higher the quality of the mech inside, the stronger the strength that can be played out. The quality is too low. Is the cultivation in the high mech, can play out the strength is also minimal. If it wasn't for this, Zhang Zhangnan wouldn't have thought of Hee-chun. In this world, high quality mechs were, after all, a minority. Not, accurately speaking, it was a very small number. The preciousness of a high-quality mech was even rarer than a high-realm mech artist. And after seeing Hee-chun's match that day, Zhang Zhangnan realized that the quality of Hee-chun's mech was very high. If it entered the secret realm, it would definitely play very well. Therefore, he had specially recruited Hee-chun to have a talk. But for this competition, I'm afraid the competition will be fierce. Speaking here, Zhang Zhangnan sighed. As far as I know, several of Jiang City's local great families are preparing to enter. The Murong family, the Yang family, the Jiang family, the Su family, and so on. Jiang Zhengnan's personal strength could be ranked in the top 5 in the entire Jiang city. However, there existed some families in Jiang city. These family clans had held the lifeline of Jiang city's development from a long time ago. The energy is sufficient, and the foundation is rich. In some aspects, it is really not weak Jiang Zhengnan, and even want to counter pressure ahead. Therefore, in many aspects, it was a competitive relationship with him. Before the start of the secret realm this time, it was coveted by many families for a long time. Jiang Zhengnan was naturally the same. Everyone wanted to get more and better things in this secret realm. Resources were one aspect, and so was face and competition. He Chen nodded, also pondering. These that Jiang Zhengnan had just said could be some very powerful old families in Jiang city. If they made a move, their competitors would definitely not be weak at that time. However, since Jiang Zhengnan said that in this secret realm, the quality of the mecha is greater than the mecha master's cultivation, then He Chen would not be weak at all. After all, He Chen was still very confident in Mechagodzilla's, the world's unique flesh and blood mecha. No one would dare to say first when it comes to quality when it comes to saying second. At this time, Jiang Zhengnan suddenly pointed at a man in a suit next to him. The other party understood and immediately stood up. It was only then that He Chen sure noticed that this man only had one hand, and the other was a broken arm. However, he had been sitting down before, so it wasn't too obvious. This is? He Chen asked. Oh, he also participated in this secret realm once last year, with a platinum middle order cultivation, but he lost a hand and almost lost his life. Platinum middle stage cultivation? He Chen frowned slightly, and slowly began to pay attention in his heart. It seemed that this secret realm was really special. A platinum stage mecha master, although risky, was already in existence that could be able to enter a large, or S-class secret realm, to actually almost lose a life in this special secret realm. In other words, although this secret realm was not rated, but the degree of menace was perhaps not smaller than an S-rank secret realm. Don't worry, although this secret realm is dangerous, as long as you definitely agree, you won't be short of benefits when the time comes. Jiang Zhengnan saw He Chen's hesitation and said, I know. This was not something He Chen was worried about. Jiang Zhengnan's identity was not enough to lie to himself. Let's put it this way, as long as you promise me, we'll split what we get from inside 50/50ths, and I'll give you an additional 10 million, and the subsequent mech material supplies as payment. What do you think? 50/50, $10 million as payment and subsequent mecha material resupply? Hearing this, He Chen was moved. After all, this was a good deal. First of all, $10 million was enough for him to buy a lot of elixir aids, and the mecha materials could help him upgrade Godzilla's accessories, and these were all things that he was in dire need of right now. Okay, He Chen agreed. Jiang Zhengnan nodded happily after hearing this, and then he said, right, there's an important person coming over later. Let's eat first, and I'll introduce you in a while, so you guys can get to know each other. Important person? Hearing this, He Chen could probably already guess the identity of this person, without any surprises. It should be another person Jiang Zhengnan had found to participate in this secret realm. Okay, He Chen agreed, also thinking that it would be good to meet. One waited in the box for about 20 minutes or so. During that time, He Chen and Jiang Zhengnan talked about some things and key factors about the secret realm. Jiang Zhengnan also handed He Chen a detailed information about this secret realm. He Chen took it in his hand and carefully read it. It didn't take long. A young man who looked less than 30 years old but had a slightly vicissitudes in his looks walked into the box. Uncle Jiang. When the youth saw Jiang Zhengnan, he greeted him with a smile. Oh, you're here, Lu Rue. Jiang Zhengnan hurriedly stood up from his seat and came to the door to personally greet him. Uncle Jiang, just sit down. You're too polite. Lu Rue laughed, then came to take a seat with Jiang Zhengnan. After both of them sat down, Jiang Zhengnan Introducing, this is Lu Rue, one of my nephews, currently a platinum middle order mecha master. After saying that, Jiang Zhengnan looked at Lu Rue and introduced again. This is He Chen, a senior student, but a genius. His mecha is of high quality. You've watched the downtown tournament before, directly killing Zhang Yang of Jiangcheng Academy. That was the favorite to win the championship. After saying that, Lu Rue looked at He Chen with a curious face. He hadn't watched the previous downtown tournament, but because of the large amount of attention, he heard about it afterwards. It was indeed somewhat surprising. But in this world, the last thing that was lacking was geniuses. He had seen too many so-called geniuses with his own eyes that died midway. Thus, he was not a fan of so-called geniuses. In his opinion, they were just ordinary people with better strength and luck than normal people. Got it, Uncle Jiang? Lu Rue coldly answered. He Chen also just nodded. By the way, Uncle Jiang, I don't know what you're calling me about this time? Lu Rui's words turned to curiosity. He wasn't actually Jiang Zhengnan's real nephew. He was just a godnephew that Jiang Zhengnan had taken in because he saw his talent. Lu Rui didn't let Jiang Zhengnan down. In these 2 years, his strength has skyrocketed and has already reached the platinum middle stage. His future will be bright. He might be able to become a legendary mecha master and be admired by 10,000 people. Oh, it's like this. Jiang Zhengnan smiled faintly, then said, a special secret realm will be opened the day after tomorrow outside the southern suburbs. This secret realm is very special. I would like to ask you to attend it on my behalf. What do you think? Jiang Zhengnan suddenly remembered something important. That was that Lu Rui's mech was very special. When it was built, it used energy-saving materials, plus the special nature of the core. Lu Rui's mech consumed far less energy than other mechs. This was also the main reason why Jiang Zhengnan thought of asking Lu Rui to help in this competition. It was because there was another special characteristic of the secret realm this time. Perhaps it was because of the magnetic field. There was also the case of other mysterious forces interfering within the secret realm. It was that all the mechs consumed a very alarming amount of energy within the secret realm, and the average person's mech simply couldn't last long. In this situation, a mech with low energy consumption could fundamentally lead others by a lot and gain a huge advantage. Thinking of this, Jiang Zhengnan also asked, Lu Rui, is your mech's energy consumption still the same as before now? If Jiang Zhengnan remembered correctly, Lu Rui's mech's energy consumption was 1/5 of the other mechs. Uncle Jiang, it has been reduced to 1/10 now, Lu Rui said with a smile. 1/10? When Jiang Zhengnan heard this, his heart burst with joy. This was a huge piece of good news. 1/10 of the energy consumption. It could be completely said that the opening was 10 times ahead of others. With such an advantage, it would be hard not to make a big splash in the secret realm. Low energy consumption? Hearing this, He Chen frowned slightly. He himself had just gotten the matter of the high energy consumption of mechs within the secret realm from the information Jiang Zhengnan had given him. For others, this was a difficult problem, because mecha energy consumption was depleted. It was tantamount to death in a place like the secret realm. After all, without a mech and with a mech, there was a world of difference in battle power. But for He Chen, however, this problem was not something he had to worry about at all, because Mechagodzilla is directly bound to his own body. But whenever he has a little strength, Mechagodzilla will not run out of energy. If Lu Rui's Mechagodzilla has only 1/10 of the energy consumption efficiency, then He Chen is 1% or even more. Energy was close to unlimited when physical strength was guaranteed. Thus in the secret realm, this limitation could only be said to be equal to nothing for He Chen. Yes, Uncle Jiang, Lu Rui said proudly. Since I upgraded to the platinum stage, the overall strength of the mech has also been brought into play even more, and all the major attributes and abilities have been increased exponentially, so the energy consumption issue is basically nothing to worry about now. Good. Jiang Zhengnan nodded repeatedly. Good. Afterward, he then completely talked to Lu Rui about the special characteristics of this secret realm. After Lu Rui listened, he pondered for a while. Immediately, he raised his head and stated, "Don't worry, Uncle Jiang, I will definitely let you down." In fact, Lu Rui had heard that the energy consumption within this kind of secret territory would be terrifying. It might be several times, a dozen times, or even dozens of times as much as outside. But he was still confident in himself as well. After being in seclusion for so long without experiencing a battle, it had also been a long time since he wanted to try out his current strength. Not bad, not bad. Jiang Zhengnan looked at Lu Rui with a pleased face, then said, "In this case, the resources obtained from the secret realm this time, you and I will split it 37, you 7 and I 3. In addition, what other needs you have, feel free to mention them to me afterwards. I will definitely not push back if I can fulfill them." Familiar words, but what was given to Lu Rui was 37, and what was given to He Chen was 50-50. This was something He Chen understood. After all, they were old collaborators and had known each other for a long time. He was still working with himself for the first time and had only known him for a few days. People definitely value Lu Rui more. In fact, Jiang Zhengnan really thought so, although He Chen was a genius. But after all, he was young and inexperienced. In many ways, he is not as good as Lu Rui. To put it more bluntly, this time, Jiang Zhengnan had placed most of his bets on Lu Rui. Calling on He Chen was just for insurance purposes, or rather there was the intention of having He Chen help assist Lu Rui. Uncle Jiang, say, why did you find a high school student? Isn't letting him go to that kind of place a waste of time? Lu Rui was relatively straightforward in nature. In his opinion, He Chen's mortality rate was almost 100% when he entered that kind of place. Jiang Zhengnan was a bit embarrassed for a moment. After all, He Chen was also the one who called him, so both sides were not well offended. Cough cough. Hee-chan although young, but the strength is still there. You two help each other when the time comes. Or just in case. Okay. Lu Rui nodded and agreed. It wasn't much to him, it was just curiosity. Zhang Zhangnan insisted on this. He actually didn't have any opinion at all. Alright, come. Sit down and eat first, the food is getting cold. Zhang Zhangnan turned a smiling face and said to Yi-chen and Lu Rui. By the time they left from Zhang Zhangnan's place, it was already past 8 in the evening. Zhang Zhangnan directly asked the driver to send Yi-chen home. After arriving home, Yi-chen found the house empty and felt a bit strange, so he watched TV in the living room. Halfa waited for more than half an hour before Dad and Mom came back with his sister. He-ching Xue. Mom and Dad, working overtime again today? He-chen stood up from the sofa and walked over to take the things in the hands of Dad and Mom and said heartily. He-chen knew that the two often worked overtime for the sake of this family, sometimes even until the early hours of the morning. Even during the weekend break, they would be called back from time to time to make up temporary shifts. In his previous life, it was because of this kind of high-intensity work. It led to both of them falling ill in the back. Thinking of this, He-chen also realized that he couldn't let the same thing happen again in this life. One must find a way to make things better for the family. Yes, Zhang Fengjiao nodded. Although she was tired, she looked at He-chen with a smile on her face. Although it's a bit bitter, but if you can earn more, it's a little bit. You and your sister are growing up, and you'll need a lot of money in the future. Mom and Dad, I've told you all. We can figure it out on our own. You don't have to work so hard. He-ching Xue beamed her mouth in an intolerant manner. Don't worry. Zhang Fengjiao patted He-ching Xue's shoulder. Ching Xue, it's good for you guys to cultivate at ease. You guys have to focus on cultivation right now. Where will you have time to solve other problems? When you guys really grow up in the future, it won't be too late for you to repay me and your dad. That's right. Upon hearing this, Dad immediately chimed in. Easing off the work clothes that occupied sweat on his body, and changing into slippers, he walked straight towards the bathroom, preparing to take a shower. There's really no need. You guys will tire your bodies out like this. He-ching Xue insisted. No. You guys have to promise me that you can never work overtime again. Otherwise I'll never go to school again. After saying this, she revealed a look of gambling. This matter was about Mom and Dad's physical safety. She would never give in. Okay, we promise you know. Seeing this, Zhang Fengjiao had no choice but to agree. Great. He-ching Xue's eyes lit up, and said with a straight face, then your section should remember don't let me find you guys working overtime with such high intensity in the future. Zhang Fengjiao nodded, feeling a warmth in her heart. She couldn't help but shed a tear. As parents, they all hope that their children will be better off, and to be able to receive this understanding is their greatest relief. Mom, you guys go and rest. Just let me and Ching Xue do the dinner later. He-chan took the initiative to speak, thinking to let the two old mouths have a good rest. That's right, Mom. Brother and I will just do it. You guys go rest. He-ching Xue said, pushing Zhang Fengjiao towards the bedroom to rest. After that, He-ching Xue gave a wink to He-chen, and the two immediately walked into the kitchen. And because the two were on good terms, they weren't really that good. Coupled with the recent events that happened at the downtown tournament, the atmosphere was a bit subtle and strange for a while. Brother. In the end, it was still He-ching Xue who took the lead in opening her mouth to break the silence. That downtown tournament. Oh, you don't have to worry. The first place I will get it back. And when the time comes to take the prize money, I will give it all to the family. He-chen did not raise his head, said while choosing vegetables. He-ching Xue already knew about this matter and couldn't hide it. On his mom and dad's side, in order to not let them worry, He-chen was thinking of not telling them for the time being. Oh, He-ching Xue nodded her head, and actually had a lot of questions in her mind that she wanted to ask He-chen. But when she actually wanted to ask, she realized that she had a feeling that she had no way to speak. Inwardly, she was conflicted and torn. In the end, it could only be left unsettled, and the two of them cooked in the kitchen in silence. He-ching Xue helped with the hands, and He-chen was the chef. He-chen's cooking skills were good. Not long after, several plates of fragrant stir-fried vegetables were brought to the table, filling the living room with a tantalizing aroma. Mom and Dad, it's time to eat. He-ching Xue came to the bedroom and called out to Zhang Fengjie for them to eat. After eating, He-chen continued to go back to his room to cultivate. Early the next morning, the competition venue. Because of the excitement of the previous matches, the downtown tournament had attracted a large number of fanatical fans. The venue was still packed. In addition, the audience's enthusiasm was even higher. Many fans spontaneously made lighted signs and flags or banners in support of the contestants. And as one looked around, almost all of them were He-chen's. Don't ask. Ask was the scene where He-chan killed Zhang Yang in seconds. It was just too explosive for them. Thus in many people's minds, they had actually defaulted to the fact that He-chan was bound to be the first place winner of this downtown tournament competition. Mr. He, this way please, we need you to draw lots. Today's draw started before the competition. After He-chan rested for a while, the tournament staff came to invite. All of them knew He-chan, hence the tone was very respectful. Okay. He-chan followed them to the field and quickly completed the draw. After the opponent information came out, He-chan was placed in the last match. Doing so, He-chan knew why. It was mainly because the organizers knew that He-chan occupied most of the traffic in the downtown tournament, so they wanted He-chan to debut as the finale. In this way, the ratings of the match could be guaranteed. Many of the viewers were here for He-chan. Once they looked at the schedule, they were furious and wanted to curse. However, there was nothing that could be done about it, and they could only angrily curse in their hearts that the organizer was a little too doggy. For He-chan, it didn't have much of an effect. Directly back to rest. Wait for the start of the game is good. As for the so-called warm-up, it's not necessary. He-chan was crushing them, so he didn't need to warm up. The match officially began. In the audience, He-chan brought her best friend Su Qianer here early in the morning. Naturally, it was also to watch He-chan's match. Qing, just relax. Your brother is so powerful. He'll definitely kill the opposite side in minutes. Su Qianer still comforted. It was because she realized that for some reason, perhaps it was the stereotypes formed over the years towards He-chan that made Qing always feel uneasy about He-chan. Even after knowing that He-chan had killed Zhang Yang in seconds, Qing was still worried about today's match. Qing actually knew it, but she just couldn't control herself. A few hours later, as one match ended, eventually, it was finally He-chan's turn. He-chan walked out from the backstage and then went up to the ring. This time, his opponent, a youth with an inch head, was said to be a student of the 4th middle school, an existence that had been ranked first in the joint exams many times. In the last mock exam, he even won the first place in the whole school with a perfect score. At the same time, he was also the existence that was favored by everyone over at the 3rd middle school and ranked first in the academy in terms of strength. In other words, the hope of the entire village of the entire 3rd middle school. On the ring, He-chan directly summoned the mecha. Mecha Godzilla suddenly appeared. The match begins, the referee announced. However, suddenly, a loud and frank voice came out. I surrender. Inside the arena, the tens of thousands of people who were originally incomparably looking forward to hearing this voice were instantly dumbfounded. Vote. Surrender? Holy shit, what's the situation? This kid surrendered? Pinch the horse. I watched the match for so long just to wait for He-chan's match, and as a result, you surrendered? There's no mistaking it either. I thought I'd be able to watch a great match. Knock Lima. Refund your money. Countless people were shocked, directly surrendering without a fight. How afraid was this of He-chan? But on second thought, it was also true. If one were to think differently, right now as He-chan's opponent, there seemed to be only two choices. One was to fight to the end and lose the match by scrapping He-chan's mech. The other was to directly forfeit and lose the match. Not only would it not damage the mecha, it also avoided the risk of injury. This guy, inside the box in the luxury spectator area, Jiang Zhangnan and a group of other bigwigs couldn't help but hold back a bit when they saw the scene. Who would have thought that the strongest player of the 3rd middle school, the one who was regarded as the hope of the entire academy, would directly surrender and give up the match? No one had ever thought that such a thing would happen before. One could only say that the shock and intimidation that He-chan had brought to the other contestants, it was still too much. Seeing this, He-chan directly disarmed his mecha and walked down the ring directly after the referee announced his victory. I told you, your brother can definitely do it. Su Qianer had a happy face. Aha! Qing, who had been hanging on to her heart, was also finally relieved. There wasn't much interest in the next match, so the two of them left the arena early. He-chan also left from the arena after receiving his advancement card. Originally, he planned to go to school. However, considering that the special secret realm that Jiang Zhangnan had spoken of would be opening tomorrow, therefore, He-chan decided to go home and cultivate so that he could prepare for tomorrow. Broken Cliff Forest, a forest located in the southern suburbs that was usually rarely visited. It was exceptionally lively today. Early in the morning, quite a few luxury cars drove in one after another, and after stopping outside the forest, some broad young masters in suits and very exquisite dresses began to walk inside. It didn't take long. The crowd stopped in front of a cave. This cave was no ordinary cave. The surroundings exuded bizarre fluctuations, and within a 3-meter-high crack at the entrance of the cave, a terrifying energy was emitted from time to time. This secret realm is really remote. Su family had Su Yani inside, his expression carefully surveying the entrance to the secret realm. Yeah, it took me half a day to find it. But then again, the official people had already assessed the secret realm last night, right? Murong Yunfu, the head of the Morong family, looked at the crowd. Murong Yunfu. It was precisely the father of that young genius girl who had broken through to the silver beginner stage. Morong Yunyao. It was also one of the Morong family's explicit helmsmen today. Jiang Jincheng, the head of the Jiang family, nodded his head and said with a calm demeanor, "Don't worry. The official people came a long time ago and only left this morning. The secret realm is the same as what was observed before." The others were relieved when they heard this. Among them, Zhang Zhangnan was also listed. But unlike the others who had relaxed expressions, Zhang Zhangnan had a sad face at this time. The reason for this was, last year, when the secret realm was opened, he and several big clans had sent 2 people in. As a result, because of the secret realm's lack of understanding at that time, the other people have harvested a lot, more or less have harvested. But Zhang Zhangnan not only did not, sent in the 2 generals a dead and injured, directly into the day's biggest joke. At this time, behind each family, each stood 2 30 years old, looked tough extraordinary youth. These people were all top-tier heavenly prides from various clans. Their strengths were all at the peak of the gold stage, or even the platinum stage. The quality of the mechs was also one of the best in existence. Old Jiang, I don't know if you're prepared this year. Don't be like last year. The secret realm financial report didn't get it, but instead you lost your wife and soldiers. Ha ha ha. Su Yanian, the Su family lord, suddenly looked at Zhang Zhangnan with a sneer on his face. This matter was an old record. Today at this particular time, it definitely needed to be rehashed and talked about. After saying that, Jiang Jincheng, the Jiang family head on the side also agreed. Yes, last year you were really humiliated. This year you can't still replicate the last time, right? Ha ha ha. Morong Yunfu laughed out loud. Old Jiang it's not that I'm looking down on you. Other fields maybe you're strong, but in this aspect of talent, you're really inferior to us. As several old families in Jiang City, in recent years, they had been fostering talents in a big way, cultivating all sorts of heavenly pride sons. Thus in this aspect, it could be said that they had achieved the topmost existence. In other aspects, they couldn't compare to Zhang Zhangnan, but this aspect was something they were proud of, and they wouldn't lose. You guys, Zhang Zhangnan's face was red with anger, but after thinking about it, he couldn't say a single word, because in retrospect, the truth was indeed like that. In the last secret realm, he had lost all of his face, which made it so that if he didn't salvage the face he lost last time this time, it was possible that he would be the laughingstock of several families for the next few years. Don't be angry. That's just it. But it looks like you're a careful person, aren't you? Old Jiang, such a big man, so calm? The crowd took a look and became even more amused. Zhang Zhangnan took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down. Otherwise, he was really worried that he would die of anger. Forget it, I won't bother with you guys in general. Zhang Zhangnan sighed, turned his head to look at Lu Rui next to him, then proudly said, "Last time I didn't understand the loss. This time I won't make the same mistake." Lu Rui's mech energy consumption, but only 1/10 of an average mech. Zhang Zhangnan couldn't believe it. How are they going to play with me this time? 1/10? Are you kidding? Several great lords became astonished when they heard this. This kind of thing was a rare occurrence even for them. The big shots. You wouldn't have said that on purpose to bolster your face, right? Morong Yunfu looked at Zhang Zhangnan suspiciously. I am that kind of person, me. Zhang Zhangnan glared at the other party and said unconvincingly, "Ha ha ha." Morong Yunfu laughed. "Joking with you? Really? Still really serious? Ah?" They all knew that although Zhang Zhangnan was competitive, he wasn't the kind of person who would joke around. Whirlwind. Several family lords all sized up Lu Rui with appreciative gazes. Lu Rui had been following Zhang Zhangnan before, but they hadn't paid much attention to it. Now that they were looking at it again, they all had a feeling of being impressed. Feeling the appreciative gazes of the several great masters, Lu Rui was also excited and had a proud face, determined to make sure everyone was amazed this time. This directly made He Chen on the side become a backdrop, an existence that no one cared about. It was a stark contrast to Lu Rui. After all, no one would care about a mediocre person. Alright, the secret realm rift's current energy fluctuations are very suitable for entry. All move. Morong Yunfu suddenly looked towards the secret realm rift and spoke. Then the crowd headed towards the secret realm. As the crowd passed through the rift, they suddenly appeared in the middle of a yellow sandy withered land. The yellow sand was swept up by the fierce wind. The sound of the wind was so loud that people couldn't open their eyes. The sand constantly slapped against their faces and bodies, sending a raw pain through them. This is the secret realm? It's very different from last time. Outside, all the great lords frowned when they saw this scene. As for why they could see it, It was because they had equipped each player with a refined camera before entering. This kind of camera used special signals. Even in the secret realm, the transmission of the images would not be interrupted. Yes, it's true that the secret realm changes once a year, and even though it opens again, the things encountered inside may be worlds apart. Morong Yunfu sighed, only to see the picture. The crowd had no choice but to summon their respective mechs in order to fend off the yellow sand in the sand. However, soon after, something that everyone could not have expected happened. The energy consumption is so fast. Yeah, what's the situation? Even more astonishing than last year's energy consumption? My crystal iron energy can't support it at all. Damn it! All the players were astonished and shocked. It was because they realized that their mecha energy was dropping at a rate visible to the naked eye. If this went on, it wouldn't be long before their mechs were forced to disintegrate due to energy depletion. At that time, let alone searching for secret treasures in the secret realm, if they encountered powerful monsters, they wouldn't necessarily be able to get out alive. The speed of energy consumption is at least 300 times that of the outside. A young man with slanted bangs said with an ugly face. This person was named Morong Yunchua, the top genius of the Morong family. The quality of the mecha ranked in the top 50 existences in the entire Jiang city. Yeah, what can we do about this? A girl wearing a tight uniform, her body outlined in perfect curves under the wrapping of her tights, also began to get anxious. Su Jingyu, a member of the Su family, was currently a platinum beginner mecha master. Among all the talented contestants who came to participate in the secret realm this time, their personal strength could rank in the top 3. We can't continue. There's no danger now. I think it's better for everyone to retrieve their mechs first. We'll all search the secret realm in the flesh. And how about summoning the mechs when there's danger? Lu Rui took the initiative to propose at this time. Although everyone was a competitor, but in a dangerous place like the secret realm, they were still happy to provide some advice to each other. It's fine. No problem. That's it then. Disarm the mecha state everyone, and keep the energy for the follow-up. Everyone nodded their heads. Then one by one, they retrieved their mechs back into the mech space. This naturally included He Chen, because the energy inside the secret realm was unstable when he first entered. He Chen also wanted to observe before making a decision. His own mech was a flesh and blood mech that didn't require energy, which was originally a huge advantage. He Chen didn't want to be careless. After lifting the state of the mech, the hot and dry wind and waves once again made everyone feel uncomfortable. The gravel constantly slapped against their bodies. However, to these mechs whose cultivation was at least at the peak of the golden rank, this was nothing. A little bit of endurance would pass. Then, the crowd began to head in one direction. After walking for about a few minutes, the ground in front of them suddenly shook slightly, followed by a large group of black-skinned monstrous insects with countless tentacles and eyes on their heads crawling out from the ground. There were dozens of them in number, making people shudder. This is a dune bug. It's highly poisonous. Morong Yunchua recognized this kind of monster at a glance. Trying to deal with them was simple. Not being tainted with the toxin and not being bitten was enough. And because this monster's own body plate was extremely fragile, it was not enough to pose a threat to mechs of their level. The next moment, Su Jingyu took out a bow and arrow made of crystal from within the rack space. It was worth mentioning that the mech space, besides storing mechs, it could also store some special items obtained from the secret realm. Obviously this bow and arrow was the secret realm weapon she had gotten from the secret realm, so it could be freely stored in the mecha space. Wanting to take it out was also very simple. It could be taken out with a single thought, making it very convenient to use. Swoosh! Without saying a word, Su Jingyu shot furiously at the dune bugs. Countless crystal arrows landed in the pile of dune bugs, killing a large swath of them. After the arrows landed, there was also an explosion effect, forming tiny particles like ice crystals that scattered in the air. It also slowed down the movement speed of these dune bugs. He Chen glanced at Su Jingyu. A weapon of this level could only be obtained in a medium-sized secret realm if it wasn't unexpected. That meant that Su Jingyu was, in fact, someone who had participated in a medium-sized secret realm. Su Jingyu once again fired a few rounds of bow and arrow. All the dune bugs were slaughtered cleanly by her alone in no time. However, because the level of this kind of monster was too low, the ones that fell were all rags. She didn't even bother to pick them up. Alright, let's go. As the crowd continued to go deeper and deeper, vaguely, the crowds perceived that the strange ground power in the secret realm was getting stronger and stronger in its suppression of them. Summoning the mech now. The energy consumption is at least 4 times as much. Damn it. Yang Tianlong, who was silent on the way and never said a few words, couldn't help but say, he was a member of the Yang family, and his own strength was at the peak platinum beginner stage. It was a 200-pound fat man with a face full of horizontal meat, and his mech was also of the shield mountain type, with terrifying defensive properties. Yeah, this secret realm is too strange. Su Jingyu sighed. I don't even know how long I can last in this situation with my mech summoned. What made them the most desperate was that this kind of suppressive force would also be continuously raised as the crowd went deeper into the secret realm. Now it was 3 times the energy consumption. Hell knows if it would become 5 times the energy consumption, 6 times the energy consumption, or even 10 times the energy consumption when they reached the depths of the secret realm in a while. By then, if another powerful monster appeared, such as an existence like the Lord of the Secret Realm, and they were unable to kill them in a short period of time, then there would only be one end, and that would be a dead end for everyone. Outside the Secret Realm, the emotions of the various family lords, accompanied by a group of family disciples, were becoming more and more unsettled. This secret realm is even more ruthless than last year. Mu Rong Yunfu, Su Yannian frowned. Yes, with such horrifying energy consumption, it's only when the King Realm comes that they can walk as if they were walking on the ground, and the following ones are afraid that they won't quite be able to support themselves. Hey! Zhang Jianxiang shook his head helplessly and said with some pain, everyone should still get ready. The meaning of these words was obvious. Be prepared for everyone's total annihilation. This couldn't be blamed on their family's heavenly pride being weak, but rather the secret realm was too perverse. According to this trend, the monsters inside would definitely be very powerful as well. However, just at this moment, wait, you guys look! Su Yannian suddenly noticed something and pointed at the screen in surprise, only to see that in the screen, the youth who was ignored by everyone, suddenly summoned his own mecha. He Chen. In the screen, He Chen directly summoned his own mech, then entered the cockpit of the mech. Morong Yunfu's group of bigwigs were dumbfounded. They thought that a powerful monster had appeared and they were going to summon their mechs to fight, but looking carefully, finding that there wasn't a single monster around. What was He Chen doing summoning the mech? Could it be used to rush the road? Knowing that in the secret realm, the energy consumption of the mech is very horrible, wasting all that energy, when a powerful monster appeared, wouldn't it only be a dead end? Where did this rash guy come from? Yeah, this seems to be someone that old Jiang found? Ha ha ha. Lao Jiang ah. Where did you find the mech division ah? You there is no one. Big deal. You say a word. Really can't I borrow you to chant? The words revealed naked mockery. Several people looked at Jiang Zhangnan with a mocking expression. How could Jiang Zhangnan let someone who made such a low-level mistake enter the secret realm for a trial? What was this if not having no one under his hand? Jiang Zhangnan didn't say a word. Only if he paid attention, he could find his face and neck reddened. Shame on him. Why did this He Chen drop the ball at critical moments? This kind of common sense. Didn't he understand? He was even wondering if He Chen had a brain problem? He Chen, what are you up to? In the secret realm, Lu Rui looked at He Chen with a puzzled expression. The mecha is rushing, so it can be faster. He Chen explained. Through his observation just now, He Chen had already determined that the special suppression effect on mechas in the secret realm wouldn't work on himself. That was why He Chen was relieved to summon Mechagodzilla. Compared to rushing on legs and feet, the mech was much faster. It also didn't have to suffer from the erosion and damage of the yellow sand. 2 birds with 1 stone. Are you crazy? Everyone else looked at He Chen with puzzled and surprised eyes. Nice guy. Using a mech to catch up? Everyone had already figured out the rules in the secret realm before. Could He Chen have deserted at that time and wandered off to the 4 corners of the world? Quickly disarm the mech. The energy consumption in the secret realm is too great. You won't be able to last long. The only sister in the crowd, Su Jingyu, persuaded, although they were rivals, but she also didn't want to see He Chen just die for nothing. But of course, that didn't make Su Jingyu a good person. In a situation of necessity, she would also strike out at anyone else to save herself. It was just that in her opinion, there was no need for this kind of meaningless sacrifice right now. Thanks for the kind words. In response, He Chen merely spat out a few words indifferently, not intending to explain too much. The others took a look and also shook their heads, not saying anything more. Lu Rui had long felt that He Chen was unreliable, but he didn't expect it to be so unreliable. He secretly sighed in his heart. Good. He Chen died on the other hand. He also counted as less of a competitor. The crowd continued towards the depths of the secret realm. Hurrah! Something suddenly stirred up ahead, only to see a patch of quicksand suddenly appear in the open space in the distance. Immediately afterward, amidst the quicksand, a skeleton soldier holding a longsword informed from sand emerged. Dune Guardian. This was a special kind of monster that lived in the dune zone of the secret realm. The strength was stronger than all the monsters encountered before. Su Jingyu and a dozen others revealed ugly expressions. This thing is very difficult to deal with. Let's make a quick battle after everyone summons their mechs to solve it together. Morong Yunshua proposed. Good. The crowd nodded their heads, unifying in their opinions for once in a rare while. Suddenly, boom! A loud sound suddenly came out. followed by the entire ground starting to tremble violently. The crowd looked up, only to see the place where the Dune Guardian had appeared. A 30-second radius was scorched. And as for the batch of Dune Guardians, they were all blown to pieces, their shadows invisible. He-chan? The Lu Rua people were dumbfounded and looked over with a shocked face. This power was a bit too perverted, right? And what just happened? One missile and it's solved. So fierce. Su Jingyu aimed the entire process of He-chan firing the missile, and fell directly into shock. The difficult point of monsters like the Dune Guardian was this. If a normal attack couldn't completely eliminate it in one hit, the opponent would form it again week after week. And He-chan was good, directly blowing it to dust. It directly cut off the possibility of the opponent remodeling. He-chan immediately went forward and pocketed all the dropped treasures. There were experience books, mecha materials, and accessory fragments and some elixirs that had a strengthening effect on the physical body after eating them. All in all, they were all good rewards. The rest of the crowd had a moment of gluttony. The Dune Guardians were not the small monsters that they had encountered before. The secret realm treasures that fell after killing them already belonged to the very good ones. However, they could only score a few coveted points. He-chan didn't have the intention to share it with them. Alright, keep going. The Jiang Cup from the Jiang clan opened his mouth, his heart inexplicably grateful that he hadn't encountered anything too big so far. Deep within the secret realm, the surrounding sky began to darken. It soon became a blood-red color. The air revealed a depressing atmosphere. The crowd, who were already under extreme psychological pressure, saw this pressure increase steeply, and everyone's faces were ugly. This was because the physical energy needed to be consumed to rush in such an environment was enormous. Even a mecha master couldn't bear it anymore. On the contrary, He-chan, because he had been rushing with his mech all along, the entire person was enjoying sitting in the mech bay. Not even a drop of sweat was shed. However, the crowd didn't envy He-chan, because if He-chan played like this, the mech's energy would soon be exhausted. By then, they wouldn't even know how to die. What nonsense, Lu Rue said breathlessly, not really knowing what He-chan was thinking. Can you keep up? Suddenly, He-chan turned around and asked. Me? Lu Rue pointed at himself. He-chan nodded. They were rushing too fast and He-chan wanted to speed up. But, can? Lu Rue said stiffly. The headquarters can say that they can't keep up. Right. Face is still necessary. Then, He-chan directly accelerated Mechagodzilla's speed to catch up. Seeing this, Lu Rue hurriedly took out 2 pills from his pocket and ate them. This thing was a drug refined in a special way. Eating it had the effect of stimulating the body's potential and causing adrenaline to soar. Then, Lu Rue quickly followed. Only the others were left staring wide-eyed. Acting alone in the secret realm? They could only admire He-chan's courage and still speed up their journey. Is he afraid of running out of mecha energy? Moron Yunshua, Su Jingyu, Zhang Guan and the others shook their heads and glanced at each other's teams. In the end, they silently continued on their way, but they all consciously kept a certain distance. Crazy. This kid must be crazy. Outside the secret boundary, Su Yanian and the others looked at He-chan's figure and all agreed that he must be crazy. Doing so was no different from committing suicide. As they went deeper in the secret realm, even more trouble arrived. The monsters they encountered in the beginning, they were still able to solve them with their bare hands. This was because the physical qualities of mechs themselves were superhuman to normal people. But at the back, the strength of the secret realm monsters that appeared became stronger and stronger. At this time, different teams such as Moron Yunshua, Su Jingyu, Jiang Cup, and so on, stood still, because in front of them, bloodthirsty poisonous scorpion, crawling out from the quicksand, scorpion-like monsters, but each one was the size of a calf, causing one's scalp to go numb. Heavens, I never thought that I would be able to encounter a bloodthirsty poisonous scorpion here. Su Jingyu's face was a bit ugly. This was because she was very sensitive to this type of bug-type monster. Perhaps it was a girl's innate fear of bugs. We can only summon the mecha. Next to Su Jingyu, Su Yechio, another pride of the Su family, said with a scornful expression. Okay. Immediately, the two of them summoned their mechs. Su Jingyu's mech was a speed and attack type mech, with high mobility and burst. The only drawback was that the body plate was rather fragile. Fortunately, a week ago, she managed to install 2 energy shields on the mech. It was able to block a fatal blow at a critical moment. With this bottom card, this allowed Su Jingyu to act with confidence, not having to be on guard at all times as she had been during the previous battle. The moment the 7-meter-tall giant mech appeared, it immediately gave off a huge impression. Su Jingyu maneuvered the mech and rushed over at once. The wrist launcher immediately fired a barrage of cannon fire. Boom boom boom. Several of the bloodthirsty poisonous scorpions that rushed at the front were immediately beaten into a bloody mist. But several poisonous scorpions surrounded them. All of a sudden, It put Su Jingyu in a difficult situation. Seeing this, Su Jingyu directly unfolded an energy shield around the mech. Actually, the attack power of the bloodthirsty poison scorpions was not enough to cause damage to the mech, but the trouble point was that their toxins could paralyze the mech's maneuvering system. With the shield, Su Jingyu's two hands suddenly emerged with two huge lightsabers. Then she held the lightsabers and began to slaughter madly. One bloodthirsty poisonous scorpion died under the lightsabers. However, soon Su Jingyu realized that the mecha's energy was dropping rapidly. Damn it! If this goes on, it won't be long before it reaches the bottom. Su Jingyu's face was unsightly, and he decided to fight a quick battle. At this time, Su Yechio also joined the battle. His mech's individual strength wasn't that strong. However, it could assist Su Jingyu in the battle. While releasing a shield for Su Jingyu, he helped her block the attack of the bloodthirsty poison scorpion on one side. This was an auxiliary mecha. Although it wasn't that colorful, and most people weren't willing to pilot an auxiliary-type mecha, but when it came to its role, the auxiliary-type mecha's role was definitely not low. The two cooperated. In a short while, this group of bloodthirsty poisonous scorpions were killed cleanly. Phew! Su Jingyu took a deep breath, looked down at the mech energy, and was so scared that he hastily disarmed the mech. How much energy did you consume? After Su Yechio disarmed the mech, he came to Su Jingyu and asked. A quarter. And you? Su Jingyu's face was ugly. One had to know that she had only piloted the mech for a short while and had consumed a quarter of the mech's energy. This energy consumption was indeed a little too terrifying. One had to know that there were no supplies in the secret realm. When it was used up, it was used up, and there would be no subsequent replenishment. Alright, go ahead and save some for use, Su Yechio said. Save it for when it's time to fight the boss lord. You're the main output and I'll assist you, so you can't let them take advantage of you. Aha, got it. Su Jingyu nodded. At the same time, the other teams, one after another, also encountered stronger secret realm monsters. Moron Yunshua, Jiang Cup, and the rest of them, all had to summon their mechs to fight. As a result, they took a look after the battle was over. The energy consumption was all around a quarter, and for the slightly better ones, it was also a fifth. This number was an existence that they could not receive no matter what. Of course, there were exceptions. Boom boom boom. On the sandy ground, dazzling flames suddenly blossomed, and the violent impact directly caused the entire sandy ground to be dented down by more than 10 meters. The temperature brought about by the explosion caused the air to become even hotter. A destructive aura continuously came from the center of the explosion. So fierce? Voodoo. Lu Rue had been following He-Chen and witnessed the scene of He-Chen pushing flat out all the way. It was just simple and rough, pushing all the way across. During this period, any monster he encountered, regardless of its strength, was exterminated by He-Chen with a single round of unit missiles, letting him not even have a chance to make a move. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that this was the first time Lu Rue had seen such a violent scene. It was too luxurious and dreamy for him. This was a secret realm, and because he was following He-Chen, he actually had the feeling that he was walking on the ground, coming and going as he pleased. There was a kill that made quite a few goodies drop in place. He-Chen hurriedly went up and included them all in the mecha space. Up to this point, the mecha fragments He-Chen got from killing monsters alone were as high as a few dozen. 2 grade C mech materials, and 1 grade B mech material, various auxiliary medicines, mecha energy, rechargeable materials, etc. The more you get, the more you get. In addition, the copper coins that could be exchanged for Dragon Kingdom coins amounted to hundreds of thousands, and there were more than 100,000 gold coins as well. As for the experience, He-Chen broke through the silver high rank to reach the gold rank, just a little bit short of the last. This scene made Lu Rue's eyes directly red as he watched. To know that a person getting so many rewards, but he didn't even dare to dream about it. At the same time, he also felt strange. Logically speaking, He-Chen should have used up his energy quickly after using the mech so intensely. But why did He-Chen still live and breathe after holding out for so long? With not a single case of energy shortage occurring? Outside the secret territory, Moron Yunfu's group of bigwigs were also dumbfounded. Looking at He-Chen just like that, he was killing it in the secret realm. That feeling, as if it was as easy as being in his own home. Fighting monsters didn't even need to fight. A missile directly blew flat. Too easy, thankfully. There's something about this guy. Yeah, it's too much. With this much use, the energy can actually last this long. Outrageous. Old Jiang, is this guy the newcomer player you said before? Who made a big splash in the downtown tournament? The gazes of the crowd fell on Zhang Zhangnan. Not to mention others, Zhang Zhangnan himself was also shocked. Yeah, he nodded, feeling equally incredulous. Never mind. I'll see how long you can hold out. Lu Rue took a deep breath and looked at He-Chen with an expression that suddenly became sinister. because he expected that He Chen would definitely run out of energy before long if he used it like this. At that time, it would be a dead end. So those secret treasures he got along the way, wouldn't they all be his? Thinking of this, not only did Lu Rui not envy anymore, instead, he was inwardly delighted. After all, in a dangerous place like the secret realm, every time he entered, it was like a gamble with his life at stake. And this time, he didn't have to do anything, just wait behind He Chen and reap the benefits. This kind of surefire deal had never been encountered before in his life. This idea was born in his heart. Lu Rui even wanted He Chen to finish consuming energy quickly, but there was no hurry. In his opinion, he should be able to wait soon. Continuing deeper, He Chen led Lu Rui from the sandy area, all the way to a jungle. Speaking of the jungle, the trees here were all dead trees, emitting gusts of heat and an inexplicable fishy odor under the effect of some weird force. The ground was filled with the corpses of unknown creatures. In some corners, some bugs could still be seen, nibbling on a piece of rotting flesh. Lu Rui's brain was a little dizzy, but fortunately he quickly adapted back. This place is weird. Lu Rui looked around with a nervous expression. Yeah, He Chen also realized that, without any surprises, this place could be dangerous. Go this way. He Chen subconsciously chose a direction based on his intuition, and Lu Rui hurriedly followed behind when he saw this. Originally, he had thought of acting on his own, but in that case, if He Chen died, there would be no way for him to lick the bag off. Therefore it was necessary to follow. Watch out over there. Boom! Suddenly, Lu Rui noticed a direction where two skeleton soldiers fired a few arrows, but as soon as the words left his mouth, a missile fell over. After the loud bang, there was no slag left. To be honest, Lu Rui only felt that it was too extravagant to use unit missiles to kill such small monsters. If it was someone else, they would have to at least save it to use against bosses. This He Chen, he's a lot more powerful than I thought. Yeah, he can actually last this long. It's just a pity that he's playing himself so well that he'll die in the secret realm sooner or later. Rather a genius. It's a pity. Yeah, I was originally thinking of digging in. I really don't know what he thinks. Outside, Su Yanian, Zhang Jianxiang and Morong Yunfu side, He Chen was a genius. Extremely talented. It was a pity that this so-called genius was bound to die young this time, using big moves to fight small monsters. I really don't know what to think. This wasn't like killing a chicken or a cow. However, feeling pity was only on the one hand. On the other hand, they were actually very happy to see He Chen die in the secret realm. After all, everyone was now in a competitive relationship. He Chen's death represented that they could get more good things and more chances from the secret realm. Just what no one knew was, the scene they imagined would inevitably not happen today. It had been continuously using the mech at high intensity for so long. He Chen had absolutely no signs of energy shortage occurring. The only feeling was as if he had experienced a sprint with a short distance. For a mecha master, this amount of energy consumption was almost negligible. It really couldn't be done. He Chen could still sit in the cockpit and rest, restoring his own physical energy to ensure that the mech could run normally. In the end, it's still the mechanism of the flesh and blood mech that's too perverse and special. The suppression of mechs in the secret realm was completely absent for He Chen. It was still far from his own physical limit. Wait, but it was different for Lu Rui. He Chen had a mech to catch up. His progress was crunching fast, and he was almost bad at physical fitness. But Lu Rui was trying to keep up with He Chen's pace. It had always been a power advance. Although he didn't need to fight, the harsh environment within the secret territory, coupled with the physical exertion of rushing, was close to making him a bit unbearable. Although it was a bit of a loss of face, he had no choice. Lu Rui could only make a request for a temporary break. It's fine. He Chen didn't force himself when he saw this, and incidentally, he also took a slight break himself. Of course the main thing. It was also because he wanted to let the various unit missiles that Mechagodzilla was equipped with, to recharge a little. Generally, the secret realm was open for 2 or 3 days, therefore there wasn't any time limit. At the same time, Morong Yunshua, Jiang Gu, Su Jingyu and the others, gradually followed up after a tough fight all the way. Without exception, all of them were in a sorry state, especially Jiang Gu and Jiang Yuanhua, another heavenly pride of the Jiang family. Their bodies were covered in blood sprayed from the monsters during the battle. They were bruised and listless. It was like they had overindulged and had a weak kidney. They also didn't expect the secret realm to toss them around so much. As a last resort, they couldn't use mechs. They could only physically fight, and physical combat will inevitably be injured. It was not easy to summon a mech, but they had to fight quickly for fear of running out of energy. How hard it was to come all the way here can be imagined. Not dying on the road was already very good. He Chen? When Su Jingyu and the others saw He Chen and Lu Rui, who were resting, they revealed surprised expressions. It was different from the others who were in a sorry state. The two looked very relaxed, their bodies clean and tidy, like they were on vacation. Most of all, He-Chen was still inside the mech. This gave birth to an unbelievable speculation among the others. Could it be that He-Chen hadn't lifted the mech from before when he summoned it until now? What mecha is so durable? It should be known that He-Chen was the youngest of the contestants in this session, and his cultivation should also be the lowest. And they? The weakest of them were all mechs at the peak of the middle stage of the Golden Order. Shame. There was a sudden pang of shame in the hearts of the crowd. To actually not even be able to compete with a high school student was a bit too much of a failure. I can't believe you guys got here so quickly. Su Jingyu walked up, greeting them as he did so. Aha. Lu Rue nodded, while He-Chen didn't say a word. I can't believe that everyone can get together here again. How about we all take a rest here? Jiang Cup, who had followed behind, suggested. No problem. Morong Yunshua wiped the beads of sweat on his forehead, only feeling his mouth dry. The crowd then took out food and water from within the bags they carried with them in preparation to replenish their strength. He-Chen didn't bring much, some dry bread and mineral water. However, He-Chen was not a pampered young master. To him it was good to replenish his physical energy. Nothing else mattered. At this time, Su Jingyu and the others looked at He-Chen with curious faces. Their hearts were going crazy. Eating and drinking in the mech and not bringing it down? One could only say luxury. A luxury that they couldn't imagine. After eating and drinking, they continued on their way. He-Chen was ahead of everyone, as was Lu Rue. Suddenly Lu Rue spoke. Be careful. Ahead should be the monster camp. There will be a large number of monsters there that aren't even of the same race. He-Chen nodded his head to indicate that he knew. After all, he had done his homework before coming. Sure enough, not long after, He-Chen stopped in his tracks. The monster camp had appeared. Not one, but a dozen. On the road leading to the depths of the secret realm, it was divided into areas. Each area was as big as a soccer field. Inside lived monsters of different races, and the strange thing was that all of these monsters were dormant. They didn't intrude on each other and seemed to be just waiting for the arrival of the trialists. Alchemy Wolf, Poison Monster Dragon, Nightmare Lord, Sheep's Head Elite Guard. Looking at these monsters, Morong Yunshua and the others who caught up behind them only felt a headache. These monsters aren't high level. But, speaking here, Su Jingyu sighed in surprise. But this number is too much, isn't it? It was. There were at least hundreds of monsters in each territory. Hundreds of level 20 to 25 monsters corresponded to silver rank mechs. That meant that they, the peak gold, platinum ranked mecha masters, could completely crush them with ease. But there were too many of them. The energy consumption needed to kill them all cleanly was a very terrifying number. However, unlike the crowd who looked worried, He-Chen was excited. Because if he remembered correctly, killing these guard-level monsters was a sure way to obtain a treasure chest. It's finally here. Su Yannian looked at the picture in the secret realm, and his mood couldn't help but tense up. This was already one of the deepest areas of the secret realm. Further in, it was highly likely that they would encounter the existence of a boss. Great! Killing these monsters will earn you treasure chest rewards, and I don't know what good things can be opened this time. Morong Yunfu spoke with anticipation. Treasure chest? Zhang Jianxiang shook his head and said, it's good that they can pass through here alive. How much energy will it take to kill all these monsters? You guys don't think about it. Yeah. Zhang Zhengnan's face was grave. His heart was born with the idea of letting Lu Rue and He-Chen leave. But the secret realm wasn't opened once a year. It was opened probabilistically. If they missed this time, what if it didn't open again for the next few years? Therefore, he didn't want to miss this opportunity. Besides, everyone else hadn't withdrawn yet, and if he did, it would be a complete joke. He couldn't let go of his face either. If I remember correctly. Suddenly, Zhang Jianxiang turned his head to look at Su Yannian, who was on the side. Last year, your family disciple got a prop from it that went so far as to get a huge experience book, and after using it, he directly went from the peak of gold to the platinum rank? Yes. Su Yannian stroked his beard, said with a proud face, this is nothing. In addition, there is a mecha core. Driving the platinum peak stage mecha are more than enough. Good eye you. Getting such a good thing, we actually don't know? Zhang Jianxiang revealed a look that the other party was unkind. Su Yannian smiled faintly. You guys got something good. Did you just tell me? Murong Yunfu. I don't remember wrongly that you got an A grade machine plus accessory, and after subsequent processing, it became S grade, right? How do you know? Morong Yunfu looked at Su Yannian in surprise. In fact, last year in the secret realm, every one of them had harvested a lot, which was the main reason why this time, they would still send their family disciples to participate. Take that huge experience book for example. An average person would need at least 3 to 5 years to advance from peak gold to platinum rank. This was still the top geniuses. If it was an ordinary person, 10 years or even decades, a lifetime of not reaching the platinum rank would abound. However, the books of experience obtained from the secret realm were enough to make a top genius less likely to reach the platinum rank. It would be enough to make a top genius work 3 to 5 years less, and make an ordinary person work 10 years or decades less. Not to mention those who got advanced mech parts from the secret realm. After installing them, the mecha masters who directly gained cross-realm combat power. This was the charm of the secret realm. Although it was dangerous, it had always attracted a large number of people. Inside the secret realm, He-chun, listen to me later. Let's work together to kill a path and then charge straight through. Lu Rue spoke in a serious manner after deep thought. It wasn't impossible to break through alone in this situation, but the key lay in what happened after breaking through. Energy saving was the real key. 2 people working together was definitely much better than 1 person being hard-headed and reckless. However, he had just finished speaking. Buzz! A loud mecha roar came as He-chan activated Mechagodzilla. Under the shocked gazes of Lu Rue and the others, Mechagodzilla rushed towards a monster camp. Are you crazy? Lu Rue reacted and just wanted to curse. Just then, he saw Mechagodzilla, who had rested for so long that all the missiles had been replenished, fire out 4 or 5 unit bombs from his shoulders. Boom! A bomb landed in the center of the camp. It startled the dormant monsters. Snort! The monsters in the camp awakened and let out snorting strange cries from their mouths. Subsequently, a large number of monsters opened their scarlet eyes, displaying infinite killing intent about to kill them. However, rumble! The unit bomb that landed on the ground exploded, and all of the monsters within a radius of 30 or so were blown to pieces. Scorching hot air was emitted. Quickly follow! He-chan twisted his head and shouted towards the shocked Lu Rue. Oh! Lu Rue came back to his senses, not caring about that much, and hurriedly followed behind Mechagodzilla. Subsequently, the other 3 or 4 unit bombs also exploded. Boom boom boom! Within the secret territory, the vibrations continued, as if a small earthquake had occurred. Amidst the endless flames and devastating impacts, inside the camp that He-chan had broken into, a large number of monsters were blown to pieces and exploded into blood mist. More than 100 monsters were left under the bombardment of these few unit bombs. In looking around, there were only a few scattered ones. It was as if these monsters did not have a spirit, with their companions being bombed so miserably. The rest were not afraid at all and continued to charge towards He-chan. Bastard things! He-chan maneuvered Mechagodzilla, and a tail fling instantly sent all the monsters that surrounded him flying. The violent force hardened several of them into broken pieces. At this point, all the monsters within this campground were all killed to death. Lu Rue's pupils shrunk, as if he had seen something unbelievable. His mouth was open enough to stuff an egg. Moron Yunshua, Su Jingyu, Jiang Cup, and a group of geniuses, more than a dozen of them looked at each other in dismay, standing in place for a long time without words. Let's go! If we delay any longer, the monsters from the other domains will also surround us. He-chan voiced out a reminder. The unit bomb was too powerful, and the commotion would easily attract anything else. Good! Lu Rue swallowed his saliva and followed He-chan as he broke through the monster territory and continued deeper into the secret realm, looking at the backs of the 2 gradually fading away. The rest of them went numb. All numb. Wasn't He-chan a silver mecha master? Are you telling me that this is a silver mecha master? Based on He-chan's performance, it was impossible for the other party to be a silver-ranked mecha master. That's because this batch of monsters in the monster camp, the worst of them corresponded to the realm of a silver medium-rank mecha master, whereas monsters were born with strength. Mech masters could only cultivate later in life. Therefore, in terms of qualifications and foundation, secret realm monsters of the same rank were stronger than mech masters. If He-chan was a silver-ranked mecha master, how could he kill so many same-rank secret realm monsters in seconds at once? Therefore, there was only one possibility left. He-chan was either above silver, or was another battle rank spanning existence. Everyone agreed that the latter was a bit more likely. After all, at He-chan's age, a silver-ranked mecha master was already a top-tier demonic genius. If a gold rank, then it would be completely fine to say that it was the first of its kind in the past and the first of its kind in the past and present. They couldn't what kind of concept this was, so, only felt that this possibility was small and small. Of course, what surprised them the most was actually the energy issue. If their mechs were used like He-chan's, they would have run out of energy a long time ago. But He-chan actually didn't experience any energy shortage at all. Only one word surfaced in everyone's minds. Exaggerated. Before leaving, He-chan didn't forget to pick up the treasure chest, and at this moment, seeing that there was finally no danger around, He-chan also slowed down his pace. He then opened the treasure chest. The treasure chests of the monster camps were not rated, but they were generally not bad as all. Open. Ding! Congratulations on opening the secret treasure chest and obtaining the following rewards. Special Mecha Disassembler, disposable item. Automatically destroyed after use. Grade C Mecha Auxiliary. Grade A Energy Crystal Fragment X15. Crystal Iron X5. Intermediate Experience Book X1. Grade D Mech Material Fragment X30. C Grade Mech Accessory X3. B Grade Mech Accessory X1. Copper Coin X120000. Gold Coin X50,000. Looking at so many rewards, He-Chen was a bit overjoyed for a moment. Not bad. It's even richer than the rewards he imagined. The main thing was that so many mecha materials had been dropped, and after refining and recasting them all, He-Chen estimated that he would be able to upgrade Mechagodzilla's accessories once again. By then, Mechagodzilla's strength would have risen another notch. Hey, I said that the things in the treasure chest should have my share as well. Lu Rue knew that He-Chen must be opening the treasure chest at this moment, so he said irritably. They were considered a team, so they couldn't let He-Chen take it all by himself. Oh, He-Chen smiled faintly. Why? We're a team, so you're just too good to eat alone? Li Rue also knew that he was at a disadvantage, so he added, let's do it this way. You can casually share a third of it with me. You eat the big head and I'll eat the small head. That's fine, isn't it? Why are you embarrassed? He-Chen directly disliked back. This way you are out of manpower or material resources. The monsters are not all killed by me. Since they are all killed by me, with you or without you are not the same, why should I share it with you? What the other party is playing. He-Chen's heart can be clear. You. Li Rue looked at He-Chen with an angry face, but it was not good to have a seizure. After all, he really didn't help at all along the way. Instead, He-Chen had crushed and pushed all the way across, causing him to follow behind like a follower. Alright, I'll remember, Li Rue said irritably. On second thought, sooner or later, He-Chen would run out of energy and die in the secret realm. All the treasures dropped at that time would still be all his. I'll see when you die, Lu Rue said in his heart, giving He-Chen a sinister look. Seeing He-Chen and Lu Rue appearing to argue over this, Jiang Jiangnan was really worried for a moment. The two were on the same team after all. It would be bad if they were to implode. Seeing that the two didn't have any friction, the heart silently sighed in relief. Ha ha ha. Jiang Jiangnan suddenly turned his smiling face to the others and laughed. It seems that your people aren't too good either. The progress is so slow. When will it be until we can enter the deepest part of the secret realm and get the secret treasure of the secret realm? He-Chen's performance had greatly exceeded Jiang Jingnan's expectations, although it was true that he was too reckless on the surface. A brain rushing forward like that, but it had to be said that right now. His team was rushing at the front and was the first to get the treasure chest. Thinking about being mocked by all kinds of people before, saying something about his team not going far. Right now, Jiang Jiangnan only had a sense of pleasure of having his revenge avenged. That said, your team is not very good so slow. At this rate the Lord of the Secret Realm is going to let my people kill before you guys get past the monster camp. Jiang Jiangnan mocked once again. Who let this group of old things sneer at him like this before? Don't get cocky too early. Su Yanyan's old face was red. Originally, the high difficulty of this secret realm had made his nerves tense. Now that the monster camp was blocking the way, he was in a bad mood again. When Jiang Jiangnan said that, he was even more furious. That's it. Moron Yunfu concurred. This kid does have some strength, but I don't believe it. His mecha energy is still enough for him to be arrogant for how long? I'll see what you do then. He-Chen's mecha energy had indeed surprised them all, but to say that He-Chen could leave the secret realm alive, everyone present would believe it. Jiang Jianqiang suddenly laughed. That said, your people will be dead by then anyway. What's the point of picking up so many secret realm treasures? Why don't you just let us have it? Ha ha ha. And behind Jiang Jiangnan, an old man who was only about 1.6 or so was born at this time. Old Jiang, your people are good, but don't forget that the two contestants that our Yang family has put up this time are both platinum high stage peak stage mecha masters, and I believe in their strength. The person who spoke was named Yang Zhenfeng. Previously, he had been silently observing from the side, not speaking much. Now finally, he couldn't help but open his mouth as well. The Yang family was in the real estate business, not just in Zhengcheng, but all over the country they had investments. In the 60s of the last century, they relied on the wind to make a fortune, and now the family is very powerful and has a lot of heritage. On the surface of many rankings, the Yang family and several big families can only be counted at the bottom of the existence, but in reality, the strength of the Yang family is far more terrifying than what is exposed. Yes, Elder Yang, behind Yang Zhenfeng, a middle-aged man in his 40s said with a complimentary face, that He-Chen is just a student. His combat experience and real-world experience is lacking, as seen from his actions in the secret realm, being so reckless, but if he misses once, He will lose all his previous efforts and will lose his life. These words came out. Everyone present came out of Jiang Zhangnan and the few people he brought with him. Everyone else nodded in agreement, realizing that their previous concerns were all redundant. A student, no matter how powerful, what kind of waves could he create? Boom! Within the secret territory, as there was a loud bang, He-chan unhurriedly began to pick up the fallen treasures. The bounty of this harvest once again exceeded He-chan's expectations. Going on like this, after going out from the secret realm this time, it might be possible to upgrade the mech upgrade more than once. Just thinking about it made He-chan feel excited. By that time, Mechagodzilla's strength had once again increased, and with the use of Godzilla's light, the overall battle strength would even be able to match that of a platinum rank mech, coupled with the fact that after the end of the downtown tournament, he himself got the core of the Earth's core energy crystals to replace Mechagodzilla's energy. Mechagodzilla's strength is even able to crush an average platinum rank mech artist. Yes, crushing across 2 ranks. Hey, are we just leaving? Seeing that He-chan had been picking up treasure chests, Lu Rue, who had been eyeing them for a long time behind him, suddenly spoke up. Don't you want to get more? What do you mean? He-chan turned back his head. It means that they should still be brushing monsters in the monster camp right now. So why don't you go back and help them? Lu Rue revealed a bad smile. He-chan also instantly realized that this guy's help had some deep meaning. He-chan thought carefully for a moment. Although it was immoral, one had to say that what Lu Rue said was very good. Everyone themselves were in a competitive and hostile relationship. In the secret realm, it was too normal to fight each other. Under certain conditions that held true, one side would even go out and kill the other to take the other's loot. As for why everyone seemed so harmonious before, and mutual assistance, it was mainly because they had just come to the secret realm. Everyone was unfamiliar with it, and the situation was rather harsh. Therefore, they could only temporarily embrace each other to keep warm. He-chan didn't believe that they hadn't thought of the idea of staring at themselves and fighting for the loot from their hands. Sure enough, on the other side, just as He-chan Lu Rue was talking, Morong Yunchua's side. Damn, those 2 guys are easy in the end. Breaking through the monster camp so quickly. Senior brother, a young-faced man behind Morong Yunchua, named Morong Fong, minded. How long do you think that He-chan will last at most? Morong Yunchua thought carefully for a moment, then said, up to half an hour. Morong Fong laughed, a sinister smile on his face. With He-chan dead, that Lu Rue is left on his own. He definitely wants to monopolize He-chan's secret treasures. Why don't we? What you mean is, Morong Yunchua reacted, looking at his normally well-behaved junior brother in surprise. Yes, why don't we come to the dark side at that time? As long as they all die, the loot can all be ours, Morong Fong said, making a neck-wiping motion. Previously, He-chan had pushed his way through the secret realm. The secret treasures he obtained were obvious to everyone, even those of them who frequented the secret realm. They would also be greedy and red-eyed. Therefore Morong Fong actually couldn't sit still early on. He just couldn't find the opportunity to do it. Okay, according to his speed of using energy like this, at most half an hour later it will definitely not work. At that time, 2 against 1. After Lu Rue is also dead, all the secret treasures of their team can be ours, Morong Yunchua said, also urged, then we have to act faster. Otherwise we can't catch up with them. Maybe we'll let other people's hands first. There was no need to think about it. Morong Yunchua also knew. Those people from the young family Su family were mostly thinking the same as themselves right now. Therefore it was necessary to speed up the progress. Good senior brother. 1 person on one side. Take care of these monsters first, Morong Fong said. The monsters in the camp around the 2 of them surrounded them again at this time. Although the 2 were very strong, but facing such a large number of monsters, they couldn't get away for a while. Even if they could get away, they had killed so many monsters. Definitely need to kill to the center of the territory and get the monster treasure chest. Otherwise, it would be a big loss. Currently, there were about 1/3 of the monsters left in the camp. If the 2 were well matched, it wouldn't take long to kill them all. At this time on the other side, Su Jingyu's combination of Jiang Kop and the others were also working hard to kill the monsters. The mecha energy consumption was rising, so they had to fight quickly. Of course, they were also all coveting He-chan's secret treasure. They wanted to catch up with He-chan's pace as soon as possible. You're also moved? Lu Rue clasped his hands on his chest, and when he heard He-chan say this, the smile on his face grew a bit thicker. You wait for me here. He-chan didn't answer positively, but left a sentence in place, then maneuvered Mechagodzilla and activated the rocket propulsion device. Buzz! Blazing blue flames erupted from the back, and the tremendous kinetic energy sent Mechagodzilla flying into the air. Then it flew in the direction it came from. Trying to get rid of me? Lu Rue was a bit upset at seeing this, not expecting to be thrown here by He-chan when he proposed this idea. Seeing this, Lu Rui also summoned his own mech. According to the speed at which the others were killing the monsters, Lu Rui concluded that they hadn't been able to completely get away by now. Right now, they were being surrounded by the monsters. It was just the right time to take advantage of this to please enter the center of the camp first and take the treasure chest away. How could he possibly watch He Chen take such a huge advantage? Looking at He Chen, who was flying in midair in front of him, Lu Rui was a little surprised for a moment. The speed was too fast. In the blink of an eye, he flew a long distance away. But at full speed, Lu Rui thought that he would soon be able to keep up. However, he proved to be too young. Even if Lu Rui pushed his kinetic energy to full power, he simply couldn't keep up with He Chen. He could only barely see the other party's taillights. Damn! Inside the mech's cabin, Lu Rui cursed angrily, only feeling something perverse. Could it be that He Chen had a set of A rank or even S rank acceleration class mech accessories? Otherwise, with such a large difference in mech base between the two, how could it be possible to only see the other party's taillights? Shaking his head, Lu Rui intended his confused thoughts and decided to talk about it later. The most urgent thing was to follow He Chen first. Wait, they are going to. This, beyond the secret boundary. Morong Yunfu watched He Chen and Lu Rui suddenly change direction and fly in the opposite direction. A puzzled look on his face, and an ominous premonition arose in his heart. Ha ha ha. Jiang Zhangnan laughed out loud. Let's make a deal. In the secret realm all means are just normal ways of competition. Later on you guys don't say anything. Morong Yunfu suddenly rose up with murderous intentions. He Chen and Lu Rui's purpose was too obvious. This was clearly intending to take advantage of the fire but on second thought, Morong Yunfu also calmly said, but you don't look at their way of rushing. So dry road. Afraid that they will crash in the middle of the plane can't. Ha ha ha. One said. Jiang Zhangnan only reacted. His expression suddenly became grave. Because the mecha energy consumption front row top few in the operation, flight is definitely one of the most energy consuming ways. And within the secret territory, the energy consumption was several times that of the outside. This was already a well-known thing. He Chen and Lu Rui actually had the luxury of using flight to catch up. Plus, before, He Chen didn't want to use energy like money. It was the energy that was even more. Estimated that it was already going to be too much to top. At that time, they only hoped that their team could quickly find He Chen and the others. Also good to sit and reap the benefits of fishing. The speed is quite fast. I should have known to directly leave that guy behind. Along the way, He Chen marveled at Mechagodzilla's flying ability. The speed was simply not too amazing, although it was only at the peak silver stage. However, the ability to fly in this area was comparable to at least the mid-platinum stage, or even the peak stage. This was the first time He Chen had used his flight ability in such a comprehensive manner. He couldn't help but feel very satisfied. At this time, He Chen was getting closer to the monster camp. Looking high up in the sky, a large portion of the surrounding secret realm was taken in. Apart from the dry bones and yellow sand, there was nothing else. Very desolate. At this time, He Chen suddenly heard the sounds of battle. When he looked up, he was instantly brightened up, and then accelerated Mechagodzilla's flight speed. Damn it, is it really that fast? In the back, Lu Rui had a hard look on his face, and his forehead was covered with fine beads of sweat. This journey had cost him a lot of effort just by following He Chen. What was so special about He Chen's mecha? It was actually so powerful in terms of performance? Lu Rui suddenly became even more curious about this. Great! There's still one last batch of monsters left, so we'll be able to finish off the monsters in this camp and reach the center of the camp to get the treasure chest. Jiang Cup's face showed excitement, seeing that the efforts of so half a day were finally going to be rewarded. Yeah, step it up. Zhang Yuanhua was killing with vigor. His mech was stained with monster blood, emitting a burning aura. Suddenly, he noticed something. Wait, what's that? Seeing the visitor, Zhang Yuanhua's mood tensed up. There were still flying monsters in the secret realm? Could it be a boss level? Thinking of this, Zhang Yuanhua's expression froze and his breathing became rapid. Jiang Cup on the side followed and looked over. As the thing gradually approached, the two of them were relieved in their hearts because it wasn't a boss-level lord. Instead, it was a mecha. He Chen's mecha? Jiang Cup looked puzzled. Didn't they go deeper into the secret realm? Why did they return again? Could it be that the secret realm boss was too strong to fight this time? So they fled? Zhang Yuanhua was inwardly puzzled. Watch out! During the period of frothing, several monsters surrounded the area, and Jiang Cup hastily reminded. After Zhang Yuanhua reacted, he blasted away several monsters with one punch. Forget about him, let's get the camp treasure chest first, Jiang Cup reminded. Zhang Yuanhua nodded, then continued to fight to kill the monsters around him. Boom! In the distance, He Chen suddenly landed on the ground. His eyes directly landed in the center of the campsite not far away. The treasure chest that emitted a faint golden light and had complex ancient inscriptions carved on its surface. He then directly walked over. The campsite monsters had already been attracted by both Jiang Cup and Jiang Yuanhua. Even if they reacted, it was already too late. Wait, he's robbing our treasure chest. Jiang Yuanhua's face changed. From the moment He Chen landed on the ground he felt strange. And now that he took a look his heart was half cold. Grass! Jiang Cup cursed angrily. His expression looked like he wanted to kill someone. Dare to rob my old man's things? Let's see if I won't let you look good. Saying that, he manipulated the mech and was about to rush towards He Chen. However, the surrounding monsters that were leaning in large numbers disagreed, directly blocking it directly on all sides. All of you get lost. Under the anger of Jiang Cup, he didn't care so much. A probe deep in the mech's body. Then a dozen or so lasers shot out in all directions. Boom boom boom. Terrifyingly powerful, directly causing countless monsters to be cut into pieces by the lasers, splitting the earth with a shocking crack. Originally, in order to save energy, Jiang Cup did not want to use a big move because using a big move once would consume a lot of energy. However, at this time, the treasure chest was about to be snatched away, so he could only use his big move to second the monsters around him so he could stop He Chen. So willing to give up? He Chen looked at this scene and smiled slightly, and by now, he had also arrived in front of the treasure chest. Open it, He Chen said under his breath, only to see the treasure chest slowly open. Then all the things inside fell out. A large number of mecha materials, accessory fragments, experience assisting props, etc. He Chen didn't have time to count them and look at them, because Jiang Gu and Jiang Yuanhua were about to come over. He simply put them directly into the mech space, intending to talk about them later. Seeing this scene, Jiang Gu and Jiang Yuanhua went numb. Because of their anger, they directly went from red to the root of their necks, and the veins on their foreheads were bulging. They had worked so hard to kill so many monsters for half a day, just to get close to the center of the camp and get the treasure chest reward. As a result, He Chen just grabbed the stuff first. Jiang Zhengnan, you. Jiang Jianxiang pointed at Jiang Zhengnan with an angry face, his entire body shaking from anger. Fortunately, he was in good health. Nothing wrong with him. Any worse? I'm afraid that he would have to have a heart attack on the spot from anger. What's wrong with me? Jiang Zhengnan, however, had a frank face, and his heart was overjoyed. Who let this group of old guys keep mocking him before? Saying something like He Chen wouldn't get far and would surely die in the secret realm. But as a result, this was great. After half a day's work, consuming time, manpower and material resources, the result was that not a penny. The spoils of war were all in He Chen's pocket. He could only say that He Chen had done a good job. Didn't I say it before? Everything the contestants do in the secret realm is considered normal competition. Old Jiang, you wouldn't be that magnanimous, would you? Jiang Zhengnan shook his head, revealing a meaningful smile. Why be so petty? Let's be fair. Shameless. Jiang Jianxiang angrily pointed his finger at Jiang Zhengnan. The bodyguards behind Jiang Zhengnan stood out at once. Seeing this, the Jiang family also came out together. The air was filled with the smell of gunpowder. Everyone calm down. Don't hurt the peace first. It's not too much to make a move over this matter. Moron Yunfu hurriedly persuaded. Only then did both sides calm down. Jiang Jianxiang saw this and could only break his teeth and swallow it in his stomach. After all, the rules were set first. Continuing to say anything would make him appear to be a scoundrel. Buzz. Lu Rui landed in the monster camp, his eyes looking towards the center of the camp. Suddenly his eyes widened. Damn, got it already? Looking at the treasure chest that had already been opened and was empty inside, Lu Rui's heart was filled with unwillingness. He had been moving at full speed, but he didn't expect to come a step too late. He Chen, you want to die, only to see that at the other end, the eyes of the murderous Jiang Cup and Jiang Yuanhua looked like they wanted to kill, and were staring at He Chen to death. He Chen, on the other hand, looked calm, seemingly not putting the two in his eyes at all. This guy doesn't know how to slip away quickly either. Lu Rui's complexion was gloomy, and he was thinking about how to deal with the two Jiang Cups who had risen to kill. His first instinct was to slip away, but if he slipped away, He Chen would be killed by Jiang Cup and the others. Before He Chen in the secret realm to get the secret realm treasures, and just open the box to get things. But if He Chen was killed by Jiang Zhou and the others, he would have been killed. Lu Rui wouldn't agree to this kind of cheap thing. He had to stay. Kill him, don't let him escape. We must get all the things back. Jiang Cup's face was fierce as he said to Jiang Yuanhua. After saying that, he maneuvered his mech towards He Chen. However, seeing this, He Chen directly activated the rocket propulsion device. The mecha, Godzilla, directly flew into midair. At this moment, Jiang Cup and Jiang Yuanhua were both shocked in their hearts. and then in their unbelievable gazes, He-Chen piloted Mechagodzilla and flew directly into the distance. Originally, the two definitely didn't intend to let He-Chen go, and were preparing to continue chasing. However, in the blink of an eye, only to see that He-Chen had already disappeared, leaving only a trio of confused faces: Jiang Cup, Jiang Yuanhua, and Lu Rue. That's right, even Lu Rue hadn't expected that He-Chen, who had looked calm the previous second and didn't seem to be planning to escape, had suddenly slipped away. This speed is too fast, isn't it? Jiang Yuanhua looked surprised. Could that guy have a set of S-rank mecha acceleration class accessories? Jiang Cup was silent without saying a word. His heart was stifled to the extreme. He didn't expect He-Chen's mecha to fly so fast. In that case, wouldn't it be that He-Chen had robbed them and just let him get away? I should have known that I should have killed him earlier. Jiang Cup cursed angrily under his breath. Knowing that he couldn't do anything about He-Chen, he had no choice but to shift his gaze to Lu Rue behind him. That guy just left you behind. Ha! Jiang Cup looked at Lu Rue with a teasing expression. Fortunately, He-Chen ran away, but Lu Rue was still there. In his opinion, since the two were on the same team, making Lu Rue pay the price would also be a way to get rid of the bad anger. In any case, if he didn't take out this bad breath, he would have to vomit blood in anger. He knew that they had gone through a lot of trouble for the camp treasure chest, but in the end, it was a basket of water. Hey, it seems like it's not my business, right? Lu Rue realized something and his face changed. None of your business? Jiang Cup said while walking towards Lu Rue. You're a group of people. Hell knows if you're colluding. Saying that, Jiang Cup looked at Jiang Yuanhua beside him and added, together, let's waste him first. No matter what, they were still enemies. Scrapping Lu Rue would only be good and not bad for them. And with the previous lesson, this time the two were ready. As long as Lu Rue dared to lift off and escape, their missiles were already aimed at him. Seeing the bad situation, Lu Rue's heart was like 10,000 alpacas galloping past. His face was even more ugly than eating a fly. This He-Chen, not only did he fail to reap the benefits, the treasure chest was not even if he swallowed it all by himself. He also managed to get Jiang Cup and Jiang Yuanhua's spearheads aimed at him. Hoping that he had followed him here with great difficulty just to divert the hatred for you? In midair, He-Chen was constantly searching around for his next target. Because of the distance between each campsite, it wasn't too far, so He-Chen estimated that he would soon be able to find the next lucky one. If one's movements were faster, he might even be able to get a head start before everyone finished fighting the campsite monsters and got their hands on the campsite treasure chests. Looking at He-Chen's movements in the secret realm, Morong Yunfu was not calm for a moment. What does this guy want to do? It was. The direction He-Chen was heading in now was exactly the monster camp where Morong Yunchua and the others were. Considering that He-Chen had just robbed Jiang Cup and the others, it was hard for him not to suspect that He-Chen had a similar idea. Don't panic. Jiang Zhangnan clasped his hands on his chest and said with a calm expression, aren't these two from your Morong family the top-tier heavenly pride you're talking about? Even if they encountered He-Chen, they shouldn't panic, right? Morong Yunfu. Thinking of the bullishness he had bragged about earlier, Morong Yunfu was a bit embarrassed himself. That being said, to talk about strength alone, he definitely didn't panic at all. After all, Morong Yunchua and Morong Fong were both platinum rank mecha masters. How could He-Chen, a silver rank, still turn over the sky? However, according to the images sent back from the secret realm, right now, Morong Yunchua and Morong Fong were being surrounded by a large number of monsters, and could not get away for a while. Therefore, what Morong Yunfu was most worried about was that He-Chen would let the previous scene play out again. Because of this, Morong Yunfu's entire heart was apprehensive next. In his heart, he kept praying, He-Chen must not go to the camp where Morong Yunchua and the others were. However, the heavens were not to his liking. A minute later, He-Chen spotted Morong Yunchua's two people who were trying to kill the monsters, then directly flew over in his mech. Great! We'll be able to get the camp treasure chest soon. Morong Yunchua was just like Jiang Cup before. Looking at the treasure chest that was close at hand, his eyes were glowing. He knew from his previous experience that the camp treasure chest, although it was not as good as the treasure chest of a boss-level Lord Monster, however, there were still a lot of good things inside. If one was lucky, there was still the possibility of opening any special props. That would be really rich. Seeing this scene, Morong Yunfu anxiously wanted to jump into the screen to inform the two. However, everything was in vain. On the screen, He-Chen landed directly in the center of the camp, which startled both Morong Yunchua and Morong Fong. He-Chen? Why was he here? According to the previous rush speed, He-Chen should be tens of kilometers away from here at least. That guy fell alone. Could it be that his teammate died and he ran back in fear? Morong Fong guessed. Because He-Chen was alone. It's possible. Morong Yunchua suddenly revealed a sinister smile. There's a lot of good stuff on that guy. since he's only alone right now, might as well. Now, the two of them exchanged eye contact, a very tacit understanding. However, just as soon as this note rose in their hearts, they then noticed that He-chan wasn't here to ask for help, or to find them and tell them anything. This was because He-chan walked straight towards the treasure chest depository in the center of the camp. Wait, that kid is trying to. Morong Yunchua had an afterthought, and only then did he finally realize what was going on. At the same time, a large number of monsters pounced over him, and Morong Yunchua was in trouble for a while. They were killing rather slowly, and the monsters around them were at least 70 to 80, close to 100. Even the air was hovering with several bat-like monsters that were releasing toxins towards them. Seeing that Morong Yunchua and the two of them couldn't get away, He-chan didn't delay for a moment. He came directly to the treasure chest. Open. The treasure chest bloomed with a dazzling white light, then slowly opened. He-chan looked at it and was instantly surprised. Inside was all mecha materials. There wasn't much else. It was the mecha materials that were the most numerous. A huge box. And what did He-chan need the most right now? It was precisely mecha materials. Mecha materials could be refined to assist Mechagodzilla in upgrading its own accessories. He-chan picked up all of them. Another bountiful harvest. He-chan, what are you doing? Swap the items back or don't even think about leaving here alive today. Morong Yunchua was confused. Angrily, he shouted. Yeah, you don't want to live? You dare to take our things too? Just a silver rank mecha master. You really don't know the heights of heaven. Morong Fong threatened. The two were just now scheming how to take out the lone He-chan and monopolize his stuff. As a result, not only did their scheme not succeed, instead, the next second, their treasure chest was directly intercepted. The two of them couldn't care less about the monsters around them as Morong Yunchua drew a large sword from his back and stabbed it into the ground. Boom! A terrifying energy shock immediately shook in all directions, literally splitting all the monsters around them in pieces. 70 to 80 monsters, just like that, were seconded. The reason why they didn't use the big move in the beginning was naturally because they were also worried about the energy issue. And when Morong Yunchua reacted and turned back, he realized that He-chan had already reached mid-air. Not good. That kid wants to escape, Morong Fong said, firing 3 or 4 energy face bombs at He-chan. However, they were all easily dodged by He-chan one by one. He then flew away directly in one direction, to He-chan. Since the purpose had been achieved, rather than delaying with them, he should continue to look for the next occupied camp. You have to know that besides the Morong family, the Su family, the Yang family, and the Jiang family, there were actually quite a few other families whose disciples had also entered the secret realm successively. It wasn't much of a concern before. The main reason was that these families were somewhat insignificant compared to the Morong family, Su family and these. Luck. He-chan was able to harvest quite a few treasure chests today. This guy moves so fast? Lu Rui had managed to get rid of the fight with Jiang Kap and Jiang Yuanhua and came to chase He-chan. Who knew that He-chan here had already finished another family and was ready to go to another one? This efficiency, it was simply terrifying. With the previous lesson, this time Lu Rui wouldn't be foolish enough to land again, and directly continue to chase after He-chan in the direction he flew away. Don't even think about running. Morong Yunchua gritted his teeth and also activated the flight function of his mech. Today, He-chan was going to run to the ends of the earth, but he would also make him spit out what he had robbed. The scene was directly formed. He-chan flew in front. Lu Rui chased after him, and then followed by Morong Yunchua, Morong Fong, Jiang Kap and Jiang Yuanhua. The scene was very lively for a while. However, because of their speed, they simply couldn't keep up with He-chan, so they were soon left behind by a large margin. This made them collectively doubt their lives. Logically speaking, shouldn't He-chan, a silver-ranked mecha master, be the weakest? Before entering the secret realm, they even thought for a while that He-chan wasn't qualified to compete with them on the same stage. As it turned out, He-chan was the biggest winner. Outside, Morong Yunchua and Jiang Guan looked on in dismay. In their hearts, they hated He-chan to the bone. But for all this, He-chan did not care, because according to the statistics just now, the mecha materials harvested this time plus the previous ones, after refining them, are enough for me to upgrade Godzilla's accessories twice. That's right. These 2 harvests were already enough for He-chan to upgrade his accessories twice. And continuing on with this trend, after leaving from the secret realm this time, I'm afraid that it wouldn't be a problem to have Mechagodzilla upgraded 3 times. One should know that 3 upgrades, it was enough to make Mechagodzilla transform, and its strength directly soared by a large margin. As for angering others, He-chan didn't care at all. After all, it had been stipulated before that all means were considered normal ways of competition in the secret realm. Not to mention that he had Jiang Zhengnan behind him. If there was any trouble, just let him take care of it. It had absolutely nothing to do with He-chan. Brother Morong, I'm sorry for your loss. Jiang Jincheng, who was originally in pain, saw this and for some reason his heart suddenly balanced out a lot, because he wasn't the only victim. Morong Yunfu looked at him and then sighed, knowing what this guy was thinking in his heart, so the mood became even more depressed. This kid is so capable of tossing and turning, I just don't believe it. Sooner or later, he will have to flip the car, Morong Yunfu said with clenched teeth. Ha ha ha. Jiang Zhangnan laughed. That's unknown. But what I know now is that someone who has entered the secret realm for so long still has zero gains. Ha ha ha. Jiang Zhangnan laughed even more wildly, thinking about how this group of old guys had been sneering at him before. He was now in a much better mood. He began to feel impressed with He Chen, because originally, Jiang Zhangnan was not optimistic about He Chen, and letting He Chen in was just to assist Lu Rue. To put it bluntly, he only brought He Chen along. The main focus still had to be Lu Rue. The result? He Chen played such a game. Directly the whole person won hemp, this time all the way across the secret realm. Itself dropped a lot of secret realm treasures. He drove himself to destroy a camp monster's treasure chest, plus 2 robbed, a total of 3 camp treasure chest. On the contrary, others, most of them didn't have much to gain, or even zero gain. At this time, Jiang Zhengnan's hopes had all been pinned on He Chen. As for Lu Rue, on the contrary, there is a feeling of fate. Now He Chen is more important than Lu Rue. If one of the two had to be sacrificed, Jiang Zhangnan would not hesitate to choose Lu Rue. No matter what, nothing must happen to He Chen. Looking at He Chen, he was flying to the next camp. The crowd of bigwigs looked at each other with a very scornful expression. I don't know where this guy is going this time. Yeah, don't ever go to our campsite. Go to another one. Yeah, please don't ever come. Some small clans, the helmsmen of small forces, opened their mouths to pray. Even Su Yannian was hoping that He Chen wouldn't mess around. That said, have you guys noticed that he's most likely using full power to fly? According to this way of flying, the energy of 10 mechs should also be used up. How can it last so long? Su Yannian was puzzled. This was so out of the ordinary that it made him doubt that within the secret territory, was He Chen the only one who wasn't restricted? Suddenly, right next to Jiang Zhangnan, Yang Jinfeng suddenly smiled coldly, wanting to say something. The crowd whirled around and looked over, only to see Yang Jinfeng nuzzle his mouth, and then said, if you want to blame it, you can only blame it on your mechs being too weak. This He Chen dared to come to the territory of our family competitors. I will make sure that he doesn't come back. Yang Jinfeng had absolute confidence in this, because the 2 players their family sent in this time were both peak platinum mecha masters, and one was the main attacker and the other was the main defender. The combat power of the 2 together was not as simple as 1 + 1 is equal to 1. If He Chen, a silver stage mecha master, dared to come, he would let He Chen know how to write the word death. Jiang Zhangnan, you'd better expect that He Chen to be honest, otherwise not only will he die in the secret realm, the things on his body. Ha 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 ha. Yang Jinfeng looked at Jiang Zhangnan smugly. With so many treasures on He Chen's body, he was somewhat expecting He Chen to come and throw himself into the net. Jiang Zhangnan was speechless. He had also learned about the power of these 2 heavenly prides of the Young family before, so he was still a bit weak inside, but there was nothing he could do at all right now. He could only silently pray in his heart that He Chen, this little ancestor, mustn't act recklessly. Steady, but it must be steady. This time, Jiang Zhangnan held great expectations. He Chen really because of recklessness to the previous gained everything buried out. Jiang Zhangnan would have to cry to death. Hearing Yang Jinfeng say this, Su Yannian, Morong Yunfu and Jiang Jianxian's faces finally looked much better. Among them were especially Morong Yunfu and Jiang Jianxian. Because He Chen had just robbed their camp treasure chest, they were hating He Chen to the bone. Now look. This kid's retribution had finally come. The mood suddenly all turned a lot better. What arrogance! Old Yang can count on you guys to avenge me. Morong Yunfu patted Yang Jinfeng's shoulder. The relationship between the 2 families was not really good, but right now Morong Yunfu was happy to be friends with Yang Jinfeng for a short while. Yang Jinfeng stroked his straggly beard and just smiled without saying anything. Fortunately, he had foresight, knowing that this secret realm was definitely not ordinary. He had directly used the strongest mecha masters of the disciples within the family during the selection stage. Now it was true that he had a great advantage at this point. Within the secret realm, after a period of rushing, He Chen finally discovered his new target this time. Is it the Yang family? In the monster camp below, 2 players were slaughtering monsters. Yes, slaughtering. Compared to the other players, it seemed easy to write. It seemed like the secret realm monsters didn't give them too much pressure. If He Chen remembered correctly, these 2 came from the Yang family, and among all the contestants, their strength was considered to be among the top group. Moreover, the 2 had a very impressive ability to cooperate. In his previous life, the two had cooperated to fend off a beast tied in the middle of a mission. The main team fought hard for more than half an hour. 2 minutes of time should be enough, but these had nothing to do with He-Chen. Scared? Non-existent. Because although the two men's mechs were powerful in battle, their mobility was far inferior to Mechagodzilla. As long as He-Chen was willing, he could easily kite the two into dogs. Thinking this way, He-Chen also began to land towards the middle of the camp, his eyes locking on top of the camp treasure chest. Oh no! That guy is planning to rob our treasure chest. Yang Tianlong reacted quickly, and immediately roared. Stop! If you don't want to die, get out of the way. Or don't blame us for not being polite. Yang Tianlong, a 2-meter-tall burly man with a face full of horizontal meat. The whole person looked very dignified. Belongs to the kind of usually walk on the street encountered, will subconsciously go around to the side of the existence. General people really cannot withstand the other side of this body of bluffing momentum. Beside Yang Tianlong, his height is also very tall, close to 1 meter 9, but very thin man. It made him look like he was built like a bamboo pole, but his eyes were fierce, and he also gave off a very bad presence. Usually it's us who rob others. This guy actually dares to rob us? Yang Yu's complexion was cold, and after using his mech to blast away the monsters around him, all of them, he came towards He-Chen's side, but it was too late. He-Chen looked at the treasure chest in front of him and was about to open it when suddenly, a figure landed next to him. Wait! Lu Rui was wearing a thick breath, and fine beads of sweat were beading on his forehead. In order to catch up with He-Chen, plus escaping the attacks of Moron Yunxua and the few of them, he had gone through a lot of effort. He was almost blown down by Jiang Kop and their missiles. Previously, you let you take the treasure chest all by yourself, causing me to take the blame. This time, how can I say it's my turn? While saying that, Lu Rui went forward. However, He-Chen deadlocked in front. Lu Rui's complexion stiffened. Are you sure you want to stop me? He didn't expect He-Chen to be so greedy, wanting all of them. If he had known this, he should have killed He-Chen early in advance. If it wasn't for my mercy, you'd already be a corpse now, Lu Rui said viciously. He then issued one last warning. Be sensible and get lost. I'll take this treasure chest. No, I just want to remind you. Behind you. Looking at the furious Lu Rui, He-Chen just smiled faintly, not flooded with any emotions. Behind? Lu Rui only felt a murderous aura coming from behind him, followed by a blazing blade. Clang! Lu Rui dodged towards the side, narrowly escaping being chopped, and that energy sword smashed heavily on the ground. Boom! The ground was split open with a sword mark that was about 10 meters long. Yang Yu knew that He-Chen and Lu Rui were a group, although he didn't know why the two had fallen out. They were all enemies in his eyes. It was good to kill them together. Oi oi oi, there's a reason for the injustice. Lu Rui looked back at Yang Yu breathlessly. He was the one who moved first. If you guys want to make a move, you should also look for him first, right? Cut the crap. At this time, Yang Tianlong took a few steps forward and stood with Yang Yu. The two made eye contact. Immediately, they made a move together to maneuver their mechs to rush towards Lu Rui. Lu Rui was of the platinum rank. He-Chen was only of the silver rank. After settling Lu Rui, He-Chen would be a lamb to the slaughter for them, unable to escape. So the duo decided to settle Lu Rui first, before looking for He-Chen to settle the score. The three mechs directly fought together. Fire and light intertwined. The sound of steel clashing was like thunder constantly exploding. He-Chen simply retreated to the side, ready to watch the show from the sidelines. In fact, before he came, He-Chen knew that other than himself, no teammates existed within the secret territory. What's more, it was still with Lu Rui, who had just met and temporarily formed a team, each with their own agenda. Therefore, He-Chen didn't care if Lu Rui died. It was just that Jiang Zhangnan was going to have a flesh wound. After all, Jiang Zhangnan was still very optimistic about Lu Rui. Shit, Lu Rui looked embarrassed. The two men's mechs were indeed very powerful. However, their combat experience was not as good as Lu Rui. Lu Rui was an old fox, and he hadn't gotten through all these years for nothing. For a while, he was even with the two men. This guy is so strong, I can't actually hold him. Yang Yu showed a surprised look on his face. Lu Rui knew too much about fighting. Knowing how to avoid his front, he had been refusing to go head-to-head with them, and had only been pulling back to find an opportunity. During the period, Yang Yu was also underhanded by Lu Rui and was shot in the back. Fortunately, Yang Tianlong blocked that blow for him in time. It was nothing for Yang Tianlong's defensive mech to take a shot, but if it was him, it was estimated that he would have to lose 1/3 of his combat power in a short period of time. This guy is an old fox with a lot of combat experience. Yang Tianlong spoke, the horizontal flesh on his face trembling. We can't continue to delay. I've already consumed quite a bit of my energy. Yang Yu spoke. Yang Tianlong glanced at the energy display. Me too. And that was exactly what Lu Rui wanted to see. His mech only consumed 1/10 of the energy of a normal mech. That's why at the beginning, he had thought of a protracted battle. A head-on fight would definitely kill him, but a protracted battle would help him wear out the opponent a little bit. Swoosh swoosh, 4 or 5 shells came blasting over. Lu Rui maneuvered the mech to fly into mid-air, and took down 2 round flying knives engraved with complex patterns from his back. He threw them with force. The flying knives flew towards Yang Yu and Yang Tianlong at a speed of hundreds of revolutions per second. The two were unable to dodge. They raised their mecha arms to block above them. Clang clang clang. Steel clashed and sparks flew everywhere. The powerful force caused the earth under the feet of Yang Yu and Yang Tianlong to split into pieces and spread in a spiderweb. Boom! Yang Tianlong's arms burst, an energy shield bounced off in front of his chest, and the flying knives bounced out. A bullet was then fired to the side. Boom! Bouncing away the flying knives in front of Yang Yu as well. Then, the two of them controlled their mechs to rise up in the air at the same time, and one on the left and one on the right began to encircle Lu Rui. Bang bang bang. Boom boom boom. Both sides began to bombard each other. Countless shells exploded in the air, igniting a small mushroom cloud. Shockwaves shook the ground, blowing yellow sand all over the sky and constantly spilling onto the earth. Every now and then, the energy tilted, leaving a deep crater in the earth. This level of battle, it was something that was rare to see outside, unless it was some dangerous territory. While facing the two, Lu Rui's tug-of-war was beautifully fought, constantly holding back the two. The situation could be said to be evenly matched. This guy is indeed powerful. He-chan clasped his hands on his chest, crossing his legs in the cockpit of the mecha, and said in a leisurely manner. The entire person had no sense of crisis at all. It was all a look of watching the show. Finally knew why Jiang Zhangnan was so optimistic about Lu Rui. This strength is indeed enough to see. In addition, He-chan also took advantage of the fact that both sides had just fought and hit each other red-eyed. He pocketed the treasure chest from Yang Tianlong in their camp. Another large batch of mech materials and experience skill books and machine plus accessories. One of the most surprising to he was an accessory that was actually ranked as a grade A pulse shield. It was a pity that this accessory didn't fit with He-chan's mech. It only fit those mechs with defensive attributes. Yang Tianlong's mech was a perfect fit. It was a pity that He-chan had gotten it. He-chan still planned to upgrade Mechagodzilla after refining it. With this kind of A-grade accessory, the materials refined would be more and better, and could greatly enhance the upgrade progress. At this time, He-chan suddenly realized that several figures were rapidly approaching in the distance. It was only after a closer look that he realized it was Moron Yunchua and Jiang Cup. The four of them. What's the situation? In the air, Moron Yunchua saw Yang Yu and Yang Tianlong who were fighting Lu Rui and revealed a puzzled expression. How did they fight together? That guy, I guess he was caught thinking about other people's things again and was then rounded up. Jiang Cup reminded. When the four of them thought about it, it could really be the case. So they decided to settle Lu Rui first. As for He-chan who was watching from the ground, the four of them actually only cared about Lu Rui and their battle for a while and gave it a miss. Facing Moron Yunchua and the others who suddenly joined the battle, Lu Rui's face changed drastically, and he hurriedly began to retreat backward. If it was a one-on-two situation, he could still use a tug-of-war to pull the other side and find an opportunity to consume the other side. Then facing 6 people, the only thing Lu Rui could do was to flee in a sorry state. He knew that he had no chance of winning at this disadvantage. Want to run? Moron Yunchua and the others had long been red with anger. Unable to see He-chan, they had to take it out on Lu Rui and settle He-chan's score afterward. The 6 people instantly chased after him. A wonderful chase battle was staged in the air. Great! Jiang Zhangnan, you can watch. This is your own people making a fool of themselves. It's not our fault. Yang Zhenfeng, Moron Yunfu, Zhang Jianxiang and the others were all excited. 6 against 1. There was no need to think about it to know how it would end. And once Lu Rui died, would He-chan himself be able to survive within the secret territory? The answer was impossible. Absolutely impossible. It was He-chan's own death that was to blame, angering all 3 of them at the same time. In my opinion, this kid is standing there motionless, not helping or escaping. Most likely he's running out of energy. Moron Yunfu's cloudy eyes stared deathly at He-chan. Su Yanian also saw what was going on. Yeah, he used too much energy before. I knew this would be the end. Pity. Su Yanian was the only one who felt that it was a bit of a pity that He-chan had died. This was because he hadn't messed with him for the time being. He-chan was only a silver-ranked mecha master, but he had made such a move in the secret realm, and both his vigor and guts were first-rate. Otherwise, who else would have done it? Not to mention doing it, they wouldn't even have the guts to think like this. Su Yanian inwardly admired such a person. First of all, regardless of whether the behavior is right or wrong. First of all, people dare to do. In general, those who achieve great things must be people with great courage. Hearing the crowd say this, Jiang Zhengnan's face turned blue, knowing that if He Chen did this, sooner or later, he would be someone else's dowry. I never thought that time would come so soon. His heart was both helpless and cold. Gotta. It seemed like he would have to lose people again in this part of the secret realm, and it was highly likely that he would have to lose the two geniuses, He Chen and Lu Rue. Just thinking about this, Jiang Zhengnan's heart ached inwardly, especially Lu Rue. That was the mecha master he had worked so hard to cultivate for so long. This was tantamount to letting his years of hard work be ruined. AI. Sighing heavily, although he was helpless, Jiang Zhengnan had to continue watching. Within the secret territory, 7 mechs were spinning and jumping in the air. My eyes closed. Anyone who fought red-eyed and got up to kill. All kinds of missiles, lasers, and rays were fired everywhere like no money. It was like a grand performance party. He Chen was the only audience present, crossing his legs and drinking a little song. Simply not too leisurely. It was like being in two worlds. It wasn't that He Chen had run out of energy. He just didn't want to make a move. That's all. At the same time, He Chen wasn't exactly enjoying the battle, because a few minutes ago He Chen had detected an anomaly. Within the secret territory, it seemed like something was about to happen. Lowering his head, looking at the yellow sand that was constantly vibrating on the earth, and the vibrations in the distance if anything, He Chen always had an ominous premonition in his heart. It was good that he took advantage of the time he had just spent resting. He Chen had recovered quite a bit of physical strength. The single-unit missile was also recharged. Let's hope it's not that one, He Chen thought to himself. If that one really happened, things would really be a bit tricky. The only thing that made He Chen feel fortunate was that the possibility of that event happening within the secret territory was very, very, very low. Forget it. He Chen shook his head and simply closed his eyes, preparing to rest. However, it was just when He Chen had just closed his eyes, buzzing, the earth began to shake, only to see that a large amount of sand suddenly began to flow on the ground a few hundred meters away. Everything happened without warning. He Chen opened his eyes and squinted to take a closer look. It was discovered that it turned out to be the large ground, where a crack up to a dozen meters long had appeared. Crack! The range of the crack was increasing. It took less than a dozen seconds to go from a dozen meters to dozens of meters to hundreds of meters. The shaking became more and more frequent, like a small earthquake. No good. It's really that? He Chen was a bit speechless for a moment, not expecting that the thing that worried him had really happened. A beast tide. A large-scale disaster. Every time it erupted, it would cause countless deaths, injuries, and untold losses. Even a small beast tide had the danger of destroying a small town and killing tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of people, all over the world. In order to defend against the beast tide, the financial resources invested in this area every year were counted in tens of billions. In his previous life, the image of He Chen fending off a beast tide suddenly surfaced in his mind. It was a horrifying scene of rivers of blood, mountains of corpses and seas of blood, just like hell. This was what He Chen was worried about before. The only good news might be, the beast tide was occurring in the secret realm and wouldn't pose a danger to those outside. In the sky. Let's see where you're going to run. Morong Yunshua revealed a ventriloquist smile. At this moment, he, Jiang Cup, Yang Tianlong and the others, tacitly surrounded Lu Rue. Lu Rue's mech was severely damaged. The back had been hit by Yang Yu multiple times, and was smoking black, risking disintegration at any time. What do you guys see there? Suddenly, Morong Fong noticed the abnormality on the ground and shouted in surprise. This shout attracted the attention of the others. The crowd looked downwards. Immediately, their scalps went numb and they all revealed horrified eyes. One could only see a crack extending continuously for hundreds of meters from one end to the other, so deep that it was like coming from the abyss, causing one to shudder. Discouraged, a strand of inexplicable and bizarre power was continuously emanating. Ha ha ha! Deep within the crack, a burst of bizarre roars came out, which made the faces of the few people who were already not looking right turn pale. Beast tide! Beast tide is coming! Morong Fong shouted in fear. The rest of them weren't any better, with bean-sized sweat continuously seeping out from their foreheads. They weren't very worried about the beast tide. With their strength, it was more than enough for all of them to suppress the small beast tide if they combined their efforts. But, everyone looked down at their mecha energy. Several people's mecha energy was close to the bottom, definitely not enough to support them to continue fighting. It was Lu Rue, the one with the lowest energy consumption, who only had a third of his mecha energy left. Quickly spread out and find a place to hide from the beast tide. Morong Yunshua roared at the others. It was also impossible to care about killing Lu Rue. The priority was to find a way to survive. Otherwise, even if he killed Lu Rue, he would still have to make everyone else die for him. Obviously so many people for him wasn't worth it. Then, the crowd dispersed from the center and hurriedly landed from the air in order to conserve energy, looking for places where they could hide and conceal themselves. The intention was to wait for the beast tide to pass before coming out and moving again. Oh, that's okay? Lu Rui was sweating profusely, originally thinking that this time, he would die and his life would end here. But who knew that it suddenly came to this? Escape from death? No, because the beast tide was coming. Lu Rui knew that his chances of surviving were still not great. He then dropped down from the air and prepared to move away from the place where the beast tide was occurring. A small beast tide? He Chen stood under a withered tree, witnessing the beast tide occur. At this moment, countless figures surfaced below the crack, densely packed in a large swath, numbering in the hundreds and thousands, sending shivers down one's spine. And this was only a small beast tide. In his previous life, He Chen had seen a real beast tide. The monsters came in like a tidal wave, overwhelming the sky, and the corpses of the killed piled up like mountains, hundreds of meters thick. Hundreds of thousands of them? No, millions of them. Thus this kind of scene was actually nothing to He Chen. He Chen, Yang Tianlong and the others, who were escaping, suddenly discovered He Chen. They only saw He Chen standing in place, with no intention of escaping at all. Yang Yu frowned and said, it should be the first time he saw a beast tide and was scared silly. After all, he's a silver rank mecha master. It's normal that he hasn't seen the world. Yang Tianlong and the others thought about it. It was true that a silver rank mech division was just that. Silver rank. There was too much difference in the level of insight. If they didn't leave now, they wouldn't even know how they would die later. Outside the secret land, seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. Even Su Yannian, Zhang Zhengnan and such bigwigs couldn't imagine how a beast tide had occurred in the secret realm again. In fact, beast tides did occur in the secret realm. It had also been recorded before. However, over the past 100 years, the number of beast tides that have occurred in the secret realm has not been many in total. The ones that were recorded were only 20 to 30 in total. This is a record that occurred within 100 years. It could be imagined how low the odds were. Now, this kind of extremely low probability matter really let them encounter it. The odds were similar to buying a lottery ticket and winning tens of millions of dollars. What they found most coincidental and unbelievable was that the same secret realm had already happened once last year. The scene at that time was still fresh in everyone's mind. Countless foreign beasts crawled out of the cracks and crazily slaughtered all the secret realm trialists. It ultimately led to a large number of deaths. Even Jiang Jingnan's henchman who had lost an arm was lost precisely because of the beast tide. What can we do about this? Jiang Jinxiang panicked for a moment, not knowing what to do. We can only look at their own destiny. Yang Jinfeng sighed. It's good that they acted fairly quickly and knew to hurry to find a place to hide. It's this kid. Yang Jinfeng's gaze fell on He Chen all of a sudden. At this moment, He Chen was still standing under the withered tree. His expression was calm and unhurried. It was as if everything that happened around him had nothing to do with him. Seeing this, the crowd couldn't help but reveal a curious expression. This He Chen. Why was he so calm at a time like this? Is he not afraid of death? Soon they also realized that He Chen wasn't unafraid of death. It should be because he didn't know what a beast tide was. After all, He Chen was only a silver-ranked mecha master. Mecha masters at this level were generally greenhorns. Regardless of experience or slight experience, they were far inferior to those mech masters who had already fought for many years and experienced real battles. You'll know fear in a while. Morong Yunfu sneered. After all, just a youngster don't even know how to die in a while. Yeah, too young. Next time pick a player with more experience. Yang Jinfeng. It's good to die. This kid should have died a long time ago. Zhang Jianxian had a disgruntled look on his face. The crowd had long had a big problem with He Chen. They couldn't wait for He Chen to die earlier. It was as if they could already see the scene where He Chen would be torn apart by the wave of beasts later. The mood was pleasant. In the crack, a large number of monsters suddenly rushed out without warning. It was densely packed, covering the sky. At a glance, it was almost all monsters. It was a kind of monster with a black barrel, skin stained with disgusting liquid, tentacles on its head, and crawling on all four limbs. A huge mouth was covered with 2 rows of cold fangs. It emitted a foul odor. It's so fast. Yang Tianlong and the others quickly noticed that these individual monsters were ridiculously fast, and some would even fly. At this speed, it would definitely be difficult for them to escape. At the same time, the secret trialists who were far away in other parts of the secret realm were also startled by the commotion of the monsters crawling out. Hundreds of them then began to flee. However, the speed of the monsters was simply too fast, and soon one after another of the trialists were caught up. They had no choice but to launch a counterattack and look for a chance to escape. One person is responsible for one side. Yang Tianlong and Yan Yu quickly cooperated. the two of them taking charge of each other's backs. On the other side, Morong Yunshua, Morong Fong and Jiang Yuanhua, Jiang Cup and the others also stopped in their tracks. Two pairs of iron fists blasted out with force, blasting a dozen or so monsters at the forefront of the insect plague away. The shoulder rays turned on. The laser killed another dozen or so monsters in seconds. However, before he had time to celebrate, a monster suddenly bit into the leg of Jiang Yuanhua's mech. ZZZ. The terrifying bite force actually caused the surface layer of the high-strength mech made of special alloy to crack, revealing the crystal tubes inside. The cables. Buzz. The mech's huge body suddenly dropped 2 meters, making Jiang Yuanhua unable to stand up at all. Damn. There are too many monsters. It was at this time that they realized what it meant to be unable to defend themselves. Only then did they kill a monster. But another one. No. To be precise, another group would quickly pounce on them again. Looking around, there were at least thousands of monsters. In this situation, it was the platinum-ranked mech division that could barely defend themselves. As for some gold-ranked mecha masters, even if they were working together in groups of 2, it would be difficult to resist the monsters' onslaught. For a time, there was a series of miserable screams from everywhere. Ah! Help! Help! I don't want to die. I really wanted to die. Beast Tide. How could there be a beast tide here? Ooh-hoo! Who can come and save me? Countless people cried out. If they were given a chance, they wouldn't come here even if they killed themselves. But it was already too late. There was no medicine for regret in this world. So many people died at once. Su Yannian had a worried face. It wasn't that he was heartbroken about these people, but he was worried about the 2 trialists from his own family who had gone in. Su Jingyu and Su Yechio. These 2 people were also cultivated by Su Yannian, and the investment in the 2 people combined exceeded hundreds of millions of dollars. The most important thing was that Su Jingyu and Su Yannian were actually related by blood. Su Yannian is Su Jingyu's own uncle. If Su Jingyu died this time, he would have to live the rest of his life in self-blame and remorse. If I had known that there would be a beast tide this time as well, I wouldn't have let this girl participate. Su Yannian deplored. The others were the same. After all, they were all dead in their own families. Among the top geniuses, being pinned with high hopes, they were going to shine in the family in the future. But now, it is very likely that they will be buried in the secret realm. Fortunately, the trialists selected by these great families were far superior to the others in terms of strength and combat experience. Therefore there were no casualties for the time being. For example, the duo of Yang Tianlong and Yang Yu. It was still no problem to cope with them for the time being. Su Jingyu and Su Yechio didn't let Su Yannian down either, although they could only use mechs to physically fight because they had to save energy. But both achieved good results. Su Jingyu blasted a monster away with one punch. Her other hand grabbed a monster that lunged towards her in the same direction, and her mecha arm exerted force. The monster exploded into mush in Su Jingyu's hands. After throwing the corpse to the side, Su Jingyu looked to the side with an ugly face and said after recalling, "Let's go over there. There's a place over there with a narrow terrain that's easy to defend and hard to attack. There we might be able to hold out until the beast tide passes." "Good. I'll cover your senior sister." Su Yechio nodded, then came to Su Jingyu's side. The mech unfolded a large shield of 6 or 7 meters, blocking the attack on one side for Su Jingyu. At the same time, the other mech arm, with a launcher sticking out of its palm, sprayed fiery flames towards the monsters behind it, temporarily stopping the monsters from attacking. Not far away from the 2, for golden middle-ranked mechs were hugging each other. But right at this moment, one of them ran out of mech energy, and the mech returned to mech space directly and automatically. Ah! That mech division screamed miserably, and just fell from a height of 4 or 5 meters to the ground and fell into a dog shit. His face was covered in yellow sand, and he was in a sorry state, and it was too late to cry out in pain. Several monsters had already rushed next to him. "No! No!" This mecha master shouted. The next moment, was swallowed by the monster mouthful of mouth, chewed a few mouthfuls of mouth swallowed into the belly. Such a scene. It was staged in many places at the same time. In just a few minutes, there were more than a dozen gold-ranked mechmasters and 4 or 5 platinum-ranked mechmasters who died in the wave of beasts. Many of the remaining people had also despaired. Because of the previous battle, they had little energy left, and now they simply couldn't go through too long of a battle. And once the energy ran out, it was a dead end. Hey! He chin-sighed slightly, and after casually finishing off a few monsters that rushed towards him, he simply moved his body. It had also rested enough. Looking again, the energy had been restored to full capacity. And as for the unit missiles, they had all been recharged at this moment as well. In the face of this level of beast tide, escape was definitely not an option. This point He-Chen is very clear. However, in fact, from the very beginning, He-Chen had no intention of fleeing. With a glance, He Chen quickly found the center of the beast tide, and then controlled Mechagodzilla and started. Outside the secret territory, everyone looked at He Chen's counterintuitive move, and all of them were dumbfounded. What is He Chen trying to do? In the crowd's astonished gaze, He Chen not only didn't flee, but instead headed towards the center of the beast tide. One must know that there could be thousands of monsters in that place. Once a person fell into it, they would be gnawed to the point that not even the dregs of their bones would be left. Crazy? Or can't think straight and intend to die? Zhang Jianxiang couldn't help but say, it's probably because he wants to die a painful death and doesn't want to struggle. This young man really has no desire to live at all. Forget it, rotten mud can't hold the wall. Although the death rate of the beast tide is very high, but fight for it, there is still a ray of hope. It seems that up until now, there hasn't been a single one who has taken the initiative to send themselves to their deaths and given up resistance. He Chen is still the first. What an eye-opener. Zhang Zhangnan, is this kind of weak person under your hand? The crowd said one thing to each other. There were so many trialists in the secret realm. Although they were facing a wave of beasts, no one was giving up resistance. Even the mecha masters with the worst strength, all of them were desperately fleeing, wanting to live on. As a result, He Chen became the only one on the scene who didn't even resist and directly gave up. Su Yanian had previously thought that He Chen was too bold, but now it feels that this person is too weak, difficult to become a great talent. He retracted his previous words. Zhang Zhangnan was disliked for a moment and was speechless, standing in place with a red face, unable to say a word. He also couldn't understand what He Chen was doing, much less what He Chen was actually thinking. From the beginning until now, the entire thing was a confusing operation. First, he didn't follow the rules and squandered energy at will. Then he caused trouble and attracted the other trialists. And now, with so many secret realm treasures, he didn't know to fight for it, giving up the possibility of life to die. AI. Zhang Zhangnan sighed heavily, his heart helpless. At this time, as He Chen went deeper into the center of the beast tide, a large number of monsters around him began to notice He Chen and surrounded him. Zhang Zhangnan didn't even want to continue watching, knowing that He Chen was dead this time. Surrounded by so many monsters, there was absolutely no possibility of survival. However, on the screen, facing a large number of monsters that surrounded him, He Chen maneuvered Mechagodzilla, and his giant tail suddenly made a horizontal sweep. Boom! Like a thunderous explosion on the ground, this sweeping tail actually swept out a sonic boom, heavily smashing into those monsters around, and a dozen or so monsters' bodies split apart on the spot. The disgusting liquid exploded everywhere. Ha! The monsters instinctively retreated a few steps in fear, but they quickly recharged. He Chen smoothly grabbed two monsters in his hands and smashed them heavily forward. Again, it smashed a large swath of them. Zhang Zhangnan and the others who had just stopped screaming, their eyes were straight at this moment, looking over incredulously. He Chen actually didn't give up. What was the situation? Wasn't he all planning to die? The crowd was filled with question marks. The rest just now had allowed He Chen's mecha to return directly to its peak state. Hitting these monsters was simply crushing. One punch a little friend. At the same time, He Chen was surprised to find out they couldn't break Mechagodzilla's defense. Yes, these monsters that can make gold or even platinum ranked mechs lose some of their combat power on the spot with a single blow. Surprisingly, they couldn't break Mechagodzilla's defense. High quality is good. He Chen smiled faintly and muttered under his breath. Mechagodzilla's true strength once again refreshed He Chen's cognition. Spinning around, it began to unleash a massacre. Cannonballing, sweeping, or using the rocket propulsion device, it charged brutally through the monster group. A large number of monsters fell each time. A pair of sharp claws allowed Mechagodzilla to continuously tear apart the flesh and blood of the monsters. In the midst of the beast tide, He Chen was like a god of war. The monsters, which were in great numbers, kept dying at He Chen's feet under his offense. It wasn't long before the monsters' corpses piled up. Voodoo. Zhang Zhangnan and the others stared with wide eyes, their expressions frozen on their faces. Logically speaking, shouldn't He Chen's mecha have run out of energy a long time ago? Otherwise, why did he watch Lu Rui being surrounded by so many people before, but he himself didn't move a muscle under the tree? The crowd was confused, immediately followed by incomparable shock. It was unexpected that He Chen's mech actually still had energy. Is this energy unlimited? Can't it be used up? The crowd's eyes couldn't help but fall on Zhang Zhangnan. He Chen was Zhang Zhangnan's man. He had the most say at this time. However, Zhang Zhangnan was also confused, with a look that said, you guys don't look at me. I don't know either. Holy shit, who is that? So fierce? It was precisely then that the other trialists within the secret territory all noticed He Chen. This was because unlike everyone who fled in a sorry state, or on the defensive, He Chen was like a god of war opening up the four directions. it was just too conspicuous. Surprisingly, he was approaching the center of the beast tide with the strength of one man. Many of the trialists rubbed their eyes, thinking that they had misread or were dreaming. But after they realized that they were not dreaming and that it was all real, all of them were dumbfounded, clueless, shocked, unbelievable. This guy, Lu Rui, looked in He Chen's direction, his eyebrows twisting into twists. He began to become deeply curious about He Chen's mecha, because just from the performance so far, He Chen's mecha was special, too special. It was certain that the quality was even above him. As for strength, previously, Lu Rui thought that He Chen was at most a gold rank strength. After all, he was also a genius. Cross-battle strength was normal, but now he somewhat felt that he had previously underestimated He Chen. Buzz! The propulsion device activated, and He Chen grabbed several monsters in his hands and flew into the air. He then super smashed all the monsters' corpses in all directions in the air, so as to attract the attention of all the monsters. He Chen had a crazy idea. That is, to middle rank himself this beast tide, knowing that the beast tide is also considered to be in the secret realm, a part of the special mission. Completing the task of ending the beast tide, there is a high probability of obtaining unexpected rewards. All the missiles are filled. If we attract all of them, plus the big move Godzilla's light, we just can't kill them all, but it should be about 7 or 8. He Chen murmured, also roughly estimating. After feeling that it was feasible, He Chen began to fly towards the defense line where there were more monsters, and then attracted them all over. What is He Chen doing? Zhang Zhangnan and the others frowned. He Chen was attracting monsters to buy time for the other players? When did he become so nice? Only the screen was visible. Countless monsters were attracted by the loud He Chen and began to converge in one direction. He Chen made a rough estimate. It was a full 1,000. This many monsters had to be very concentrated to be killed in seconds. It was good that He Chen's luring method worked. Soon, a large number of monsters gathered at He Chen's feet. He Chen smiled faintly, and the unit missiles on his shoulders were suddenly launched. 2 sets of 16 unit missiles, that's 32 rounds, plus 3 sets of 4 unit heavy launch missiles, a total of 48 missiles. Among them, the kill radius of each of the 16 unit missiles was 60 meters, 36 rounds fired together, enough to cover most of the places below in the line of sight. This was still not counting the 4 unit launch missiles with a kill radius of 85 meters. Beast tide? At this moment the beast tide in He Chen's eyes seemed a little less than adequate. Shoo shoo, shoo shoo shoo. 3 dozen missiles were launched from Mechagodzilla's shoulders at the same time. Inside the cockpit, He Chen pinpointed the landing point of each missile. The next moment, rumble. As the first missile landed, tens of meters in a circle were instantly flooded with flames, sending out a violent shock. Countless monsters went up in smoke under this salvo. In the distance, quite a few people were still yearning to escape the beast tide in a frightening and wretched state. Suddenly hearing this loud bang, they couldn't help but look over. The picture they then saw was enough to make them remember it for the rest of their lives, only to see those who had already killed quite a few mechs. To the current them, they were simply insurmountable monsters. Large swathes of them turned into blood mist in the explosion. Quite a few of the monsters that were outside the range of the explosion were also blown limb from limb. There were monster limbs and corpses everywhere. This caused them to reveal shocked and puzzled expressions as they looked up. It was only then that they realized He Chen, who was located in mid-air, under the reflection of the explosion firelight. At this time, Mechagodzilla was like a god, quietly overlooking the wave of beasts wailing in pain on the earth. What the hell is this level of weapon? A group of people's scalps were numb. Looking at the power caused by the missile, pupils shook. A weapon of this level would be at least A-ranked, right? He Chen was a silver-ranked mecha master. He Chen, a silver-ranked mecha master, actually had an A-mecha attack accessory? In the midst of everyone's shock, other missiles also landed one after another for a while. The entire ground reverberated with loud noises. A round of missiles exploded, igniting flames that shot up into the sky, shrouding the entire earth in a sea of fire. Within it were countless monsters howling miserably at the top of their lungs. However, most of the monsters didn't even have the chance to howl miserably before they were blown to dust. Up to this point, the 36 rounds of units arrived all fired, and at this moment, looking down from He Chen's perspective, the raging tide of beasts was gone. There were only a few monsters scattered everywhere, in bits and pieces, or survivors that had survived and were lying on the ground, howling in pain. Not even the 4 unit missiles were used? He Chen frowned slightly, and was a bit surprised by this. He didn't expect 36 unit missiles to end it all. Buzz! He Chen maneuvered his mech down to the ground, and the earth was already devastated. There were craters everywhere, and traces left behind after the explosion. Then, He Chen then began to patch up the monsters that didn't die. It was too extravagant to continue bombing with missiles. What's more, the surviving monsters were too scattered to be dealt with by missiles. Anyway, He-chan upgraded the rocket propulsion device. Mechagodzilla's performance aspect was directly pulled to full capacity, so it wouldn't take long to resolve the remaining monsters. And at this moment, outside the secret territory, Zhang Zhangnan and the others who witnessed all this with their own eyes were completely numb. Each one of them was dumbstruck, feeling an unprecedented shock. As a first-class big shot, they had been on the outside for many years and had only gotten to where they were today. What scenes have they not seen before? But now, they just want to express that this scene, they really haven't seen it before. He-chan actually ended the entire beast tide by himself. It wasn't like this kind of thing hadn't happened before. There were many top-tier powerhouses in the world, hidden bigwigs. However, when other people ended a beast tide, it was all in a situation where their strength was crushed. For example, if a King's Mirror Mecha Master entered a small, medium-sized secret realm, that was strength-crushing. A King's Mirror Big Brother could completely push across the entire secret realm all the way. This kind of ended the beast tide. It's actually nothing. But don't forget, He-chan was only a silver rank mech artist. And this time, within the secret realm, the energy consumption of all mechs is several times that of the outside. It's the King's Mirror that has to be careful when they come, or else once the energy consumption runs out, the King's Mirror bigwigs will only be a little more powerful than ordinary people. It was a complete hell mode. If you or anyone else, you wouldn't be able to push through the secret realm. You wouldn't be able to end the beast tide. It would be good if they didn't die inside. He-chan didn't die, but instead completed this series of incredible maneuvers. Anyone else would not be able to help but feel shocked, because this was too exaggerated. Countless trialists gasped for air. This feeling of surviving after a robbery made them very grateful. The scene from just now constantly echoed in their minds. He-chan, a silver mecha master? They couldn't match this identity, and this act together. They felt unreal and wondered if they were hallucinating. Just at this moment, many people's mechs, one after another, began to disintegrate, automatically returning to mech space. It was because after going through all this, their mech energy had already bottomed out. Among them were Yang Tianlong, Yang Yu, Su Jingyu, Su Yechio, Morong Yunshua and other disciples of the big families. It's not good. Quickly leave. Those monsters are still surviving. It's over if they catch up. Yang Tianlong realized that things weren't over yet. He-chan had killed a large number of monsters, but there were still so scattered some surviving. They had lost their mechs now, and any random monster could easily swallow them. It's not good. Several monsters are surrounding over there. Su Yechio's tone trembled as she pointed in a direction. The crowd looked over. Sure enough, they saw several monsters crawling towards them in a twisted and bizarre position. The crowd was in a state of fear. Lu Rui pulled out a dagger from nowhere and prepared to fight to the death. Suddenly, a figure landed in front of them. Boom! The huge size was like a mountain descending from the sky, and the sense of oppression was suffocating. He-chan? Seeing Mechagodzilla, Su Jingyu and the others revealed expressions beyond that. Shocked and delighted. If He-chan was there, they were saved. Don't misunderstand. However, He-chan only said flatly, "It's fine if you want me to just you guys, but I can't save them for nothing, right?" Su Jingyu heard He-chan's meaning. Then what do you want? By the way, we opened a camp treasure chest not too long ago. I can give you your stuff in exchange. What do you think? Although it was hard to give up, after all, it was so hard to get, but in Su Jingyu's opinion in exchange with his life, the treasure chest would not be worth mentioning. It's fine. Seeing that the other party was so quick, He-chan immediately agreed. In this way, the treasure chests obtained by the disciples of the several great clans were equal to all of them being pocketed by He-chan alone. Immediately, He-chan looked at the others carelessly. What about you guys? The faces of the crowd were gloomy to the extreme. They were as top-strength heavenly prides, old foxes who had been in the jungle for many years, yet they couldn't imagine that today. They were completely taken by a high school student. Morong Yunfu and others had mixed feelings in their hearts. Before entering the secret realm all kinds of possibilities are thought of, but just did not expect. Everyone's final destiny would actually be grasped by He-chan, as long as He-chan was willing. Apart from He-chan, I'm afraid that everyone would have to be buried in the secret realm. It could be said that He-chan had already indirectly controlled the life and death of everyone in the secret realm. Whoever he let live would live, and whoever he let die would have to die, in order to live. Although Yang Tianlong and the others felt stifled, they had to take out a large amount of mecha materials from within the mecha space and give them to He-chan as protection money. Very good. He-chan was satisfied with this. This much mecha material was enough to upgrade Mechagodzilla several times. This was one step closer to the future legend-class Mechagodzilla. Next, He-chan turned around and casually resolved the monsters behind him before continuing to sweep the beast tide for leaks. A few minutes later, finally, after He-chan killed the last monster, the center of the location where the beast tide had previously appeared. A teleportation portal to the outside world had suddenly appeared. It's over? He-Chen was somewhat surprised. At the same time, he also suddenly realized something. Could it be that the final trial of this secret realm is actually a beast tide without the existence of a lord boss or something like that? Realizing this, He-Chen didn't know whether to be happy or sad for a moment. With less lord bosses, the rewards would be less. If the others knew what He-Chen was thinking, they would have immediately freaked out. After all, this time, He-Chen's harvest was the biggest, bar none. One person had swallowed several treasure chests all by himself. On the contrary, the others? There were those who died, those who were injured, and those who had their mechs scrapped in the beast tide. Just like this, He-Chen actually wasn't satisfied? He-Chen came to the teleportation door. It was a 4 to 5 meter high energy door with an internal curtain of light that made it impossible to see the environment. It looked very subtle. After He-Chen walked in, a white light flashed before his eyes and he briefly lost his sight. By the time his sight returned, He-Chen realized that he had already appeared outside the secret realm. At this time, the entrance to the secret realm, because they knew that the secret realm was over. A group of people from large and small clans, such as Morone Yunfu, were waiting here. Seeing He-Chen was actually the first person to come out, everyone was first stunned, then quickly surrounded them. He-Chen, are you alright? Zhang Zhangnan asked with an excited face. It's fine. He-Chen shook his head calmly. Seeing so many people surrounding him, he hurriedly flashed to the side. At this time, the others came out of the teleportation portal one after another. All the big clans were waiting for their disciples to come out from inside. A few minutes later, dozens of people all came out, but there were also some who would never be able to come out. The people from the clans were heartbroken and could only go to the secret realm afterwards to collect their corpses. It was worth mentioning. The secret realm would enter a short period of tranquility after being breached. No changes would occur within the secret realm during this period, and no monsters would appear. It was only after a cycle that the secret realm would temporarily close. When it opened again, it would become treacherous again. This was the operating law of some secret realms. In the forest clearing, everyone was talking. Lu Rue, Yang Tianlong, Su Jingyu and the others who came out one after another began to rest in place after they came out. Everyone was in a sorry state. Right at this moment, a little bit of bright light suddenly surfaced above the heads of all the trialists. He-Chen immediately lit up when he saw it, because for so many half days, He-Chen had actually been waiting for this thing. This was within the secret territory. Every time you kill a monster, you will get a little bit of energy. The energy points would be settled at the end of the trial. At this moment, everyone's head was lit up with a faint light. The only exception was He-Chen. The bright light above his head was blazing and exceptionally bright. What a strong energy. Yes, it's too much, isn't it? You guys don't think about how many monsters He-Chen killed in the secret realm. That's true. He almost solved the beast tide by himself. There was a murmur from the crowd. Eyes fell on He-Chen, making him the center of attention for the moment. Immediately afterward, under everyone's gaze, the energies began to slowly converge, and eventually coalesced into a diamond-shaped crystal that shimmered with a faint purplish-red faint light. This thing hovered in front of He-Chen. He-Chen reached out and caught it in his hand. Great! It's actually this thing. He-Chen didn't expect that the reward after this settlement, the trial energy would be converted into a crystal core. It was. This diamond-shaped crystal in his hand was no other than the mecha crystal core. This thing had no entity and could move according to the owner's intention. It was very magical. Oh my god. A mecha core with such blazing energy? Is this the crystal core transformed from the energy of killing thousands of monsters? It's too tantalizing. Yeah, this thing mounted on a mech will definitely increase the strength of the mech greatly. An exponential increase is more or less the same. And unlike normal single energy crystal cores, this kind of crystal core condensed from the energy of monsters obtained in the secret realm. The benefit it brings to the mech is not a single enhancement, but an all-attribute enhancement. This point is the most terrifying. It's equal to letting the mech shed its bones belongs to yes. The crowd was in an uproar. Everyone was on the verge of drooling as they looked at the crystal core in He-Chen's hand. Even some powerful, half-step king realm bigwigs were salivating. Generally when one wanted to enhance the battle power of a mech, the common ways were to replace the accessories, or to replace the crystal core energy. The former was needless to say. The latter was effective, but if one wanted to boost it in such a way, it could only be customized according to the mech's wishes. For example, if one wanted to improve agility, one would make relevant crystal core replacements and modifications to the mech. It was almost impossible and a fool's errand to achieve a full enhancement in every aspect, and at this moment, such an opportunity was right in front of them. It was also the crystal core in He-Chen's hand. Some hard work wasn't in vain. He Chen thought in his heart with a happy face. As a reborn, he knew more about the power of this thing than everyone here. There's no telling how much this thing could be worth if it was sold. Yeah, I'm willing to offer $100 million. 100 million? That's too little. This thing is simply worth a fortune. Do you dare to say who else could get such a crystal core in the same way? Yes, I'm afraid this is unique in the world. The murmurs resounded once again, with almost everyone discussing it. You said one thing and I said another, but the general meaning was the same: shock and envy. And just as everyone was speculating on what He Chen was going to do with this energy crystal core, only to see He Chen unhurriedly placing it near his mouth. Casually, he took a bite. Ka-ching! The protective layer of the crystal core was directly bitten, and then He Chen directly swallowed the entire core and ate it. Crunch! Everyone else, bewildered, dumbfounded, under everyone's shocked gazes, He Chen ate the energy crystal core in one bite, the kind that didn't bring any hesitation at all. After eating it, he only felt a warm current enter his body, very comfortable. If one felt it carefully, one could realize that deep inside his body, there seemed to be an extra dash of power. It was different from ordinary man-made energy crystal cores. The energy crystal cores condensed from monster energy existed in the form of an energy body. Thus, rather than eating it, it was absorbed by He Chen. As for a mech to use, it wasn't that He Chen hadn't thought about it, but Mechagodzilla was a unique flesh and blood mech in the world, bound to his own flesh and blood. The stronger his own flesh and body, the stronger the mech would be. Therefore the effect of eating it yourself was the same. It could also strengthen one's own body, so it could be said to be two birds with one stone. Sure enough, after absorbing the energy crystal core, He Chen only felt that his physical body was continuously strengthening, and that power deep within his body also intensified. Such strengthening continued for several minutes. Clenching his fist, feeling the explosive power within his body, an excited look emerged on He Chen's face in a whirlwind. The effect is that good? Although he hadn't tested it, He Chen could probably feel that his current strength had at least increased by several times, if not more than a dozen times, compared to before he absorbed the energy crystal core. If before, he could kill a cow with a single punch, then now, is able to overturn a small truck. The physical body had also become stronger. Now the so-called world boxing champion, a full-force punch on his own body, that is just scratching an itch. Crouching down, He Chen casually picked up a small stone from the ground and held it in his hand. Then he gently pinched it. Ka. The stone block was so easily pinched into powder in He Chen's hands, spilling out from between his fingers. Still not satisfied, He Chen looked for a bigger block. The result was just like the same. It's just normal steel that has to be twisted and deformed in my hands. An imperceptible smile surfaced on He Chen's face. To know, Mechagodzilla's power was bound to his own physical body. Now that the physical body has gotten so much stronger, how terrifying Mechagodzilla's strength is now can be imagined. If it wasn't for the inconvenient occasion, He Chen would have wanted to test it in place. He Chen then clapped his hands, and then returned to the crowd from the unnoticed, inconspicuous corner. At this moment, the crowd completely exploded. This was because everyone had witnessed the image of He Chen personally eating the energy crystal core. It had been said before how precious this thing was. Even Half-Step King's mirror mecha masters were very covetous of it, as long as He Chen was willing. There were even a large number of tycoons and famous aristocrats who offered sky-high prices to buy it. But He Chen? Not only do not sell it, even if, actually give a bite to eat? This is not a brain problem is what? Even if you don't sell it, it's better to stay and use it yourself. Install it on your own mech. At least can let the mech enhance a large part of the combat power. This is a world where strength is honored. Strong combat power represents can get glory, money, status, and women. This can be something that many people, who spend their entire lives pursuing. But to eat it yourself, isn't this purely a waste? Although eating it yourself does have a strengthening effect on the body, but who would not use a mech to fight by themselves? Yeah. Is this person out of his mind? It's a pity that he performed quite well in the secret realm, and his luck was really good, allowing him to end the beast tide. My heart aches as I watch. Crystal cores did have an enhancing effect on the human body, but in this world, anyone who could become a mecha master, no one would use their body to fight others, even if they are strong. Body of flesh. How could it be a match for a body of steel? Several bigwigs covered their hearts and only expressed that they couldn't stand it. Such a precious crystal core was just allowed to be eaten by He Chen. A waste. A pure waste. They wouldn't have dared to do that if they had it in their hands. They'd be afraid of heaven's wrath. Jiang Zhangnan and Lu Rui looked at each other, their scalps tingling. What the hell? Is He Chen crazy? Jiang Zhangnan hurriedly went up 1,000 to say something, but He Chen was the first to say, Mr. Jiang, there's no need to say anymore. Without opening his mouth, He-chun knew what the other party wanted to say. Jiang Zhangnan was speechless. This was, after all, He-chun's matter, and it was not good for him to interject. After thinking about it, he could only shut up. For those strange gazes around him, He-chun also subconsciously ignored them directly. After all, this group of old things didn't know that he had a system in place. Absorbing the crystal core with the flesh. Not only can it strengthen the body, but it can also increase the mech. This is killing two birds with one stone. They didn't know a thing. Without the intention of explaining, the next group of people left from the secret realm one after another. He-chun saw that there was nothing to do. Instead of wasting time here, it would be better to go home early and finish upgrading the accessories for Mechagodzilla. He-chun had a premonition. This time, Mechagodzilla's strength would definitely receive a huge increase. Right. Before leaving, He-chun thought of something and turned to Zhang Nanshan. There are still some dropped treasure chests inside that no one has picked up, so send someone to pick them up. Those things all belong to you. I'll just take a step ahead. These treasure chests, they were all from other family trialists who killed the monsters before they had time to pick them up, and died or didn't take them with you for some special reasons. He-chun was in the air at the time. The approximate coordinates were memorized. This was because he had previously promised Jiang Zhangnan that he would give him a partial share of what he got inside. He-chun didn't want to go back on his word. Alright, got it. When Jiang Zhangnan heard this, his complexion immediately brightened, and he immediately called two of his men before sending them to the secret realm. Thanks. At this time, Lu Rui, who was standing on Jiang Zhangnan's side, came slowly. Although He-chun was in the secret realm, at one point, he was chased by someone and almost flipped his car. But it had to be mentioned. He-chun had saved his life at the final juncture. In Lu Rui's opinion, that cleared the air. He wasn't the type to be indiscriminate either. Of course, the main thing was that Lu Rui knew that He-chun and Jiang Zhangnan were also together. Due to the relationship, it was inconvenient to turn the other cheek. You're welcome. He-chun also gave a light reply. Then said, then if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave first. I'll let you send you back. Jiang Zhangnan spoke, then casually called for a driver. You send little brother He back. Alright, this way please, Mr. He. The driver made a pleased gesture to He-chun by twisting his head. He-chun took a look and didn't push back. This wild mountainous area. It's not really good to go back on your own. Having a car is much more convenient. Get in the car and go. Lu Rui's face was a bit gloomy, looking at He-chun's back, his mind pondering. This time the account cannot be counted, but if there is a next time, he will certainly not be merciful again. This time, He-chun's expressive power in the secret realm was beyond everyone's expectations. To say that it was the biggest winner was not an exaggeration at all. However, Lu Rui felt that contributing to all of this was simply because He-chun was lucky. But with any less luck, he would have had to die in the secret realm today. And within the secret realm, he was restricted in his vision, so he couldn't utilize his true strength. If he was outside, it would be a very different story. He was crushing He-chun in his cultivation realm, and it would only be a matter of minutes if he wanted to kill him. Let's go too. Lu Rui was in deep thought when Jiang Zhangnan's words on the side suddenly brought him back to reality. Okay, Uncle Jiang. A smile appeared on Lu Rui's face. He then took a special car and left from the secret realm with Jiang Zhangnan. As for those treasure chests left behind in the secret realm that He-chun said, someone would pick them up and send them back later. 30 minutes later, the car stopped at the entrance of the neighborhood where He-chun lived, and the driver took a step ahead to open the door for He-chun. Mr. He, please. He-chun nodded and coughed before getting out of the car. I have to say that the life of a rich man is really cool. Even the car door doesn't bring itself open. Then Mr. He, I'll go back first. You can call me again if you have something, the driver said politely before leaving. Being on such good terms with Jiangnan Mountain, he must be an honored guest, and he didn't dare to be slow. Okay. After the driver left, He-chun was about to go upstairs and then take a good inventory of today's loot. But just as he was about to enter the neighborhood, he saw a familiar figure on the side of the doorway. He-chun, you're finally back? Seeing He-chun, Lin Yanran jogged all the way to He-chun. Lin Yan? He-chun frowned. What a coincidence. Why is big schoolgirl Lin here, passing by? He-chun wouldn't be narcissistic enough to think that the other party was here just to wait for him. It was thought to be passing through. Waiting for you. Lin Yanran revealed a smile. The weather was a bit dry and hot. Fanning herself with her hand, she even said, Say, where have you been? Been calling you and you don't answer. Sending messages and you don't reply. Nice guy. He-chun realized that Lin Yanran was really waiting for herself. Oh, I went out for something, and my cell phone ran out of power, so I haven't been using it. He-chun casually excused himself, because he was in the secret realm, in order not to be disturbed. He Chen turned on the no disturb mode. Who knew that Yen Ran Lin would look for herself for something urgent? By the way, you're looking for me for? He Chen asked. There's nothing more to it. Lin Yen Ran. There were mainly two. One was that Lin Yen Yen realized that He Chen didn't answer his phone calls and didn't reply to his text messages, so she was worried that something had happened to him. So she came to take a look. Because before He Chen saved Chen Yi and messed with some people in society, this thing she already knew. Of course, those so-called top bosses of the social people, just 20 minutes ago, were still talking and laughing with He Chen. Lin Yen Yen didn't know that is. The other was about the competition. Right. Lin Yen Yen suddenly remembered something and curiously said, who was the person who sent you here just now? Oh, the taxi software called. He Chen explained. Taxi software? Lin Yenran's willow eyebrows slightly crazed in skepticism. What kind of taxi software could call a $1 or $2 million car? And Lin Yen Yen noticed that when the other party got out of the car, he took the initiative to open the door for He Chen. This was definitely overlooking those rich families with specially trained drivers. Don't ask her why she knew. Her family's chauffeur was just like this. As for Lin Yenran's impression, He Chen's family was very average, which was somewhat inconsistent with that scene just now. It wasn't that she looked down on He Chen. She just found it strange. I don't know. He Chen spread his hands and shrugged his shoulders. Maybe it's a rich son who came to experience life? Makes sense. It was the only explanation that made sense. By the way, I can't believe you really won against Zhang Yang, or in seconds. Before the match, Lin Yenran was actually not optimistic about He Chen. The gap between the two strengths was too big. But after watching it, she realized that the gap was really big. He Chen was so much more powerful than Zhang Yang. He had to be congratulated once again. Just lucky, He Chen said modestly. It's not luck. Besides, there's a saying that luck is also part of strength. Lin Yen Yen said, suddenly handing a piece of information to He Chen. This should be your next strongest competitor. Oh, He Chen glanced at it and said unexpectedly, the first middle school beauty? Chen Wanqing. If He Chen remembered correctly, she was the man of the hour over at first middle school. Powerful, top-tier heavenly pride. As for her identity, it was mysterious. Not many people knew her real background. The only thing that can be said for sure is that the other side is not small. Half a year ago, she shone in a league held in Jiangcheng, stunning countless people. But since then, Chen Wanqing hadn't made much of a move again, remaining silent until now. I can't imagine that she's come to participate in the tournament as well. In his previous life, he had dealt with her, but not much. A few missions together. Aha! Lin Yenran nodded. Chen Wanqing's match half a year ago. You can go watch it a few more times. Then half a year has passed. The other party's strength has definitely risen another notch, and is also a favorite to win the championship. Actually, if He Chen hadn't defeated Zhang Yang in this final, Lin Yenran felt that the probability was that Zhang Yang would face Chen Wanqing. Now that Zhang Yang was eliminated, then He Chen's biggest opponent would be Chen Wanqing. There was a good chance that the two would meet in the finals. Got it. Thank you. He Chen took the information down, ready to go back and take a closer look. No need to thank you. We're all old classmates. Lin Yenran reveals a charming smile. It's not long until the final. Be careful when the time comes. As far as I know, this Chen Wanqing is a girl, but her hand is very heavy. The few players who competed with her before were all seriously injured. This He Chen did remember. Chen Wanqing had a high level of talent and strength, and the thing that made her most famous was her ruthlessness. Yes, but any individual wouldn't want to meet Chen Wanqing on the battlefield. Otherwise, the probability is that they will be taught to be ruthless. Those opponents of Chen Wanqing in the downtown tournament were good examples. And Lin Yenyen strolled downstairs for a while. Lin Yenyen still has things to do on her side, so she called the driver to leave first. He Chan returned home. No one was home. At this hour, Mom and Dad were at work, and as for He Qingxue, she should have gone out to play or do something else. In the room, He Chen pulled out his cell phone. Without looking, he was shocked. During the time he was in the secret realm alone, Lin Yenran sent herself no less than dozens of messages, a dozen or so phone calls. No wonder Lin Yenyen was anxious and worried that something had happened to her. In addition, there was also Chen Yi, who had also sent quite a few messages. It was because He Chen had promised the two of them to have dinner together before. Sighing, He Chen also started to slowly return the messages back. Afterwards, he stretched his back and only felt relaxed. Lying down on the bed, He Chen slowly took stock of the harvest he got from the secret realm this time. A great harvest. It could only be described as a great harvest, without any surprises. It's enough for me to give Mechagodzilla 3 accessory upgrades. Thinking this way, He Chen's mood became excited. After getting up from the bed, he directly entered the mecha space. It was an azure-colored space, like a 3D model created. In the middle, Mechagodzilla stood quietly. He-chan clicked, Ultimate Preview. A behemoth, 200 meters tall, appeared before his eyes. This was Mechagodzilla in its evolved legendary class form. Epic Godzilla. Upgraded accessories. Rocket propulsion unit. 16 units of missiles. 4 units of missiles. Plasma fist, mini. To be unlocked. Alloy drill. Titanium bone armor. Original according claw. High strength drill tail. Atomic spit, requires special materials. Jaw grinder. Metal dorsal fin. Proton scream, must kill. The general data appeared in front of He-chan, and if you wanted to check the details, you could also click on the remaining query. There was no need for that though. He-chan had viewed it before. Things to be unlocked. There's still a lot more but luckily, the progress of unlocking is considered fast for now. He-chan muttered under his breath. Wanting to upgrade Godzilla to the legendary level definitely wasn't that simple. Fortunately, his own current progress wasn't slow either. He currently unlocked 2 unit arrivals, the rocket propulsion device, and with the materials he got from the secret realm this time, He-chan estimated that it should be enough to upgrade 3 times. Thinking of this, He-chan immediately took out all the mecha materials. System, refine it, opened his mouth. After saying that, a progress bar appeared in front of He-chan. Because you have too many mecha materials this time, more than any time before. Refining takes time. He-chan waited patiently for a few minutes and finally finished refining. The materials refined are enough to upgrade a few accessories? He-chan whirled around and asked. Back to the host. It is recommended that you upgrade the titanium alloy skeleton, loaded circular saw claw, and special alloy drill tail accessories, because the amount of mech material needed to upgrade each accessory is different. The mech material this time is just enough to upgrade these 3. If you upgrade the others, you can only upgrade 2. Does the system recommend it? He-chan considered it for a moment, decided to just upgrade these 3. Because the boost from upgrading 3 accessories was definitely greater than upgrading 2. As for atomic spit, proton scream, the 2 Godzilla signature must kill techniques. It wasn't that He-chan didn't want to upgrade. Rather, upgrading atomic spit required special materials, which he didn't have at the moment. Upgrading proton scream was the same. Forget it, there's plenty of opportunities anyway, He-chan murmured. Immediately, he let the system start upgrading. Upgrading in progress. Please wait patiently for the host. The time needed to upgrade 3 accessories at once was 3 hours, longer than even before. He-chan simply started cultivating within the mecha space. Quite a few of the auxiliary type medicines we got this time can help with the upgrades, so we can save a sum of money for the time being without having to buy them separately. He-chan revealed an excited look, such as the advancement pill, cultivation pill, and other commonly used auxiliary cultivation medicines. He-chan had gotten a whole bunch of them. There were also what was known as the bone transformation pill, clarity pill, 6 marrow triple dan, and other higher ranking types of auxiliary pills. All good stuff. Rubbing his hands prettily, He-chan immediately started cultivating. It had been a long time since he had been so richly rewarded. With the assistance of the high-grade class pills, his cultivation speed was indeed faster. It was much more effective than those low-rank medicines that he had bought from the system mall earlier. It had only been a short while since he had cultivated, and He-chan clearly noticed that his cultivation level was surging forward. This speed, it's too good, He-chan thought to himself. I'm afraid that one day of cultivation is the effect of someone else cultivating for months, or even a year of cultivation for an average gifted person. One cultivation was 3 hours. It wasn't until the system beep sounded that He-chan returned to reality from his oblivious cultivation. Ding! Congratulations host, titanium alloy skeleton, loaded circular saw claw, and special alloy drill tail upgrades are successful. He-chan steeply opened his eyes. The upgrade was complete. Looking over, he saw that Mechagodzilla's appearance had changed drastically. First of all, because of the various accessories, its size was bigger. It was more oppressive. If Mechagodzilla was said to be as oppressive as a mountain before, then the word "as" could be removed completely now. The surface had an extra layer of titanium alloy bone armor, black and gold in color, appearing gorgeous and extraordinary, and was emitting a faint luster. Description: T1 nanoscale metal skeleton shell, can easily withstand all levels of destructive outbursts. He-chan's eyes lit up. What was the concept of a T1 grade nanoalloy? Put it this way, it's that in the face of a normal military missile, Godzilla stands and gives the other side a bombardment, and the other side runs out of ammunition. Not even a single scratch would appear on the surface of Mechagodzilla. This is a perverted defense. When it met a mecha of the same level, it was simply a dimensional crush. I'm afraid that the attacks of a platinum-ranked mechmaster won't even be able to pose much of a threat. He-chan's gaze turned to Mechagodzilla's hands, which were covered with a set of silver-white metal saw claws. This pair of saw claws alone was estimated to weigh dozens of tons. It reminded people of the scene of a claw going down and destroying the sky and the earth. Introduction: upgraded circular saw claws can release the perfect version of Plasma Fist. Perfect Plasma Fist? Hee-chan froze for a moment. Good guy, and then called out good guy in his heart. Before, he himself was able to use the Plasma Fist, but because it wasn't fully upgraded, he could only use the mini version. And the power of the mini version of the Plasma Fist was enough to second Luo Tianhang. Can the perfect version of the Plasma Fist collapse a building with one punch? Hee-chan smiled, also thinking of the opportunity to try it out. Afterwards, Hee-chan's gaze was fixed on the last spot, which was the special alloy drill tail. Compared to before, Godzilla's tail was now even thicker and more powerful. Designed as a chain, the whole thing looked like a 20-meter-long huge iron whip. At the end, there was an extra huge alloy drill with a drill's cold aura flashing. Unstarted state is also to give people a sense of can crush everything, not to mention the activated state can destroy almost any target object. The three upgrades directly caused Mechagodzilla to have a qualitative change. Yes, a qualitative change. Whether it was attack or defense, it had been greatly improved. In terms of skills, there was even a perfect version of the Plasma Fist. Hee-chan had a premonition that this upgrade had at least increased Godzilla's hard power by at least 10 times. What kind of concept was this? If Hee-chan used the current Mechagodzilla to fight yesterday's self, he would be able to fight at least 10 of yesterday's selves. June 15th, the site of the downtown tournament. Today was the final round, and the audience was densely packed. For the sake of today's match, the officials had made a big publicity in the last few days. The entire match site was bustling with activity. Countless people cheered more than once, and on the ring, there was a pre-match program being performed. A few coolly dressed girls were dancing a hot dance. It made many men even more restless in this already hot and dry June day. Say, Hee-chan should be able to take the match today, right? In the VIP audience seats, on the two most forward positions, two young girls with fashionable dresses and stunning looks were watching expectantly from the stage. Both of them were wearing sunglasses and duck-tongue caps at the same time. Otherwise, if people recognized that the daughter of Jiangqing's richest family, and Yen Ranlin had actually come to the scene, it would definitely cause a commotion. It shouldn't be a problem. Hee-chan's mecha is very powerful. It's not like you haven't seen it before. Lin Yanyan said calmly. Chen Yi thought about it, but before, Hee-chan had taken out 3 gold-ranked mecha masters by himself. This kind of strength was definitely a proud existence when placed among his peers. The possibility of a rollover was very low. Both of them came for Hee-chan, holding their support sticks high in their hands, just waiting for Hee-chan to appear. It wasn't just the two of them. A lot of Hee-chan's fans had come to the scene today, simply because Hee-chan's performance a few days ago was really too dazzling. First, he killed Luo Tianhang, and then he killed Zhang Yang, who was the favorite to win the championship. It made Hee-chan's name worshipped by quite a few people. There was no lack of beautiful women with superior posture among them. Inside the luxury viewing area box on the top floor, Zhang Zhengnan was led by a few more people to the box. Lu Ruwei just followed behind. How many matches is he in? Lu Ruwei suddenly opened his mouth and asked. The he here referred to no one else but Hee-chan. Ever since the secret realm, Lu Ruwei had developed a deep curiosity and intense interest in this person. Hee-chan, hearing that there was a match today, he took the initiative to come and watch the match. Even the hiring task at hand was hastily put off. I don't know. A staff member will send the match list later, so we'll know then, Zhang Zhengnan said. Lu Ruwei nodded and accompanied Zhang Zhengnan to sit next to him. No longer speaking, the host walked up to the ring. After a little preparation, he began the opening remarks for today's match. Everyone, welcome to today's match. Thanks for your support. I hope that today's contestants will give you all a wonderful match. Let's all wait and see. After the opening speech, the host temporarily stepped down from the stage, and the staff mall, for the final preparations. Are the match lists all out? Off stage, the host looked at a uniformed young lady. Ready. The other party immediately held something in her hand and handed it over. The host glanced at it, and his gaze went straight down, then found what he wanted to see. Hee-chan. 4th match? Recalling the image of Hee-chan killing Zhang Yang in seconds last time, the host suddenly revealed an expectant smile. I wonder how much of a surprise can bring me this time? A short while later, the host took this list. He came to a high platform from which he could overlook the entire arena. At this time, an old man with white hair and over half 100 years old was standing on the high platform, leaning his hands on the railing looking thoughtfully. Elder Liao, this is the list you wanted. It's already out. Oh, quickly show me. Hearing this, Liao Caishua twisted his head around, unable to wait to know something. Elder Liao, Hee-chan is in the 4th match. Why don't you go rest first and I'll call you later when it starts? The situation up there has been unsettled lately. In order to take care of the entire city up and down Jiangchang, Liao Caixue had been laboring day and night. He was a little worried about the other party's physical condition. Liao Caixue waved his hand and said, "No need. Don't look at my old bones. I can carry it. But, no more buts. You go back and continue to prepare for the match." "That's good." The host smiled. He couldn't continue to say anything. Suddenly he thought of something. "Right, Liao Lao. I know you are very curious about this player. After I went back that time, I compared the data with his mecha, and found out that his mecha is very powerful. In terms of the hard data, it can definitely be ranked into the top 10 amongst all the players." "Only the top 10? Hearing this figure, Liao Caixue frowned. "Yes, Elder Liao, but between the fact that He Chen hasn't exhibited his true strength so far, so we'll have to wait until after the finals to know exactly." "Aha, got it." Liao Caixue nodded. He Chen's current matches were all seconds. With this figure, he was already ranked in the top 10. What if it was made at full strength? This made him even more curious about He Chen's true strength. And at this moment, He Chen didn't know that he had actually been taken seriously by a big brother like Liao Caixue. Who was Liao Caixue? Jiangchang's chief, a king realm big brother. That's the existence that countless people can't even climb up to. It was the big man who casually pointed out a sentence. A move was enough to let an ordinary person from then on to level the playing field. Quickly look at Qing Shui. The competition list is out. In the center of the arena, a young girl stretched out her young white finger and pointed at the big screen of the arena. Only to see that on the big screen, the match list for today's match finally appeared. The fourth match. He Qing Shui glanced at it, and the first thing she noticed was He Chen's name. "Say, what has your brother been doing these past 2 days?" Su Qianer asked curiously. "Should be properly preparing for the match, right?" He Qing Shui, however, shook her head. "I don't know. He's always been secretive. I didn't even see him all day yesterday, and I don't know where he went." "This way." Su Qianer patted He Qing Shui's shoulder and comforted. "Don't worry, your brother isn't a 3 or 5-year-old kid anymore. Surely he has his own measure. We can cheer him on without worrying for a while." "Let's hope so." He Qing Shui took a deep breath. Her hands couldn't help but clench. At this time, the host came on again and announced the official start of the first match of the day. "Qing Shui, look, the first match of the day has begun." Su Qianer. "Aha." He Qing Shui nodded. The two of them looked earnestly at the ring. As the first match began, Zhang Zhangnan and the others came to be interested. Everyone here was a top bigwig from Jiang City, individual some from out of town. "Shall we begin? Everyone? Who's first?" Zhang Zhangnan looked at the others with interest. The crowd then started placing their bets. However, there were also people who weren't interested. "Forget it, I'll wait for He Chen's match before placing any bets." "Ha ha ha." Someone slapped him on the shoulder. "You're trying to make a sure thing." "Ha? Yeah, who doesn't know He Chen? The dark horse?" Speaking of He Chen, all the bigwigs present had burning eyes. However, at this time, a middle-aged man with sunglasses suddenly spoke up. "Don't be too happy. Although He Chen is powerful, but don't forget that in this match, that little daughter of the Chen family is also participating." "You mean Chen Wanqing?" Speaking of Chen Wanqing, everyone here was nonchalant, and they all looked sideways at the one who had uttered the name. It could be said that Chen Wanqing was also one of the biggest favorites to win this match. However, many people had previously advocated for Zhang Yang. It was mainly because Zhang Yang was a person who acted in a high-profile manner. On the other hand, Chen Wanqing, even though she was a top genius, she kept a very low profile, so much so that not many people knew about her. It was only the bigwigs in their circle who had some information. If one were to ask outside, who would know about Chen Wanqing? I am afraid that out of 10 people, only 3 would know. And if it was replaced with Zhang Yang from before? Of the people who were there to watch the match, at least 7 or even 8 out of 10 knew his name. Besides, I don't know if it's true or just a rumor. It was said that Chen Wanqing's mecha had a set of A-ranked accessories obtained from a high-level secret realm. That's right, for an average mech, having a single A-grade accessory was already enough to make people envious. Chen Wanqing's mech, on the other hand, had a full set of 5 full A-ranked mech accessories, not to mention Chen Wanqing's own heaven-defying talent, outstanding aptitude and exceptional cultivation. These 5 sets of grade A accessories from the secret realm are just for ordinary mechs to install on. The mecha's battle power would also become terrifying. Everyone, are they all discussing this matter? Just as everyone in the box was discussing heatedly, the door of the box room was suddenly pushed open. Immediately after that, the host who had introduced the opening speech on stage earlier, walked in. Zhang Junliang, himself a student of Liao Caixue. In addition, he had 2 other identities. One was the vice president of the Zhangchang Mecha Association, and the other was one of the organizers of this downtown tournament. The reason why he was the organizer was actually nothing more than an interest. His status, compared to everyone here, was a bit lacking, but because of the relationship between him and Liao Caixue, no one dared to ignore him. Zhang Junliang walked in while speaking. I've investigated both He-chan and Shen Wanqing's mecha data. Are you all interested? Yes. Hearing this, the crowd that was doing this couldn't wait. Say it quickly. Don't sell it short. Yes. Who's good? I'm more optimistic about He-chun. I'm more optimistic about Chen Wanqing. I think maybe the two are about the same strength. Although Chen Wanqing's mecha configuration is very perverse. He-chen killed Zhang Yang in seconds for all to see. The crowd was talking, each with their own words. There were those who said who was powerful, and the box fell into a cacophony of noise for a while. Zhang Junliang slowly opened his mouth and said, everyone calm down first. According to my comparison, Chen Wanqing's mech is clearly better. Has never liked to beat around the bush. Said it directly. Upon hearing this, the crowd was briefly silent for a moment. This result, it seemed to be expected, but it was also unexpected. Alright everyone. Seeing that the crowd was rambling, Zhang Junliang signaled with both hands for everyone to be quiet for a moment, and even said, but having said that much, the ones I made are paper data, and the specifics can be pondered by everyone on their own. To put it bluntly, it was Zhang Junliang who was not good at determining, in the end, who can win. Can only say that all have the chance to win? Not until the end really cannot say who must be the champion. But in terms of paper data alone, there is no doubt that it is Chen Wanqing. Zhang Zhangnan saw the situation, directly said, don't bullshit so much. Since each of the words, why not directly finish the hard point? Come. I first buy He-chan 50 million. When these words came out, everyone present was directly shocked. $50 million? Crazy, right? Zhang Zhangnan smiled slightly at this, because other than him, the others present didn't know much about the secret realm. If they were to know about the secret realm, what happened, they would definitely choose He-chan without hesitation. In short, in Zhang Zhangnan's mind, he was still very optimistic about He-chan, even if the opponent was Chen Wanqing, this kind of supermodel player. Zhang Zhangnan stimulated this time, and the others followed suit by placing bets, throwing chips like they didn't need money. The final result came out quickly. The share of those who bought He-chan was only a third of those who bought Chen Wanqing. In other words, most of the people present still favored Chen Wanqing, including Zhang Zhangnan. A few people favored He-chan, and right in the midst of the crowd's uproar and chatter, the first match had already ended, and it was a girl with short hair who won. All of them were discussing He-chan, and not many of them watched the match carefully. Today's match doesn't seem to have a lot of hue and cry. In past matches, everyone was very enthusiastic, and after a match, many people at the scene would enthusiastically applaud. But He-chan realized that today, there weren't too many people applauding. Definitely. Su Qianer explained, everyone is here for the finale. That is, your brother. So when your brother is on, you'll see if the outcry is high. Su Qianer laughed. It only felt like He-chan was a bit dorky. He-chan, is that really the case? The second match started. This time it was two students from the 4th middle school. The fight was intense and quite a bit more exciting than the first match. The people applauding, too, were a bit more, especially one of the boys, performed an aerial flip, 360-degree rotating cuts, directly cutting the other party's neck. It directly ignited the scene. This one is much more exciting. Yeah, the first one was a bit boring. This is the match I want to see. So cool. Holy shit, manipulating a mech and using this difficult operation. I wouldn't be able to learn it in 100 years. Countless people in the audience were talking. In the middle of the match, a commercial was inserted. The third match was between two sisters, as both were defensive mechs. Many people almost fell asleep watching it. Soon as the curtain fell on the third match, finally, everyone perked up. This was because on the big screen, information about the matchups for the next match had clearly appeared. He-chan versus Gao Changwon. This Gao Changwon He-chan recognized. Both of them were from Zhangchang Academy. The reason why He-chan had an impression of him was because this Gao Changwon was the guy who had previously paid Zhang Yang a salary adjustment in the academy and was then beaten up by Zhang Yang. That afternoon He-chan even watched the whole thing under the leadership of his tablemates. Didn't this kid say he was withdrawing from the competition at that time? But he ended up coming to participate anyway, and as luck would have it, he even advanced all the way to this point. TSK. He-chan shook his head and came to the ring under the guidance of the staff. Gao Changwon was already on the stage, and when he saw He-chan coming, he suddenly took the initiative to speak. Hello, nice to meet you. He-chan was a bit surprised. You know me? Aha, Gao Changwon said with honor. maybe you don't remember me, but I'm very thankful to you. I was defeated by Zhang Yang before, and I lost all my confidence after that time, but after seeing your match with him that day, you made me regain my confidence. He-chan. This is not a proper middle-grade novel. The protagonist's scripted lines. Then, Gao Changwon walked towards He-chan's side and extended his hand at the same time. After coming in front of He-chan, He-chan shook his hand. Really, thank you. Gao Changwon thanked him again. In his mind, he couldn't help but recall, after the last fight with Zhang Yang, the whole person was frustrated and then fell apart, even losing all self-confidence over it, losing the dream of becoming a powerful mech artist that he had vowed to become when he was a child. In his opinion, Zhang Yang once became an invincible existence. Before that fight between He-chan and Zhang Yang, Gao Changwon subconsciously thought that Zhang Yang would sweep the competition all the way until he got the championship. However, what happened later was beyond everyone's expectations. Not only did He-chan easily defeat Zhang Yang, it was even more effortless to crush. The moment Zhang Yang fell, it also made the high wall in Gao Changwon's heart, which had trapped him, come crashing down. It made him realize that in this world, nothing was invincible. Learning all this, the corner of He-chan's mouth twitched. So, he himself was indirectly allowing him to regain his confidence and find himself? It only felt like the plot was a bit of a ripoff. But considering such a cruel world, the strong are honored, the weak don't even deserve status. He-chan could understand. One could only say that the heart, with different experiences, was born with different personalities. Some people were born more hot-blooded. Speaking perhaps of people like Gao Changwon. Alright, if there's nothing else, the match begins. After the referee on the side finished speaking, he blew his whistle. The battle officially began. I'll go all out. Gao Changwon turned his previous attitude around and became serious and grave. A lime green mecha suddenly landed beside him. It was 4 to 5 meters tall, with some alien sci-fi style. Gao Changwon entered the cockpit. He-chan also summoned Mechagodzilla, and as soon as its 7 or 8 meter height appeared, it shocked everyone. Wow, this is He-chan's mecha? Why does it feel like something has changed? It's changed. The guts don't seem to have changed again. It seems to be more bitter. And the tail has an extra drill? I remember the claws weren't like this before. Has it been upgraded? No, my family's always been like that. With the appearance of He-chan's mecha, countless people boiled over, especially He-chan's fans. Their excited hearts and trembling hands. Su Qian'er and He Qingxue stared wide-eyed. Go for it. Qingxue, her brother. Social cow Su Qian'er directly raised a glow stick and loudly shouted cheer for He-chan. This made He Qingxue a little embarrassed. Luckily, no one knew that her name was just He Qingxue. After all, compared to Su Qian'er, He Qingxue was considered to be more socially awkward. Hey, my social cow bosom friend can you stop for a while? He Qingxue's heart is too bitter to speak. Of course, inside her heart, she must also be shouting cheer for He-chan. It's just that the gap between the years has kept her from shouting out those words in the open. It was a bit hard to untie the knot in her heart. Rumble. In the ring, the battle between the two began. Neither showed too much bottom at the beginning, but instead used the most primitive way of fighting. Substitute physical combat. Mainly, He-chan didn't detect too much killing intent from his opponent. Plus, the other party had a good attitude at first. It made He-chan feel that it was not bad to play with him, and only then did he not kill him in seconds at first. It's just right to briefly test Godzilla's current strength. This was another of He-chan's thoughts. Although Godzilla was definitively not strong enough to be his opponent, but fighting him would give He-chan a rough idea of his current strength, which was not bad. Boom! Gao Changwon punched head-on, and Godzilla's deep sharp claws resisted the entire force. It was easy and effortless. On the contrary, Gao Changwon, who had taken the initiative to attack, began to ooze cold sweat on his forehead, because he realized that after this punch was caught by He-chan, he was using all his strength. It would be difficult to advance any further. The difference in strength was too great. Gao Changwon took a backward step, activated the mech's propulsion device, and flew into mid-air. In the competition, it was actually possible to fly. After all, flight is a function that many mechs possessed. It was even an area that some mechs excelled in. Some, for example, were well suited for aerial combat, and some mechs were designed for aerial combat. If flight was not allowed, it would be fatal to such mechs. There would be no fairness in the competition. Gao Changwon's mech was the one that was most suitable for aerial combat. The flight speed was fast, and with a whir of the jet device underneath its feet, it was allowed to soar dozens of meters into the air. Wow! The spectators exclaimed at the sight of this scene. Vertical flight. This requires a high level of mech performance, and it also has great requirements for mech master operation. Yeah, this kid has some skills. There aren't many mechs suitable for aerial combat. It's still the first time I've seen a true aerial combat mech in the arena. The crowd was impressed with Gao Chen, looking forward to his next performance. Buzz. However, a sonic boom sounded, like something had violently exploded. The ring under He Chen's feet shattered due to the powerful thrust, cracking in all directions in a spider web. Mechagodzilla also suddenly flew into the air. Gao Changwan's eyes lurched, then became terrified as in the blink of an eye. He Chen flew to a higher position above him. Boom! Mechagodzilla slammed his fist down, and Gao Changwang only felt a terrifying and overwhelming force pouring out, causing him to lose all possibility of fighting back. Red light flashed in the cockpit as the mech went out of control and lit up with a red light. It fell downwards uncontrollably. This! Countless people stared with wide eyes, originally expecting Gao Changwan to put on a spectacular show. As a result, this rumble, Gao Changwan's mecha, heavily smashed into the ring, sending out a loud bang. Smoke and dust briefly obscured everyone's vision. On the other hand, Mechagodzilla landed gracefully and didn't continue to make a move, but quietly looked into the smoke and dust. I surrender. After a few seconds passed, Gao Changwang's voice came out from inside. Surrendered. Abstained. The entire arena was in an uproar, none of them expecting to die such a result. It was the first time a player had voluntarily surrendered, but once they thought that the opponent was He Chen, they felt normal. After the smoke cleared, Gao Changwang had already lifted his mecha form. I'm not your opponent, Gao Changwang said frankly. This kind of result, he had actually expected it. The reason why he didn't surrender at first was just to test the gap between him and He Chen. As a result, he understood that punch, if not for He Chen's mercy, he would probably have been carried to the hospital by now. Thanks for being merciful. Gao Changwang bowed at He Chen, then turned around and walked out of the ring. At the same time, inside a separate private room, a long-legged young girl wearing leather pants was watching the match while crossing her legs. The young girl's face was always expressionless. It wasn't until the end of the match that the slightest hint of disdain and a cold smile was revealed on her face. He Chen? It was indeed somewhat interesting. The young girl's tone was cold and indifferent as she shook her head slightly, always with a careless stance. A professional mecha master could tell more than normal people from a battle. In her opinion, this He Chen did have some strength, but it was limited to the semi-finals here. The young girl didn't think that this level of He Chen could pose a threat to her. Wan Qing, the match is about to start. Quickly prepare to go on stage. A voice from behind suddenly came. Chen Wanqing turned around to see that it was her little sister Chen Yaoyao. Nodding her head, Chen Wanqing walked out of the private room. This victory symbolized that He Chen had officially entered the final stage of the semifinals. One more win and it's the final. He Chen began to look forward to it. Turning his head, he looked towards the trophy for this match that was quietly placed on the high platform. As long as he got that and obtained the Earth Core Energy Crystal Core, he himself would be able to enter the golden rank with peace of mind. As I said before, the golden rank machine was the watershed of strength for all mecha masters. At that time, He Chen will usher in another surge of strength, and in the future, there would be no need to worry about energy anymore. The Earth's core energy crystals were enough to make Mechagodzilla for subsequent use. Your brother is too powerful. Su Qianer acted excited. He Qingxue just nodded, thinking something in her heart. Aren't you happy, Qingxue? Su Qianer saw that He Qingxue was not in the right state. No, He Qingxue denied. Of course I'm happy, it's just that I'm wondering if my brother can get the championship or not. Definitely can. Don't worry, Su Qianer comforted. Perhaps it was the impression He Chen had left on He Qingxue over the years. Even if He Chen's last few matches were beyond everyone's expectations, He Qingxue was still a bit worried as well. However, after thinking about it, she could only silently shout cheers for He Chen in her heart. As a younger sister, at the same time, she also hoped that He Chen would be able to keep it up smoothly and not get injured in another match. Because the later the contestants were, the stronger they were. It represented the more brutal the match would be. How about that? I told you it was expected. Lin Yanran patted Chun Yi's shoulder and said proudly. She knew that trusting He Chen was accurate. Yes, everything you said is right. Chun Yi was so happy in her heart that she didn't bother to bicker with Lin Yanyan. Because He Chen's match was over, the two decided to leave first. After all, they had only come this time to watch He Chen and had little interest in anyone else. He Chen returned to the box, came to the refrigerator, opened it, took out a bottle of chilled cola from it and proceeded to drink it all in one go. Then he turned on the air conditioner of the box. After doing this, he sat on the sofa and rested. There are still 3 matches left, it's her right. He Chen stared out the window, from where he could overlook the ring. At this time, the host was in the process of introducing the next match. He Chen was still quite curious about Chen Wanqing. Of course, it wasn't fear. With his current strength, not to mention one Chen Wanqing, Even a few more would have to be killed by Mechagodzilla in seconds. The only thing I was curious about was that it was said that the other party's mech configuration was very luxurious. A set of A-ranked accessories obtained from a high-level secret realm. This level of accessories was already considered the ceiling-level mecha accessories that ordinary people had access to. It was second only to the S, SS, and SSS grades. That's why He-Chen was eager to see it for himself, to see if the truth was really as rumored. The first to make an appearance was a muscular strong man. This man was from the 4th middle school, 5 big and 3 thick. Just by looking at his size, he was a far cry from the average person. This guy's mecha, it's dual attribute. Yeah, I remember him. He directly tyrannized his opponent in the last match. I can't believe it's him against Chen Wanqing. Goddess won't be eliminated in this match, right? Many people were deeply impressed by this muscular strongman. It was because this guy's previous few matches could be described as brutal to the level of brutality, the kind that directly beat his opponents to death. Even if he knew that his opponent was undefeatable, he should still lay his hands on him, running to take his opponent's life like that. So many people remembered him. Yo, it's actually such a good-looking girl. Wang Yunyang had read the list and knew that the opponent this time was a sister, but he didn't expect the opponent to be so good-looking. The thought of roughing up such a little beauty in a while made him a little impatient. I think it's better like this. You surrender now and forget about it, so that you don't have to suffer from flesh and blood in a while. What do you think? Wang Yunyang said with a bad smile. Of course he knew that it was impossible for Chen Wanqing to surrender. There weren't a few simple ones that could advance all the way to this point. The reason why he said that was just because he was looking at Chen Wanqing's good looks and thought of flirting with the other party. Chen Wanqing said nothing with a cold face. A 10-meter high void portal suddenly opened around her. Then, a snow-white mecha stepped out from inside. Noble and cold. These were the first words that flashed in everyone's mind when they saw this mech. Wang Yunyang's pupil shrank and immediately summoned his own mech as well. In comparison, Wang Yunyang's mech was not as eye-catching. In that case, you can't blame me. The words fell. A terrifying thrust erupted from the propulsion device behind Wang Yunyang's mech, causing Wang Yunyang to rush towards Chen Wanqing. Chen Wanqing stood still for a moment. In the mech's hands, 2 more sawtooth power daggers had suddenly appeared. The moment Wang Yunyang rushed over, Chen Wanqing slid down to make the mech glide against the ground. Stabbing. The serrated power daggers in her hands slashed along the side of Wang Yunyang's mech. Sparks flew when the surface layer was cut open, revealing the transistors and cables underneath. Ha! Wang Yunyang was dumbfounded. He did not expect Chen Wanqing to move so swiftly and flexibly. Before he could react, Chen Wanqing had already appeared behind him. The 2 serrated power daggers spun at a speed of hundreds of revolutions per second. Buzz buzz buzz. Wang Yunyang only felt a coldness in his back, thinking that it was over. And just as he turned back, Chen Wanqing's 2 serrated power daggers had already landed. Put. The daggers that rotated at high speeds landed directly on the neck of Wang Yunyang's mech, between the flashes of lightning and fire. Boom! The mech driven by Wang Yunyang was hacked by the sawtooth power dagger. A burst of fire and sparks ignited, until the mech's head fell to the ground. Wang Yunyang's entire body was in a state of confusion. This is the end? On the scene, everyone was at a loss. The crowd looked at each other, one more confused than the other, one more shocked than the other. It was unthinkable that the match had only begun, and it ended in such a way. Rumble! Wang Yunyang's mecha lost its system center and fell heavily onto the ring, before disintegrating on its own. Chen Wanqing glanced over with a cold expression. Don't kill me. Frightened, Wang Yunyang immediately knelt on the ground and said in horror, rubbish. Chen Wanqing naturally wouldn't kill painfully, but what she despised the most was this kind of person who was greedy and afraid of death, especially since she remembered this guy just a few minutes ago. He was still clamoring for his surrender. As a result, he was now on his knees begging for mercy. At a glance, it was the kind of person who was afraid of softness. Chen Wanqing spat with her eyes and immediately walked out of the ring. At this time, the host hurriedly walked up to the ring and announced, the winner of this match is Chen Wanqing. Wow! 66,666. Say, who is this woman? So powerful. Wang Yunyang, people are stupid. I did not expect the match to end so quickly. Ha ha ha. People are Chen Wanqing. Ah. You guys actually don't know? Her strength is on the same echelon as Zhang Yang. Nonsense. My goddess Chen is obviously much more powerful than Zhang Yang, alright. After Chen Wanqing stepped down from the stage, she continued to return to the box to rest. As for preparation, Chen Wanqing did not think it was too necessary. This was because the winner of this year's competition was basically not her. The only thing that made her somewhat interested, it was He-Chen. However, she didn't think that He-Chen would be her opponent. It wasn't pride, it was confidence in her own strength. From childhood to adulthood, Chen Wanqing was a top genius. and under the family's care, she had grown up fast along the way. In this aspect of mecha combat, among people of the same age at the same level, currently, she hadn't encountered any that could make her feel tricky. As for Zhang Yang, who was being rumored by many people in the outside world, Chen Wanqing thought that after matching that set of top-level mech accessories, at most 5 rounds, the opponent would fall into his hands. Today's match was exceptionally intense. After all, it was a competition for the top 10. Only the rewards of the top 10 were enough to make people's hearts flutter. Therefore many people's goal, at first, was to squeeze into the top 10. It wasn't until noon. The top 10 players finally stood out. Waiting until the afternoon, the real semifinals finally began. The audience who dispersed to rest and eat returned to the arena. The fervor did not diminish. Because of the morning's warm-up, the audience was even more enthusiastic than before. Meals were provided in the arena. He-chan didn't go home, ate inside the arena, and then was led by the staff. He went to hold the draw for the afternoon match. The results came out quickly. It's actually the first match? Looking at the results of the draw, He-chan cried and laughed a little. He was the first match in the afternoon. The opponent was a cute girl with glasses, a small and cute figure, and a double ponytail. He-chan looked at the other side. The other side also looked at He-chan. The two of them looked at each other with a tacit understanding. And again, they smiled at each other very tacitly. Only this time, the little cute girl seemed a bit embarrassed and shyly lowered her head. He-chan couldn't say that he was stunningly handsome, but it is also handsome features, a clean face, a little makeup directly out of the kind of existence. The average little girl really can't resist. Leaving from the lottery site, He-chan went back to the box to continue to rest. Until half an hour later, the sound of the host reading the opening remarks rang out outside. Knock knock knock. The staff knocked on the door, and when the door opened, the other party said, "Hello Mr. He, the first match is about to start. Please join us backstage to get ready." He-chan followed the staff to the backstage. He waited until the host finished reading the opening speech. "Let's phantom the contestant for the first match. Lin Coco." Lin Coco? He-chan thought of the little munchkin who had locked eyes with him not long ago. Then, the host read He-chan's name again. And at this moment, countless people in the audience revealed expectant eyes. Lin Yanran, Shan Yi, Su Qianer, He-ching Xue and others. There was also Jiang Zhengnan and a bunch of other bigwigs in the luxurious spectator area. "I never thought that the first match would be him." Jiang Zhengnan sighed. Lu Rui nodded. "Then it seems like there shouldn't be any suspense." The ring. "Hello, brother He-chan." To He-chan's surprise, Lin Coco didn't make a big deal out of messing with the opponent's mindset like the other contestants when she came up. Instead, she very politely and courteously called out brother. The main thing was that the little girl's smile was too sweet. It gave people a feeling of harmlessness. Coupled with Lin Coco's natural youthful looks, it gave people a sense of protectiveness. Ordinary people really couldn't lay their hands on it. "Aha, hello." He-chan responded politely and then said seriously. "Then, start, right?" There wasn't a single simple one who could advance to the top 10. Although He-chan's strength was crushing, he didn't want to be careless. No need to fight. I admit defeat." Who knew? Lin Coco's words caught everyone present off guard. Admitted defeat? What the hell? He-chan's second battle today. I've been looking forward to it for half a day. But as a result, you told me to admit defeat? This girl wouldn't be playing psychological warfare, would she? Pretending to surrender first to make her opponent relax his guard? The audience completely exploded. Countless people were dumbfounded for a while, not expecting Lin Coco to surrender right at the beginning. Since last time, none of them had seen He-chan take out his true strength. They were all looking forward to He-chan's performance today. As a result, several of He-chan's opponents had basically surrendered. This luck was too good, right? Chen Wanqing stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, her eyes looking at this scene with disdain. Advancing until now, a few opponents in a row had either let go or surrendered. This made her deeply doubt He-chan's strength, and there was always a feeling that the other party had relied purely on luck to advance to this point. Even Chen Wanqing felt that He-chan had spent money to buy out all his opponents in advance. Thinking of this, Chen Wanqing couldn't help but shake her head. She despised this kind of person the most, but there was no harm in it. Anyway, in the next match, the two would meet sooner or later. She would make He-chan dream shattered on the field of play. Oh, in the face of Lin Coco's surrender, He-chan just let out an "oh." So high and mighty? Lin Coco thought that He-chan would be surprised, but she didn't expect it to be so high and cold. But well, she liked it. "You don't ask me why I surrendered? Not interested. Well, actually I'm your fan," Lin Coco said in a serious manner. "I know that I'm not your rival brother He-chan, and then you are actually quite handsome. Wasn't this the scene of the match? How come you're talking about this? The audience straight away called out good guy. For a while it was indistinguishable from the match scene, or the confession scene. Cough cough. This is not the time to commit philandering. Are you sure you want to surrender? The referee was a bit embarrassed at the side. What's with the chatting? Aha! Lin Coco nodded her head. Good and serious. Not like she was lying at all. Well then, I declare this match. Hee-chan is the winner. The referee immediately pronounced the sentence. Then Hee-chan directly left the field. Seeing this, everyone went all numb. All three opponents surrendered. This was too much of a coincidence, right? This made more people start to think, could Hee-chan's advancement all the way to this point really be due to luck? It was undeniable that Hee-chan did have strength. However, in this downtown tournament, there were as many strong people as there were clouds, and the one thing that was not lacking was heavenly pride. Because of this, it's only the heavenly pride that's the threshold for the downtown tournament. Therefore, Hee-chan has the strength, but whether he deserves the ranking he achieved, some people began to have doubts in their hearts. Among them, the bigwigs who sat in the same private room as Jiang Zhangnan even began to think that there was something fishy going on here. After all, the other party was a player that Jiang Zhangnan had championed. It really wasn't difficult to think of any tricks. Jiang Zhangnan was unaware of this matter, and if he knew, he would have had to hold his tongue. After all, he wasn't a brainwashed person. The reason why he supported Hee-chan, on the one hand, was because Hee-chan had previously killed 3 of his gold-ranked mecha master henchmen, a silver-ranked, single-handedly killing 3 gold-ranked. No one would dare to believe it. And then the wonderful performance in the secret realm later on, taking down a group of platinum-ranked mechs with ease. Is this all just luck? The first match was Hee-chan, and in the 5th match, it was finally Chen Wanqing's turn to play. Just like before, it was the same second kill. It wasn't that the opponent was too weak, but that Chen Wanqing was too strong. This caused many people to start paying attention to this not very famous, but she was a strong girl. Subsequently, after learning from the people around them that this was the youngest daughter of the Chen family, many people were shocked and began to pay attention to Chen Wanqing. Chen family, a year mentioned, like a thunderous famous family. At one time, it had become a synonym for prominence in people's mouths. However, because of some reasons, the Chen family gradually went into decline, has not appeared in people's ears for a long time. Bringing it up this time made many people think of something that happened a long time ago. One could not help but sigh. I can't believe this is that young daughter of the Chen family. I've always heard about it, but this is the first time I've seen it. Yeah, looks really pretty. Same as her mom. Genes are too good. Strength is also strong. Has her dad's style back then. Haven't you heard that the waves after the Yangtze River are stronger than the waves after them? In my opinion, this Chen Wanqing must be even more powerful than her dad back then. Envious. I also want such a little daughter. The top 5 of the downtown tournament came out. In addition to Hee-chan, then Chen Wanqing, the others were Gao Tianyi from the 4th middle school, Cheng Wanqiu from the 1st middle school, and there was another one that was not unfamiliar to everyone. It was Wang Yunyang's schoolmate before, also one of his best friends, called Wang Chang. After Wang Yunyang was killed by Chen Wanqing in seconds, he had been clamoring that he would take revenge on Wang Yunyang and defeat Chen Wanqing in the finals. And this was in addition to Chen Wanqing. The one that caught Hee-chan's attention the most was that Gao Tianyi, a very clean-cut girl with a tall figure, although not very old, but very well developed. Of course the reason that made Hee-chan notice her wasn't because of good looks and a good figure. It was mainly because in his previous life, Hee-chan had an impression of her. Within the next year, this girl would be upgraded at a rapid pace as if she had opened the 2nd chakra, promoting to the platinum rank within a year. In her previous life, this was simply enough of a myth to shock the world. So Hee-chan had an impression of her. Originally, with this kind of qualification strength, the future must be bright and promising. But what happened behind? All the crystal iron was controlled, and the mech became scrap iron, causing Gao Tianyi's originally supposedly brilliant bang to come to an end. Thinking of this, Hee-chan's heart is a little complicated. But living a new life, or that, one will never let similar things happen again. The host took all the advanced contestants and called them to the ring. He then introduced the top 5 winners of this competition to everyone. Let's start with Mirage, Gao Tianyi. Loud applause rang out from the stage. These were the top 5 that stood out from the dozens of contestants. Everyone had extraordinary strength. In this kind of world where the strong are honored, people felt adoration from the inside. And then there's Cheng Huanshu. There was another burst of cheers from the audience. Su Qian'er and He Qingxue were applauding. Su Qian'er stretched her neck and couldn't wait. Really? Why isn't it your brother yet? The words just fell. The host then said, and then the strongest dark horse of this year, the one who was killed all the way up to now, Hee-chan. Wow, your brother is here. your brother is here. Su Qian'er revealed an excited expression. In comparison, He Qingxue, her own sister, was much more calm. However, the moment she saw He Chen appear, He Qingxue's face also revealed a smile after a long time. Everyone, first of all, congratulations to all of you for being able to make it all the way to the top and advance to this point. Do you have anything you want to say? The crowd briefly said their testimonials. He Chen felt a bit awkward, so he casually glossed over it. At this time, it was also among the crowd on stage that two familiar figures were seen, Lin Yanran and Chen Yi. The two smiled at He Chen. Very tacit understanding. It was a bit of a surprise that these two were able to come to the scene to watch their match. The host opened his mouth and asked, everyone, you have now advanced to the top 5, and you will be able to receive generous rewards and resource rewards next, regardless of whether you can continue to win or not. May I ask if you want to continue to compete? The top 5 competitions were usually very cruel, because everyone was so strong, they could only go all out, and there would be all sorts of deadly fights occurring. Previously in this level of competition, after most of the players finished competing, they went back to having to lie down for a week. Some are even beaten in half. So if the players had a good mindset and weren't so demanding, abstaining now would be the best choice. Continue. Chen Wanqing was the first to speak. With a cold expression, she always seemed to be unconcerned about everything. Abstain? What a joke. Her goal this time was the championship. Me too. Then Wang Chang also spoke. Then came Chang Huanshu. Gao Tianyi was the last to speak. Continue. We've come this far. I don't want to stop halfway. Same. He Chen nodded from the side. Very good. Such a result was somewhat out of the host's expectations, and he said happily, I can't imagine that the current session's contestants all chose to fight until the end. Courage is to be congratulated. The contestants of this session could be described as gods and goddesses. This kind of intensity was the first time this kind of match had appeared in the previous downtown tournaments held in the past. If it were anyone else, they would most likely consider calling it a day at this point. If you wanted to compete for first place, you had to have the guts and strength to do so. It could be seen that everyone was confident in their strength. Very well, then for now, please go back to rest properly for the time being, and then prepare for the next match. The host invited all the contestants back to the arena. The contestants were full of confidence, and their fighting spirit was expensive. It was time to prepare for the real final. For the real final, the final was scheduled for 8 o'clock in the evening. All the contestants had a good rest for the afternoon and were almost recovered. At 7 o'clock in the evening, the staff knocked on the door of the room and handed He Chen the competition rules for this competition. Hello Mr. He, please watch the rules incomparably carefully. The competition will start in an hour, the staff said in a polite tone. Aha! He Chen responded and returned to the room with the rule card. Sitting on the sofa, he crossed his legs and watched for a while. It's actually this kind of rule? Unlike what He Chen thought, the rules use the Overlord will battle to decide the winner. That is, before the match started, all players could voluntarily mount the ring one by one, and then the other players would challenge them in turn. If the person in the ring was defeated, then the winner would remain in the ring and wait for the next person to challenge. If no one challenges, then the person in the ring will be the winner of the match. And because the Overlord who went up to the stage for the wheel battle did so voluntarily, thus there was no unfairness to speak of. A bit interesting. It was the first time He Chen had encountered this kind of competition rule. After thinking about it for a moment, it should be a decision made by the organizers in order to make the competition more exciting. Half an hour passed. Led by the staff, He Chen arrived at the backstage of the competition. Here, Chen Wanqing, Cheng Wanshu, Wang Chang and Gao Tianyi were already present. At this time, Zhang Junliang came to the crowd and said, how's it going? The rules of the match. I think all of you have figured it out, right? Understood. The crowd returned. Zhang Junliang nodded. Very well, then next everyone get ready. The finals will begin soon. The few people present, other than He Chen and Chen Wanqing, everyone else was more or less nervous, especially Wang Chang, although he swore in his heart that he would definitely avenge Wang Yunyang. However, Wang Chang didn't think in his heart that he was definitely Chen Wanqing's opponent. The one who was slightly more calm was Gao Tianyi. This girl looked at He Chen from time to time, not knowing what she was thinking. Outside, Zhang Juiliang's voice suddenly rang out. Everyone, welcome to today's finals. In tonight, the downtown tournament will determine the final winner, and the winner's reward. I think everyone already knows. A mechanism suddenly opened at the top of the arena, and then, a round pendant fell out from it. At the same time, the lights of the entire arena shot towards the pendant, only to see that within it, an aquamarine-colored, energy crystal core that emitted a brilliant light under the illumination of the lights appeared there. The surface was covered with exquisite lines, It was like a work of art of stunning color. Gosh, is this the reward for that first place? The Earth Core Energy Crystal Core? I didn't expect to see it with my own eyes at the scene today. My god, it's so beautiful. Is this thing the energy core that can drive an epic mech? I have no regrets if I get to see it. So handsome. If only I could have one. Give you one? Are you kid not awake? Do you know how rare this thing is? The audience was in an uproar, and tens of thousands of people completely exploded the moment they saw the Earth Core Energy Crystal Core. The scene was filled with cries of shock, and countless people had shocked faces. It was because this kind of thing was something that many people would never be able to come into contact with in their entire lives. To be able to get a glimpse of it today was already a three-life blessing for many people. At the same time, Lin Yanran and Shen Yi couldn't help but take off their sunglasses and looked over carefully, their gazes attracted by the Earth Core Energy Crystal Core. This was something that even they could rarely see. Wow! As long as your brother wins, he can get that A. Su Qian'er was incredibly excited at the moment, in a trance as if she was dreaming. The legendary Earth Core Energy Crystal Core. It actually really appeared in front of her eyes. Even if it was just to satiate her eyes, it was not bad. Aha! He Qingxue nodded heavily, looking in the direction of the Earth Core Energy Crystal Core, her pupils shrinking slightly. Zhang Junliang revealed a pleased smile. The main reason for letting the Earth Core Energy Crystals meet everyone in advance was to inspire the players' fighting spirit. It obviously worked. The contestants' eyes similarly glowed, their gazes deadpan at the top of the arena. The match had officially begun. On the ring, Zhang Junliang looked at Yi Chen and the others and spoke. Come on then, who is willing to be the first overlord and accept the challenge from the others? These words came out. The crowd looked at each other with some hesitation. Wang Chang wanted to go up, but after thinking about it for a moment, his legs and feet hastily retracted just as he took a step. Gao Tianyi and Cheng Huanqiu were dumbfounded, but they eventually gave up the idea. The first one needs to face the wheel battle of other people. The first win. There is a second and third. Who could guarantee to win all the time? Therefore, without much confidence and certainty, none of them were willing to take the risk. Chen Wanqing glanced around with a cold and clear expression. Seeing that everyone was motionless, her eyes were more or less disdainful, and then she took a step out of her beautiful legs and walked up to the ring under the astonished gazes of the crowd. Zhang Junliang was not surprised by this at all. Knowing that there were 5 contestants on the scene, Chen Wanqing would definitely be the first one to take the stage. Other than her, others didn't have that strength, nor were they qualified. Although He Chen, who was only a bit behind, was also possible, but through his private understanding of He Chen, knowing that He Chen was more stable, it was unlikely that he would take the risk. My goddess is so brave. The first overlord to ascend the stage to face a rotating challenge from its people. This, worthy of being Chen Wanqing, it has the demeanor of her father back then. Impressive enough. I'm rather looking forward to who will have the guts to be the first to challenge Chen Wanqing. The crowd came to be excited. It had to be said that the organizing hair was in such a way that the 5 contestants would decide the winner. It was indeed a great probability to increase the enthusiasm of the audience to watch the match. The main focus was one of excitement and attracting eyeballs. Under the stage, Gao Tianyi, Wang Chang and the others once again looked at each other. You looked at me. I looked at you. For a while, no one actually dared to go up to the stage to meet the battle. What? No one is coming? Chen Wanqing yawned in boredom. According to the rules, if no one dared to go up to the stage to meet the battle, then she would directly become the biggest winner of the match, directly winning first place. Although she had won, it was somewhat boring for Chen Wanqing to win in such a manner. Perhaps it was because of her unique bad taste. She preferred winning after tyrannizing her opponent with her strength. I'll do it. At this time, the youth standing beside He Chen shouted. Chang Wanqiu, of the 5, it could be said that he was the one with the least presence. Because of this, it was also the most mysterious one. People didn't know much about his strength, and they weren't very familiar with the performance of his mech. If it wasn't for the fact that Cheng Huanqiu's name was alluded to in the promotion list, perhaps many people had little impression of him. Some people looked at Cheng Huanqiu suspiciously. It was unthinkable that this guy actually had the guts to challenge Chen Wanqing. Could it be that there was some kind of misunderstanding about his strength? However, there were also people who had mixed views. These people had carefully watched Cheng Huansu's matches before and knew that this guy had 2 tricks up his sleeve. Maybe there's a killer weapon that's not being used. Also, you can't underestimate any of the top 5 players. There's something there. Didn't several of the so-called talented players before get seconded by the cooler players? Yeah, like that He Chen. No one was optimistic about him at the beginning, but he ended up directly killing Luo Tianhang and that guy who was the favorite to win the championship. This was something no one could say for sure. After all, it was a competition, and it wasn't as if the peaks and valleys of the routines had never been seen before. Seeing Cheng Huanqiu on the stage, Chen Wanqing remained indifferent. Seeing this, Zhang Junliang finally revealed an expression of relief. Fortunately, he was worried that Chen Wanqing was giving too much pressure, and the others would not dare to go on stage. In that case, the effect of the program would be gone. Who would pay attention to the downtown tournament in the future? Then let the competition begin. Zhang Junliang said. Chen Wanqiu and Chen Wanqing each summoned their own mechs. Both sides' mechs reached a size of over 6-7 meters. Standing on the stage, it was like two giants facing each other. Chen Wanqing, like before, summoned two sawtooth power hands in her hands. In Chen Wanqiu's hand, a huge energy shield appeared out of thin air. The battle was imminent. This time, Chen Wanqing took the lead, intending to fight quickly. Seeing this, Chen Wanqiu did not dare to be slow, and the energy shield in his hand protected in front of him. Clang! Snort snort! The sawtooth power dagger slashed at the energy shield. The cutting force from the high-speed rotation. Sparks splashed in all directions for a while, and soon, the energy shield in Chen Wanqiu's hand was sliced hard with a crack. Chen Wanqiu looked startled. This energy shield of his was a B+ mech accessory, but it actually couldn't last even 10 seconds? Hurriedly, he blasted out a punch with his other hand, then pulled away. Inside the mecha cabin, Chen Wanqiu's forehead was covered in cold sweat, realizing that Chen Wanqing was indeed not an ordinary opponent. In terms of mecha attributes and configurations, he couldn't even compare to the other party. And at this time, Chen Wanqing had already charged over again. Boom boom boom. This time, Chen Wanqing fired a few energy bombs from her palm. Chen Wanqiu blocked them with his energy shield, but a large amount of smoke filled the air. Not good. Chen Wanqiu was blocked from sight by this smoke. And at this time, outside the smoke, a laser swept through. Swoosh. Boom boom boom. Wherever it was swept, violent explosions rang out. Although Chen Wanqiu reacted in the first place, he was still hit in the shoulder, and black smoke immediately rose. The smoke dispersed. A figure violently killed. It was Chen Wanqing. Two sawtooth power dagger blades were like shooting stars. Boom! Chen Wanqiu still didn't react. The chest of the mech was cut out with two huge gaps, revealing the cables and precision parts inside. Chen Wanqiu clenched his teeth, knowing that he was definitely no match for Chen Wanqing. Still, he put up a fight, and with a clench of his teeth, he slammed the energy shield in his hand down heavily, but just halfway through the smash, before it landed on Chen Wanqing, the energy shield was blocked by something installed in the air. Chen Wanqiu looked up and was surprised to find that Chen Wanqing's back of the mech, at some point stretched out a mechanical arm that was more than 10 meters long. The mechanical arm was actually deadening the energy shield that he had smashed halfway to the ground, intercepting it in the air. As the mechanical arm exerted a force, boom! The energy shield in Chen Wanqiu's hand suddenly shattered, turning into countless crystal fragments that fell to the ground. Chen Wanqing seized this opportunity, two serrated power daggers, and violently threw them out, instantly piercing through the core of Chen Wansu's mech's chest. Rumble! Then in everyone's shocked gazes, Chen Wansu's mecha just collapsed onto the ring. Crap! In the audience, some people let out exclamations of shock and disbelief. One had to know that Chen Wanqing and Chen Wanqiu were both in the top 5. Some people thought that there would be an exciting fight. As a result, Chen Wanqiu didn't last more than 3 rounds, and for 3 rounds, Chen Wanqiu was simply rubbed on the ground. This gap is also too big, right? Chen Wanqing's valiant and heroic posture, the posture of winning the battle easily and effortlessly, was directly sucking up countless people. Phew! Inside the cabin, Chen Wanqing took a deep breath. Immediately, she temporarily lifted the state of the mecha, and the entire person stood on the ring with her hands clasped to her chest. Like a king, she scrutinized the crowd below the stage. Too strong this woman. I like it. Yes, too domineering. This if married home later shall not be beaten every day. Being said to be beaten, being able to marry Chen Wanqing makes me work as an ox. Brother, let's not daydream in broad daylight, okay? This woman seems to be the number 1 in this year's downtown competition. In the midst of countless people's murmurs, Gao Tianyi Wang Chang's mindset had also undergone some sort of change, especially Wang Chang. Earlier, he had yelled that he wanted to bring up Wang Yunyang for revenge, but when he saw Chen Wanqing win over Chen Wanqiu with a crushing advantage, his heart was thinking otherwise. Not to mention winning. In exchange for him going up, he may not be able to hold out for 3 rounds off. This woman is simply perverted. The woman is simply perverted. Gao Tianyi God glanced at He Chen and Wang Chang, and saw that both of them did not move. She realized that this pizza, the next should be the 3 of them competing for the second place. After all, looking at the situation like this, she didn't think He Chen and Wang Chang would dare to go up and challenge Chen Wanqing. At this moment, Chen Wanqing's eyes suddenly landed on He Chen. Is this it? It wasn't that she looked down on He-Chen, but she originally thought that He-Chun would go up and challenge her anyway. As it turned out, he didn't even dare to challenge her. She was disappointed by this. Gosh. Su Qian'er's expression was stunned, not expecting Chen Wanqing to be so powerful. Qing Xue, your brother second place is actually not bad. Qing Xue turned back to reveal a smile. She no longer expected He-Chen to take first place. The reward for second place was just as generous anyway. You're worried about your brother, right? Su Qian'er saw what was going on. No. Qing Xue's face reddened a bit as she was dismantled. Su Qian'er saw this and revealed a bad smile. Just admit it you. In fact, in your heart, you're still worried about your brother, right? Worried about him getting hurt in the match with Chen Wanqing? Qian'er. Qing Xue's face turned even redder. If you say it again, I'll ignore you. Fine. Don't say it anymore. Su Qian'er said this on her lips, but a meaningful smile appeared on her face. Is it really like this? In the VIP audience area, Lin Yanyan's pair of long legs were slightly merged, her expression unusually grave. Long before the match, Lin Yanyan knew that Chen Wanqing would be He-Chen's biggest opponent. It was just that she didn't expect Chen Wanqing to be so strong. It seemed like even if He-Chen really went up to answer the battle, the chances of winning weren't very high. Chen Yi suddenly spoke. Actually, second place isn't bad, right? Lin Yanran twisted her head to look at her and talked. Yeah, it's just a pity. It was just a pity that she couldn't get the Earth Core Energy Crystal Core. If He-Chen got it, Lin Yanyan knew that it would be a great enhancement to himself. If he wanted to blame it, he could only blame this Chen Wanqing for being too perverted. At this stage, He-Chun couldn't possibly be a match for the other party. Jiang Zhengnan, it's time for you to roll over this time, isn't it? A group of bigwigs looked at Jiang Zhengnan, who had previously bet on He-Chen all the way and had won a fortune. It was called a complacency, but this time, they thought that Jiang Zhengnan should have flipped his car no matter what. That's right. I can't imagine that Chen family's youngest daughter. Her strength is so perverted. It seems that the rumor that she has a set of A-ranked mecha accessories that she got from the advanced secret realm is true. That mechanical arm just now is not a native accessory of the mecha as far as I can see. I also think that that set of mechanical arms is not ordinary. Old Jiang, you won't still have a head iron this time, right? Facing the teasing of the crowd, Jiang Zhengnan just smiled faintly and calmly said, what's the hurry? The match hasn't come to the end yet. Who knows who the deer will die? Jiang Zhengnan called a staff member. Help me continue to buy He-Chen. Before the exchange of chips, a one-time full investment. If you want to play big. Jiang Zhengnan relied on this ambition to get to where he was today. Are you crazy? This is interesting. Ha ha ha. In that case, I'll follow you too. Help me buy Chen Wanqing with all my chips. I'll buy Chen Wanqing too. And me. The crowd placed their bets one after another, but they all placed Chen Wanqing. Uncle Jiang, why don't you reconsider? Lu Rue, who was sitting on the side, was not calm. Jiang Zhengnan was too reckless. It's fine. Trust me. Jiang Zhengnan smiled meaningfully and stopped talking. With his turbid gaze, he looked back at the ring. If no one continues to challenge, then I announce that the winner of this year's tournament will be player Chen Wanqing. Zhang Junliang had already stepped onto the ring at this moment. The announcement was made. Seeing this, some people began to get up and leave, as there was no need to look. Today's champion must be Chen Wanqing. Meaningless. The crowd felt spoiled. The first match was exciting though, having seen Chen Wanqing's spike show. But in the end, it was only one match, and the scenes of the battle with the gods that everyone had imagined did not happen. However, at this time, a voice rang out. I'll do it. The crowd froze and immediately looked in the direction of the voice. The one who spoke was no one else but He-Chen. Holy shit, is this not afraid of death? Didn't you see how badly Chang Wanqiu was beaten just now? What courage. Yeah, another one who's going to die. There's a good show to watch. We can watch another Goddess Chen's spike show. The bigwigs who were in the same box as Jiang Zhengnan were all ready to leave the stage. Hearing this, they sat back down again. They only felt that He-Chen had some guts. It's just a pity that if you want to win a match, you can't have guts, you also have to have strength. Not bad. Thought I bought all the previous ones for nothing. A man with sunglasses next to Jiang Zhengnan patted his shoulder. It's not too late to regret it. If He-Chen didn't meet the battle, the previous bets would have been automatically cancelled. But now He-Chen was indeed going to take the field. Although for the bigwigs in the making, they weren't short of money. But investing all of it was also a considerable amount of money. It was enough to invest in several projects. Cut the crap. Won't we know later? Jiang Zhengnan smiled disdainfully and didn't want to explain that much. He had placed the bet in the beginning because he knew that He-Chen would definitely meet the battle. Not just talking about it. To put it bluntly, he knew He-Chen wouldn't let him down. TSK. The crowd didn't say anything when they saw how obsessed Zhang Zhengnan was. The intention was to see the outcome in a while. There would be a time for him to cry anyway. He Chen wanted to win against Chen Wanqing? One was relying on strength to crush and advance all the way to this point, and one relied on luck, with 3 opponents basically surrendering to get here. It's not certain if there were insiders during that time. He Chen can win. They are willing to cut off their heads and use them as toilets. Oops. He Qingxue was confused. Why did old brother suddenly change his mind? Thinking about what happened to Cheng Wanqiu, He Qingxue had a chill down her back. She wanted He Chen to give up the match, but at this time, she couldn't reach He Chen at all. Shouting out loud that there were too many people at the scene, He Chen wouldn't be able to hear her. Su Qian'er hurriedly comforted. Don't worry Qingxue, calm down. I can't calm down. He Qingxue was so angry that she stomped her feet, and if she could, she wanted to go all the way over the audience to the stage to stop He Chen. Chen Wanqing and He Chen looked at each other. He Chen had really come, and to be honest, Chen Wanqing was a bit surprised inside. After all, just now, she was waiting for the referee to declare her number 1, but that was fine. She had always questioned He Chen's strength before. Now whether it was false or real, a fight would tell. Very well, let me know if the two of you are ready. Zhang Junliang stood aside with a smile on his face. Ready, ready, the two of them said almost at the same time, which caused Zhang Junliang to freeze for a moment. It was quite a tacit understanding. Then, the match begins. After Zhang Junliang finished speaking, he immediately retreated to the side, making room for the two. Countless people held their breath, staring at the ring with unblinking eyes. Mechagodzilla and Chen Wanqing's Snow Maiden were summoned at the same time. In contrast, Chen Wanqing's mecha was noble and cool, while He Chen Godzilla, on the other hand, was filled with primitive dominance and killing. There was a sense of both beauty and beast. Snort snort snort! Serrated power daggers appeared in the Snow Maiden's hands, up to thousands of revolutions per second, representing that Chen Wanqing would use her full strength this time. Suddenly, the Snow Maiden moved, throwing the power dagger with both hands at full strength. The power dagger sliced through the air with a devastating cutting force, approaching He Chen at super high speed. The mechanical arm at the rear of the Snow Maiden was also stretched out at once, instantly extending several dozen meters in length. The mechanical arm stretched out into midair, like a giant palm in the sky slamming into He Chen. Everyone sucked in a breath of cool air when they saw this. This is the rhythm of using a big move as soon as it comes up? It's too ruthless, isn't it? However, what no one noticed was that at the moment Chen Wanqing made his move, Godzilla's right fist suddenly flickered like a flash of lightning, surfacing with a touch of amazing power. The next moment, the invisible energy made Mechagodzilla's body look like thunder and fire intertwined, and this terrifying power seemed to condense into substance, tearing through the sky. Inside the cabin, He Chen pushed with both hands. An energy light fist blasted out with overwhelming power, leaving a dozens of meters long column of energy light in the air. Everyone stared with wide eyes, even from a distance of tens of meters, hundreds of meters. All felt the terrifying impact, only to see, the moment Chen Wanqing's power dagger touched the energy light fist, the power dagger made of high-strength alloy instantly fell apart, the pieces crumbling in all directions. The mechanical arm that fell from the sky was shaken out by the energy. Chen Wanqing looked startled, only to feel a suffocating destructive force suddenly descend. Then, boom, her mecha, just like that, was blasted out until, flew outside the ring and flew tens of meters further, smashing into the walls of the arena. Boom! This caused the arena, which could hold tens of thousands of people, to tremble. The match had just started, but it was also over. Clattering, the ceiling shook as many of the hangings rattled, then swung down a cloud of dust. Some people who didn't stand still fell to one side and hit the railing hard. All the lights in the arena became shaky. Under everyone's dismayed gaze, Chen Wanqing's mecha first issued a system warning. Immediately after that, the mech disintegrated until it turned into a stream of energy crystals and returned to the mech space. What's the situation? Am I dreaming? Chen Wanqing, how is this possible? Holy shit, wait, what just happened? How did Chen Wanqing fly out of the ring and her mecha disintegrated? No, is that person really Chen Wanqing? Did I just watch a fake match? Couldn't the point be that the power of He Chen's punch was a little too terrifying? Hiss, I remember. Pinched the horse that punch across 200 meters I felt a terrible pressure. This Nima is a silver rank mecha master? The next moment, the entire long arena burst into a boil. Everyone went numb, all numb. Chen Wanqing, who had been pinned with high hopes, had actually just started and collapsed on the field. Ha! Zhang Juanlian's pupils shrunk violently. His expression as terrified as if he had seen a ghost. He had thought of every outcome once, but he just didn't expect the battle to end so quickly, so swiftly. He hadn't even seen clearly just now what had happened. Qingxue, your brother he. Su Qian'er couldn't help but stand up from her seat with a dumbfounded expression. Qingxue swallowed her saliva immediately afterward, wanting to say something, but the words reached her throat. But how could she not say anything for a long time? Speechless, the entire arena, after an uproar, suddenly fell into a ghost-like silence, a terrifying silence. Lin Yanran and Chen Yi looked at Chen Wanqing, who had fallen to the ground, and then looked at He Chen on the stage. Face to face, they looked at each other. At the same time, from each other's eyes, they saw shock. Chang Wanqiu, who had just been seconded by Chen Wanqing, as well as Wang Chang, Gao Tianyi, and the other players who hadn't been involved in the battle yet. They were close to writing the word shock on their faces. Before the match, they were still thinking that He Chen and Chen Wanqing would definitely fight. After they finished fighting, even if one side won, the other side would definitely be physically impaired as well. Depending on the situation at that time, they would then decide whether or not to challenge to pick up the first place. But the image that appeared before their eyes made them dismiss such thoughts. Don't ask. To ask is to not want to send death. As for many students from Jiangchang Academy, their expressions were even more incredulous, because what they wanted to see was the image of He Chen being killed in seconds. Unexpectedly, the ending was actually reversed. Thinking back to all the previous matches, but any match where the opponent didn't surrender, He Chen seemed to have crushed it. Everyone was messed up. Was this the same He Chen they remembered as the one who was hanging on by a thread? The one who was number one in theory, but whose cultivation was lagging behind his peers by a large margin, and who was about to take the college entrance exam, but was still only at the low bronze level of cultivation? This has suddenly opened the second chakra? Or was he taken away from his body? Ignoring the surprise of the people around him, He Chen glanced at Chen Wanqing, who had fallen to the ground. Are you alright? In fact, the move used just now was the perfect version of the plasma fist after the upgrade. I didn't expect it to be so powerful. He Chen had expected to just use the plasma fist to fend off Chen Wanqing's attack, then use the unit missile, or Godzilla's light to end the fight. However, he didn't expect that a single plasma fist would make Chen Wanqing lose her resistance. One should know that in He Chen's several big moves nowadays, Godzilla's light, unit missile and plasma fist could only be considered the weakest one. The power was second to Godzilla's light and unit missile. This made He Chen realize that he had still underestimated his strength today. Since the last upgrade, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that Mechagodzilla was transformed. A qualitative leap in strength. But Chen Wanqing struggled to get up from the ground, spitting out a mouthful of residual blood. That plasma punch had actually caused her to suffer internal injuries. Seeing that she was fine, He Chen slowly looked at Zhang Junliang and opened his mouth. So, can we declare the result of the match? Yes. Zhang Junliang hurriedly went up to the stage, then held up He Chen's hand and said, I announce that the winner is He Chen. Chen Wanqing is eliminated. His eyes fell on Gao Tianyi and the others downstage as Zhang Junliang continued. Next, if you want to fight for first place, you all can choose to come and challenge He Chen. However, after saying that, the few people under the stage did not move at all. There was no intention of going on stage at all. You all have 5 minutes to consider, Zhang Junliang said. After saying that, he silently retreated to the side and waited for the 5 minutes to end. He Chen wasn't in a hurry. Anyway, after 5 minutes, the first place would be his. This amount of time was still affordable to wait. Ha ha ha. Inside the box, Zhang Jingnan's smug laughter resounded as he looked at the crowd with a disdainful expression. Where are those people who said I was old and foolish before those people? Facing Zhang Jingnan's provocation, the crowd did not say a word. Not a single word could be said, because this time the face was hit with a real pain. How arrogant they were before. How much they felt that Zhang Jingnan was old and confused. How embarrassing their situation was now. How groundless they were. A few of the most ferocious screaming, now being so mocked by Zhang Jingnan, could not wait to find a crack in the ground to drill in. Soon as time passed, 5 minutes were about to pass. It was only one step away from whether or not He Chen would win the championship. During this period, the two of them, He Qingxue and Su Qian'er, were tense to the extreme. They only hoped that accidents wouldn't happen. It was good that everything was peaceful in the end. As the 5-minute countdown ended on the big screen, Zhang Junliang re-entered the ring and announced, Everyone, I now announce that the champion of this year's downtown tournament is He Chen. After saying that, he raised He Chen's right arm. The crowd, who had been anticipating this for a long time, boiled over as the arena erupted into violent shouts of surprise. Wow, great Qingxue, your brother really got the championship. Su Qian'er excitedly hugged He Qingxue at once. The two of them hugged each other tightly. Su Qian'er clearly felt He Qingxue's body trembling. It was evident that the other party's surface was calm. but she was actually in an even more exhilarated mood than herself. After announcing the champion, Zhang Junliang heaved a sigh of relief, his eyes sizing up He-chun from time to time. It was unthinkable that Zhang Chang had actually accepted such a top demonic genius, a demonic heavenly pride. This made Zhang Junliang ponder and think of something. That was the college entrance exam in less than a month. If He-chen continued to maintain his current strength, then in Zhang Junliang's opinion, he would surely be able to fire out of Jiangchang, and even stir up the whole country at the college entrance exam in the near future. There was no need to say how much attention was paid to the National Attention College Entrance Exam every year. Every year, it was a hot topic. Countless people pay attention to the existence. And every year in the college entrance exam, there are always one or two college entrance exam winners who will be on fire all over the country. Zhang Junliang was also considered to be a person from the top society, and was able to access news that many people couldn't access. Just today, He-chen's performance was enough to hang and crush any year's so-called top student of the college entrance exam in his opinion. If the performance is good, it might even be able to get the attention of the country. Zhang Jun thought in his conscience. Once he received the attention of the state, the benefits were needless to say. All kinds of rich educational resources, all kinds of rewards and benefits to get soft. It was an existence that could allow an ordinary person to cross over classes from now on. In short, Zhang Junliang was very optimistic about He-chen at this point. At the same time, Zhang Junliang realized that this player, He-chen, must find a way to make friends with him. Such a person's future would definitely not be bad. It was also a way to pave the way in advance for the future and build a good relationship. Next, the final award ceremony took place in the envious eyes of countless people. In addition to the $10 million in cash rewards, the thing that made He-chen care the most was that Earth Core Energy Crystal Core. A few stylishly dressed, unusually coolly dressed girls carried a disc. The Earth Core Energy Crystal Core was placed on top of it. The moment He-chen reached out and took it from the disc, a cold and hot, very complicated touch came from his hand. This was the Earth Core Energy Crystal Core. It could not be measured by normal physical logic, because in this world of universal mecha, there existed many supernatural things. Zhang Junliang passed the microphone next to He-chen and started the interview. Mr. He, may I ask if you have any acceptance speech you would like to say? He-chen didn't think of how to answer for a moment, then perfunctorily passed it on. Thank you to the organizers for letting me get this opportunity, and then thank the audience at the scene. A very official, formal speech. Mainly He-chen didn't know what to say. Zhang Junliang was a bit unsure of what to pick up on, but having been a host for so many years, his on-the-spot reactions were incredibly fast. Soon also used the same official and formal words and coped with it. He-chen yawned in boredom on the side. Having gotten everything, he just wanted to go home quickly. Half an hour later, the award ceremony was finally completed and was very lively, but He-chen's mind was no longer on this side. After getting off the stage, he left the arena as fast as he could. But before leaving, Zhang Junliang found himself and asked for his contact information. He-chen had the same impression of him. This guy was the disciple of Jiangchang's chief Liao Caixue, so he didn't begrudge him, and the two sides added friends. As the saying goes, more friends, more roads. On the way home, He-chen put the core of the Earth's core energy, temporarily put it into the backpack. He was going to eat it directly when he got back. This thing would allow Mechagodzilla to officially step into the golden rank without having to worry about energy. If I wasn't worried about this, I would have already been gold ranked. Thinking of this, He-chen was also somewhat helpless. Previously, it was because of this that he had been suppressing himself in terms of cultivation, fearing that he would break through early. After arriving home, there was really no one at home. He-chen carefully took out the Earth's center energy crystal core. At this moment, this thing blossomed with a bright light in He-chen's hands, and it contained a terrifying force within it. A palm-sized thing that can drive dozens of meters of mecha. He-chen laughed a little. He then placed it in his mouth and took a bite. There was no flavor, but one could feel a strand of energy being swallowed into his body. A minute later, He-chen finished absorbing it. At this moment, under the effect of the Earth Core Energy Crystal Core, He-chen could clearly feel that the power in his body was surging. So strong, it was as if even the sinews, flesh and blood, every inch of skin and every cell in his body had been strengthened. There was also a tingling pain that came at the same time. The tingling didn't last long, but it caused He-chen to break out in a cold sweat. By the time it ended, the strengthening seemed to have stopped as well. He-chen clenched his fist and felt his body again, and was surprised to find that at this moment, the strength of his physical body had once again risen a notch. Both fists touched together. What came out was actually a clanging sound like the clash of steel. This allowed He-chen's mind to quickly conjure up a word. Body of steel. If this goes on, the distance to a true body of steel really isn't far off. An excited smile appeared on his face. with his own physical body strengthened, and the mech strengthened along with it. He Chen could no longer imagine how terrifying Godzilla's defense would be nowadays. An ordinary missile might not even be able to hurt Godzilla's skin. In addition to being able to absorb the energy crystals himself, there was another benefit. That was that others had gotten the Earth's core energy crystals. The only way to use it was to embed the crystal core inside the rack. If once coveted, it was likely that the geode energy crystal core would be snatched away after being defeated. He Chen's way of directly devouring the crystal core and keeping it entirely for himself, then fundamentally eliminated the possibility of the energy crystal core being snatched away. Next, He Chen went back to his room and began to cultivate. It didn't take half an hour for his cultivation to formally break through to the golden rank. It's faster than I thought, He Chen said excitedly. Promoting to the golden rank in half an hour. One didn't know how many geniuses would have to be saddened by what they heard and shed tears at what they saw. After all, even if a genius was promoted to the golden rank, it would take 3 to 5 years at every turn. Just as He Chen was planning to continue practicing, He Qingxue returned. As soon as she entered, she went straight to He Chen's bedroom. Brother, open the door. I know you're in. He Qingxue's voice was urgent. She should have rushed back in a hurry. What's wrong? He Chen's young door opened and looked at He Qingxue, who had an eager face and was a bit pale. Just now, she had climbed the 7th floor in one breath. Originally, He Qingxue had held a lot of words in her heart that she wanted to say to He Chen, but at this moment, she looked at He Chen and actually couldn't say anything again. Congratulations on getting the downtown tournament championship. After brewing for a while, the words of congratulations came out. There was no way. The gap between the two over the years was really too deep. It was really hard to dissolve it in a short period of time. You don't hate me? He Qingxue gathered her courage and looked up at He Chen. I've always treated you that way before. It's okay. He Chen reached out and touched He Qingxue's head. This action directly touched her. It made her think back to when she was very young, when He Chen would often make this gesture towards her. But since the disconnect began, the two had never been this close. He Qingxue lowered her head, her heart a mix of emotions. Alright, I know what you want to say. He Chen revealed a gentle smile. I'm your brother. You're my sister. I just can't hate anyone but you. Don't you think so? At this moment, He Qingxue's tears were welling up in her eyes. After all, having lived a new life, He Chen had long since lost the youthful frivolity he once had. What was there was only the maturity in his heart and the truest candor towards his own sister. Of course, the main thing is that He Chen knows. He Qingxue wasn't bad at heart and didn't really hate himself. Aha! After a long time, He Qingxue nodded heavily. He Chen took out a towel from the room and helped He Qingxue wipe the tear tracks at the corners of her eyes. Brother, congratulations again. He Qingxue released a smile. When did you become so powerful? Even I don't know. With your strength, you must be the top student of the college entrance exam this year. He Chen laughed a little. Who knows? This world is full of experts. No one can be sure until the last moment, isn't it? He Qingxue froze for a moment. It only felt like this kind of esoteric words didn't seem like something old brother could say. Well, He Qingxue only felt that He Chen was strange, becoming somewhat unintelligible to her. Take for example winning the competition this time. Normal people would spread publicity all over the place, itching for the whole world to know about it. But He Chen was unusually calm. After the match, he directly pushed away the major media interviews and returned home alone. His mood was actually no different from usual. It was as if he wasn't the one who won the championship. In short, in He Qingxue's mind He Chen had changed, becoming unrecognizable to her, and at the same time, more inscrutable. At 8 o'clock in the evening, He Dad and Mom finally came back, along with a few distant relatives that He Chen didn't quite recognize. He Chen, Qingxue, let me introduce you guys. This is your Uncle Huang. This is Auntie Gao. And then this is Xiao Wei. Next to him these are his classmates. You all still remember it. When you were little you guys used to play together. Zhang Fengjiao pointed at a few relatives who entered the door and introduced them to He Chen. He Chen thought about it for a while, and indeed had some impression of these people, as the two families often came and went when he was young. This Uncle Zhang's family developed in the back, so they moved to the rich area of Jiangcheng. Since then, the two families came and went less. Brother, I just saw a luxury car downstairs, over $6 million. It seems like it's his family's. He Qingxue tiptoed and whispered in He Chen's ear. He Chen just nodded after hearing this. Zhang Fengjiao began to greet Huang Yaoming and the few of them as they sat down, then wore her apron and went to the kitchen to cook. He Dad, on the other hand, carried the large bundle of vegetables he bought in his hand to the kitchen. Mom, I'll help you too. He Qingxue was very understanding. Knowing that there were guests tonight and that they would have to cook a large table they went to help. Right Xiao Chen, go and pour a cup of tea for your Uncle Huang. Auntie Gao and the others. In the kitchen, he dad shouted. He Chen owed and turned around to go pour a cup of tea for each of the several guests. I'm not drinking it. What kind of tea is this? It's too bad. He Chen put down a cup of tea, and the one who opened his mouth was a youth the same age as He Chen. This year, he was 17 years old, also the age of the upcoming college entrance exam. This person's name was Huang Xiaowei, the son of Huang Mowei. Just now, Zhang Fengjiu said that he was the one who played with He Chen and He Qingxue when they were young. Of course, there were also a few classmates who came along beside him, and these few people had all played together when they were young, but only He Chen knew that. Although everyone played together as children, but the relationship is not good. After Huang Xiaowei's family moved away, there is almost nothing to come and go, and even less feelings to speak of. Looking at this small and crowded living room, Huang Xiaowei's eyes are full of dislike. Mom and Dad, when are we leaving? I don't want to stay here. Huang Xiaowei twisted his head and said breathlessly, how to talk? We haven't been to your uncle He's house once in a long time. Why are we arguing to go back just now? Huang Haoming said seriously. Huang Xiaowei gave a helpless oh and lowered his head to fiddle with the name watch on his wrist. A few of his other classmates whispered. While talking, they surveyed the living room's environment, and their eyes couldn't stop their dislike. To them, coming to a place like this with their own name tags was really a bit out of class. However, because they had followed Huang Mowei Ming here, they were too embarrassed to say anything. Soon, plates of sumptuous dishes were brought to the table, and in order to entertain the guests, Zhang Fengjiao brought He Qingxue to cook a dozen dishes. They're all old friends. Just eat whatever you want. Huang Mo and Ming was a little embarrassed at the sight. Where? You came once in a while? You can't be greeted poorly. Zhang Fengjiao smiled, turning her head to look at He Chen. Alright Xiao Chen, go to the kitchen and get the dishes. Then wash your hands for dinner. He Chen answered. It was officially time to eat, and the aroma of rice filled the table. Huang Mo or Ming couldn't help but say, it's okay, your cooking skills really haven't diminished at all. I'm flattered. Zhang Fengjiao responded with a smile. Alright, are you all hungry? Let's eat soon. I've kept you waiting. At this time, Huang Xiaowei frowned. Auntie, in fact, if you're doing all this, it's better if I ask my dad to directly order a table at a star hotel. For a while, Zhang Fengjiao was a bit embarrassed. Sorry Auntie do or some home-cooked small dishes. Certainly not compared to those big hotels do big meals. Or next time you guys come again, Auntie and invite you to eat in the hotel? After all, it's all done and no one said anything before. This big table definitely couldn't be wasted, especially in Zhang Fengjiao's and their generation's concept. They were all very frugal. Forget it, Auntie. I see that your family is in such a poor condition. A trip to a star hotel would cost you most of your monthly salary. It's not worth it. Huang Xiaowei waved his hand and said. This caused He Chen's family's expression to freeze directly on their faces. Huang mowed his hand and slapped him in the face. What are you talking about? Your Auntie Zhang's food is much better than the starred hotels. I'll smack you to death if you talk nonsense again. After saying this, he also gave Zhang Fengjiao to apologize. Said the child is small. Do not understand. Zhang Fengjiao also did not care about anything. Nothing, the child is still small. Right. Should soon be the college entrance examination, right? My He Chen is also less than a month. Xiaowei do not know how your results? Huang Xiaowei was this through the training. The heart would have been uncomfortable. In his view he did not do anything wrong. So he said impatiently, don't worry, it's definitely better than your son. By the way, I heard that you're still a bronze low-level mecha master? Huang Xiaowei looked at He Chen with an unkind gaze. It's not that I'm saying, why don't you just give up on the college entrance exams? There are limited spots on the entrance exams, and it's just a waste of time for you to go with this strength. This news was still learned by Huang Xiaowei a month ago. He didn't believe it at first. How did He Chen become such a waste? And only after hearing some of it one after another did he realize it was true. Yeah. At this time, a tall and thin man next to Huang Xiaowei opened his mouth. Buddy participated in the downtown tournament a while ago, but he got the top 30 rankings. I'm not even sure I can pass the college entrance exam. Huang Xiaowei smiled slightly. By the way, He Chen, say you wouldn't even know what the downtown tournament is, right? For those of them who were covered in designer labels and usually went in and out of high-class places, a day's spending topped someone else's monthly salary. For people like He Chen, who couldn't get in touch with high-end news and couldn't reach the top circles, they were pure turkeys. Maybe he hadn't even heard of what the downtown race was or what it did. Hearing this, no one noticed that He Qingxue, who was sitting next to He Chen, had a cold face. Originally, she hadn't wanted to say anything, but now she was already somewhat unable to hold back. They probably didn't know that the very same downtown tournament champion was now in front of them. He Qingxue didn't want to see He Chen being insulted by them and just wanted to say something. Suddenly, He Chen's hand pressed down on He Qingxue, then signaled with his eyes. He Qingxue took a look, although her heart was 10,000 times unwilling, but had to calm down. That is better to eat quickly. Eat first. He Dad sensed the awkward atmosphere in the air and said. The crowd began to eat again. But for Huang Xiaowei and the others who were used to eating mountainous delicacies and usually went in and out of big restaurants, they froze with no appetite at all as they looked at the large table full of food. Forget it, I'm not eating. Huang Xiaowei put down his chopsticks. The few students next to him followed suit. We're not hungry either, so we won't eat. At this time, Huang Xiaowei surveyed the surroundings. Right, auntie? Can you live with 4 people in such a small home? Won't it be crowded? Zhang Fengjiu had an awkward expression and said stiffly. It's not bad. We don't work during the day and aren't at home. We basically just come back at night and take a break at home. It's barely enough. Zhang Fengjiu was also helpless in her heart. This world was like this. The gap between the rich and the poor was too big. It was not easy for the average person to turn over a new leaf. She also wanted to earn more money so that her family could live a good life soon. Nay, the money turned in from a day's hard work could only barely keep the family functioning. A classmate beside Huang Xiaowei sighed. Uncle and auntie, you guys are really great. If it were me, I'm sure I wouldn't be able to live here for a day. Everyone here had grown up with a golden key. It wasn't that they looked down. Rather, they really couldn't endure this environment. Huang Xiaowei didn't know if it was intentional or unintentional. Say, uncles and aunts, have you guys ever lived in a villa? Villas are only comfortable to live in. You'd better earn some money quickly and sell this set to sell a villa, so your family won't have to squeeze anymore. These words completely changed the atmosphere of the entire living room. Huang Xiaowei, next to the tall and thin, continued, yes, people live a lifetime. Really need to experience the good things. What villa? Sports car? Right, uncle. I just saw you off work or do the bus. Every day. Squeeze the car is not tired? Tired. Tired is definitely tired. But there is no way. Although daddy's heart is not good. But the surface can only be calm. After all, these people are all the children of rich families in Zhangcheng. They were born with sports cars and villas, so they naturally have high expectations. It was actually normal for them to feel this way. The mechs used by Huang Xiaowei and the others were at the lowest level of 10 million. A single upgrade and maintenance was another astronomical figure for ordinary people. All in all, everyone was completely in two worlds. Stop talking and eat. Huang Mo and Ming glared at Huang Xiaowei. Your auntie Zhang worked so hard to cook so many meals. You must eat. This made the middle-aged woman next to Huang Moe a little upset. Aya. If Xiaowei doesn't want to eat, just don't eat. Why are you forcing him? That's right, Dad. Huang Xiaowei looked at his mom with a smile, thinking that his mom was still good. However, when he turned his head and realized that Huang Maoi's face looked very bad, he still lowered his head and used his chopsticks to take a couple of bites. But just as he ate, he revealed an expression of discomfort. What's this flavor? Is it not fresh? Huang Xiaowei hurriedly spat out the food in his mouth. Zhang Fengjiao hurriedly picked up a bite and tasted it, but didn't feel anything unusual. This dish ingredient should have been put away for a few days. It's not even fresh anymore. Huang Xiaowei complained and looked at his mom. Gao Xiaowei. He Chen picked up and tasted a bite. Where would it be unfresh after only 2 days? From the beginning, He Chen couldn't stand this guy. In his heart, he was also curious. Are all young masters of rich families so picky and have such a keen sense of taste? Anyway, as far as He Chen could remember, ordinary people's families were usually very frugal, especially since the older generation had suffered. This aspect of the concept is even heavier than the average person, and they don't want to throw things away when they're broken and repair them. TSK. Huang Xiaowei shook his head. What do you know? Ingredients that aren't the same day aren't fresh. Our family only eats what the housekeeper delivers on the same day. Do you understand? Forget it. You can't understand by saying so much anyway. The sense of superiority was overwhelming. A condescending stance that made one want to throw a slap across the face. Thinking back to the old days, both families were living in a similar state, but after so many years, they were actually worlds apart. This made Huang Xiaowei despise He Chen's family from the bottom of his heart. If it wasn't for his father, Huang Moe, who had to come as a guest, he would have come back to this kind of place for the rest of his life. In addition, when Huang Xiaowei was a child, he and He Chen had some personal grudges because of something. Now he saw that He Chen was mixed up in such a miserable situation. His family was ordinary and his cultivation was a mess, which put his entire being in a good mood. Gao Xiaowei suddenly opened her mouth and asked, by the way, Fengjiao, what kind of work are you two doing now? Zhang Fengjiao revealed a forced smile. Same old story. Currently working in the factory. Everything is good. Just too tired. Now the body is not as good as before. He dad sighed. Yes, these 2 years of employment recession are casually living, not compared to your family. Ha ha ha. No matter what, you have to pay attention to your health. Huang Mawei said, the body is the capital. If you get exhausted, you'll lose everything. Huang Xiaowei suddenly said, that's right, uncle and aunt. I put the company that lacks 2 dorman, or you. This, he dad and Zhang Fingjia, 2 people face to face. Shut up. Your uncle they although work tired point, but people pay high. How to look at the security guard this kind of work. Huang Moming had a serious gaze. Dad. Mom. He-chan spoke up. You guys turn around and quit your jobs. Don't talk nonsense. Zhang Fingjiao glanced at the guests and said half jokingly, we'll quit our jobs and take you guys to drink the northwest wind. Don't worry Xiao Chen. We're fine. We can still work for a few more years. He dad said with relief. Although it was unrealistic, he knew that He-chen was saying this all because he cared about them. You two will just sing and dance at home in the future, and go out fishing and raising flowers when you have nothing else to do. He-chen considered it for a moment. The prize money from the downtown tournament would arrive tomorrow at most, and by then he would have tens of millions of cash in his hands, enough to buy a nice villa. Even if it couldn't clothe and feed the family for the rest of their lives, it would still allow mom and dad to stop toiling away at work. Mom and dad, I'll definitely let you live in a big villa and move out from here, He-chan added. Feeling He-chan's heart, He-dad and mom's hearts warmed with relief. What? Huang Xiaowei looked at He-chan like he was looking at a joke. You said to rely on you to buy a big villa? Did you hear that right? Not just Huang Xiaowei. Everyone looked at He-chan with the eyes of a fool, who didn't know about this situation in He-chan's family. Wanting to improve across the class, he would have to work hard for at least another 100 years, or 3 to 5 generations. He-chan, this is good. Their own waste of skill, no, but also clamored to buy a large villa. Let the family move in? How dare you? Daydreaming in broad daylight? The way he looked at He-chan was like he was looking at an idiot. Huang mowed his head, as if he had seen his own young and naive self. However, he didn't think too highly of He-chan. He himself had succeeded after all, but those who were in the same situation as him back then, besides him, how many of them had succeeded by now? Luck and strength are indispensable. He-chan wasn't a genius, but rather the tail end of the school. In this case, what does he rely on to succeed? It was enough to know this kind of thing in one's heart, but Huang mowed the door and wouldn't be so stupid as to say it out loud. Very good. It's enough that He-chan has this kind of heart. Huang Mowerman patted He-chan's shoulder. Only He-chingshua's eyes lit up at this moment. It was because she knew that He-chan wasn't just saying it, but it was true, because the winner of the downtown tournament this time had a full $20 million. It was enough to cover what He-chan had just said. Thinking of this, He-chingshua looked over at He-chan and revealed a heartfelt smile. They probably don't know. What He-chan said about buying a villa wasn't after another 10 or so years, decades of growing up. It was most likely not long after, or even a few days after. He-chingshua forced herself to hold back her inner excitement and didn't show it. This matter He-chan did not confess for the time being. Maybe he had his own plans. He-chingshua, the younger sister, didn't dare to speak out of turn, afraid of messing up He-chan's plans. Next, he continued to eat. He-chan ate a few bites and went back to his room. This, in the opinion of Huang Xiaowei and the others, was He-chan's stage fright, and for a while, he was even more complacent. Saying something about buying a villa doesn't make him blush. Just based on him? He can't afford to buy a toilet even if he's moving all the bricks on the construction site, right? Huang Moming, Gao Xiaowei and his parents sat on the sofa and chatted. It was 10 o'clock at night. Old he, it's getting late, so we'll go back first. Today, Xiaowei. He spoke a bit poorly, so don't take it to heart. Huang Mo and Ming stood up from the sofa. No, Xiaowei is still young. He dad smiled awkwardly. That's good. We won't bother. Right. It's rare for our two families to get together for so long. Why don't we go out together the day after tomorrow? In Huang Mo or Ming's heart he still valued the relationship between the two families. After all, the two were one of the most important friends back then. Okay, Dad, he immediately agreed. The matter was settled. After Huang Moameng left, he dad and he mom, who had been busy for the whole day, were also a bit tired, so they went back to their rooms to rest after washing up. The next day, at the gate of the Jiangcheng International Luxury District, after He-chen got off the bus, an old man with gray hair immediately walked over. Mr. He right? Aha. He-chen looked at the old man. Zhang Junliang asked me to come early this morning. He-chen suddenly received a message from Zhang Junliang that the other party wanted to see him no matter what. At the same time, he said something about the competition rewards. He-chen thought that there was nothing to it, so he came. Zhang Junliang also attached great importance to it. and even though he himself didn't have the time, he had the family butler come to personally greet him. "This way please." Led by Zhang Lao, He Chen walked into the luxurious villa area. Inside, rows and rows of villas were neatly and orderly situated, each with an area of at least 800 square feet. The back gardens, swimming pools, greenery, and so on were all available. The cheapest car on the parking space is actually a Porsche with more than $2 million. Enough to see that the people who live here are all big shots with honorable status. Zhang Lao suddenly stopped in front of a villa. "Mr. He, this is the place." Leading He Chen in. Once he entered, he saw the luxurious decoration inside. Just a chandelier alone would be enough for an ordinary person to struggle for a decade or so. And at this moment, in the large and spacious living room, Zhang Junliang had been waiting for a long time. "Mr. He, you're finally here." A big shot like Zhang Junliang used you to meet a high school student. It was enough to see the importance he placed on He Chen. Come, please sit down quickly." "What are you looking for me for?" He Chen asked curiously after sitting down. On the other side of the living room, there was another girl fiddling with her mech. When the other party saw herself, she just glanced at her and didn't react much. He Chen didn't care too much either, because if he remembered correctly, this girl was Zhang Junliang's daughter. "It's like this. I'm really sorry for taking the liberty of inviting you here today." Zhang Junliang paused and added, "Actually, I invited you as a guest this time, mainly because I want to ask you a few questions." He took out a piece of information from a drawer. "According to my several studies on your mech, I found that your mech changed a lot during the preliminary rounds, and the final rounds, with the base value doubling several times more. You have to know that from the preliminary round to the final round, it wasn't even a few days in total. A mecha master wanted to make the mecha value double several times in such a short few days. It could almost be said to be a fool's dream, but He Chen did it." After careful study, he realized that He Chen should have made some modifications to his mech. It was these modifications that made the mech look like it was transformed in the final, leaving Chen Wanqing defenseless. Was killed in a second, and want to do this degree, unless it is the top mech casting master. Yes, the topmost of the top. The average top mecha caster couldn't even do it. What made Zhang Junliang puzzled was precisely the fact that He Chen was just a senior from an ordinary background. How could he possibly afford a mecha caster of that level? On the other side, Zhang Yaoyao, who was wearing a ponytail and was constantly studying her home, cast a curious gaze from time to time. Early in the morning, she had heard her dad say something about inviting an important guest as a guest today, but when she saw the real person, Zhang Yaoyao was greatly disappointed. Apart from being a bit handsome, he was too plain and ordinary in everything he wore. It was different from the dignitaries that Zhang Junliang usually invited who wore expensive clothes and a watch that was up to a few $1 million. So ordinary, how could he call himself an honored guest? However, she was too embarrassed to ask, thinking that she would ask her dad after He Chen left. Facing Zhang Junliang's question, He Chen thought for a moment and casually said, "I know what you're thinking, but I didn't hire someone to remodel the mech. I did it myself." "What? Do it yourself?" At those words, Zhang Junliang was dumbfounded. There was only one possibility for He Chen to be able to transform the mech with his own hands, and that was that He Chen was a mech casting master. But becoming a mecha foundry master required learning a lot of mecha-related knowledge. There were many people who had to learn for decades before they became successful. He Chen was so young, he was already able to transform a mech? Zhang Junliang thought it was impossible. Absolutely impossible. What was the concept of He Chen being able to transform a mech at his age? It was like asking an elementary school student to write an essay that was close to a perfect score. Nonsense. But if it wasn't, could it be that He Chen was deceiving himself? As if he had seen through Zhang Junliang's inner doubts, He Chen explained, "Don't worry, I didn't lie to you. I have my own methods. Besides, if I lie to you, it won't do me any good. Will it?" Zhang Junliang thought about it. There was really no need for He Chen to lie to himself on this point. But He Chen could transform a mech? No matter how he thought about it, Zhang Junliang still thought it was impossible to be right. Ahem. Zhang Junliang coughed. "Mr. He, just call me He Chen." The title Mr. He made He Chen feel strange. After all, he was still young. Zhang Junliang didn't see the need for strangeness. "He Chen, do you know what you need if you want to build a mecha?" Learning mecha knowledge and becoming a mecha master. He Chen was calm. "I know what you want to ask. It's true that I haven't learned too many specialized things in this area, but I've read quite a few books about mechs before, so I kind of have some knowledge." So you're self-taught?" Zhang Junliang was even more shocked inside. How much of a genius did this have to be? Learned it just by reading books? I don't know how many people just have a powerful mech casting master one-on-one specializing in teaching. In the end, what they learned was still shit. He Chen was so good that he taught himself just by reading books. What's the concept? Equivalent to a person reading by himself, and then directly into the master's degree. Of course, Zhang Junliang didn't know what He Chen's level was, so whether He Chen's words in this regard were true or false, a few falsehoods, he was still unclear for the time being. Right, He Chen? Come have a cup of tea, Zhang Junliang said as he got up and returned to the bedroom on the second floor, bringing a can of good tea guanyin. When people got older, they would always unlock some special hobbies. Don't look at the fact that Zhang Junliang was still less than 40 years old. His hobbies were already developing towards this kind of aspect. He made a pot of tea. Zhang Junliang first poured a cup for He Chen and then poured a cup for himself. He Chen calmly picked it up and put it to his mouth for a small sip. Not bad. It's good tea. Oh, Zhang Junliang's eyes froze and came to be interested. You also have some research on tea? There is some. He Chen picks up the cup of tea, slowly said. This tea tastes mellow. After the entrance aftertaste, fine taste has a light fragrance, such as silky smooth. Even if swallowed in the mouth there is still a light sweet. Intoxicating. I'm not wrong. If the price of this tea is certainly not low. The last sentence was a bit of nonsense. Something tasted by a big shot like Zhang Junliang naturally wouldn't be cheap. But He Chen was just telling the truth. Yes. Zhang Junliang's eyes lit up, suddenly having a feeling of being impressed. The kind of feeling that gave him was like talking to someone of a similar age, or even older and slightly more experienced than himself. Instead of talking to a high school student, Zhang Junliang suddenly became even more curious about He Chen. He only felt that there must be quite a lot of things hidden in He Chen's body. The two soon chatted for a while. Zhang Junliang was surprised to find that He Chen was indeed different from the average high school student. The city was very deep and his emotional intelligence was also very high. He also answered some of his queries without pause. Soon the topic reverted back to the mecha. After all, Zhang Junliang had invited He Chen just because he wanted to learn about this aspect. He Chen, I don't know what method was used in the matter of the mech that you just mentioned. That you transformed with your own hands? Zhang Junliang had always been curious. Finally, he had the chance to ask. This time, however, he received a negative answer. I'm afraid this is not too convenient to disclose. Thanks to the blessing of the system, it wasn't true that He Chen was a mech casting master, but it was a one-click recast using the system. Letting He Chen do it manually was actually possible, as the system simultaneously entered the knowledge related to building mechs for him, but that would be too troublesome and time-consuming. It also required a large number of tools to assist, so for He Chen, he didn't bother using this method at all. As for the matter of the system, it definitely couldn't be told. Unless it was a brain bubble. If He Chen didn't say it, Zhang Junliang definitely couldn't force it either. Alright, since there's something hard to say then forget it. That's not true, it's just that I don't want to say it. Zhang Junliang. Normally, he hadn't encountered one who didn't give him face so much and said it so bluntly. True character. Dad, come over here for a moment. Zhang Yaoyao from the distance walked over and spoke to Zhang Junliang. What's wrong? Zhang Junliang looked serious. I'm meeting guests. Go play by yourself. Oops. No, it's important, Zhang Yaoyao said, shaking Zhang Junliang's hand. If you don't come over, I'll just say it. Well, say it. Zhang Junliang was also at his wits' end with this daughter of his. He shouldn't be a liar. Zhang Yaoyao really said it directly in front of He Chen. From the moment He Chen said he could build mechs, Chen Yaoyao felt strange. The moment she listened to the conversation between the two later, it made Chen Yaoyao conclude He Chen's identity as a liar, thinking that his dad, who was smart for a lifetime and confused for a moment, was actually cheated by this kind of liar. He of course had to voice out a reminder. Look Dad, where is there such a young mecha caster isn't there? Zhang Yaoyao skimmed his mouth, really bragging without a draft. Besides look at his appearance. Not to mention mech casting master. I'm afraid that even mech master is not necessarily it. Even if he is, he must be a mecha master with low cultivation. Zhang Yaoyao had always trusted her intuition. It was because her sixth sense had always been accurate. Intuition told her that this was the truth. Don't be ridiculous. Upon hearing this, Zhang Junliang hurriedly looked at He Chen in embarrassment. I'm sorry my little daughter. She was a bit abrupt in her words. Dad, you really don't think he's a liar? Zhang Yaoyao beamed, very aggrieved. He's the champion of this downtown tournament. Do you think he's strong? Zhang Junliang had no choice but to tell the truth. Zhang Yaoyao's eyes widened after hearing this. Dad, you're not lying to me. Right, him, the champion of the downtown tournament? Then he can really build his own mecha? Nice guy. I didn't realize that the person she considered as a liar was actually the downtown tournament champion? Zhang Yaoyao was in disbelief. Yes, why would I lie to you? Zhang Junliang wouldn't joke about such a thing. Don't take it to heart. He Chen, it's all a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding. Never mind. He-chan wasn't that petty. His eyes looked at Zhang Yaoyao's mech. Right. Is this your mech? Yes. What's wrong? Chen Yaoyao wondered why He-chan asked this. He-chan smiled faintly and said lightly, there's a big problem with this mech of yours in terms of its construction. Ah? Zhang Yaoyao seemed to have heard the world's funniest joke. Are you sure? Do you know what you're talking about? I hired Master Chiu Weiming to help build this mecha. Yeah, there shouldn't be any problems with this mech, right? Zhang Junliang chimed in. Huang Weiming, Zhang Cheng's famous mecha caster. Having cast more than 7 King Realm mechs, it could be said that most of the mechs in Jiangcheng that could be named, many of them were from Chiu Weiming's masterpiece, not only in Jiangcheng, but in fact, Chiu Weiming was very famous throughout the country. Every year, the number of people who came to visit him alone was not small. It was because without the mechs he personally built, even if they were modified with some of his instructions, the strength of the mechs could go up a notch. That's how exaggerated it is. Before, in order to cast his daughter's mech, Zhang Junliang had personally visited Chiu Weiming. Only then did he let him help with the design and casting. Now, He-chan actually said that there was something wrong with the mecha designed by Chiu Weiming? This made Zhang Junliang begin to doubt He-chan's true abilities. Perhaps He-chan did have talent in the area of mecha mastery, but his standard in the area of mecha casting wasn't that high. Or perhaps, He-chan was deliberately saying this because he wanted to show himself? It was because He-chan didn't know whose hands the rack came from. Zhang Junliang concluded that if He-chan knew, he would definitely not have said this. He would not have said that if he had known. He was guilty of being embarrassed on behalf of others. Zhang Junliang thought about how to save the day for He-chan, so that He-chan would not be embarrassed in front of his daughter. But after thinking for half a day, he froze and didn't think of how to say it. Poof. Zhang Yaoyao snorted coldly and said, why don't you say anything? Dumbfounded? This is Master Chiu Weiming's masterpiece. Even if there is a problem, it's not something you can see. Master Chiu Weiming is one of the top mech casting masters in Jiangcheng. You should have heard of it. How uneducated. To actually suspect his head. Zhang Yaoyao thought that He-chan must be very dumbfounded at this moment, because this kick could be considered as a hard stick on the iron plate. Originally, he wanted to make a splash. Directly made a joke. He-chan opened his mouth unhurriedly. This rack, does it always feel like there's not enough kinetic energy? The right side of the body is not coordinated, and the operation always feels wrong. In addition, it's not your illusion. The mech propulsion device is indeed not sensitive. This is a big problem because if it's not solved early, it's very likely that in the future, during the battle, there will be a downfall where the mech will go out of control. Hearing He-chan say this, Zhang Junliang and Zhang Yaoyao were instantly dumbfounded. This was because what He-chan said was really not far off. Yaoyao, did you tell me about the propulsion device before? Aha, Zhang Yaoyao responded. Said it. This problem had been discovered for a long time actually, but Zhang Yaoyao had always felt that it was her own illusion. After all, the mech was from Chiu Weiming's hands. How could there be a problem? So she had always thought that it was her own illusion, thinking that she didn't fit the mech very well. It would be fine after slowly adapting to it. However now, He-chan actually spoke this aspect of the mecha out in front of her. It made Zhang Yaoyao realize that perhaps it wasn't her own illusion, and that there really was something wrong with the mech. Just how did He-chan see it? This sparked Zhang Yaoyao and Zhang Junliang's intense curiosity. Could it be that He-chan really had the ability to cast mechs and was so skilled that he could tell what was wrong with the mechs with a single glance? Thinking about this, Zhang Junliang's entire body was shocked. To be able to see the problems with the mech with a single glance, how poisonous must this vision be and how experienced must one be to be able to do this? Am I right? He-chan revealed a smile. Yes. Zhang Junliang sat upright, his expression all serious for a few moments. He-chan, you said that the problem of the insensitivity of the propulsion system will go out of control in battle if not fixed? Yes, He-chan said calmly. Think about it, if you lose the propulsion device in a battle, wouldn't the mech be the same as a sandbag for people to beat up? Gulp. Zhang Junliang swallowed his saliva, realizing the gravity of the matter. It was indeed true when he thought about it carefully. Just in case one day Zhang Yaoyao went to a secret trial, or piloted a mech and had a real battle, then the mech, in the middle of the battle, suddenly lost control, the consequences would be unimaginable. A serious one would cause Zhang Yaoyao to suffer serious injuries or even lose her life. This directly scared Zhang Junliang out of a cold sweat. But this mech isn't useless. First of all, the accessories are well matched. The mech's cost performance is still very high. All aspects of the data are ahead of the same level of mechs, especially the offensive and defensive design, which makes this rack perfect if it doesn't have all those faults mentioned above. Then, He-chan also collapsed the mech. After all, it came from the hands of a famous artist. There was definitely no problem with the mech in terms of foundation. Of course it certainly couldn't be compared to Mechagodzilla is all, and at this time, Zhang Junliang directly revealed a shocked expression. He Chen's words had impressed him once again. It was unthinkable that he could even see the advantages. Too absolute. Really too absolute. Zhang Junliang was already convinced inwardly that He Chen knew about mecha casting. I can't imagine that you're so young and know so much, Zhang Junliang said excitedly. His own vision was right. He Chen was indeed a demonic genius, or the all-round kind. With a powerful cultivation and knowledge of mecha casting, he was simply outstanding. So far, he hadn't encountered a second one like this. It's impossible. You're blindfolded, right? However, Zhang Yaoyao couldn't believe it in any way, thinking that He Chen was probably just blindfolded. After all, He Chen was really too young. It made it completely impossible for her to associate it with a profession like a mecha master. At all. Yaoyao, don't talk nonsense. What people say is right. How could it be masked? Zhang Junliang said apologetically. I'm sorry, I'll send this mech back later and let Xiao Weiming overhaul it for us again. Really? Still a top mecha foundry master, but actually so many problems. Zhang Jun's conscience was beginning to resent it. At the same time, he was glad that He Chen was there to help him see the problems. Otherwise, if something really went wrong with the mech in the middle of the battle and caused something to happen to Zhang Yaoyao, he wouldn't even have a place to cry. He Chen paused and even said, Mr. Zhang, I wonder if you believe me. The truth was that He Chen had long wanted to make good use of his identity as a mecha caster. The intention was to re-upgrade Mechagodzilla once again soon. Until then, if Zhang Junliang is willing, it wouldn't be a bad idea to use this rack to practice on your own. This kind of high-precision, high-quality mech was a better test of one's caliber. It would also be good to use it as a rough reference for He Chen's upgraded Mechagodzilla later on. Hearing this, Zhang Junliang hurriedly said, I believe it. I definitely believe it. He Chen, just say what you have to say. It's hard to. He had already thought of something in his heart. That is, would He Chen want to cultivate himself? But on second thought, He Chen knowing theoretical things at this age was already remarkable. In comparison, practical experience was definitely not so good. Still, too young to have much practical experience. If he handed the mech over to He Chen, would he be sure that he could fix the problems mentioned above? Impossible, right? Very well, if you trust me, you can give the mech to me to try. Zhang Junliang didn't ink, and He Chen was straight to the point. Good fellow. It directly startled Zhang Junliang. He Chen actually really wanted to get his hands on the actual maneuver. But if you're scared, then forget it. He Chen added. This rack was expensive, so Zhang Junliang must have concerns in his heart. He Chen didn't want to force the issue. No, get it no. Zhang Junliang hurriedly said, I won't hide it from you. Although I'm not very rich, this mech is definitely within the range of acceptance for me. He Chen didn't even know what the concept of not being very rich was in this guy's mouth. Just the top 30 or even the top 20 of the rich people in Zhongcheng? But this was something He Chen wasn't envious of. After all, the global invasion was going to start soon, and by then, money was worthless in terms of strength, especially after the bugs used a special method to take control of the world's crystal iron, making all the mechs obsolete. Situations abounded where a large sack of money could not buy a piece of bread. Good. He Chen also didn't expect Zhang Junliang to be so forthcoming. Dad, did you really just hand over the mechs to him? Zhang Yaoyao said dumbfounded. Handing over his mech to someone else just like that. This was too rash, right? I believe in He Chen. You've seen what was said just now, Zhang Junliang. But Dad, there's no need to say it. I've already decided. Oh, Zhang Yaoyao was a little aggravated. Tutaying her mouth, she glared at He Chen. Looking forward to the scene of He Chen's cartwheel in a while, she didn't believe that He Chen really knew how to cast a mech. Much less that He Chen could see the problems with her mech at a glance. It was all just luck and hoodwinking. This way please. As a mecha fanatic and a mecha master himself, in the basement of Zhang Junliang's house, there was a modification room that specialized in operating mecha repair modifications. To be honest, actually casting mechs is also my spare time hobby, so I specifically had this modification room built. It's just that I've learned a mess after so many years. Ha ha ha. Zhang Junliang led He Chen towards the basement while introducing himself. This was why Zhang Junliang was so shocked when he knew that He Chen knew how to cast mechs. It was because he had learned it that he knew how difficult this aspect was. He Chen surveyed the metal walls around him. The further down he went, the stronger the sci-fi mecha-style decoration became. It was evident that Zhang Junliang really loved mecha. He soon arrived at the mecha modification room. This was a huge basement with an area of over 300 square meters. There were all kinds of tools and equipment needed for modification and casting. At a glance, it was very complete and had everything worthy of being a rich man. Just for a hobby, He specialized in building such a basement. Can only use luxury to describe awe. Can you see if these tools are enough? If there's anything else, I'll immediately call someone to send them. Zhang Junliang spoke. He Chen glanced around. No need. These are enough. He Chen was using a system modification. It wasn't like he was doing it himself. So the tools were pressingly dispensable. Okay, that's good then. Zhang Junliang nodded and said. Then if there's nothing else, we'll wait for you outside first. Good work He Chen. After saying that, Zhang Junliang took Zhang Yaoyao and left from the basement. Dad, do you really trust him? Aren't you afraid that he'll do something to the mech or remove any important parts from it? Back up there. Zhang Yaoyao said worriedly. Don't worry, He Chen isn't that kind of person. Zhang Junliang said with certainty. If it's really not possible, just send it for a complete overhaul once more after the modification to rule it out. This was something Zhang Junliang had also considered actually. However, he believed in He Chen's character. Inside the basement, He Chen activated the system and then began to conduct a full data check on the mech. The results were quickly obtained. It really was all those problems, plus some small fixable flaws. I hope the upgraded data won't disappoint me, He Chen murmured, then said to the system, start repairing and upgrading. As the words fell, a blazing sci-fi blue light covered the mech. The entire mech, all of a sudden, became a 3D transparent mode in front of He Chen's eyes. He Chen began to wait patiently. Knowing that this was a long process, he simply sat on the chair in the modification room and began to cultivate in the meantime. The system was equivalent to a huge modifier, and was countless times stronger than the world's most skilled mecha founders. Therefore, it wasn't even He Chen's turn to worry about it. One-click upgrades and repairs. It was very convenient. The main thing was that upgrading the mech was just an improvement and optimization on the original properties and formation of the mech. Therefore, helping Zhang Yaoyao to upgrade once was actually free of charge and didn't require any cost. This was also the main reason why He Chen would agree to help. One was to practice and see the effect, and the other was to do a favor. Besides, if the mech upgrades worked well, Zhang Junliang was definitely embarrassed to let himself go back empty-handed. It was all a matter of human feelings. Hey, He Chen sighed, then continued to cultivate. Time passed. A few hours passed. He Chen abruptly opened his eyes. It was because the system's beep finally came out of his ears. Ding! Mecha repair and upgrade is complete. Please host check. He Chen rubbed his eyes and looked over carefully. The mech's appearance hadn't changed much. However, when the system's blue light shone on the frame again, He Chen realized that the mech's interior had been radically different. Most of the mech had been modified. A more reasonable and effective casting method was used, and the system had even reorganized the energy. Next, He Chen checked the mech's current basic attributes. Without looking, he was shocked. It's actually increased by a full 10 times? Yes. The basic aspect had received a terrifying tenfold increase, and had fixed the previous problems of the power system being insensitive, the right mechanical body being uncoordinated, and so on. He Chen, you finally came out. Seeing He Chen come out, Zhang Junliang was excited. It wasn't easy to wait for half a day. Aha, you can go in and check the receipt, He Chen said calmly. Right. I wonder how the restoration is going. Zhang Junliang, it's already repaired. I did a small upgrade by the way. It's probably boosted by about 10 times. He Chen, how much? 10 times? Zhang Junliang thought he had heard wrong. Repaired and gave the mech a tenfold numerical upgrade? Bragging without a draft? This time, Zhang Junliang felt that He Chen had gone too far, while an ominous premonition arose in his heart. Boasting so much gave him the feeling that He Chen was very unreliable. Can you stop bragging? Zhang Yaoyao really couldn't help it this time. Words like boosting 10 times could be said. Why didn't you say that you installed a nuclear leveling system on the mech? The kind that nukes the world with a single click? You guys go see for yourselves first. He Chen didn't want to explain too much. Dad go. Hurry up. Let's see how I'll dismantle him later. Zhang Yaoyao was impatient and pushed Zhang Junliang towards the basement. Not long after, the two came to the basement. The moment they saw the mech, Zhang Junliang was greatly disappointed. The shape hadn't changed at all making it impossible to see any changes. Zhang Yaoyao stood underneath the mech and sized it up. You wouldn't have played around down there for a few hours and done nothing, then said those bluffs about us, right? You'll know if you try. He Chen clasped his hands to his chest. This, Zhang Junliang was a bit difficult for a moment. After all, he trusted He Chen so much just now. Yao, you try it first. Good. Zhang Yaoyao thought to herself to see how she would dismantle He Chen in a while, and excitedly entered the cockpit. Just as she sat down, Zhang Yaoyao realized that something was wrong. This cockpit, how does it feel changed? It's more comfortable to drive. The layout of the cabin is more delicate and skillful, and some details have been altered. What's wrong? Zhang Junliang asked outside. Oh, nothing. In shock, Zhang Yaoyao began to start the mech. And it was the moment of starting that sent Zhang Yaoyao straight into shock. The feedback is so sensitive. Zhang Yaoyao was surprised to find that the feedback on the operation of the mech was now incredibly fast. She then tried the previous problem of the right side of the mech being out of balance. It was found that it had been perfectly solved. Then the problem with the insensitivity of the propulsion system disappeared just as well. Strange. It clearly looked like He-chan hadn't made any large-scale changes. How could the problem be gone all of a sudden? Inside the cabin, Zhang Yaoyao was puzzled and began to manipulate the mech to perform other operations. Surprised, she found that all the minor problems that the mech had previously had almost all disappeared. Then she successively tested the values: kinetic energy, drive and various other aspects. At this time inside the cabin, Zhang Yaoyao looked stunned. How is it? Is the test done? Outside, Zhang Junliang had an anxious face, and had been waiting for Zhang Yaoyao's feedback. Zhang Yaoyao fell back on her words. Not long after, Zhang Yaoyao came down from the cockpit. Dad, how is it? You're quick to say it. Zhang Junliang asked hurriedly. It's all repaired. All those minor problems from before are gone. Zhang Yaoyao opened her mouth. Then the values, performance, drive, and energy aspects have also all been improved by many times. Many? How much is that? About 10 times or so. Zhang Junliang, how much? 10 times? Joking doesn't come with this, right? But on second thought, his daughter could not possibly be joking with herself. Really, Dad? If you don't believe me, just go up and see for yourself. Mechas weren't the only ones who could pilot them. Some special mechs could be piloted by multiple people if authorization was performed. Gulp. Zhang Junliang swallowed his saliva. The person stayed in place. In his mind, he recalled what He-chan had just said. Good lord, it's really 10 times? Zhang Yaoyao suddenly said excitedly. Dad, I feel that the mech's overall combat power now, even if it hasn't increased tenfold, it's at least eightfold. Mr. Zhang, how is it? Is the modification still satisfactory? At this time, He-chan's calm voice came from behind Zhang Junliang. Satisfied. Zhang Junliang nodded his head like pounding garlic. Satisfied. Too satisfied. He-chan actually really relied on the modification to directly boost Zhang Yaoyao's mecha by 10 times. To be honest, Zhang Junliang man was already dumbfounded. At the moment, his brain was floating. How did he do it? Because he had learned the knowledge of a foundry master. So as far as he remembered, the possibility of this kind of thing being realized was almost zero. It was simply a fantasy. As a result, who knew that He-chan had actually succeeded? That's good. He-chan's expression remained calm. And at this time, Zhang Yaoyao also changed her previous stance. Sorry I'm really sorry for talking to you like that before. Sorry. Zhang Yaoyao bent down and bowed to He-chan. She actually wasn't the kind of person who was spiteful and unreasonable. It was just that she had always felt that He-chan was too much of a liar before and kept bragging. She was just worried about Zhang Junliang being cheated. He-chan didn't have the pettiness to bother with a little girl in general. It's okay. Zhang Junliang invited He-chan back into the living room. He-chan, you are truly divine. Just after sitting down, Zhang Junliang said incredulously, immediately relying on simple modifications, without adding any materials, actually made such a big change in the mecha's performance. This was simply too terrifying. Even if it was an even more powerful mech casting master, he thought it was impossible to do it. He-chan was not a mecha foundry master. He was simply a god. Zhang Junliang's tone became much more respectful and awe-inspiring. He-chan, in the future, if you have anything in Zhangchang, you can look for me. I will definitely help if I can solve it. Don't ever be polite to me. Then thanks a lot. He-chan revealed a smile. This purpose of pushing the boat with the water, wasn't it achieved? The two of them then chatted for a while. Zhang Junliang kept marveling at He-chan's talent. The entire person transformed into a licking dog. Zhang Yaoyao even directly became He-chan's little fangirl. Watching He-chan chatting with his dad from the side, her expression filled with admiration. Idol. Absolute idol. She was on the verge of becoming a fan, and it was self-evident how much this promotion had helped her. By the way, He-chan, I'm really thankful to you this time. Not only did you help solve the problems with the mech, but you also upgraded it so much. Zhang Junliang thought for a moment. Just say it directly. What do you want? He-chan was not polite. 100 million. Yes. Almost without even thinking, Zhang Junliang blurted out. Although 100 million wasn't a small amount for him, but it was worth it in his opinion. To do it anywhere else? Not to mention 100 million. Even 1 billion would not be able to produce such a large increase in the mech. After all, this level of mech, random maintenance once a few million would be gone. If you were to replace parts and such, it would be tens of millions. Note that this was all just replacement and maintenance. Right. Zhang Junliang suddenly took out a key from the drawer next to him. You can take this one as well. This is? He Chen's gaze was puzzled. Oh, this is the key to Century Manor. In Building 15, Building 401, Zhang Junliang, a villa. Count it as my private gift to you. No honor. Taking the key that Zhang Junliang gave himself, He Chen didn't expect to have this windfall. He could honestly tell that Zhang Junliang was truly grateful. But, He Chen really didn't want it too much. After all, he had already taken $100 million, and then received this villa. Appears to be too greedy. Zhang Junliang hurriedly said, He Chen, don't excuse yourself. You've helped me a lot. This is just a small gift. Please make sure you accept it. Worthy of being a rich man's words. $100 million plus a set of villas can be called a small gift. Seeing this, He Chen didn't continue to push back. This wasn't something he wanted. It was something the other party had to give, and he just reluctantly accepted it. Well, that's just it. Yao Yao. Go to my bedroom and bring me the card at the bottom of the safe. Okay, Lu. Not a moment later, Zhang Yaoyao came back from Zhang Junliang's bedroom, with a black gold card in her hand. In this card is the $100 million that was promised to you just now. Saying this, Zhang Junliang handed over the black card. He Chen took it and casually put it in his pocket. Thanks a lot then. Half an hour later, He Chen left from Zhang Junliang's house. Zhang Junliang asked his driver to give He Chen a ride. However, he was refused by He Chen, mainly because He Chen had to go and determine one thing. Arriving at the bank, He Chen inserted his card into the machine, and the balance of the card appeared on the screen in a short while. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, 100,000, 1 million, 10 million, 100 million. Sure enough, a whole billion. Not a penny more, not a penny less. Phew. Exhaling a mouthful of turbid air, He Chen was in a great mood at this moment. It's said that money isn't everything, but not having money is everything. Money can make the devil grind. This 100 million put in the card just to see, can make people bottom. He Chen then took a taxi back home. He had thought about how to use this $100 million. The first thing is definitely to change the family situation, so that the family is better off and mom and dad are no longer laboring. The second was to finally buy better mecha materials to help upgrade Mechagodzilla. At his sister He Qingshue's place, he naturally had to help out some. After all, she was her own sister. Returning home, He Chen once again entered the mecha space. With the surge in strength, Mechagodzilla had now reached 13 meters tall. It looked exceptionally majestic and domineering. It's already beginning to take on the demeanor of a king of monsters, but it's still far from being a true king of monsters. He Chen sighed in his heart. A full-bodied Mechagodzilla was hundreds of meters tall, an existence that destroyed the sky and earth with a single atomic raid. He Chen had fantasized more than once. He had more than once fantasized about driving Mechagodzilla in the future and slaughtering the insect race army. Because in the future, the insect race would be the most headache-inducing existence in the army of foreign beasts. In the end, it was also them that manipulated the world's crystal iron, causing human civilization to die out. And if you really have the full version of Mechagodzilla, not to mention the insect race, even if all the world's beasts attacked together, it wouldn't be enough to fear. He Chen checked Mechagodzilla's current upgrades. It had upgraded most of its accessories so far, such as the missile system, bone armor, drill tail and plasma fist. There were still dorsal fins and jaw grinders left. Trying to upgrade these two isn't easy as it requires special materials to do so, especially the jaw grinder. Little Chen, Xingxue, you guys get ready, huh? Aren't you scheduled to go out with your Uncle Huang and the others tomorrow? Just as He Chen was thinking, Mom's voice came from the living room. Got it, Mom. A response came from He Qingshue's room. He Chen went out from his room. Mom, I won't go. I'll just cultivate at home. Where is this going to work? You and Xingxue have been cultivating every day lately. I'm worried that you guys are having health problems. Zhang Fengjiao said. Dad, who was sitting on the sofa reading a book, also said, yes, you have to combine work and rest. Right. Your Uncle Huang said to take you to the largest mech material mall in Jiangcheng to take a look. You guys don't like these the most. Mecha Mall? This made He Chen remember that there was indeed the largest mecha material trafficking base in Jiangcheng. Many precious and rare mecha materials could be bought there. Right. If we go there, we might be able to find materials to upgrade the jaw grinder and dorsal fin, He Chen said in his heart. Thinking of this, He Chen spoke. Then Mom, let's join together tomorrow. That's right. Zhang Fengjiao had a smile on her face. The next day, He Chen and He Qingshuo were called up early in the morning by their mom, Zhang Fengjiao, to start packing. Although it wasn't a rich family, But in terms of living, the two old men had always been very particular, especially since this time they were going out with the Huang family. The other family was rich, so they had to pay some attention. Driving to the city center, Huang Moe's family and a few of Huang Xiaowei's friends had already been waiting for a long time once again. I'm sorry for being late and keeping you guys waiting. After getting out of the car, Zhang Fengjiu said in embarrassment. It's fine. It's fine. Huang Moe smiled. We've only just arrived a short while ago as well. Huang Xiaowei spoke. It can't be helped. Our home is close to the city center. Auntie, your home is too remote. It's normal to come late. No one will treat you as dumb if you don't speak. Huang Haoming glared over. It's fine. It's fine. Our family does live a bit far from the city center. Dad smiled stiffly. Then he made some small talk, said hello, and started walking towards the Mecha Mall. Dad, it's about to be the college entrance exam, but you said you'd buy me some good materials today. Huang Xiaowei glanced at his dad. Huang Moe nodded his head. Seeing this, Huang Xiaowei revealed a smug smile. He had been begging for this for a long time. At the same time, he knew that He-Chen definitely couldn't afford high-grade materials. He was already fantasizing about He-Chen seeing him buying all sorts of high-grade materials after a while. He then craved for them, but because he was so shy, he could only look on with red eyes. He-Chen, aren't you going to buy some mecha materials to take to upgrade your mecha? Huang Xiaowei looked at He-Chen provocatively. I see that although you can't afford to buy the good ones, it's okay to buy some inferior ones, or else you won't agree if I persuade you to give up the college entrance exam. He-Chen ignored it. He only felt that this guy was like a cerebral palsy, because the two of them played together as children and had a conflict. It was outrageous that this kid could actually remember it until now. Besides, the reason why he came this time was to look for materials to upgrade Mechagodzilla's dorsal fin and jaw grinder. Yesterday, Zhang Junliang had given himself $100 million, and He-Chen's card had around $11 to $30 million. How could it be enough? Not long after the crowd arrived at the Mecha Mall. Along the way, Huang Xiaowei was bragging about himself. What clothes, how much money, what big meal he ate in the morning. Fear that others do not know, as if his several rich second-generation friends were also not willing to show weakness. Froze into a richer-than-rich scene. This set of clothes of mine is just a little over $30,000. It's not that expensive. Huang Xiaowei said while looking at He-Chen. He-Chen, what brand is this, do you know? With He-Chen's living conditions insight, he determined that He-Chen wouldn't even recognize what brand it was, not to mention being able to afford it. Sure enough, He-Chen didn't say a word. Originally, he just didn't want to give a damn about him. But in Huang Xiaowei's opinion, He-Chen was admitting his weakness. Don't be embarrassed to speak to help you grow your knowledge it, lest you go there in the future even these famous brands do not recognize shame is not it? Ha ha ha. That's right. In the 21st century, there are still people who don't recognize name tags? The living conditions are also too hard, right? A few of Huang Xiaowei's friends scoffed. He-Chen continued to not say a word, just looking at them with the eyes of a bogeyman. If it was his previous life, he might have gone up and given them a few slaps, but now He-Chen knew that they couldn't be arrogant for long. The top priority, it was to find the materials to upgrade Mechagodzilla. Hey! Huang Moerming shook his head inside, looking apologetically at his parents. I'm sorry, this kid is like this. I've told him I don't know how many times that he just won't change. It's fine. It's fine. Children are heavy climbers. Dad revealed a reluctant smile. In his heart, he was actually quite upset. After all, he didn't let He-Chen and He-Qingxue live the life they wanted. Being one step behind their peers, it was inevitable that they would develop an inferiority complex. The two were also calculating in their hearts that they must find a way to make up for He-Chen and He-Qingxue afterward. Just what Dad and He-Mom don't know is, He-Chen and He-Qingxue at heart this does not mind at all. Not to mention that He-Chen bank card, now lying hundreds of millions of huge money. Entering the Mecha Mall, He-Chen's eyes were constantly looking at the stores on both sides, searching for a few wanted ones. Little Wei, if you see something suitable for your mech, go pick two. Huang Haoming said. It's almost time for the college entrance exam. I hope you can give me a perfect answer. Don't let me and your mom down. Aha, okay Dad. Huang Xiaowei was happy in his heart. Looking around at the wide array of mecha materials, little stars popped up in his eyes. At this time, Huang Xiaowei spotted a top-class mecha material store, so he walked in. A few of his rich second-generation friends followed closely behind. Hello, welcome a few. What do you need to see? At the entrance of the store, a pretty girl in a black silk uniform politely welcomed. Huang Xiaowei's few people directly chose to ignore it and walked into the store and started picking out items. Wow, this is nice. Yeah, this is too handsome. I dream of installing a feathered wing like this to my mech. This power assist is really cool, but it's a pity that I already have a complete set for my mech. I'll consider it next time I change mechs. Wow 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 wow. Is this pulse cannon serious? The design is too beautiful. Right. Look at the smooth metal lines. The sci-fi sense of wonderful design. It's a work of art. The crowd marveled as soon as they entered the store. This was one of the best stores in the entire mecha mall. The quality of the things inside was top-notch. And the relative prices were also very outrageous. It was the level where the average person would get a headache and generate discomfort when they saw the price list. Outside, He-Chen surveyed the store and after thinking for a while, decided to go in and take a look. As one of the best stores in the mall, this kind of place usually had a very rich and varied supply of goods. Many precious materials could be bought. It's not bad to take a chance, He-Chen thought to himself as his gaze fell on He-Ching-Xue. Go in and take a look. Us? He-Ching-Xue froze for a moment. Because of her frugal life since childhood, she couldn't have a deep sense of distance from this kind of luxurious place. Even if she usually passed by, she would rush away. Much less did she think that she would one day go in and look at the goods inside. Aha, let's go and see if there's anything you like. He-Chen finished speaking and directly dragged He-Ching-Xue's hand inside the store. Yo, how come you guys came in too? Huang Xiaowei turned his head to look at He-Chen and He-Ching-Xue in surprise. There was no need to say how expensive the things in this store were. Any random piece was hundreds of thousands, even millions and millions. It was the cheapest of the cheapest of the cheapest of the cheapest edges that cost tens of thousands of dollars. This was the sum of He-Chen's parents' salaries for several months. He-Chen's family, could they afford to shell out so much money for it? It was simply impossible in his opinion. Nonsense. Of course I'm buying something when I enter the store. He-Chen disliked back without hesitation, and finished by looking at He-Ching-Xue. Take a look. Is there anything you need? Aha. He-Ching-Xue knew that He-Chen had money because He-Chen had won the downtown tournament. The prize money alone was around $20 million. It was just that He-Ching-Xue thought that He-Chen would use all of this money to invest in himself. She didn't have a problem with that either, because knowing He-Chen's terrifying talent and powerful strength, her own old brother would definitely be a powerful mecha master in the future. And now He-Chen actually wanted to buy mecha materials for her as well. He-Ching-Xue was surprised and at the same time, she was also a bit touched. Recalling her former attitude towards He-Chen, He-Ching-Xue felt a sense of shame in her heart, thinking that in order to take care of He-Chen's face, it would be better to just buy the cheapest one. Che. Huang Xiaowei snorted coldly and turned around to continue looking at his mecha materials. Can he not see this little thought of He-Chen's? He pretended to enter the store to look at things, but he just felt that he couldn't save face and wanted to salvage some of the situation. In the end, he would probably say that he didn't buy anything he liked. At this time, the people who had looked around had also picked out their favorite mecha materials. They were mainly some auxiliary accessories. After installing them, they slightly improved the attributes of the mech. Of course, this kind of auxiliary type of material, most of them were running for good looks, thinking of adding some decoration to the mech. Hello, this one is 460,000 in total. This one is 680,000. This one is 840,000. And then this last one is 560,000. The crowd came to the front desk to settle the bill. The front desk lady named the prices of the accessories purchased by several of Huang Xiaowei's friends. Hundreds of thousands of dollars varied. When it was Huang Xiaowei's turn, the receptionist lady frowned as she looked at the numbers. Hello sir, this set of accessories total 1,230,000. This price was enough for a down payment in the suburbs. Huang Xiaowei calmly took out his bank card and swiped it. The few friends around him, and the other people hanging around in the store, couldn't help but envy. So rich. Yeah, over $1 million. This has to be a month's pocket money, right? Huang Xiaowei's vanity was greatly satisfied, and he looked at He-Chen with a teasing expression. Let's go. I guess there shouldn't be anything you like in this huge store, right? He already expected He-Chen to say this. First, he came with a hand so that He-Chen would be unable to get off the ground, but as soon as his words fell, He-Chen pointed at the top of the cabinet, a set of mech accessories labeled rare model and said, I'll take this one. The crowd followed the direction of He-Chen's finger and looked, but after seeing the price, everyone froze in place. Only the price tag in front of this mecha accessory read, 12,484, 625, 00. Yes, this mecha material that He-Chen had asked for by name was worth $12 million. How much was the set Huang Xiaowei just bought? It was only a little over $1 million. This set could buy Huang Xiaowei's model of full 10 sets. Everyone was shocked. Those who knew about He-Chen's family background knew that he was just an ordinary person from an ordinary family. Those who didn't know thought he was some rich young master. Some of the customers loitering in the store couldn't help but stop to watch the show. A lot of people surrounded them for a while. He-Chen, are you kidding? That set of mecha accessories is $12 million, not $1,200. Huang Xiaowei said mockingly. thinking that He Chen must have misread the price, seeing 12 million as $1,200. Otherwise, there was no reason to explain. After Huang Xiaowei finished speaking, a few friends around him also spoke up. Yeah, look carefully will you? How can someone who doesn't even recognize a few designer clothes afford it? Embarrassing. Ha ha ha. It's really not possible to go get a pair of glasses. Sorry front desk lady, he looked at it wrong and was messing with you. At the same time, Huang Moanming was taken aback. Although he was rich, but buying something that cost over $10 million was something that had to be considered for a long time and couldn't just be bought on a whim. He Chen was so good that he came up and wanted to buy something that cost $12 million. Not to mention the other things, is today his son looked at this set of accessories. He won't even agree. It's too expensive. Huang Xiaowei's talent is fine. He's willing to spend money on cultivation. But he knew what kind of goods his son was. Now that he knew it was He Chen who had misread the price, his heart calmed down. That Xiao Chen, you misread the price. But it's fine. How about this? In this store, you see if there are any other mecha materials you like that are suitable for your mecha. I'll give you a set as a gift. Huang Moerman said smilingly. This can't be done. No. The things in here are too expensive. Dad, he hurriedly said. A small gift of a few $100s could be accepted as a courtesy. But the nature of this tens of thousands of dollars can be different. No, I said I want this one. Help me take it down and pack it up. Thanks. He Chen spoke again. Just now, they all thought that He Chen had misread the price before he dared to open his mouth. So this time, it directly shocked everyone. Brother, He Qingxue touched He Chen's arm. Why don't we just look at something else? He Qingxue was the only one who knew that He Chen had $20 million. But in her opinion, buying a set of mech accessories with $10 million was just too extravagant. You can't build it like this even if you have money. Xiao Chen. This. Huang Moanming looked at He Chen doubtfully. Good lord. Are you crazy? Or are you just brain dead? The corner of Huang Xiaowei's mouth twitched, wondering if He Chen had been too badly stimulated and was now crazy? This 10 million plus is something you can afford? This 1 million plus he bought this time was already considered extravagant in his opinion. It was even more so after softening it up at Huang Moming's place earlier. The others didn't say anything, and all looked at He Chen with strange eyes. And at this time, He Chen's eyes had fallen to another place. Remove this set and wrap it for me as well. The crowd took a look. It was another rare model, and this time the price was $13 million. Even more expensive than the last one. Crazy. Now they were finally sure that He Chen must be crazy. This 10 million even. Now another 10 million? Do you think your family has a mine? Or is your family the richest? Ha! The receptionist lady stood at a loss for words. Even if this was a top-class mecha material store, 20 million was considered a large order. It was just that He Chen was dressed plainly, not at all like a rich family. Sure, it wasn't a joke to be able to afford $20 million? What? Is it hard to understand what I said? He Chen impatiently looked at the front desk. Oh, okay. Those who could come to work in such a place were all trained, and it was impossible for there to be a dogged drama of looking down on the guests. Therefore, the other party immediately called the staff and helped together to take down the mecha accessories that were placed on the cargo container. He Chen said to He Qingxue, Qingxue, you pick one too. No need. He Qingxue was slightly surprised inside, knowing that He Chen was going to put down blood money. 2 sets of 10 million mecha accessories added up to more than 20 million. It was exactly equivalent to the competition prize money. He Chen knew that He Qingxue was saving, and was also trying to help herself save, so he personally helped her pick them out. Huang Xiaowei and the others just stood by and watched silently, trying to puff up their faces to be fat. When you check out in a while, let's see what you do. That's $20 million, not $200 or 22 million. This is a nice set. Do you like it? At this time, He Chen took a fancy to a huge set of armored gauntlets. He Qingxue's mech belonged to the mobility and attack category. The defense was weak, and installing this would just make up for the shortcomings in this area. He Chen glanced at it and his face immediately changed because the price of this set of accessories was $13 million. That's more than $30 million in total, close to $40 million. This was more than even the prize money for the downtown tournament champion. No, really no need. He Qingxue hurriedly refused, somewhat unsure of what exactly He Chen was planning. She could understand the first 2 sets because He Chen could really afford it, but adding this one, it would definitely not be enough. Load this one up as well. However, He Chen directly asked the clerk to pack things together. What kind of excitement is he getting from little Chen? Huang Moanming spoke with worried eyes, wondering if it was those words from Huang Xiaowei earlier that had caused He Chen to suffer an internal setback and humiliation of his self-esteem. He couldn't accept it for a while and his mind broke down. So he had a mental problem? Realizing this, He Chen Ming gave Huang Xiaowei a slap on the face. Look at you kid. I told you to say less and less. You just don't listen. This time go back and have your good looks. Xiao Chen He. Zhang Fingjiao looked at He Chen worriedly, incoherent for a moment, not knowing what to say. Her eyes were full of worry and hard feelings. Ouch. Being slapped. Huang Xiaowei's heart was not convinced but he didn't dare to complain, so he could only spread all his grievances on He Chen. What I said is the truth. Well, who made his mentality so bad? He was looking forward to the next scene where He Chen didn't have the money to pay and then was kicked out by others. In short, He Chen could afford it. He cut off his head and kicked it as a ball. Sir, the things are all packed. Look, the clerk came to He Chen. Swipe your card. He Chen. In fact, the clerk had already prepared in his heart that He Chen was here to make trouble. Now that he saw He Chen saying the two words swipe card so painfully, he froze for a moment. So he tentatively pulled out the card swiping machine. At the same time, He Chen also pulled out the black card that Zhang Junliang had given himself earlier from his pocket. When Huang Moming saw this black and gold card, his expression immediately produced a subtle change, because he knew that this was not an ordinary card. A card that could only be possessed by some powerful nobles with honorable status. Either that or they had huge deposits in a certain bank. It was someone's top customer. Having this kind of card was not only a super VIP, valued everywhere you went, but also a symbol of identity and status. He wondered why He Chen had this kind of card. To know that even he wasn't qualified for this kind of card. Ah, a toy? Huang Xiaowei smiled. After following Huang Maowei for so many years, he naturally knew what this kind of card represented. It wasn't something a poor bastard could own. Thus he concluded that it must be fake. Maybe it was a toy card bought at a stall. Was He Chen really crazy? Actually planning to pay with a toy card? Under the suspicious gazes of the crowd, He Chen was calm and collected himself, placing the card on the machine and swiping it. Something incredible happened. Payment successful. A voice rang out, and at this moment, everyone froze. Alright, the stuff will be delivered to this address for me later. No problem? He Chen put the card back. There were a total of 3 sets of mecha accessories. Since they were mounted on the mech, this was not the type of thing that was easy to carry. A professional mover was needed. Okay. No problem. The staff nodded dully. He didn't expect He Chen to actually make the payment successfully. The heart snickered with joy. Because of this single take, they would all be able to get a good amount of cent commission. The way they looked at He Chen changed. From skeptical to respectful. He Chen was now their big client. Alright, if there's nothing else, let's go to the next place. He Chen walked out from the store and said to everyone. It was only then that he realized that the way everyone was looking at him at this moment had changed. Full of shock. Unlike He Chen's calmness, at this moment, in everyone's hearts, waves of shock were directly turning up. What's the situation? He Chen really made the payment? That was $20 million. How could he possibly have so much money? Little Chen. You. He dad and mom looked at He Chen incredulously, only feeling that the He Chen at this moment was somewhat unfamiliar. Is this still his own son? And He Chen just signaled with his eyes, telling them to talk about this matter later. The two of them quickly understood, and considering that there were so many people now, it was indeed not good to say this kind of thing in front of so many people, so they decided to turn around and ask properly. He Qingxue was the first to react, as she knew that He Chen already had money. It was just that He Chen had paid more than $30 million. It still left her shocked and puzzled. Isn't the competition prize money only $20 million? He Qingxue said in her heart. Hastily following He Chen's footsteps, she walked out of the store. Little Chen. Huang Mowerman swallowed his saliva, only feeling like he was dreaming, and just as he was about to say something, He Chen interrupted. Uncle Huang, there's no need to say anything. It's all about coming out to play today. Just have fun. The implication was obvious. Don't ask. He Chen wouldn't say anything even if he asked. After so many years of hanging around, Huang Momain still had that kind of eyesight, so he also had the sense to keep his mouth shut. He glared at Huang Xiaowei. I told you to keep your mouth shut. This was good. How much he jumped just now. How much this face hurts now. Huang Xiaowei stood in place in a daze. Who am I? Where am I? Crap. He Chen really spent over $30 million on those 3 mecha materials? Of course it wasn't just Huang Xiaowei, but also his several rich second-generation friends. A rich second generation of their caliber would have $200,000 to $300,000 of pocket money a month. It was already a level that ordinary people needed to look up to. The $400,000 to $500,000, 700,000, to $800,000 spent on materials this time was not a small amount for them. However, compared to He Chen's, it was simply a small amount. What about the promised He Chen's ordinary family? An inferior student who was about to take the college entrance exams, or a bronze low-ranking waste? The crowd's eyes looked at Huang Xiaowei suspiciously. Only then did they realize that at this moment, Huang Xiaowei's expression was more ugly than eating a fly. Unable to say a word, recalling his previous actions, he only felt that he was purely a clown. Leaving from the Mecha Mall, the crowd continued to stroll around the city center for a while. Huang Xiaowei, who had been chattering and constantly showing his superiority before, suddenly became silent. This was good for Huang Maowei. It was not bad to let this kid see the world, saving him from looking down on others in the future. Qingxue's heart was blossoming with joy. She only felt that Huang Xiaowei's expression was getting funnier and funnier the more she looked at him. It was tempting to ask what happened to his arrogant and domineering stance just now. How come he couldn't say a word now? But Qingxue was educated and didn't want to be unreasonable. Otherwise, certain dog-eyed guys would be the same thing. Wandered around for an afternoon. It looked like it was going to be dark. Huang Moenming proposed. Let's do it this way. It's not easy to come here. We must go to my house to sit down today. And don't go back tonight. Just rest at my house for the night. Don't excuse yourself. It's not easy to get together, you say. Okay. Dad thought about it. The two of them have been friends for many years now. It's really not easy to get together. So he agreed. Then he drove to the villa where Huang Momain's family lived. This made Huang Xiaowei, who had been depressed for half a day, feel much better at last. Because his family lived in the top villa area in Jiangcheng, there was a world of difference between the environment of He Chen's house. When the time comes, it's also good to let He Chen and the others see the world. Huang Xiaowei was suddenly in a much better mood, feeling like he could save some face. Uncle, our family lives in Nantian Villa. That's the best villa area in Chengdu. You guys shouldn't have heard of it, right? In the car, Huang Xiaowei casually said. The purpose was obvious, to show off his family's superior family status. Although he didn't know where He Chen's tens of millions of dollars came from, but Huang Xiaowei thought that those tens of millions must be all He Chen's family had. If that was all, it still couldn't be compared to her family. Because her family's villa is tens of millions of dollars, plus the decoration is close to $100 million, and that's not even counting the others. What could He Chen compare it to? Nantian Villa? Hearing this name, He Chen only felt a little familiar. Isn't this the place where Zhang Junliang gave himself that villa? He Chen had inquired about it, and was thinking of finding some time to take a look at it in person. This is a good thing. It's just the right place. Soon, the car drove to the mountains, because the villa area is located in the mountains, far away from the downtown area. When in order to build this place, but hundreds of billions of dollars were invested. After the construction was completed, this place rightfully became the place where the richest tycoons in the whole city lived. Some of the big names in Jiangcheng that could be named, or could not be named, all had properties here. Do you guys see that villa? Huang Xiaowei pointed to a villa on the hill at the very top at this time and marveled. This villa is worth a whole $3 billion. $3 billion? Just by hearing this figure, He Dad and He Mom couldn't calm down. 3 billion. How much money would that be? They didn't even have a concept about it. So expensive? Qingxue's willow brows slightly crazed. Yeah, haven't seen the world, right? Huang Xiaowei looked at He Chen as if he was looking at a turd. And this villa is not something that can be bought with money, because this villa has already been bought by Zhang Junliang. Do you guys know about Zhang Junliang? Huang Xiaowei shook his head. Explaining to this group of unseen is just troublesome. Zhang Junliang is the disciple of Liao Caixue, also known as Jiangcheng's chief. So you guys understand, right? Speaking of Zhang Junliang, that was also a top-level big brother figure. It was the existence that the Huang family had to look up to. That villa has been bought by big brother Zhang Junliang. No one else can even think about it. Huang Xiaowei revealed a face of envy. You guys are unaware that the set of villas on the top floor, located in the best location of the entire villa area, can be called a feng shui treasure. Living inside can look at the scenery of the entire Jiangcheng at a glance, and the decorations are the most gorgeous. One set tops several other sets. These people were all characters at the top, although the Huang family was rich, but in these aspects, it really didn't rank. Huang Xiaowei had thought more than once that if he could live in that big villa, how good it would be. A glimpse of the entire Jiangcheng scenery. It would be a good thing to say out loud. Who heard that they live there? Is passing dogs have to kneel down to two mouths before leaving? Just a pity. With his family's strength, want to live on that villa is still 100,000 miles short. He was only envious of it. However, when he thought of He Chen's family of 4, still crowded in 100 square meters of hut, he felt that it was nothing. Compared to He Chen, his family's conditions were too good. He Chen looked at this villa thoughtfully, because the number of this villa was exactly the same as what Zhang Junliang had told himself earlier, and it was the same number as the key number in his hand. So it's this one? Such a coincidence? He-chan thought to himself. Huang Xiaowei's landed on He-chan's shoulder and patted it. Don't think about it. This kind of villa isn't something ordinary people can afford to live in. I wouldn't dare to think about it. Let alone you. This bastard naively thought that He-chan was envious after hearing the words he just said. No, this villa is mine, He-chan said calmly. When these words came out, Huang Xiaowei immediately had a question mark on his face. Good fellow, He-chan was really daring to say this. Why don't you say that the White House is your family's? Don't joke. This joke isn't funny at all. Huang Xiaowei shook his head, thinking that He-chan must be having a delusional episode. Uncle Huang, is it okay to park the car? He-chan twisted his head to look at the driver's seat. Huang Mowei, who was driving? Huang Haoming immediately stopped the car. He-chan pulled He-chingshue's hand and got out of the car. Brother, what are you doing? He-chan directly said. Let's go. Take you to see that villa. Mom and Dad, you guys also come down to see it together. He-chan originally thought that he would find an opportunity to go and take a look first. After seeing it, he would then find a chance to confess to Mom and Dad. Then the family would move into the villa. But since this time was such a good opportunity, He-chan simply told them directly in advance. It just so happens that everyone is there, so they can go together to see how the environment is. He-chan, you said this villa is yours? He-dad and He-mom only felt that this was a bit too ridiculous. Although just now, He-chan had thrown away thousands of dollars and bought $30 million of mecha materials. It made them realize that He-chan had some kind of secret on him. Maybe made a fortune? Bought a lottery ticket and won? But for a villa of this level, it was a lottery win. So how big of an amount would it take to buy it? Besides, Huang Xiaowei just said, this villa is already under Zhang Julian's name. Ordinary people can't buy it even if they have money. Yes, Mom and Dad, let's go, He-chan said, knowing the doubts in Mom and Dad's hearts. But right now He-chan didn't want to explain that much. Once the villa doors opened, everything would be clear. There wasn't even a need to explain at that point. Crazy, right? Big brother Zhang Julian's villa, and he dares to say it's his? If it's really yours, I'll really chop off my head and kick it as a ball this time. Stop fooling around. Let's go. The weather is so hot. First go to my villa to avoid the heat. Huang Xiaowei and a few of his friends opened their mouths. It was as if they had heard the funniest joke in the whole world. If He-chan had owned any of the other villas here, they wouldn't be so skeptical. But this one was the only one they couldn't possibly believe. Because that is Zhang Julian's house. Who is Zhang Junliang? Zhang Chang's Long Liao Caishu's disciple. The two personal friendship is very good, is also regarded as Zhangcheng top big shot. Not to mention, Huang Xiaowei's father, Huang Mowei, is also a successful businessman. But still, he didn't even have a chance to see Zhang Junliang. Brother, don't talk nonsense, He-chingshue whispered next to He-chan. The only thing she knew was that Zhang Junliang was the referee for this downtown tournament. She wasn't surprised that He-chan and Zhang Junliang knew each other. It was because He-chan was the champion. But because of this, there was no way she could believe He-chan when he said that this villa was his. It wasn't realistic either. It was just that what she didn't know was that He-chan and Zhang Junliang's personal relationship was far deeper than she had imagined. Or the kind that Zhang Junliang took the initiative to flatter. You guys wait for me here. Seeing this, He-chan didn't want to explain too much, because it's useless to say anything now. They don't believe in themselves and can only prove it with practical actions. So he walked towards the villa on the hill. Luckily, the place where Huang mowed his car was parked wasn't far from the villa, so he could walk there in a few minutes. And seeing He-chan do this, Huang Xiaowei and the others couldn't hold back any longer. They snorted out a laugh. It was as if they saw the scene of He-chan walking back in ashes a while later. He-chingshue, don't stop your brother yet. Be careful of being arrested as a thief by the other villa's security. Yeah, this villa owner is not ordinary. Offend him and you'll be sent to the station for life. Do you believe me? This guy, why suddenly delusional attack? Huang Xiaowei and the others clasped their hands on their chests, waiting to see the joke. He-dad and mom were also getting anxious. Yup, if He-chan went to open someone's door like that, he wouldn't be arrested as a thief, right? The two of them stood in place, anxious. At this moment, He-chan also came to the villa's door, calmly pulled the key out of his pocket, and then carefully looked for it. There were too many keys, because there were too many rooms in the villa, big and small combined. It was estimated that there were dozens of rooms. Soon from one key, the key to the villa's front door was found. This should be it. Muttering under his breath, He-chan inserted the key into the gate, then gently twisted it. Ka! At this moment, Huang Xiaowei and the others were expecting the image of He-chan's disgrace to happen. However, the next second, the villa gate was seen opening with a bang. Not bad, it really is this. He-chan smiled, glad that he had found the key to the gate in one go. But this wasn't enough. This only opened the gate to the villa's enclosure. The door to the main building inside had to be opened as well. He-chan walked straight inside and came to the front yard, which was very large, planted with all sorts of greenery. And in the center there was a huge fountain with some feng shui fish in it. The water in the fountain was very clear. It should be cleaned by someone on a regular basis. A gazebo was built on the left side, where you can take a cool ride and have a barbecue party in summer. On the right side was the entrance to the underground parking garage. Knowing that Qingxue and the others were still waiting for him, He-chan didn't appreciate it too much. Anyway, there would be plenty of time to slowly appreciate it in the future. He went straight to the villa's front door and used the key to open the door. Glancing inside, the golden-colored decoration inside was as gorgeous as a palace. Crystal chandeliers, bright noble carpets, paintings from famous artists on the walls, customized wallpaper, all kinds of high-end leather sofas, solid wood furniture, etc. The preparation is quite complete. He-chan sighed. Rujiang Junliang said that this house was originally intended for him personally to move in, but because of some reasons, he was going to leave Jiangcheng soon and go elsewhere, and by then the villa would be unused. Solely handing over the villa to himself, putting the key back in his pocket, He-chan quickly came down from the mountain. What met his eyes was everyone who was shocked. Mom and Dad, let's go and take a look together. He-chan's tone was calm. It was as if he was talking about a trivial and insignificant matter. Of course, to He-chan, it was indeed a trivial matter. It was just that to Huang Xiaowei and the others. This news was like a bolt from the blue. At this moment, they stared blankly at He-chan. Not a single word could be said. The level of shock was even higher than before when He-chan paid $30 million, because this was Zhang Junliang's villa. He-chan, how could he have the key? Could it be that this villa really belonged to He-chan? A few people were frantic inside. Their breaths were short. Their brains were on the fritz, and they just felt like their brains weren't enough. Mom and Dad? He-chan saw that the two old men were stagnant and didn't speak, so he spoke out to remind them. Oh, okay. Dad was the first to react. Looking odd and subtle, he gave He-chan a glance, then patted Zhang Fengjiao's shoulder and said, "Let's go. Take a good look at the villa that our son bought for us." He didn't know what had happened, but he knew that just a short while ago, He-chan had sworn that he would definitely buy a big villa for his family and let the family live a good life. Okay. Zhang Fengjiao walked towards the villa under the leadership of He-dad. He-chan turned his head to look at Qingxue. "Let's go. Together?" Qingxue nodded heavily, then followed. Close to He-chan, Qingxue asked with an excited expression. "Brother, what's going on? Is that villa really yours? Is this still fake? But, isn't that Zhang Junliang's villa? What is your relationship with him? I did him a big favor. He gave me this villa." "Really? 10,000 true." Gulp. Qingxue swallowed a mouthful of saliva. It only felt like the more and more she couldn't understand this old brother of hers. Being able to get Zhang Junliang to send the villa to He-chan, could it be that it saved his life? In fact, it could be said to have saved his life. But it wasn't Zhang Junliang's life that was saved. Rather, it was her daughter's life. After all, the consequences of a mecha going out of control were terrifying, especially in battle. It couldn't be said to be direct, but to say that it indirectly saved Zhang Yaoyao's life was not really a problem at all. It was Zhang Junliang who had taken this into consideration. The more he thought about it, the more fearful he became. And only then did he feel more grateful to He-chan, to the point of giving this kind of top-notch villa to He-chan. "Right, Uncle Huang. Why don't you guys come along and take a look as well?" He-chan suddenly thought of something. Although Huang Xiaowei was a yawn, his father, Huang Moei, was still very good. It's still an old friendship with his own dad. "Oh, okay. Huang Manming hurriedly followed. To be honest, the one who was most surprised at this moment was Huang Moamang. 10,000 possibilities had just flashed through his mind, but he had never thought of what the connection between this villa and He-chan was. Now that he was going with He-chan, it would be good for him to get a glimpse of the villa. He could also see the most luxurious villa in Jiangcheng. As for Huang Xiaowei and the others who were standing in place with stagnant faces, He-chan didn't pay any attention to the meaning. "What should we do?" A friend of his next to Huang Xiaowei spoke out. The people were numb. Who would have thought that it was really He-chan's villa? "I don't know. Why don't we follow the pass to see?" Huang Xiaowei said stiffly. That was the top villa in all of Jiangcheng. He didn't want to miss such a good opportunity. In the future, when he went out to brag, he said that he had lived in that villa. He would feel doubly dignified. Afterwards, all the people combined together and silently followed behind. When He-chan looked back, they kept their heads down and didn't say a word. The main fight is a thick skin. He-chan didn't stop them. Since they dared to be so shameless, he himself dared to show them. It wasn't himself who was embarrassed anyway. Entering the villa, A scent of luxury hit his face, making people smell the scent of money in the air. The living room is so big? His dad said in surprise. Yes, so spacious and bright. And the lighting is good too. Zhang Fengjiao excitedly surveyed everything in the living room. Is this sofa leather? It's so comfortable to sit on. He Qingxue sat on the sofa and had to say that leather was different. The leather was very soft and comfortable. Just then, her eyes fixed on a mural in the middle of the living room. She recognized that it was a painting by a famous artist. And the one in front of her was obviously the real thing. Just a living room alone made the crowd feel shocked in their hearts. Huang Xiaowei and the others who came in behind suddenly felt like country bumpkins. This villa was on top of several that their family lived in. It was also at this time that they realized what it meant to be truly rich. Have a seat. He Chen greeted Huang Mowei and sat down. As for Huang Xiaowei and the others, He Chen still chose to ignore them, which left the few people standing awkwardly in place, neither leaving nor staying. For a while, they only wanted to find a crack in the ground to burrow into. After all, just a short while ago, they were still mocking He Chen for not having seen the world, bragging about how much a piece of clothing cost and how much a meal cost. Now that they thought about it, they just felt like idiots. He Chen hadn't bothered with them, and they still thought that He Chen had been a wimp. Only now did they realize that the odds were that He Chen was just too lazy to talk to them. Brother, can I go look upstairs? After looking at the living room, He Qingxue suddenly became curious about the upstairs. This is your home, don't you think? He Chen smiled. He Qingxue was put in a trance by He Chen's words. My home? Then nodded excitedly. Then went towards the second floor. He Chen came to the sofa and sat down, greeting Huang Mongming as he rested. Huang Mongming already had a good attitude, but at this time, he was even more enthusiastic, and even started nodding to He Chen. It was definitely not a lie that this villa belonged to Zhang Junliang. As for why it was now in He Chen's hands, Huang thought that He Chen must have a relationship with Zhang Junliang. Otherwise, He Chen would be even richer. Otherwise, no matter how rich He Chen was, he wouldn't have been able to get this villa. Just the fact that He Chen was related to Zhang Junliang was enough to shock him. Who was Zhang Junliang? 2 years ago, he had once tried to meet Zhang Junliang because of a business matter. As a result, he had gone through a lot of trouble with his connections and was unsuccessful in the end. Xiao Chen I can't imagine that you. Huang Moanming said in a deep tone. I can't imagine that you're hiding something deep. He then got curious. How on earth did He Chen do all of this? And since he was so powerful, was he deliberately hiding it before? To what end? Modesty? Previously, his son Huang Xiaowei had been sneering at He Chen, so it was reasonable to say that at his age, He Chen's heart was high and proud. Surely he couldn't hold his tongue. As a result, He Chen has been holding back, not to take it to heart. Now look at this, where is the patience? Obviously is purely Huang Xiaowei those words as a dog barking. Lazy general knowledge. The next hour or so, Huang mowed his head in the villa and became more and more astonished, and was vaguely fidgety, because he realized that He Chen's identity was most likely not ordinary. Secretly, must have a relationship with a big shot figure like Zhang Junliang, or maybe it was in the professional habit of being in the shopping mall, always worrying about what he said or did wrong. Huang Xiaowei was getting more and more shocked inside, because vaguely is also perceived. In the process of talking to He Chen, his dad was gradually putting himself in the position of a subordinate. This was the stance that Huang Mode his father took when he met with some important clients and honored guests. Who was He Chen to let his dad talk to him like this? Huang Xiaowei was about to explode in his heart, but when the words reached his throat, he couldn't utter a single word. Standing awkwardly in place, his toes were almost digging out a villa. Then let's stop here for today. We'll leave you alone for now. Half an hour later, Huang Haoming got up and prepared to leave, and kept saying something to He Chen about coming and exchanging more in the future. At the same time, he kept apologizing for what Huang Xiaowei had done earlier. He Chen really didn't take it to heart. It was like being bitten by a dog. You can't bite back, right? One reasoning. Go! Huang Moerming glared at Huang Xiaowei fiercely and left with his wimpy son. Along the way Huang Xiaowei silently lowered his head, listless, because associating his previous actions, he was simply like a jumping clown. It was still early. He Chen took his mom and dad on a tour of the entire villa, inside and out. The level of luxury was maddening. He dad, he mom and He Qingxue, for the first time, truly realized what it means to live like a rich person. Just a set of furniture inside was a lot of people's life savings. The facilities inside were complete. What private theater, gym, game room, study, observation deck had everything. In the backyard, there is also a huge pool, and on the other side is an open-air lounge. In addition, not far from the distance is a large-scale open-air garden. In the future, if you have nothing to do, you can go for a walk the dog, or go for a morning jog or something like that. Of course, the most noteworthy thing is, standing in front of the huge floor-to-ceiling windows on the second floor of the villa, one could overlook the scenery of the entire river city. At this time darkness came. The river city under the night curtain was still brightly lit. This scenery could not help but make one's inner ambition rise. After all, this location was something that only the top power players in Jiangcheng were qualified to have. The family will stay here tonight. He Chen helped his parents and He Qingshuo choose a room. Then he came to the master bedroom on the third floor of the villa. Originally, He Chen wanted to have mom and dad stay in the master bedroom, but they ended up choosing a room on the second floor, giving the master bedroom to himself. As a family, He Chen didn't push back, and after returning to his room, he comfortably took a bath in the large bathtub. At 8 o'clock in the evening, the mecha materials he purchased today also finally arrived. He Chen directly had it moved to his room and then began to cultivate. In the latter half of the night, He Chen made another breakthrough. Gold rank. He Chen was surprised. After carefully feeling his realm today, I'm afraid that he's not much closer to the gold middle rank, because the distance from the golden rank was originally a foot in the door, plus the support of various medicines, and the increase in cultivation brought about by the quality of the mech, He Chen said excitedly, immediately entering the mecha space. At this moment, a behemoth that was more than 30 meters tall appeared in front of He Chen. That big? He Chen's pupils shrunk slightly. It was unthinkable that the overnight breakthrough had caused Mechagodzilla to change in size to more than 30 meters tall. This was actually normal. The full-bodied Mechagodzilla was around 200 meters. This was because Mechagodzilla's late growth was exponential. Looking at the big guy in front of him, the sense of oppression was simply suffocating. It was good to know that this was his own mech, or else He Chen himself would have to gasp for air. Continue upgrading the accessories. The materials he bought from the mech mall today weren't something He Chen threw away thousands of dollars on in order to pretend to be a bully. It was because the materials for those two sets of mecha accessories were exactly what he needed. Afterwards, He Chen immediately refined the materials, upgrading after recasting. It was still the familiar recipe and steps. Refining materials are enough to upgrade the metal dorsal fin. Jaw grinder, please ask if you will start upgrading immediately? Start. It was actually enough to upgrade two accessories at the same time. A point that made He Chen overjoyed. Up to this point, all of Mechagodzilla's external accessories had been assembled. 2 hours later, after the recasting and upgrading was completed, He Chen lifted himself from the cultivation state and looked again. He found that Mechagodzilla had a huge metal dorsal fin on its back. The lower jaw was fitted with a layer of armored exoskeleton. Another metal layer that resembled bone armor. Drone metal dorsal fin, carries a drone metal dorsal fin with detection capabilities and defense. Jaw grinder, can easily pulverize all matter. Unlocking the skill, tier. There's also a drone detection function? This was something He Chen hadn't really looked at carefully. In this way, Mechagodzilla also had the ability to detect. Sort of a good enhancement. During the execution of many missions, or during battles, scouting was essential. The jaw grinder goes without saying. A violent tool of destruction. Anything bitten by Mechagodzilla would be shattered into pieces in minutes. Next, He Chen was also starting to think about upgrading the mech. It was because the upgrade given to Zhang Yaoyao before was very successful. It made He Chen a bit impatient to try it out. It's just that the upgrade given to Zhang Yaoyao was a beggar's version of the upgrade. Simply recasting the mech. Upgrading Mechagodzilla can't be this rudimentary. He Chen looked at the mech and pondered. To upgrade, a refined and perfect upgrade was necessary. Let Godzilla's strength be maximized. Returning to the room, He Chen began to plan, starting with the materials needed. It was, if one wanted to perform a perfect upgrade, one had to need a lot of materials to maximize the boost. The materials needed here weren't just any materials, but a variety of high-quality superior materials. He Chen had a bit of a headache. It wasn't easy to find so many precious materials. However, He Chen also realized that this kind of thing couldn't be rushed, so he had to take his time. Thinking back, his own upgrade speed was already very fast. Time should be too late. Anyway, there was still some time before the otherworldly armies invaded on a large scale and the insect race took control of the crystal iron. Thinking about this, He Chen decided to rest first. Mainly, he wanted to experience the super-duper luxurious king-sized bed in this villa. This night, He Chen slept comfortably. It had to be said that this big bed that was up to several $100,000 was expensive for a reason. He Dad and Mom also got up very early. The two of them were ready to go to work according to their previous routine. But let He Chen stop them. Mom and Dad, just quit your job and don't go to work in the future. But what? Your son, I'm in this condition. How can I let you guys starve in the future? He Dad and Mom looked at each other with some hesitation in their attitudes. He Chen continued, if you guys don't quit, I won't be attending this school. I'll turn around and apply for a withdrawal. Don't, little Chen. So you guys promise me? Aha, promise, promise, promise. The second old man's heart warmed, knowing that Hee-chun was using a provocative method. He was determined to keep them from going to work. On second thought, with Hee-chun's current conditions, there was really no need for them to continue to labor. Their small salary wouldn't be of much use. It would be better to listen to Hee-chun and stay home to recuperate. Because of the intense work over the years, both of their bodies had more or less fallen into some problems. Also worth mentioning, the two old men had asked Hee-chun last night. Hee-chun told them that he had made some small investments and did not expect to make a large amount of money with good luck. Two people will believe, and then ask more. Hee-chun will find a way to perfunctory past. Over and over again. The two really believe. Today is school time. The school is still very lively. The playground is full of piles of people. At 9:30 a.m. early, Hee-chun came to the classroom. Hee-chun, coming so late again? As soon as he entered, Yu Ting-ting, the previous female class president, saw Hee-chun and opened her mouth. Hee-chun ignored it and directly ignored her. This caused Yu Ting-ting to frown and stomp her small feet in anger. In her opinion, Hee-chun was simply a piece of wood, or a rotten piece of wood. Otherwise, as the class president, her connections weren't bad, and Hee-chun didn't even know to flatter her. He didn't even bother to greet her. Then she thought about Hee-chun ignoring her orders and slipping away halfway through moving things. Yu Ting-ting really wanted to slap her across the face. Forget about it. Anyway, the college entrance exams were coming up, and when the time came, there would be times when Hee-chun would beg her. What took you so long? When Hee-chun found his seat and sat down, his table-mate Gao Shuo looked over. Got up late, Hee-chun said, mainly because of moving to a new home. Hee-chun had traveled slightly far from Nantian Baiyuan to come here. Coupled with his previous waking habits, Hee-chun came late this time. Anyway, he had learned everything in school, so it wouldn't hurt to delay the course or not. It seems like I have to find a way to get a car, Hee-chun thought to himself, considering that he wasn't 18 yet. He didn't have a driver's license, but he could hire a driver. In the past, he was broke, but now that he had money, he couldn't still be so frugal. What kind of conditions? What kind of life? You can also give mom and dad a car. Sister Hee-ching Shue can also be matched if she needs one. What are you thinking about? So mesmerized? Gao Shuo patted Hee-chun's shoulder. That said, a new supermarket has opened on Xin Kai Street next weekend, and it's recruiting temporary workers, so let's go and do odd jobs together? No. Hee-chun politely refused. In this guy's impression, Hee-chun is still the poor kid with a shabby family. Of course, he wasn't looking down on Hee-chun. It's because his family's conditions are just normal, not some great wealth. What's going on? Didn't you keep asking me before? There are odd jobs for you, why don't you go all of a sudden? You kid bought a lottery and won the jackpot ah? Gao Shuo said half-jokingly. Do you believe me when I say yes? Hee-chun revealed a smile. Believe it or not, you've won a few $100 million and you're living in a big villa, right? Gao Shuo slapped Hee-chun's shoulder. Forget it, I'm not going to talk to you anymore. I have to study hard. He began to read seriously. It was self-evident how important the college entrance exam was. Some of the usual half-assed people would get serious at the final stage in order to sprint for the college entrance exam. This one is an example. Hee-chun smiled. Seeing that there was still some time left in class, he prepared to go to the restroom. Hee-chun, I didn't see you in the past 2 days. I thought you had given up. Yeah, what did you do these 2 days? Didn't you give up on the college entrance exam? Walking through the corridor, many people revealed surprised expressions when they saw Hee-chun. It was because Hee-chun hadn't come to school for the past 2 days. Many people who knew Hee-chun thought that he had given up. Once they thought about it, it was true. What's the point of taking the college entrance exams if you're not a pure waste of time? There is this time. Why don't you get out of school earlier and find a job to work? You can still earn more money. No, let you guys down. Hee-chun responded carelessly. Ignoring the strange gazes around him, he quickly re-entered the classroom. A familiar silhouette appeared in front of him. Zhang Yang. At this moment, Zhang Yang was surrounded by a group of people in the center. Old Zhang, quickly tell me if you are the champion of this downtown tournament? Nonsense. With Zhang's strength, isn't the first place in the downtown tournament a breeze? Awesome. What's the first place reward? The truth was that although the downtown tournament was very popular, but not everyone could see it with their own eyes and interest. Most people just heard about it. Zhang Yang was originally in a good mood because he was the absolute center of attention in the school. Usually, a bunch of juniors licked his dog and followed him. However, at this moment, upon hearing the words downtown tournament, Zhang Yang's face changed subtly. No, I'm not the first. A moment later, awkwardly, he opened his mouth. No, how can it be? Yes, who can be your opponent? Don't be modest, brother Zhang Yang. The group of people simply did not believe that anyone could be Zhang Yang's opponent in the downtown tournament. This made Zhang Yang even more embarrassed. The scene of the Han downtown tournament, being favored by everyone and ending up disgraced, came to mind. Just then, Zhang Yang looked up and saw He Chen at the doorway, and the two of them looked at each other.